The mysterious team of 30 people in front has plunged the heads of various countries into unprecedented panic. Even the most famous Navy SEAL team in front of it has no presence at all. Just because it is the only amphibious special forces team in the world that can fight on land, sea, and air at the same time. As the overall commander of this team, you have more than 40 years of special operations experience beyond this era, and have been secretly carrying out high-difficulty tasks such as ambushes and assassinations, thus becoming the world's leading special operations team. At this moment, in the office of Wang He, the commander of the 31st Group Army, the chief of staff frowned slightly, looking puzzled at the order document notification in his hand. What is this? What is a Special Forces unit? Is it the Marine Corps? Or is it like the Navy SEALs with eagle sauce? Wang He lit a cigarette and said in a low voice, to be precise, neither the Marine Corps nor the Navy SEALs can be considered true special forces. At most, they are top-notch amphibious reconnaissance units. The Special Forces headquarters also gave an ambiguous meaning, stating that they are elite infantry squads tasked with executing high-difficulty covert missions such as enemy rear reconnaissance, ambushes, and assassinations. The chief of staff asked in confusion, but can't these reconnaissance units do it too? Wang He glanced at him and said, the key is the three words high difficulty, which can even be understood as the level of special agents, commonly known as the level of Special Forces tasks. Can ordinary reconnaissance units and scouts achieve this? The chief of staff was taken aback and shook his head slightly. This time going to the headquarters for a meeting, the leader emphasized that it is necessary for our 36 group armies to build special forces within this year, because currently, all countries' armies are creating such forces, which is the trend of future military development. We must also have such a sharp blade that can penetrate the enemy's heartland, the chief of staff said bitterly. But now the problem is, we don't even know how to build the combat effectiveness standards for special forces. Suddenly, a knock on the door was heard, and the guard loudly said, reporting to the leader, Comrade Luchuan has arrived. The door opened, and a young major in his 20s walked in with a resolute face, standing at attention and saluting. The chief of staff's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face when he saw the newcomer. Luchuan had just completed the international reconnaissance training at the beginning of the year, outperforming top reconnaissance soldiers from various countries and achieving excellent results. Ranking first, you looked at the two leaders with a puzzled expression. And then the military chief handed you the notification document you had just read. After reading it, a look of joy surged in your eyes. Finally, I crossed over 3 years ago, and finally I've been waiting for you. In the past life, you were a versatile all-around special forces king of the Huaxia, and your soul crossed over to the body of a captain with the same name in this parallel world. Coming to this world, you only then realized that this side is equivalent to the late 1980s, and the Huaxia forces have not yet started to create special forces. With the Special Forces factor from your past life, you naturally hope to become a member of the Special Forces again and carry out various challenging and blood-pumping missions. Now, you have finally been waiting for this moment. Wang Yi smiled and asked, from the look on your face, it's obvious that you're very interested. So, are you willing to take on this task? You ask, report, do you want me to train as a Special Forces soldier in the Navy, Army, and Air Force at the same time? Upon hearing you say this, both of them were stunned. Completely unexpected that you would dare to come up with such an idea. The chief of staff was about to speak, but Wang Yi interrupted him, saying, are you suggesting that all three branches of the military should train? You pondered for a moment and said, leader, let me share my thoughts. I believe that in the early stages of military training, there is no need to divide into 3 separate units for training. Instead, one unit can simultaneously master the special operations skills of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Amphibious special forces have greater combat power and cohesion. Therefore, my suggestion is that if I were to be the chief instructor of the special forces, I would prefer to train amphibious special forces, a top-notch unit with the ability to soar like an eagle in the sky, move like a fierce tiger on the ground, and dive like a dragon under the sea. And I have enough confidence to train them. Wang He and the chief of staff were both shocked by your arrogant tone. It's not that they don't believe you, but because they have never seen a warrior with the combined 3 types of combat power that you mentioned. If it can really be trained, this unit will possess such terrifying combat power. Thinking of this, Wang Yi couldn't help but become serious. Luchuan, there is no joking in the military. The order issued by the headquarters is to have one special forces team from each of the 34 army groups, land, sea, and air, undergo a comprehensive assessment at the end of the year. Although the assessment criteria have not been released, the headquarters will compare all special forces teams at that time. If one of the 3 military branches does not meet the standards, it will be considered unqualified. When the blame comes from the headquarters, you will also be criticized. Upon hearing this, you still boldly declared, report. Lu Chuan is willing to make a military pledge. If a three-dimensional special forces unit cannot be trained by the end of the year, I am willing to accept any punishment. Looking at your confident appearance, Wang He and the chief of staff exchanged a glance, and finally slammed the table. Good boy. Just because of your determination and confidence, I will bet on this round with you. I appoint you as the chief instructor, and before the end of the year, train me a special amphibious force on land, sea, and air. The unit's code name is Tianlang. Thank you for your trust, Chief. You straightened your chest and said firmly, ding. Detected that the host is willing to undertake the task of forming the Tri-Service Special Forces. The system rewards the host with a new skill, Talent Inside Eye, to assist the host in forming the Tianlang Tri-Service Special Forces. As soon as you walked out of Wang He's office, a voice rang in your mind. Lin Chuan had long been accustomed to this sound. The day after he crossed over, this system, which only existed in novels, had appeared. In these 3 years, with the assistance of the system, he had also quickly completed various difficult tasks, which led to his promotion to his current position. Without the system, even though he was also a king of special operations soldiers in his previous life, it was impossible for him to climb so fast. System, explain this talent perspective eye. System, okay. As the name suggests, the gifted penetrating eye is what allows the host to see any person's natural abilities in various military combat skills, and you can see real-time data of the opponent's body, such as overall physical strength, limb strength and speed, endurance, willpower, limit values, and so on. Whatever data the host wants to see on the other side can be analyzed directly with the perspective eye directly. In this way, the host will be able to pick out the most suitable soldier king saplings among the 100,000 or so soldiers in the army of this group. At the same time, in the process of practicing, the host can conduct targeted training based on the soldier's military skill talent value, and various physical data, in order to achieve the great efficacy of taking the best of the best and quickly improving the soldier's strength. When Lin Chuan heard the system's explanation, his entire body was instantly thunderstruck. What the kind of divine skill is that? It's a skill that's practically tailor-made for instructors. What's the biggest fear of practicing? It's their physical stats and comprehension. If all of these instructors had known ahead of time, it would have been a lot less work. Not only can they be quickly and effectively targeted to strengthen their training to improve these individual shortcomings up, it also allows you to quickly pick out the best soldiers out there. Efficiency and effectiveness will be greatly improved. System, old me loves you. Lin Chuan shouted excitedly. System, host please behave yourself. The system doesn't engage in sex. Lin Chuan, With a thought, a similar attribute panel appeared in Lin Chuan's mind. Name, Lin Chuan. Position, Chief Instructor of the Wolf Tri-Habitat Special Forces. Physical fitness, 350, 100 for normal people. Skills, God-level comprehension skills, any skill or full theory. Once you learn it, you are proficient. God-level shooting skills, patriarchal fighting skills, God-level hacking skills, God-level full driving skills, gifted perspective eye skills, and so on. Military merit value, 13,000, can be used to exchange for items in the system mall or skills, potions, etc. In these 3 years, Lin Chuan had gotten almost all the combat skills that he should have gotten. It could be said that his current battle power was definitely the ceiling existence of the entire army's battle power. Even in the previous life, it was an existence that could stand out among all the special forces. Chapter 2, What is a real special forces unit? For the next half a month, Lin Chuan took the selection of the base and had gotten it all done. The location is set on an island training base. Although this island was not big, it had mountains, plains, beaches, and other terrains, all one by one. It is the most suitable choice to build a special amphibious soldier. Half a month later, the island, too, welcomed 2 new faces. Lin Chuan stood on the beach as a speedboat approached from afar, gradually zoomed in, and finally, stayed on the beach. Boss, a man and a woman, carrying combat backpacks came towards him. Lin Chuan also smiled as he walked up and looked at the 2 people in front of him. Long time no see. Told you guys on the phone. Ready? The 2 looked at each other and smiled. That's of course. What to do and how to do it. Brother Chuan, you just arrange it. We absolutely obey. Lin Chuan nodded slightly. Alright then, I'll take you all to your lodgings first, take a brief rest first, and then we'll set off tomorrow to select the soldiers. Yes. The 2 men stood at attention and saluted. These 2 people, naturally, were transferred over by Lin Chuan to assist him in the selection. All of them were sharpshooters who had previously traveled with him to a foreign training camp. At first the strength of the 2 men could only be considered the top level of scouts, away from the special forces, still quite a bit worse. However, during the intensive training, he himself had taught them a lot of skills, And with the intensity of that intensive training, he had also raised their strength a lot. Now the comprehensive strength, but also barely able to reach the level of special forces. On the mountain bike, Zhou Xian and Sun Ying looked at the training setup and construction on the island and couldn't help but smack their lips. Boss, this training ground of yours, it's set up even more fiercely than when we were intensively training abroad. Those players, can they carry that intensity? Lin Xuan smiled faintly. If you all can do it, why can't they? Zhou Xian bristled. Boss, do you mean that we are still inferior to them? Sun Ying gave him a blank look and said, what the boss means is that when we go to choose soldiers tomorrow, we'll choose those whose bases are similar to the two of us. Right, Chuan? Lin Chuan nodded. It's still Xiao Ying who's smart. Zhou Xian frowned slightly. Boss, this time the selection of soldiers, we can only choose within our own group army. Other people's other group armies also want to select the formation of special forces, cannot give a good seedling you. As far as our group army is concerned, can we find so many good seedlings who are as talented and powerful as my little Ying? Lin Chuan laughed. It's not the quantity, but the quality. Zhou Xian and Sun Ying were stunned. Boss, I haven't asked you yet. How many people do we end up needing? Lin Chuan stretched out 3 fingers. 300? That amount. It's acceptable. Lin Chuan shook his head. 3,000? That's too much. That's up to a brigade. How are we going to practice with just the 3 of us? It's 30. Lin Chuan said. 1 platoon is enough. 30? The 2 couldn't help but scream out. No, boss, just 1 platoon? Lin Chuan nodded slightly. Special forces, you want the best of the best, not a bunch of rabble. Zhou Xian was puzzled. But boss, when we were training abroad, we also learned about it. Eagle Jam, Sunset, Hairy Bear, these countries that have long created special forces, they have thousands and thousands of people in one special force. For example, the better-known Delta and Alpha units, as announced to the public, have thousands of them. There are only 30 of us. Can we call this a special force? Lin Chuan asked. Then how many troops would you say, with so many people, are actually conducting special operations? The 2 men sniffed and frowned slightly. Silence. Lin Chuan continued. You guys are right. A complete full-strength special forces unit is at least a regiment. But that kind can only be called a special operations company combination. To put it bluntly, the combat power of this so-called special operations company is about the same as the Ace Reconnaissance Battalion and company inside each of our current group armies. It's just that they're organized inside the special forces. And what I want is 30 elite soldier kings who have the ability to be amphibious on land, sea, and air, who can engage in combat at all times, in all environments, and in all terrains, and all of them are able to utilize combat power that far exceeds that of the special forces of these so-called special operations companies. That is to say, what I want is a king of special warfare whose 30 men's combat power is comparable to a force of hundreds or even thousands of special warfare companies of that level of strength. Instead of the codename Skywolf Tri-Amphibious Special Forces, I'd prefer it to be called Skywolf Special Operations Commandos. These special forces that you're talking about, Delta, Alpha, within them, they'll have something similar to this elite of the Elite Special Operations Commando Unit, also known as the Shadow Force. It won't be announced to the public, but if there are high difficulty, immensely arduous missions of penetration, assassination, intelligence theft, and small-scale anti-terrorist counter-explosive, etc., it's basically these elite soldier kings who go to carry them out. That's the kind of commando I'm going to build. Understand? Zhou Xian and Sun Ying both looked at each other. Then with a bewildered look, he shook his head. Don't get it. Lin Chuan was speechless, but he also knew that there was currently no similar commando unit in China. And these 2 had never really seen this kind of commando unit, so it was naturally difficult to understand. But the Chinese army in the previous life, with the continuous mapping, gradually developed into this kind of special forces in the special forces of the special forces of their own words. All of this, it takes experience and time to build up. Now that the formation of special forces in China has only begun, they have not been exposed to it, and it is normal that they do not understand it. Lin Chuan said, when the selection training begins, you will slowly understand. Zhou Xian was a little worried. But what about the confrontation test at the end of the year? If the other group armies are forming special forces with hundreds or even thousands of men, and we take these 30 men to fight them, can this be won? Lin Chuan laughed. That depends on how the confrontation is done. If it's a traditional frontal confrontation, this will naturally not be able to compare. But if it's according to the nature and mission requirements of special forces, just conducting missions such as penetration, assassination, intelligence theft, decapitation, etc., they just have tens of thousands of people, and we can still win easily. Alright, say too much and you'll have trouble understanding the implications. You just have to trust me and do what I ask. Zhou Xian and Sun Ying nodded. Fine. The next day, Lin Chuan took Zhou Xian and Sun Ying with him and drove directly to the first unit to be selected, the Marines. The dozen or so army groups that are basically close to the coast have their own Marines. The Marines, not the special forces that everyone is familiar with. Of course, one can't rule out the fact that there are some more battle-hardened commandos in there as well. For example, the familiar Augur commandos. Of course, at this stage of the Zhelong commando, there is no Lin Chuan is not sure, because according to the combat power of the previous life's Augur commandos, it was already strong enough to be comparable to the strength of the Army's elite Special Operations Commandos. The Marines are large, comparable to a division, and contain amphibious reconnaissance units, armored battalions, amphibious mechanized battalions, artillery battalions, and chemical defense battalions. The later ones are skill-based and generally not strong in personal combat. It is the amphibious reconnaissance unit that is the strongest unit on its own, with the order documents from the headquarters as well as the group army in hand. All units within the group army must cooperate fully. Unless it was a corps of skilled soldiers who couldn't get off duty, the unit was required to unconditionally send its soldiers over for intensive training and selection whenever Lin Chuan looked at them. Originally, the head of the group army wanted to keep it simple and just have the units send their sharpshooters over directly. However, after Lin Chuan possessed the gifted penetrating eye skill, he directly refused this request. It is better to have nothing than nothing. 3 hours later, the trio finally reached the Marines. Comrade Lin Chuan, welcome, a lieutenant colonel greeted him. My name is Herman, captain of the amphibious reconnaissance unit. Lin Chuan stood at attention and saluted. Hello, Captain Herman said. I've received the order, and the Brigadier General has asked me to take you to select soldiers. I have all the subject grade information for all the soldiers in the unit within the past few years, so please follow me. Lin Chuan waved his hand and said, I won't look at the information. Just take me directly to your troop and pick them on the spot. Pick on the spot? He-Wen was stunned. You mean, let me pull them all out for the test? Lin Chuan shook his head. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just take me to your training grounds and camp. No need to make special arrangements. You will just carry out your daily operational work as usual. Herman looked puzzled. You can pick the right soldier without reading the information, without testing, simply by going to see the person? At this moment, he was even a little skeptical of the military's choice to make Lin Chuan the chief instructor. Lin Chuan looked like he was only in his 20s. So young, there is no that so-called training experience of special forces, and even personal strength. There is no on bottom of those soldiers are not necessarily strong. However, he, a small amphibious reconnaissance troop leader, was naturally in no position to object or be skeptical. He-Wen nodded and immediately led Lin Chuan and the three of them to the amphibious reconnaissance unit's training grounds. The car was traveling inside the Marine Corps. The camp was huge, and the car drove for nearly 10 minutes before they arrived at their exclusive training grounds. It's a combined land and sea training ground, against the sea, with mountains and sandy beaches linked together. The comprehensive training ground was as far as the eye could see, and at that moment, there were hundreds of amphibious scouts training, or an armed run, or a 400-meter obstacle landing, or swimming, or military boxing, and so on. He-Wen introduced himself. Our reconnaissance unit has a total of 5 squadrons, 4 male squadrons and 1 female squadron. All that's left, except for the watchmen and the cooks and the vacationers, are here. Look, what's it going to take to pick? Lin Chuan said. Teen please give me someone to follow me around and take note of the people you see for me. When you're done, just gather them up. Herman was stunned. That's it? Chapter 3, Selection to the Marines. Lin Chuan smiled. It's as simple as that. He-Wen was filled with suspicion, but didn't ask anything else. Communicator. Here. A private came up and stood at attention. He-Wen pointed at him and rushed Lin Chuan. This is my correspondent Xiao Li. He'll follow you later. If you want any soldiers, tell him directly. Li, you follow Instructor Lin. If you don't recognize it, you'll ask their squadron leader. Yes, thanks. After Lin Chuan said something to He-Wen, he led the three of them to start strolling around the training grounds. Zhou Xian, who was on the side, couldn't help but ask at this time, Boss, how is this going to be chosen if the information isn't read and the examination isn't conducted? Lin Chuan didn't say anything, just walked straight towards one of the squadrons. This squadron is currently training in military boxing and sandbagging. Xiao Li introduced. Instructor Lin, this is the 3rd squadron. Lin Chuan nodded slightly, his gaze looking towards the 100 or so people in this squadron. Activate the gifted perspective eye skill. Instantly, the soldiers that appeared wherever Lin Chuan's gaze swept, before his eyes, a large amount of analyzed data in terms of talent level, physique, combat skills, and so on, would appear. Lin Chuan's gaze rested on one of the privates, who was currently following the large group in military boxing. In an instant, Lin Chuan's various data of the soldier appeared before his eyes. Talent A+, through the system of extreme hardening, can reach S+ level, maximum SSS level, potential S, up to SSS, combat skills, B+, up to SSS level. Physical fitness, 127, 100 for normal people. Arm strength, leg strength. There are 7 or 8 other analyses of various data in the back. Seeing these data, Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. According to the system's explanation, reaching an A rank in talent and potential would give them a good chance of being groomed into special forces. The higher the talent and potential, the higher the future ceiling. As for combat skills and physical fitness, these were also tied to talent and potential, and could be raised up. Of course, just because the chances are good doesn't mean it will work. There are many other internal and external factors that can have an impact. For example, courage, willpower, psychology, character, family, and so on. Whether he can suffer, whether his mental resilience is strong enough, whether he can overcome these in the face of fear, are all things to be overcome. If these internal and external factors are overcome, then there is basically no problem. Lin Chuan immediately pointed at the soldier, and the correspondent next to him, Xiao Li, hurriedly took out a notebook and a small note to write it down. His expression, however, was very strange. What's wrong? This soldier, what's the problem? Lin Chuan couldn't help but ask when he saw Xiao Li's expression. Li shook his head. Report. Nope. Just what? Little Li hesitantly said. Instructor Lin, are you sure you want this soldier? Lin Chuan nodded. Okay. Xiao Li, this soldier, from the same class as me, is called Zhao Hu. We all call him Tiger. His grades, whether in the recruit company or in his current squadron, are just barely at the level of average grades. There are many more soldiers with better grades than him. I don't quite understand why you're looking at him. Zhou Xian and Sun Ying on the side were also confused and looked at Lin Chuan in disbelief. Lin Chuan, however, laughed. I pick people without looking at grades. Li, Zhou Xian and Sun Ying? If not grades, then what? Isn't this going to be a special forces unit? Xiao Li looked at Lin Chuan with an expectant face and asked tentatively. Lin instructor. Then you think, can I? Lin Chuan glanced at him and shook his head slightly. You can't. For what? Xiao Li was instantly anxious. Don't look at me as the captain's correspondent now, but my physical fitness, it's even better than Zhao Hu's. Lin Chuan walked forward to observe the other members while saying, as I said, I don't look at your current physical fitness. Li muttered with a disappointed look. What do you look at if you don't look at physical fitness? All the way through. After looking at a squadron, only Zhao Hu was qualified. The others, either their talent was too poor, or their potential was not. Even if there is a strong physical quality now, it seems that it has reached its peak in terms of talent and potential, and cannot break through again. Even if they were brought back for selection, it would just be a waste of energy and resources. Upon arriving at the 2nd Squadron's training ground, he found a captain, teaching some of the 2nd Squadron's members swimming drills. The physical stats shown are very good, both in terms of talent and potential, all at the S+ level. On these two, it was a bit higher than both Zhou Xian and Sun Ying next to him. Of course, in terms of combat skills and current physical qualities, it was a bit inferior to Zhou Xian and Sun Ying, but when you look at the field, it's one of the best. Who is that captain? Lin Chuan pointed at the captain and asked Xiao Li. You mean squadron leader Captain Tanglin? Oh, squadron leader? Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. Interesting, since he's a squadron leader, that proves that he's certainly not bad at commanding and mobilizing as well as mentally. Write it down. Little Li, he's a squadron leader. Li reminded. Lin Chuan glanced at him and said indifferently, what? I'm not qualified to have the squadron leader? I've been given orders that if it's one of your Marines, even if it's your first sergeant, he's got to come whenever I want him. Are you having any other comments? No. Xiao Li's heart shook and he hurriedly shook his head back and forth, then hurriedly memorized Tang Lin's name. Next, Lin Chuan looked at the entire 4 squadrons of male soldiers and found just 3 more suitable ones. Let's go to the next squadron, Xiao Li hesitantly said. Instructor Lin, there's only one last female squadron left. Lin Chuan waved his hand. It doesn't matter. It's fine for female soldiers to meet the standards. Li, Zhou Xian asked in a puzzled whisper. Boss, we still need female soldiers? Lin Chuan said. What? Can a female soldier do it? Zhou Xian said. However, the physical quality of female soldiers is inherently much lower than that of male soldiers. And, with such intense training, I'm just afraid they won't be able to carry it. Lin Chuan pointed at Sun Ying next to him and laughed. You really don't treat Ying as a woman. Zhou Xian bristled. She was originally a manly woman. Sun-ing was instantly furious. Zhou Xian. Say that again for a sake. Zhou Xian shrunk his neck and hurriedly hid behind Lin Chuan. Ben. Would have been. Sun-ing, you. Okay. Lin Chuan said. Don't disgrace yourself in someone else's territory. You're right. Female soldiers are inherently inferior to male soldiers when it comes to physical conditioning. But you mustn't forget that male soldiers are also inferior to female soldiers in many innate conditions, such as reconnaissance behind enemy lines, intelligence theft, infiltration in makeup and disguise, and so on. Female soldiers can easily gain the trust of the enemy and make them let their guard down. Because women, in everyone's subconscious, are inherently weak. This deep-rooted concept will make them not take women seriously and thus make wrong judgments. In such a situation, the success rate of female soldiers in accomplishing their tasks is much higher. After Lin Chuan finished speaking, Sun-ing on one side slightly raised her head and looked at Zhou Xian with a look of contempt. Hear that? It's still boss who understands us women. Humph. Zhou Xian bristled. It's not like every woman is like you. A manly woman. Lin Chuan smiled. That's why we have to screen and find female soldiers who don't lose Xiaoying's physical condition and intellectual and mental advantages. Saying that, Lin Chuan looked at Sun-ing. I am planning to create a women's special combat commando team at the same time. And when that time comes, I will need you to be the commando team leader. How's that for confidence? Sun-ing was overjoyed at his words. Report. Guarantee to live up to your expectations, boss? Lin Chuan nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. The four headed toward the women's squadron. The women's squadron, at this time, was in the middle of a firing exercise. Xiao Li said, the number of women's squadron is only half of the men's squadron. Only 56. Excluding those on guard duty and vacation. Those currently training here, there are 51. Lin Chuan nodded, his eyes scanning the entire female soldiers and activating the gifted penetrating eye skill. This look surprised him quite a bit. 51 people, and there were actually 4 with good talent and potential. Although physical fitness and certain combat skills on the strength, relative to the male soldiers to be quite a bit worse, but that's not even a thing. As long as the talent and potential is there, it can be practiced later on. Instantly these 4 female soldiers were ordered, and Li quickly jotted down 2. Instructor Lin. I don't know much about the personnel on the women's squadron side. I only know 2 of them. One is called Sumei, a provincial games champion in sparring, strong in fighting, and was specially recruited in. One is called Chen Jiao, also a provincial 1,500-meter freestyle athlete, and like Sumei, she was specially recruited in. Both of them are stronger than the male soldiers in both subjects. You have such a keen eye that you can actually see their strengths at a glance. There are 2 more, though, so wait a moment. I'll have to ask their squadron leader for the names of the other 2 female soldiers. Lin Chuan nodded slightly. After Little Li had just run away, Hewen came over at that moment. Instructor Lin, how's it going? Have you picked it out yet? Lin Chuan smiled. Basic. Waiting for your correspondent to record the names of the 2 female soldiers. Herman frowned slightly. You're still recruiting women? Lin Chuan nodded. Female soldiers have a comparative advantage in certain special missions, and are an indispensable force for us. Herman was a little puzzled. Women soldiers can still conduct special operations? Come on, show me which of the female soldiers you fancy. With that, he led Lin Chuan's trio towards the female training ground. And the other side. Li quickly ran to the female captain who was instructing the female soldiers in shooting practice. Report. Squadron Han. The female superior turned her head, saw that it was Little Li, and immediately smiled. Little Li, what is it? Is a team he looking for me for something? Xiao Li hurriedly said. No, I wanted to come and ask you about the names of the 2 female soldiers in your squadron. With that, Li pointed at 2 of the female soldiers. Squadron Han was stunned and asked in confusion. What do you want to ask them their names for? Xiao Li immediately told Lin Chuan about the 2 female soldiers that Lin Chuan had his eye on, and added that this was Hewen's intention and that the whole team would have to cooperate. Besides the 2 of them, Chen Jiao and Sumei were also picked by Instructor Lin. What? Special Forces selection? And are female soldiers to select? Are you kidding me? Squadron Han was so surprised that his voice chanting went up a few notches. The female soldiers who were performing aiming training stopped their training and looked over curiously. Chapter 4, Marine Corps Hostility. What special forces? What selection? I don't know. The group of female soldiers looked at each other with curiosity. Li nodded. Yes. The army just issued an order some time ago for all units in the entire group to cooperate. Squadron Han frowned slightly. I didn't receive any orders from the military, because I didn't send a notice to your women's squadron. At that moment, Herman's voice came. When Squadron Han saw Hewen, who was approaching, he immediately straightened his face and shouted, all of you, stand up, stand at attention. All the female soldiers quickly stood up and stood straight. Squadron Han immediately saluted at He-won with a solemn expression. Reporting to the Brigadier General. The female squadron is conducting maritime firing aiming training. Please instruct. Female squadron leader Han Li. He-won casually returned the salute. I was the one who gave Instructor Lin permission to select someone in our scouting brigade. Squadron Han wondered. Captain, what is this so-called Special Forces selection? Herman said. It's the Special Forces selection. What Special Forces? Herman was a little embarrassed. I don't really understand. Squadron Han. Special Forces are simply unconventional rapid reaction forces that specialize in special covert missions. At this time, Lin Chuan spoke. Lieutenant Han. Hello. I'm Lin Chuan, in charge of personnel selection for the Special Forces. The 4 female soldiers that Li just asked you about are the ones I chose. Wanted to invite them to the Special Forces selection. Squadron Han looked at the major in front of him, who was about the same age as himself, and remained puzzled. It was also the first time that a group of female soldiers heard the term Special Forces. All of them had a question mark on their faces. Lin Chuan sighed helplessly. Currently there are no Special Forces in China. Even the name, it seems unusually strange. It makes sense that these regular troopers and officers would not know, but verbal explanations are hardly enough. After all, no one knows what the standard for Special Forces is, except for himself. Lin Chuan could only look at He-won with a bitter smile. Captain He, how about this? You call all the people I want. Centrally. I'll be brief. If they want to participate, they participate. If they don't, forget it. I won't force it. It's their freedom. Herman nodded. Here, give me the list. I'll see who you've selected. Li immediately handed the list up. He-won swept a glance and was instantly surprised. Of the nearly 600 people in our amphibious reconnaissance brigade, there are only 7 people who can meet the standard for being a Special Forces soldier? Xiao Li hurriedly said. It's not 7 people. It's 9. There are also 2 female soldiers I haven't memorized yet. He-won took a closer look at the list and couldn't help but be shocked as he laughed and cursed at Lin Chuan. You brat. You're the one who didn't even let go of Tang Lin, the best squadron leader I have here. You transfer him here, and I'm left with a squadron without a leader. Lin Chuan laughed. If he's any good, he's still trained by you. So if you can train one, you can train another, right? Moreover, he's only met the criteria to participate in the selection. It's still unknown whether he can pass the examination and become one of us. Lin Chuan's words immediately made Squadron Han on one side unhappy. Then may I ask this so-called Instructor Lin, what is your strength again? And what's the combined combat power of your yet-to-be-established Special Forces? Squadron Han sneered. If you can't see us Marines so well, why come to us to dig around? Squadron Han, how do you talk? Herman whispered. Squadron Han bowed his head slightly, but still muttered in a low voice. It's supposed to be. Squadron Tang is so powerful, and in his eyes, it's still just barely up to that so-called selection standard. Still think you're something, and say. As soon as He-won became angry, Squadron Han could only purse his lips and didn't dare to speak again. He-won was a bit embarrassed as he rushed at Lin Chuan. Instructor Lin, don't worry about it. This Han squadron used to be brought out by Tang Lin, and is considered his soldiers. For Tang Lin, it's extremely admiring. Lin Chuan nodded slightly and didn't care. However, He-won turned his words around at this time and laughed. However, there is one thing that Squadron Han has a bit of a point about. You picked one of my best squadron leaders here. After all, it's no secret that the odds are in my favor to have him in this position in the future. If you want to take him away at this time, not to mention Squadron Han, it's me who is very reluctant to part with him. Of course, if he is with you and has a better development, and makes a greater contribution to the country, the army and the people, as a soldier, I naturally wouldn't dare to stand in the way, and this realization, I still have. Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile at his words. How could he not understand He-won's meaning? And immediately said, Teen He, why don't you just be direct? What do you need me to do so that you feel confident in your heart? He-won laughed. Instructor Lin, look at what you're saying. Where do I have the qualifications to dare ask you to do anything? You're the Chinaman of the army. After a pause, He-won said, you let us know what a real Special Forces soldier should be like. At least you have to make it clear to them, so that they don't have a diaphragm in their hearts. And this won't be conducive to your later training selection of them. Will it? Got it. Lin Chuan nodded his head readily and said, this time I came to your Marines, and together I've selected 9 people. Not too many, but not too few either. And there are a couple of guys that are babies in your Marines, too. I'm really embarrassed to take someone away without making it clear. In that case, Teen He, if you feel the need, then gather the men together and let's cut a deal. Any subject. If I lose one, then it's my loss. I'll leave without saying a word. What do you think? Herman was stunned. I didn't expect Lin Xuan to say such a thing. Does he really have that kind of power? Or is it just too much of a disregard for the Marines? It goes without saying how many bulls the Marines have. In terms of what they are good at. Sea shooting. 400 meters across the sea to the island obstacles. All kinds of swimming events and so on, that are far stronger than other troops. And Squadron Han, as well as a group of female soldiers, apparently froze for a moment. A few moments later, they felt extremely insulted. How much did that look down on them Marines to say something like that? In fact, Lin Xuan didn't need to go to such trouble at all. As long as the list is submitted and the military order is here, it's useless for He-Won to oppose it. People still have to be handed over. But that approach, it doesn't work here. At least for now, it's not appropriate. After all, there were no special forces in China, and people had no concept of such forces. In other words, press to know what kind of troop you are. Why would I want to leave such an excellent troop and position as I have now? Even if you are forced to go, what about the swing? It's not like the previous life. In the past life, the three words special forces have been deeply rooted in people's hearts. It's the gold standard. But anyone with a bit of blood and a competitive mentality wants to go. Therefore, the best way is to let them know how big the gap is between them and the real special forces. Let them know what special forces should be like. After He-Won reacted, he immediately made a harumph and laughed. Instructor Lin, look at what you're saying. After all, you have to let the soldiers you've selected know if the instructor who's going to select them is capable of training them, don't you? Otherwise, even if you go, they won't be convinced in their hearts, and it will be difficult for you to convince the people, won't it? Lin Xuan nodded. Understood. Then let's ask Team He to make the arrangements. Anything on my side? Yes. Seeing that Lin Xuan was so forthcoming, He-Won also stopped talking nonsense. Immediately, he rushed the small Li next to him and said, "Go! Notify the whole team to gather. Then, these 9 people chosen by Instructor Lin, let them stand in the first row." Yes. Zhou Xian and Sun Ning exchanged a glance and revealed a meaningful smile. It's forcing our boss to act tough. Soon, the entire brigade quickly assembled. The crowd was curious when they saw 3 strangers standing next to He-Won. After assembling, Xiaoli saluted at He-Won and immediately took the list, walked to the front of the large group, and read aloud the names of the 9 people on the list. Other than the 4 female soldiers, the remaining 5 male soldiers, including Tang Lin, all walked out with puzzled faces. That's when Herman stepped out and said loudly, "I've asked everyone to gather to say one thing. Just half a month ago, the military issued an order directing the formation of special forces to all units. That order, except for the women's squadron, the other 4 men's squadrons, should have received it, and this one standing beside me, Major Lin Xuan, is the chief instructor of the special forces selection." When the crowd heard this, their gazes went to Lin Xuan, a look of surprise, for no other reason than because Lin Xuan looked too young, younger than their lieutenant. So young to be chief instructor of selection? So this special forces, how good can it be? Everyone's reaction was clearly what Herman wanted to see, although he verbalized that he would cooperate. But he wasn't stupid either. If Lin Xuan had just casually taken a few soldiers away, he would have turned a blind eye. But now, Lin Xuan was taking away his best squadron leader, as well as 2 or 3 other soldiers who were relatively top-notch in certain areas. Who wants a good soldier in their family to be poached? In his words, if the special forces are really a good place to be, and are of great benefit to the people of the country's forces as well as its soldiers, he doesn't say anything, but now it was, and he wasn't sure. It was especially also a disapproval of Lin Xuan's personal strength. That's why we're doing this. Herman continued. Everyone saw the 9 men standing in front of them. These 9 people are the ones chosen by Chief Instructor Lin to go to the selection. The crowd shifted their gaze to the 9 people in front of them, but there was little envy in the eyes or expression. Who knows where that is? It's over. For better or for worse. Who knows? And the 9, apparently, weren't the least bit excited. Instead, all of them frowned and, apparently, didn't care much for it. And next, He-Wen's words made them even more hostile to Lin Xuan. To the special forces. Chapter 5, you guys challenge as much as you want. Lose 1 item and it's on me. He-Won exclaimed. But the 9 of you shouldn't be too complacent. The other chief instructor Lin said that you guys just barely met his selection standards. Not even close to being a real special forces soldier. So, you 9, when you go over there, you must train hard and strive to meet Chief Instructor Lin's requirements as soon as possible. Don't disgrace us Marines. Do you hear me? The 9 didn't reply, but instead, they clenched their fists one by one, looking at Lin Xuan with hostility and wariness in their eyes. Report. At this point, Squadron Leader Tam Lin couldn't help himself and yelled, "May I ask Chief Instructor Lin, do you know us?" Know us Marines? What makes you say that those of us who are far below your standards? You're insulting us. He feigned displeasure. Squadron Tang. Watch what you say. Chief Instructor Lin was appointed by the military. And the fact that people dare to set such standards and think that you can't reach them proves that their strength is far above yours. What do you have against it? Report. A female soldier shouted. Chief Instructor Lin doesn't think we can do it. We're not convinced. If you're capable, let's compete. Just paying lip service is nothing. With these words, the other members of the other chosen ones, too, clamored. Humph. Heewon coldly grunted. What qualifications do you have to challenge someone else? Chief Instructor Lin? He's the chief instructor. What have you got against him? With that, Heewon pointed at Lin Chuan and continued loudly. The other chief instructor is much stronger. He said any subject, any challenge you want, but if he loses any of them, it counts as his loss. Will the one who dares to say such words be weaker than you? I advise you, don't make a fool of yourselves and embarrass yourselves. When Tan Lin and the others heard this, their hearts grew even more furious, and the hundreds of Marines behind them, one by one, their breaths became short, and they looked at Lin Chuan with unfavorable gazes. It was a naked look down on their entire brigade. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, stood to the side with a calm face. Zhou Xian and Sun Ying, however, had somewhat ugly faces. This Heewon on the surface is always defending Lin Chuan. In reality, are constantly arching fire off. This old man, he's not a big deal. At that moment, more than 200 meters away from the scene, the Marine Corps First Sergeant was standing respectfully next to the two generals, and his face was somewhat embarrassed. Next to them stood a captain with a walkie-talkie in his hand. Over the walkie-talkie, the contents of the conversation between Herman and a group of Marines earlier came out. That, Chief, Heewon doesn't mean to say so. He may just see that the soldiers he has cultivated with great difficulty to be poached. His heart is not comfortable. So, the first captain carefully looked at the two chiefs' looks and said nervously. Army Commander Wang He instead waved his hand smilingly and said, it's fine. It's only human. No one wants a good soldier under their command to be wanted. The group chief of staff on one side also laughed. This is good. It also lets us see, in passing, Lin Chuan's true strength, and also incidentally, test the results of your Marines training these days. Wang He sighed slightly. The entire army is grasping at straws and feverishly forming special forces, but the concept of special forces is vaguely understood across the army. Let's hope this Lin Chuan kid can make a good start. At the scene, Heewon still wanted to say something, but at that moment, Lin Chuan was walking out. Let me do the talking. After saying that, Lin Chuan slowly took a few steps forward, and was less than 10 meters away from Tang Lin and the others. He could feel the hostility of Don Lin and the others, even the entire Marine Corps, towards himself. However, he only laughed at it and said with complete disinterest, your captain is right. With your current strength, you are still far from being able to enter the special forces. I know you guys aren't convinced. Now, I'll give you the opportunity to challenge me. Of course, you can also refuse to participate in the selection. In my case, it's all voluntary. But if I were you guys, I'd definitely go for it. What kind of soldier is a good soldier if he doesn't have the courage to stand in the front line of battle, the desire to become a stronger warrior, and the courage to challenge the insurmountable peaks and enemies? Why don't you just go home and raise pigs? And the special forces, the land of the strong, exists specifically to train this elite of the elite. After hearing this, Tang Lin said disdainfully, you don't have to say that much about the special forces. I don't know much about them though, but one can probably imagine what nature of troops that is. I just don't believe that with you. You can put together a force like that. So, I'm going to challenge you. If you can beat me, I'll be there for it, and will do everything in his power to complete the selection test and become a member of the special forces. But if you lose, you must apologize for your arrogance and contempt for our Marines. Yes, Lin Chuan nodded lightly. Like your captain, he said. Any subject, you may challenge. Saying that, Lin Chuan stretched out a finger. But whenever I lose one item, count it as my loss. I apologize. Tang Lin's eyes narrowed fiercely. You really are arrogant. Lin Chuan said blandly. That's because I have the capital to be arrogant. Say, what do you want to compare? Tang Lin said. I'm best at all types of shooting in 400 meters across the sea to the island. If you can beat me in these two areas, I'll serve you. I want to fight you. At this time, female soldier Sumei stood out and coldly said, if you win, I'll also obey you. I am willing to go to the selection, and promise to absolutely do my best. Lin Chuan didn't take a stand and said loudly, where are the rest of you? Anyone else who wants to challenge, come forward together. The remaining 7 people who had been picked by Lin Chuan You looked at me and I looked at you, all hesitating. Me. Chen Jiao gritted her teeth and raised her hand. I'm going to race you in the light freestyle 1,500 meters. The remaining 6 did not take a position. Also understandable. All 6 of them, in fact, were only average in terms of personal strength. It was only because of his better talent and potential that he was chosen by Lin Xuan. It's natural to shy away from challenges without a particular skill set. Seeing that no one issued another challenge, Lin Xuan then turned his head and rushed He-Wen. Team He, if I win them all, people, I'll take them all. You're okay with that, right? He-Wen laughed. How dare I have an opinion? After he finished speaking, his gaze turned to Tang Lin, the smile on his face slightly tightening, his eyes becoming somewhat sharp. The implications of this are self-evident. So be it. Lin Xuan turned his head, looking at Tang Lin. Say, how do you want to compare the shooting? Tang Lin turned and looked out to sea. Looking in his direction, there were dozens of buoys floating in the sea. From 50 meters to 800 meters, each buoy has a chest ring target inserted. The chest ring target floats irregularly with the waves up and down, back and forth, left and right. The range is not great, but it's also quite difficult if you're trying to aim a shot. Donlin said, we'll just hit the breast ring target on the 200-meter buoy. Whoever has the highest ring count wins. Lin Xuan nodded. Yes, begin. Immediately, Tang Lin began to prepare his weapon. Get down. Aim. All eyes were on the buoyed breast ring target 200 meters away. Filled with anticipation, Tang Lin was the sharpshooter of their amphibious reconnaissance brigade. 100 paces. Everyone had faith in him. Bang! After aiming for a few seconds, Tang Lin finally fired. After one shot, with less than 2 seconds between them, a second shot followed. Immediately following the third shot. The fourth shot. The time it took to finish the 10 shots was just under half a minute. Soon a soldier went in a speedboat and brought back the target paper. Report. 10 rounds, all hit 10 rings. Total rings, 100. The soldier shouted excitedly. After saying that, he also excitedly got it in front of Lin Xuan and shook it provocatively. Yes, Squadron Tang is awesome. The hundreds of Marines on the scene cheered and screamed with excitement. When He-Wen saw the results, his heart was slightly relieved. On the other side, Wang He and the Army Chief of Staff both revealed a flash of surprise when they heard this achievement. This Tang Lin is a good shot. Wang He marveled. The Marine Grand Master showed a rare flash of a smile. Tang Lin is the best shooter in our entire Marine Corps. The Chief of Staff laughed. Now, this kid, Lin Xuan, is under pressure. Wang He laughed. Then let's see if we've chosen the wrong person. Chapter 6, Absolute Crushing. This is the real Special Forces. A rare smile also appeared on Tang Lin's face as he looked toward Lin Xuan and said, it's your turn. If you can hit 100 rings as well, then we'll stretch the distance and hit 250 meters until it's just a competition. Lin Xuan, however, shook his head slightly. When the female squadron leader saw Lin Xuan shaking his head, he sneered. What? Admitted defeat? I thought you were so great, but you were still defeated by our Tang squadron? Lin Xuan calmly said. What I mean by shaking my head is that your marksmanship, it's nothing more than that. Tang Lin's eyes narrowed, his tone slightly cold. What do you mean? Lin Xuan took the target paper as soon as he could and pointed to the bullet holes on it. That's right, you shot 100 rings, but look at the spacing of the bullet holes on it. Is it dense enough? Such an achievement, and you have the nerve to bring it out to embarrass people. The female squadron leader was instantly furious. If you're capable, you'll hit that first two. Who doesn't know how to push their luck with their mouth? It is. Can you hit it? The other female soldiers shouted. Lin Xuan said lightly, I can fight, but I don't care to. Such an achievement is a pure waste of ammunition and a waste of our nation's smokers smoking money. After saying that, Lin Xuan turned his head and said to Zhou Xian and Sun Ying, remember how I trained you? The two men physically stood up and said in unison, report. Remember, Lin Xuan said. Then go get ready. Yes. The two men responded and quickly ran towards the speedboat under the uncomprehending gaze of the crowd. Zhou Xian spoke leisurely as he passed by Tang Lin and the female squadron leader. Now, let me show you what a true marksman is. With a score like yours, our boss could fight with his eyes closed. After saying that, the two of them were picking up the two head targets placed on the edge of the beach. Using a rope, Sun Ying tied the pole of the head target to Zhou Xian's back, with the target at the level of Zhou Xian's head, each exposing half of the 10 rings. What are they doing? Why are they strapping targets to their bodies? I don't know. The crowd of Marines were dumbfounded. Tang Lin and He-Wen were also puzzled. Instructor Lin, what are you guys? He-Wen couldn't help but ask Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Team He, later, you'll know. Boom. At this time, Sun Ying sat on the driver's seat and started to maneuver the speedboat. nodding at Lin Chuan. Then she stepped on the gas, and the speedboat rushed out towards the sea. Zhou Xian, on the other hand, was standing straight on the speedboat. After 200 meters, Sun Ying turned the boat around to form a parallel line with the shoreline. After setting the direction, he directly pressed the gas pedal to the bottom, and the speedboat directly sped up at 80 miles per hour on the sea. While the crowd was still puzzled, only a clicking sound of a bullet being loaded was heard. The faces of the people changed. They turned their heads, and they seemed to have guessed what Lin Chuan was going to do, and one of them instantly widened their eyes. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Lin Chuan had raised his gun. Next, ta-da-da-da. At the rate of 1 round per half second, bullet after bullet flew out, shooting directly at the head targets on either side of Zhou Xian's head, who was standing on the speedboat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Crazy. How dare he shoot like that? Not afraid to hit his man? Hit a hairline. This distance. This speed. Who can hit it? If this hits, I'll do a handstand in a skirt. A female soldier grunted. Other side. Crazy 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 crazy. Wang Yi saw this scene with his binoculars and was so frightened that the binoculars almost fell to the ground. Lin Chuan, this little. How dare you shoot like this? If this were to happen, then Zhou Xian would be beaten into a hornet's nest. The chief of staff's heart was also in his throat. Bastard boy. Really bold. If this hits anyone, it's over. On the scene, Wang Yi quickly snatched the binoculars from his correspondent, and Tang Lin on the side was also anxiously and quickly turning his head for binoculars, snatching a handful from his own correspondent. However, because the speedboat was so fast, it was difficult to see what was happening on the target even with binoculars. The only thing that could be ascertained was that Zhou Xian always stood upright. Ta-da-da-da. Bullets were still spewing out of the barrel, bringing up a cloud of sparks. The pungent smell of gunpowder seemed to tell the crowd, this is not a drill. This is the real deal. Only after a full 20 shots did Lin Chuan stop. By the time the crowd reacted, Sun Ying had already returned in her speedboat. Report, Chief Instructor. We're back, Sun Ying exclaimed. Lin Chuan nodded slightly. Take the target down and show them. Yes. Immediately, Sun Ying took the target's tie to Zhou Xian's body next, holding one in one hand, holding it up, and standing straight in front of Tang Lin. He won, and a group of Marines. The group of people standing in front of them subconsciously looked at the human head target. When he saw that there were 10 bullet holes in each of the 10 rings of the head target, and that the bullet holes were almost all densely next to each other, his eyes almost didn't stare out. Deadly silence. Even with each other, they could hear each other's breaths that were rasping from shock. What the kind of goddamn shooting is that? That speed, that distance, and still tying the target to a person's head. Just now, they were all able to clearly see that half of those 10 rings were hidden behind Zhou Xian's head, and now, the 20 bullet holes, all on the other side of the 10 ring. That is to say, 20 rounds, all of which hit the 10 ring with uncanny accuracy. It was almost shooting against Zhou Xian's head. Just the slightest deviation would directly blow Zhou Xian's head off with a single shot. What kind of mental strength, resistance to pressure, and what kind of sick marksmanship it would take to shoot like that. It was only then that Army Commander Wang He and the Chief of Staff heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped up the cold sweat on their foreheads with their hands. That bastard. I almost had a heart attack from him. The Chief of Staff smacked his lips. However, this Lin Chuan's marksmanship is really something. Like this, it can still shoot so horribly. Wang He nodded slightly. So it seems that we have chosen the right person. Lin Chuan walked over at this time and came in front of Tang Lin. Tang Lin slightly raised his head to look at Lin Chuan. The eyes were just like the disdain and hostility from before was gone. In its place, there is a strong shock as well as frenzy. Know why I shoot like that? Lin Chuan calmly asked. Tang Lin froze for a moment, then slowly shook his somewhat stiff neck. The others also looked puzzled. Since he has such a good shot, he can beat Tang Lin in any random fight. But why choose this extremely risky approach? Lin Chuan said. Because this is how the special forces train. Tang Lin's expression moved. Lin Chuan continued. Special forces, the enemies they have to face are either vicious thugs, drug dealers, mercenaries, or well-equipped militants, or even an expert whose strength is no less than yours. The enemy doesn't stand still like a target, waiting for you to shoot. Even more often, they have hostages in their hands. Anyone can hit a target, but what about an enemy holding a hostage? Do you have a big enough resistant heart to finish the shot, kill the enemy and get the hostage out? Don't tell me there won't be a situation like the one I just shot at. You are Marines. Troops who work with the Navy to defend the seas, pirates and armed groups at sea abound outside. What if it's a pirate holding a hostage on a speedboat? In this case, the only way to free the hostage is to shoot the pirate behind the hostage. Do you dare to shoot? Can you hit it? The crowd, for a moment, was silent. None of them are cuties. The situation Lin Xuan was talking about would not only not occur, and there are definitely not a few that show up. Just saying, they haven't gone through with it yet. But if special forces are the ones that exist to conduct such rescue operations, then in the future, naturally, they will be encountered often. This also verified Lin Xuan's words at the beginning. They were still far from becoming real special forces. Since Lin Xuan could do it, that proved that it wasn't impossible to do. I lost. After a moment, Tang Lin finally spoke. Gunnery, I can't compare to you. But, saying that, Tang Lin's eyes once again lit up with a strong fighting spirit. I'm still going to compete with you in the 400-meter cross-sea island obstacle run. Lin Xuan smiled. Lightly armored. Or armed, Tang Lin said. Naturally armed. Light armor is all for new recruits to run. Good. Let's start then. Lin Xuan said. Soon, the two came to the 400-meter obstacle course. Chapter 7, You Are Not Worthy of My Hand. The Marine Corps' 400-meter cross-sea island obstacle course simulates a complex and changing real-world environment, featuring numerous challenging obstacles. It starts with a 2-meter-high wall, followed by a knee-deep mud puddle, and then a 5-step pile of varying heights, then a wobbly pontoon bridge that needs to be crossed quickly, followed by a 3-meter-high ladder, and then a patch of interlocking barbed wire, covered underneath with sharp bamboo sticks simulating plastic thorns. Finally, there is a wide area of shallow water. The water is also set up some hidden obstacles, used to test the participants' resilience and speed of traveling in the water, and so on. A series of more than a dozen kinds of obstacles. 2 sets of obstacles were arranged in parallel, with Lin Xuan and Tang Lin standing behind their respective starting lines. When Herman gave the order, the 2 men quickly slung their 15-kilogram combat packs on their backs, rifles in hand, and rushed out like arrows from a string. Tang Lin, as an elite marine, started off with agility and quickly crossed the low wall, then passed through the mud puddle with steady feet, and was on the 5-step stakes as if he were on the ground, and was soon in front of the rocking pontoon bridge. With his vast experience, he skillfully controlled his body balance and passed quickly. However, when the crowd turned their gaze towards Lin Xuan, they couldn't help but be stunned by the sight before them, only to see Lin Xuan like a black lightning. When he rushed towards the short wall, he didn't climb like a regular, but with the power of his assisted running, he did a flying side kick, and his hands braced on the top of the wall in the process. The whole body drew a beautiful arc in the air and easily flipped over the short wall. The movement was clean and smooth. After entering the mud puddle, Lin Xuan even showed his amazing speed and skill. His feet moved rapidly and alternately in the mud puddle, splashing mud and water in all directions like torrential rain, each step precisely avoiding the traps and bumps in the mud puddle, and his figure was not hindered by the mud puddle in the slightest. The speed was surprisingly a few % faster than running on flat ground. When he came to the 5-step pile, Lin Xuan even utilized his agility to the extreme. He tapped his feet on the pile like a dragonfly, his body constantly changing its posture in the air, sometimes leaping sideways, sometimes rotating and moving, hardly making any stops on the pile, and instantly passing through the area. By the time he reached the rocking pontoon, Lin Xuan was like a nimble cheetah. His feet jumped quickly across the pontoon, each landing just right on the pontoon's equilibrium point, making the swaying of the pontoon not affect his speed in the slightest. His body bobbed up and down with the ebb and flow of the pontoon, but always maintained a steady forward rhythm, as if he were one with the pontoon. As he climbed the ladder, Lin Xuan climbed alternately with his hands at a dizzying speed. His arm muscles tightened, pulling his body upward a great deal with each exertion, his feet stomping rapidly and alternately in the air, and in the blink of an eye he ascended to the top of the ladder. When passing through the barbed wire, Lin Xuan didn't carefully creep forward like the others, but used a jaw-dropping way. He pressed his body down, and in an almost ground-hugging position, he weaved quickly under the barbed wire. The distance between his back and the ground was less than 10 centimeters, but he was able to skillfully avoid those sharp plastic-simulated bamboo sticks, and his movements were smooth and natural without the slightest stagnation. On the contrary, Tang Lin, after seeing such an amazing performance from Lin Xuan, his heart couldn't help but tighten, and his originally stable rhythm was disrupted. He tried to speed up to catch up, but Lin Xuan's figure was getting farther and farther away, and no matter how desperately he tried, he couldn't close the gap between him and Lin Xuan. Is this still human? A soldier from the Marines said with wide eyes and a face full of shock. I've never seen anyone run the 400-meter obstacle like this. This speed, this passing, it's simply terrifying. Another soldier stammered in agreement. Hewen stood aside, his mouth wide open, unable to close it for half a day. As the captain of the amphibious reconnaissance unit, he had seen countless outstanding soldiers, but this was the first time he had seen a performance like Lin Xuan's. At this moment, the questioning of Lin Xuan in his heart had long since dissipated, and was replaced by deep shock and admiration. If such a stance couldn't be called the king of special forces, then under the sky, it was estimated that no one would dare to call themselves special forces. As Lin Chuan crossed the finish line like a gust of wind, the scene was silent. Everyone was stunned speechless by his unbelievable performance. 1 minute 22 seconds. Herman could hardly believe his eyes. The time far broke the Marine Corps record of 1 minute and 35 seconds that Donlin had held for 3 years. Lin Chuan stood behind the finish line, his breath steady and his face as normal, as if he had just had an easy jog. He slung his rifle over his shoulder, his eyes calmly looking toward Tang Lin, who was still fighting his way through. At this moment, Tang Lin, although there was still a distance to the finish line, his eyes were no longer filled with the fighting spirit from before, but instead, they were filled with admiration and conviction, including the other members of the Marines. At this moment, there was no more questioning Lin Chuan as before. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that, in terms of Lin Chuan's current state of being back, it was obvious that he hadn't used his full strength. Without using his full strength, he still managed to run such an unbelievable time. One can only imagine what it would have been like if he had run at full speed. When Tang Lin finally crossed the finish line, he put down the rifle in his hand, gasped for air, and walked over to Lin Chuan. "I lost." Heartily, Tang Lin raised his head and looked at Lin Chuan and said. After saying that, Tang Lin turned his head to look at He-1. "Team He, you know me. I'm leaving. I'll make it too. Never disgrace our Marines." At this moment, He-1, naturally, wouldn't stop anymore. Immediately, he smiled slightly and said, "Go ahead. I believe in you. You'll always be my best lieutenant." Lin Chuan's expression remained flat. Such an outcome he had expected. His eyes went to Su Mei and Shen Zhao. "Come on. Which one of you will go first?" The two looked at each other and nodded slightly to each other before Su Mei stepped forward first. "I'll fight you first." Lin Chuan, however, shook his head slightly and said, "You guys aren't worthy of me personally." Su Mei's face instantly turned ugly. Before she could speak, Lin Chuan shouted, "Sun Ying, here." Sun Ying took a step and stood behind Lin Chuan's side. Lin Chuan rushed at Su Mei. "She's also considered a soldier I trained. If, say, you guys end up passing the test, she'll also be the leader of your female commando unit. You can beat her, then come back and compete with me." After saying that, he turned around and withdrew 3 meters away. Sun Ying, on the other hand, twisted her wrist and looked at Su Mei with a proud face, saying, "I heard that you're the provincial sparring champion? Oh, in 30 seconds, if you don't fall down 3 times, count me out." At those words, the entire room of Marines instantly moved. Insults! Naked insults! 30 seconds, knocking out 3 provincial sparring champions. What arrogance! Su Mei's fighting prowess, even though she was a female soldier, was the #1 in the entire Marine Corps. Even Tang Lin couldn't beat her. But in the eyes of the other side, it is a rookie. Who can tolerate this? So arrogant. Su Mei, defeat her. Show her what our Marine Women's Squadron is all about. Right. It's so bullying. The fiery tempers of a group of female soldiers were ignited. Su Mei, on the other hand, glared at Sun Ying with frosty eyes. "You will definitely regret what you just said." Chapter 8, Absolute Crush. Su Mei and Sun Ying confronted each other in the center of the field, and the atmosphere was tense. With a command, the battle instantly erupted. Su Mei took the lead. Her body shape was like electricity. A powerful whip leg with a whistling wind sound swept straight towards Sun Ying's waist side. This leg is full of her many years of sparring training. Deep skills, strength and speed are excellent. If hit, the consequences are unimaginable. However, Sun Ying did not panic in the slightest in the face of this incoming attack. Her eyes were as calm as an abyss, and her figure slightly sidestepped Su Mei's whip leg by a hair's breadth. Almost at the same instant, Sun Ying moved. She performed the killing move and the special fighting technique. Her body was as swift as a cheetah pouncing out. Her right fist wrapped with the force of 1,000 pounds, directly hitting Su Mei's abdomen. This punch was extremely fast and at a tricky angle, and Su Mei was simply too late to make an effective defense. Bang! A dull crash sounded, and Su Mei's body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, landing heavily on the ground. Her face was filled with pain and shock, obviously not expecting Sun Ying's counterattack to be so severe. How is this possible? Su Mei was actually knocked out in one move? A Marine's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Disbelief written all over his face. What kind of weird move is Sun Ying doing? It's horrible. The teammates next to her followed suit and staggered. All the Marines in the room sucked in their breath at the sight. Originally thought it would be a match where Su Mei directly crushed Sun Ying. After all, Su Mei's strength of that provincial sparring champion was there. But he didn't expect Sun Ying to beat Su Mei, who was the #1 in fighting strength in the Marine Corps, to the point of being powerless in just one move. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Sun Ing had already bullied his way up like a ghost. Sume gritted her teeth and forced herself to endure the severe pain in her abdomen, quickly getting up and trying to fend off a new round of attacks from Sun Ing. Taking advantage of Sun Ying's moment of proximity, Sume suddenly attacked with a beautiful left hook straight to Sun Ying's head. However, Sun Ing acted as if she had long been aware of her intentions and did not dodge. Just at the moment when Sume's fist was about to hit her, Sun Ing fiercely shortened her body and at the same time her right elbow slammed into Sume's ribs as hard as a sharp blade. With another muffled sound, Sume screamed out again. Her body curled up and fell to the ground, her hands tightly covering her injured parts, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from her forehead. Oh my god. 2 moves and Sume was put down twice in a row. This Sun Ing is simply not human. Where on earth did she learn her fighting skills from? A team member's face was filled with horror, and his voice was trembling a little. At this moment, the entire room was dead silent, and everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. They looked at Sume, who was lying on the ground struggling in pain, and then looked at the expressionless Sun Ing, their hearts filled with shock. This was the female fighting champion they were so proud of. But in front of Sun Ing, it was so unbearable. The female soldiers were all dumbfounded. They couldn't accept that their beloved fighting heroes had been defeated so easily. Sister Sume, get up! A female soldier shouted with a crying voice, her eyes filled with anxiety and worry. This is impossible. How could Sister Sume be beaten like this? The male soldiers were similarly shocked as they looked at Sun Ing with admiration and awe in their eyes. After only a few seconds, Sun Ing once again approached Sume. Sume struggled to get up, but found her body limp and powerless. She looked at Sun Ing in despair, her eyes filled with resignation. Sun Ing looked at Sume condescendingly, without the slightest bit of pity in her eyes. She struck again, this time with a chokehold technique from special fighting arts, only to see her rushing forward with an arrow step. Her hands quickly jammed Sume's neck like a vice, and then with a violent force, she lifted Sume's entire body up. Sume's face instantly turned red as she desperately struggled, her hands forcefully breaking Sun Ying's hands, wanting to break free from this deadly bondage. But Sun Ying's strength was so great that her struggles seemed so futile. In the crowd's horrified gaze, Sume's body gradually lost its strength, and her eyes began to become disoriented. Just as she was about to lose consciousness, Sun Ing violently threw her out. Sume fell heavily to the ground and didn't move a muscle. From the time the two started exchanging blows until now, less than 20 seconds had passed, and Sume had already been knocked down 3 times by Sun Ing. The entire audience was in an uproar. Everyone was impressed by Sun Ying's great strength. Those who had just scoffed at Sun Ying's arrogant remarks closed their mouths at the moment, their hearts filled with awe for Sun Ing. Less than 20 seconds, really 3 times to beat Sumer. Someone in the crowd murmured, his voice full of incredulity. The female soldiers were all dumbfounded. They couldn't accept that their beloved fighting heroes had been defeated so easily. Hewan stood aside, his mouth wide open, unable to close it for a long time. As the captain of the amphibious reconnaissance unit, he had seen countless powerful characters, but this was the first time he had seen such strong fighting strength as Sun Ing. Where exactly is Lin Xuan, that he can train such a powerful soldier? In the face of the crowd's astonishment, Sun Ing was indifferent. She stood beside the collapsed Sume, looking at her condescendingly, her eyes cold and full of disdain. Sume, you're just a bit of an achievement in the so-called fighting competitions. In my eyes, those fancy sparring moves of yours have no real combat value. Look at you now, unbeatable. She raised her hand and casually dusted herself off with non-existent dust, as if the duel that had just taken place was nothing more than child's play to her. You lost, not because you're not strong enough. Your ability in the field of sparring is unquestionable. She paused slightly, her gaze sharp as an eagle as she swept a circle of the shocked crowd around her, and then said, but your so-called sparring fighting is nothing more than techniques suitable for street fighting, and every move and every style of the special fighting techniques I practiced was made to kill the enemy on the battlefield. Facing the battlefield where life and death are a matter of moments. There's no room for half-assed fancy. Only the most direct and deadly attacks will survive. The crowd was silent as they heard the words, while Lin Xuan stood in the distance. His face still had that bland expression, as if this was all expected of him. I lose. Sume slowly stood up and whispered through clenched teeth, but just a moment later, she rushed at Sun Ing with an unyielding face full of wariness. However, sooner or later, one day, I will definitely defeat you. Sun Ing, however, smiled disdainfully. Wait until you can pass the selection test. Chapter 9, the selection begins. For the next swimming challenge, Lin Xuan still had Sun Ing on. Unsurprisingly, that provincial swimming championship still ended with the result of being crushed by Sun Ing. The 4 bouts thus far ended with the Marines losing all of them, and the defeat was complete. This also made everyone on the scene truly understand what is beyond the sky and beyond the people. What makes a special agent? He also finally understood the meaning of Lin Xuan's words at the beginning that they were still far from becoming special forces. According to the level displayed by Lin Xuan and Sun Ying, if they continue to train in the Marine Corps, I'm only afraid that in their entire lives, their strength wouldn't be able to reach this height. Snap! Just as the scene was plunged into a silent atmosphere, an abrupt applause sounded from far and near. The crowd turned around and instantly changed their faces. He-Man was even more frightened and barely stood still, because the person who came was, in fact, the commander of the group army. Hurry up and shout, all hands, halt! Everyone rushed to stand at attention and look straight ahead. Herman jogged over and was just about to salute and report. However, at this time, Wang He waved his hand slightly and said, it's not necessary. After saying that, he walked directly to Lin Xuan, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, brat, it seems that letting the three of you go to the international training competition in the first place was the right thing to do. The strength you all displayed just now shocked me. Tell me, is the Skywolf you're going to form capable of reaching the same level you guys just showed? Lin Xuan laughed. Chief, that depends on whether you're asking to reach my level or Sun Ying's. If it's me, no one in the whole army should be able to reach it. Sun Ying's kind of words, barely. Ha ha ha. When Lin Xuan said this, Wang He and the chief of staff couldn't help but burst out laughing. You brat, you really don't know how to be modest. After saying that, Wang He turned to look at Tang Lin and the other 9 and asked with a smile. You all saw the strength of Chief Instructor Lin and Instructor Sun just now. Tell me, what do you think? Report. Tang Lin was the first to shout, reporting to the chief. Sooner or later, I will become stronger than them. Me too. Sumei and Chen Jiao shouted after them. Good. Ambitious. Wang He nodded with satisfaction and exclaimed, the formation of special forces is the most important task for our army this year. It's also the most important training task in the army right now. And whether or not you can become strong enough to become a qualified special forces soldier is a matter of the face of our entire 31st Group Army. Because, at the end of the year, 100 special forces from all over the army will be competing on the same stage. This is about the honor in face of our entire Group Army. At that time, if you lose, I'll skin you. I don't care what's on your minds right now. Since Chief Instructor Lin chose you, you'll have to play hard to get in train for me throughout the entire selection process. But if you let me know that any of you dares to be lazy or intentionally put up a fight, you will never be spared. Did you hear everything? The 9 men looked shocked and roared loudly in unison. Yes, promise to finish the job. Wang He nodded in satisfaction, then turned his head to look at the Marine's first officer and he won, his tone becoming more serious. You too. Don't think I don't know that little mind of yours. An order is an order. Whoever dares to trip up Chief Instructor Lin again, I'll jack your officers and send them all to the logistics unit to raise pigs. The 2 men's bodies shook with cold sweat, and they hurriedly stood at attention and shouted, yes. 10 minutes later, outside the Marine Corps gates, Wang He rushed Lin Xuan and said, today, all of your performances, as well as the speech I just gave, have already had people record videos and send them to all my troops. Next, if you go and pick out the soldiers, there should be no more obstacles or pricks to provoke. Lin Xuan was stunned. Chief, you guys even secretly took videos? The chief of staff on one side laughed. If you don't make a video, do you still want us 2 old things to follow you around to various units to mobilize you? You can afford to toss and turn, but we, these 2 old bones, can't afford to toss and turn. There's still a whole lot of military to deal with in the army. Lin Xuan laughed dryly. It's still the headmaster who is thoughtful. That would have saved me a lot of trouble. The chief of staff said. Also, I've discussed this selection with the army commander, and it still needs some incentive rewards to make it work. Otherwise, if they suffer a little and quit, it's a waste of resources. Not to mention that we'll have trouble recruiting really good seedlings. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. That's fine. After all, they don't really know much about special forces, and the attraction of being a special forces soldier wouldn't be very strong. Once they've been vetted, slowly indoctrinate them in the concept of special forces. But, Chief, what incentive reward is going to be given? The chief of staff said. How about this? If it's a soldier or a non-commissioned officer, pass all the tests and get promoted directly. If it's an officer, a 3rd class. Lin Xuan sniffed, thought for a moment, and nodded. I agree with this reward. Special forces, it's supposed to be professional. There's a saying that a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Wang He and the chief of staff sniffed and laughed. You kid is good at talking. Alright, since you agree that this plan works, it's settled. Go on and do your thing. Make sure to train an elite special forces unit for me. Lin Xuan straightened his expression and shouted. Yes, guarantee to complete the mission. For the next week, Lin Chuan walked around inside the various units of the group army, including the Air Force and the Navy and the Armed Police, picking out suitable soldiers. With that video taken by Wang He, as well as the subsequent addition of the emphasized order notice of unconditional cooperation, the bosses of the various units did not dare to be the slightest bit slack and play small. It was even the soldiers below who, after watching the video, showed great yearning and were filled with admiration and worship for the special forces. Of course, the attraction about the reward system is also very strong, especially the enlisted and non-commissioned officers. Who doesn't want to be an officer? The pickings, naturally, went much smoother. In addition to the people inside the army, Lin Chuan also went to the gymnasiums, shooting halls, and provincial sports ministries in various provincial capitals to screen the personnel. Direct special recruiting if there is a fit, pouring in a couple of nice seedlings. A week later, the participants in the selection process, too, were finally all finalized. The selection base, in addition to the three of them, had also transferred a group of instructors who helped assist. Finally, another week later, it was the day to assemble the soldiers for the selection. Noon, Sea Island. The sun is high. It's May, but it's long into the summer season down south, especially being an offshore island again. The daytime temperatures were in the high 30s, while at night, it was a quick drop to about 10 degrees. There is a huge difference in temperature between day and night. At this moment, Lin Chuan, Zhou Xian, and Sun Ying, with a dozen auxiliary instructors, were standing on the coastline outside of Deng Island, waiting for the participating soldiers to come over. Soon, several large green trucks drove up from far and near. It stopped 30 meters away from Lin Chuan and the others. The participating soldiers, getting out of their cars, looked around with curious faces. Then they saw Lin Chuan and the others, pointing and discussing. The eyes were more or less filled with awe and admiration. Other than the 9 people from the Marines, the rest of them, although they had never seen Lin Chuan's strength with their own eyes, but have seen it all on video as well. To him, naturally, he was no stranger. Ha! What's with the female soldiers? Suddenly, in the crowd, someone was surprised. The crowd looked on. It was found that there were really about a dozen female soldiers in the group. The Navy, Air Force, Army, as well as the Armed Police Force have female soldiers in different training uniforms. No way? Women soldiers can be special forces? What do you mean? Can't a female soldier be special forces? The more explosive-tempered Su Mei stepped forward and coldly questioned. The soldier who spoke, however, smiled disdainfully and said, "Nonsense. The battlefield has always been a man's world. What are you female soldiers doing here? I don't think it will even last a day before I have to go home." Su Mei sniffed and instantly got cranky. Do you have the ing balls to say that again? Even though I'm a female soldier, my strength is definitely not weaker than yours. Dare to look down on our female soldiers. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth off. Eyes on the two to fight. At this point, Lin Chuan glanced at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian immediately comprehended Lin Chuan's meaning and quickly removed the rifle in his hand, not hesitating to point it at these participating soldiers and pull the trigger. Ta-da-da-da. Bullets shot wildly toward their feet, splashing clouds of sandy mist. Frightened, the soldiers screamed frantically and backed away. The gunfire stopped and Zhou Xian roared, "Assemble! What's the mess doing? You guys think this is a vacation? All stand in formation." Chapter 10, Writing a Suicide Note. Actualization Selection. The participants sniffed, and one by one, they stood in a quick parade of nervous anxiety. All in. First platoon to start. Report. 1, 2, 3, 129, 130. Report. Over. Zhou Xian turned around, jogged to Lin Chuan, stood at attention, and saluted. Reporting to Chief Instructor. The first serious tri-amphibious special forces selection. Number of people due. 130. 130 people are here. Please instruct. Instructor, Black Wolf. At ease. Yes. Zhou Xian turned around and droned solemnly at these 130 participating members. At ease. Lin Chuan slowly walked up to these 130 people, though he'll only end up wanting 30 to 50, but he picks guys just by looking at their talent, potential, and a few other physical stats. It is still unclear about their willpower, character, psychology, etc., so it would have to be screened. Finally, those who are qualified in all aspects can really step into the door of the special brigade, and most of these 130 people had never seen Lin Chuan before, but it didn't affect their worship and admiration for Lin Chuan after seeing his perverted strength through the video. Looking at Lin Chuan standing in front of them, no matter if it was a male or female soldier, each and every one of their eyes were filled with anticipation. However, Lin Chuan said with extreme indifference, "Looking at your eyes, it seems to be telling me that you already have one foot in the door of the special forces, isn't it? When the crowd heard this, they all looked at each other with different expressions. Lin Chuan revealed an extremely mocking smile. Look at you all now, just standing here in such a grand manner. You still think you can rise to the top in this special forces selection? So naive. Even to this day, I don't see even a hint of a trait that would make me look at him squarely. You may all think you're elites, but in my eyes, you're just a bunch of rookies who don't know any better and think highly of themselves. Special forces, you have no idea what those 4 words mean. Absolute obedience, superb endurance, top-notch combat skills, and courage without fear of life and death. None of you have shown any of these, and you still dare to think of entering the special forces? When the crowd heard this, their faces all immediately revealed an extremely defiant look, and each of them clenched their fists. Of course, there are some exceptions. For example, the Marines Tang Lin, Su Mei, and Chen Jiao. They had fought Lin Chuan with their own eyes. That perverted to the extreme strength was something they could not hope for. If that was the standard of the special forces, then just as Lin Chuan had said, they were just a bunch of rookies who didn't know any better now. Lin Chuan continued to roar. In the next selection, you will understand what it means to be truly grounded in hell. Don't expect me to be merciful just because you're tired and in pain. Weakness is worthless to me. The vast majority of you are destined to be mercilessly eliminated from this selection process, and only those few who make it to the end may be even remotely qualified to don the honorable garb of the special forces. After Lin Chuan coldly scanned everyone, he drank at Zhou Xian. Black Wolf, give them tools. Yes, Zhou Xian responded and immediately brought a group of instructors to carry a box of things. A bunch of rookies in the race looked curious. Tools? What tool? At this time, Zhou Xian opened the box and took out a pile of paper. One instructor was responsible for handing out the paper, and one instructor was responsible for handing out the pens. A bunch of rookies with pens and paper in hand. What is this? Exams? At this time, Zhou Xian shouted. Now, you have 10 minutes to give your loved ones, your friends, to write your last words. Last words? The entire staff sniffed and changed their colors. Report. One rookie raised his hand and asked aloud. Instructor Blackwolf, I don't understand what you mean by last words. We're just coming over for the selection process. We're not going to war to fight, so why do we need to write our last words? The others also looked puzzled. Zhou Xian said expressionlessly, selection is war. I'm telling you, our selection, it's a real-world selection. Bullets, bombs, all of them live. It's not just practicing there with an empty magazine carrying a fake gun and getting empty shells like in your unit. Any one of these trainings and you will realize what a truly brutal battlefield is. When the crowd heard this, their faces became slightly ugly and their emotions became tense, especially the dozen or so female soldiers, with their bright eyes, had clearly welled up with fear. Zhou Xian swept across the room and continued. Since this is a real-world selection training, it is inevitable that there will be casualties. The reason I asked you to write a good suicide note in advance is to avoid casualty accidents, so that you can leave no regrets. Your family, no regrets. If any of you are afraid, you can quit now. Tell me, is there a quit? No one answered the 130 rookies, though all of them are a little scared and nervous inside. But it's not like you're going to get scared and quit. Seeing that no one answered, Zhou Xian immediately sneered. No one has quit, right? Great. You're going to regret this. Now, unload your backpacks and all start writing your suicide note. Don't think I'm kidding. This is the only chance you'll all have to write during the entire selection period. In the back, after you truly experience the cruelty and danger of the selection, if you want to write about it, you won't have a chance. The crowd sniffed and began to unload their backpacks, then crouched down and placed the paper on them. But still no one has put pen to paper. No one has any experience with this suicide note stuff. After all, none of them had ever been to war in these days of relative peace. Where do you know how to write a suicide note? Hey, class president, how do you write a suicide note? Why don't you teach me? A second-class private inquired in a whisper at a first-class squad leader. The class president of that issue gave him a blank look. If you don't know, do I? At this point, a rookie in the back spoke up. Just write whatever you want. You guys really believe these instructors? The troops are disciplined, and practicing to the death will make everyone from the person in charge to the leaders above them accountable. I really don't believe that they dare to let anything happen to us. When the crowd heard this, they also felt that it was reasonable, and the pressure on their hearts was also loosened a bit, casually drawing and writing on a piece of paper, not taking the task to heart at all. On the contrary, Tang Lin, who was on the side, was writing extremely seriously. Chen Jiao on one side saw Tang Lin's appearance and couldn't help but ask curiously, Lieutenant Tang, do you believe what they say? Some and a few other Marines looked over at him as well. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, Tang Lin slowly put down his pen and said with a serious face, whether what they say is true or not, It's best to write their strength. You have seen it. And to reach that level of theirs, practicing to the death, practicing to the limit, that's essential. When the time comes, even if they didn't train us in actual combat, with such high intensity and extreme training, who can't guarantee that the body won't have any accidents with this kind of overloaded training? It's not like you haven't seen sudden unexpected deaths due to intense training. When several people heard this, they all felt that it was very reasonable, and at that moment, they no longer bothered to dwell on whether what Zhou Xian said was true or false, and one by one, they all began to write in earnest. On the other side, the state of the crowd was also seen by Lin Xuan. This Tang Lin really is good. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and at Zhou Xian's command, there were 2 instructors who went over to collect their suicide notes and pens. All of them, assemble! Zhou Xian roared loudly. The crowd rose to their feet and stood in quick formation. Lin Xuan walked over at this time, and after sweeping around expressionlessly, he pointed at the sea. It's 10 kilometers from here to our island training base. Your job, on your backs, is to carry your 30 kilograms of gear and swim for me from here. Only when you reach the island training base will you be considered eligible for the selection. My island training base facility, it can only accommodate 100 people. That means I only want the first 100 of you. Bottom 30. Straight out. Did you hear everything? 10 kilometers? Swimming with dozens of pounds of gear on your back? Are you kidding me? The crowd of rookies sniffed and blushed. They didn't expect that this first level would be so difficult. Their usual sea training is only 5 kilometers at the longest. Also, the gear is 20 or 30 pounds at most. Now, the distance has doubled, not to mention the weight. It's more than doubled. How the are we gonna swim? Report! At that moment, a rookie in an army training uniform shouted, "Report to the chief instructor. I don't know how to swim." Report, "Neither will I. Neither will I." At once, a dozen rookies shouted anxiously. Lin Xuan interrupted them with a furious roar. If this is war, and the opposite side is an enemy invading our country, are you not going to fight because you can't swim? At these words, the rookies, who were shouting for reports, froze. Lin Xuan coldly and loudly continued, "I don't care what your reasons are, whether you can swim or not. A mission is a mission. Either that or you quit. Either that, or die for me on the battlefield." Black Wolf, here. Zhou Xian stepped forward and loudly responded, "Check their gear. Anything that doesn't meet the standard weight, add bricks to it to make up the weight. Those who can't swim, give them a life preserver each." Yes. Saying that, Lin Xuan looked at the rookies who couldn't swim. Take this time to think it over, whether to quit or to rush to the battlefield by the life preservers. Chapter 11. This is ing sick. What to do? Should we hold on? The rookie, who can't swim, asked the sergeant squad leader next to him, who had come from the same unit as himself, with an anxious look on his face. "I got drowned once as a kid and I've never been able to overcome my fear. I should have known that during the sea training last year. I would not have applied to stay behind and go with you guys to train." The sergeant squad leader sighed slightly and asked at him, "So let me ask you, do you want to be a special forces soldier?" The rookie froze for a moment and then nodded. "I want to. Why else would I come here?" But, you heard it just now. Squad leader, the bottom 30 are going to be eliminated. Even if I follow down there, with the lap swim, the most I can do is not sink. I can't swim forward. At the end of the day, isn't it just elimination? The squad leader said in a serious tone. To be honest, with your military qualities, I don't quite understand why the chief instructor would let so many top soldiers who are better than you go unselected and choose you instead. But, as chief instructor, this formation of the special forces, again, is an order from headquarters to the army. With all the groups on fire, there's no reason to pull in just anyone to make up the numbers. So there must be a talent in you that we can't see, but the chief instructor can see. If anything, you don't have a chance at all if you don't get in the water. If you go in the water. After a pause, the squad leader smiled slightly. Although you're not my soldier, we're in the same unit. When you call me squad leader, it's my responsibility to take care of you. As long as you're not afraid to die, I can drag you along for the swim. As long as you don't give up on yourself, I won't give up on you. When that rookie heard that, his heart was moved, his eyes reddened slightly, and he shook his head decisively. Squad leader, I can't drag you down. The squad leader, however, laughed. Your squad leader, I am known as the existence of the sea dragon of the entire division. Not to mention pulling one of you, or even two, it won't be a problem. Besides, it's in the ocean, it's more buoyant, and you've got a life-saving swim ring, so I won't have to waste much energy if you cooperate a little. The rookie sniffed and fell silent, and the same conversation is going on among other rookies who can't swim. Report, I'm out. Here it is, a rookie who can't swim. struggling and hesitating before finally choosing to give up. I quit too. The second rookie followed and raised his hand, saying with a helpless face, even if I go into the water, the final result will definitely be the bottom 30. In which case, it would be better to give up on myself. This, too, speaks to some of the other rookies who can't swim. On Zhou Xian's side, when he heard that someone had withdrawn, he didn't say anything and immediately asked the instructors below to take them away. 10 minutes passed quickly. The process saw 6 rookies who couldn't swim opt out. The rest of us, with the assistance of our comrades in the same unit, chose to give it a try. For such a result, Lin Chuan, who was on the side, also looked in his eyes, all in his expectation, and setting up this barrier, knowing that some people can't swim, was intentional on his part. As for the reason, he would tell the rookies when he got to the island training base. After getting ready, Zhou Xian scanned the room, picked up the megaphone, and yelled, "Begin! Ta-da-da-da!" Just as Zhou Xian's voice fell, he and Sunning picked up their guns and fired wildly at them half a meter away from their heels. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Again? The rookies were frightened and rushed towards the sea. Those who can swim and have swum in the ocean know it well. Seawater is very buoyant in swimming, much easier than in fresh water, but it's also got a big downside. The waves. In the beginning, rushing into the sea, you need to hold your head against the waves, and while the waves are smaller when you get inside, there's no guarantee that they'll kick up some big winds and lift the waves. 10 kilometers is not a long distance to put on an armed land run, but if it's swimming, it's hard for those who don't have strong willpower to stick to the end of the swim. Not to mention the 30 kilograms of weight to carry. After crossing the heavy surf and entering deeper water, the rookies began to slowly swim in. At their forefront, 2 speedboats were guiding, and not surprisingly, all of them, using the breaststroke position. Because of all the strokes, especially in the sea, breaststroke is the most energy efficient. It's basically just sliding your arms and legs a little bit, and you can easily float in a buoyant sea, and change your breath very easily. Zhou Xian held a megaphone in his hand and roared loudly into the sea. "You bunch of cowards, is that all you've got? Swimming slower than a turtle. I see that you're here to waste time." Immediately afterward, he jumped into the speedboat, revved up the throttle, and charged toward the waters where the rookies were. The speedboat winds through the sea, the sides of its hull lifting high waves that lap mercilessly toward the rookies. Huge waves hit, and many rookies were caught off guard and instantly drowned in seawater. Gulping it down. Cough cough cough. Damn instructors, screwing us on purpose. A rookie managed to surface, spitting seawater out of his mouth as he broke into a fit of rage. "That's it, too much bullying." The other rookies next to them were also choking on the waves and roared angrily. "What kind of selection is this? It's just torture." Amidst the shouts of curses from the crowd, Zhou Xian did not stop at all, continuing to drive the speedboat back and forth, creating wave after wave of waves. "Swim faster. Do you want to get hit by bullets?" Meanwhile, Sunning held a firearm and kept shooting around the rookies, bullets whistling and grazing the water surface, stirring up a splash. She also threw grenade bombs into the sea from time to time, and the roaring splashes and loud noises that made the whole surface of the sea seem to tremble, strongly stimulated the nerves of the rookies. "That's sick too." A rookie was so frightened by the sound of gunfire that he couldn't help but curse. "This is not a selection. It's just killing us." "That's right. I'm really afraid of being killed by these crazy people." The rookies next to him followed suit, but the movements of their hands didn't dare to stop at all, desperately paddling the seawater. In the middle of the group, a few rookies who couldn't swim were clinging to life preservers and being led hard by veterans from the same unit. Zhao Gang he pulled tightly on rookie Li Hua's life preserver and shouted as he paddled hard. "Li Hua, don't panic. Follow my rhythm. Move your legs a little and help me share my strength." Li Hua's face was pale and his lips were a little purple. His heart was filled with fear and entanglement, and he said nervously, "Zhao squad leader, I am really scared. This sound of gunfire and explosions is too scary, and with these waves, I feel like I'll be washed away at any moment. I'm afraid I'll drag you down like this, so leave me alone and swim forward yourself." Zhao Gang's eyes flinched as he said loudly, "Don't talk nonsense. We are a collective. No one can abandon anyone. As long as I still have breath, I won't leave you behind." Despite Zhao Gang's resolute attitude, the uneasiness in Li Hua's heart grew stronger. Another wave hit, and Zhao Gang tugged on the life preserver so hard to stabilize Li Hua that the muscles in his arms were so tight they looked like they were going to bloom. Li Hua looked at Zhao Gang's strained appearance, tears welling up in her eyes as she cried out once again, "Squad leader Zhao, just go. I don't want you to fail the selection as well because of me." "Shut up, don't say such demoralizing things." Zhao Gang gritted his teeth and responded decisively, "If you still recognize me as your squad leader, stay honest and let's rush over together." Li Hua choked back a sob and nodded vigorously. Just as the crowd was struggling to swim nearly 5 kilometers, the accident suddenly happened. A rookie was struggling to swim when his legs suddenly cramped and he lost his balance momentarily and began to struggle in the water. "Help! I've got a cramp in my foot." The rookie cried out for help, his hands flailing wildly in the water. Some of the rookies who passed by him just glanced hurriedly. A hint of hesitation flashed in their eyes, but in the end, they chose to continue swimming forward. "If I can't take care of myself, how can I have the energy to care about others?" a rookie muttered in a small voice and picked up speed. However, just then, the two rookies behind them did not turn a blind eye. "Hang on, we're coming to save you," the two shouted, swimming quickly to the cramped rookie's side and grabbing him by the arm. The other rookie arrived as well, helping to hold on so he could stay afloat for the time being. That rookie's cramping pain, caused by the cramps, only abated after a brief period of relief. "Thank you so much," the rookie said breathlessly, gratitude in his eyes. "Cut the crap. We'll take you for a short swim while you get adjusted. Otherwise we'll all be eliminated." "Yes." With that, the three began to swim hard toward the front. This scene was all seen by Lin Xuan, who was sitting on a speedboat not far away. He nodded slightly, an imperceptible flash of approval in his eyes. In this brutal selection process, he will not only test the physical abilities of these rookies, but also their humanity, courage and team spirit. And the actions of those two rookies who saved the day were the qualities he wanted in a Special Forces soldier. Chapter 12, Chief Instructor. "You are insulting us." 3 hours later, finally, the last of the rookies, arriving at Island Beach. At this moment, more than 100 rookies all felt their feet floating lightly. It was so limp that it felt as if all the weight and strength had been drained from his body. It's a sign of extreme weakness, being in the ocean water, because of the higher buoyancy and the fact that they were carrying dozens of pounds of gear, put all of their bodies in a state of stumbling. Anyone who has ever run with weights has a feeling. When you get to the end of the run and take the weight off, it feels like the whole person is lighter and swimming in the ocean. And in such a long-distance situation, that feeling is even more pronounced. And the last 24 people who made it to shore were stopped, because Lin Xuan said that when he got to the island, he only needed 100 people, and right off the bat, 6 people opted out, so the quota will be pushed forward. Class President, I am sorry. Just a few of those 24 were unable to swim and were dragged to the finish line by veterans from the same unit. At this point, all these rookies who couldn't swim looked at the veterans with very guilty, red eyes. "It's because of me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the bottom 24. I did this to you." And without fail, the veterans shook their heads with great relief that it was their choice. They are veterans and squad leaders. It's normal for squad leaders to take care of their own soldiers. Only, after all was said and done, but the loss in their eyes was hard to hide. At that moment, Lin Xuan slowly walked towards them. These 24 people, standing up in droves, had complex looks on their faces. Lin Xuan looked at the non-commissioned officer who had entered the elimination ranks because he was dragging a soldier who couldn't swim, thus causing himself to slow down. Is it worth it for a soldier who can't swim and is doomed to be eliminated, thus causing himself to be eliminated as well? When those few people heard that, they glanced at each other, and on their faces, a smile appeared. "Chief Instructor, I'm not sure what the point of you asking that question is." A second stage sergeant looked at Lin Xuan and smiled blandly. "I'm the squad leader, and he's my soldier. Like you said, if this was a battlefield and there was an enemy behind, could it be that I would abandon them in order to keep myself alive, thus leaving them to fend for themselves on the shore?" Lin Xuan smiled faintly. "But being eliminated because of this, don't you regret it?" The second sergeant said. "For me, there is no aftermath, only worth it. As his squad leader, it's my duty and responsibility to take care of him and protect him." Lin Xuan nodded slightly, then looked at a few others and asked, "What about you guys?" "Same." Those people once again looked at each other, then nodded slightly. "Chief Instructor, you are in charge of the selection. How you make the rules is your right, but we also have our own bottom line and principles. We will never abandon our soldiers. If we get eliminated, big deal. We'll do it again next year. But if we abandon and give up our soldiers for a place, we will live with the guilt for the rest of our lives. They called us squad leaders, and it's our duty and responsibility to protect them." Lin Xuan gave them a deep look and didn't say anything else, but walked over to a few other people. The men, 3 of them, were there because of accidents in the sea, such as foot cramps and backed up seawater, and then the other 4, in an attempt to save them, as well as pulling them to swim some distance, thus leaving themselves behind. What about you 4? Is it worth it to save a soldier you don't know, who isn't in the same unit, and thus cause yourself to be eliminated? When the 4 of them heard this, their faces all turned ugly in unison. One of them questioned in a cold voice, "Chief Instructor, I don't understand what you mean by not recognizing. We are soldiers, they are soldiers, even if they are not in the same unit as each other and do not know each other. Are they not comrades in arms? Taking a step back, even if they're not comrades in arms, they're just an ordinary citizen. And there's an accident, a life-threatening situation. Shouldn't we save it? Shouldn't we help? Isn't that the duty we soldiers are supposed to take on? Another person also followed. Chief Instructor, we won't ignore a fresh life dying in front of us just because we want to join the Special Forces. You're really insulting us by asking that question. That's right, another person said in a cold voice. Chief Instructor, you're not only insulting us, you're also insulting yourself and this uniform of yours. Lin Xuan eyed them and made sure they were all speaking from the heart before snapping his fingers. On Zhou Xian's side, he quickly picked up a small notebook and shouted, Wang Xiaolong, Lin Qiming. Zhou Xian read 5 names out. The rookie whose name was read was unsure and responded, and was quick to step forward. Lin Xuan walked up to these 5 people and asked expressionlessly, do you know why you were called out? The 5 people's faces moved slightly, and something clearly came to mind in their hearts, but they are also afraid to admit it and have shaken their heads. Lin Xuan said, unfortunately, the 5 of you have been eliminated. Someone will take you ashore later. The rookies in the room were shocked at these words. What's the situation? The 5 of them? Aren't they all in the top 100? How come you're still out? The 5 froze for a moment and also reacted quickly. One of them screamed, why? You have to give us a reasonable explanation. The others also shouted, that's right. According to the rules, we've entered the 100th place and completed the test. On what grounds are you eliminating us? We are not convinced. Lin Xuan snorted coldly and pointed at the 3 rookies who were in the elimination team that had an accident and thus didn't make it into the 100th place. Remember the 3 of them? The 5 of them sniffed and looked over, and their faces immediately became a bit complicated. Slightly lowering his head, he didn't dare to look directly into those 3 people's gazes. The others were puzzled. What does this have to do with the 3 who were eliminated? Chapter 13, Special Forces. It's the warriors from hell. Lin Xuan looked at the 5 with a touch of sarcasm in his eyes. You 5 are the closest to the 3 of them, witnessed them in accidents, heard them screaming for help, and still did nothing. What you have in mind is that they are just one of your competitors, and without thinking, what you may have lost is a comrade in arms. We wouldn't dare be teammates with the likes of you. When the 5 of them heard this, a face, all of them, reddened with shame. They didn't expect the instructor to take it all in. The other rookies, hearing Lin Xuan's words, finally understood what was going on. The eyes that looked at the 5 were more or less repulsive and mocking. It would be normal to not go and help because they are slow swimmers. After all, it wasn't a soldier from his own unit, not his own soldier. That's the way it's supposed to be when it comes to this draft competition system. However, they are in a life-threatening situation because of an accident. At this point, it is absolutely unforgivable to give up the lives of your comrades because you are afraid of being dragged down, resulting in not being able to get a promotion spot. In Lin Xuan's words, once they arrived at the battlefield, no one would dare to be teammates with them. The 5 could also feel the contempt everyone had for them. Naturally, he didn't dare to have any more emotions or opinions to oppose Lin Xuan's decision. Immediately, Zhou Xian asked the 2 instructors to take them to the speedboat. Lin Xuan once again walked back to the eliminated team and looked at the 24 people. Then, extending his finger, he pointed out the 6 rookies. You 6, eliminated. Everyone else, all advance. Instantly, the 6 men were unconvinced. Chief Instructor, why can they advance and we can't? Right, it's the same 24 at the back. Why are we the only ones eliminated? We are not convinced. The crowd was also puzzled, including those who thought they were eliminated and ended up advancing. They were even more confused. Lin Xuan looked at the 6 people and said indifferently, do you really think that this level is just a test of your swimming skills and physical abilities? Or what? 6 frowned. Lin Xuan shook his head slightly, somewhat disappointed in them. Do you guys understand what special forces are? Suddenly, Lin Xuan's expression turned cold and he nearly roared. Special forces. It's warriors from hell. It is a warrior who has to undergo 1,000 refinements, experience physical limits, mental limits, and will limits. A warrior who has to withstand all kinds of despair, and survive in the face of absolute adversity. You 6, in the second half of the season, saw that there wasn't much hope left and gave up on yourselves and chose to swing for the fences. Not even the simplest of swims can you do everything in your power to get that last bit of hope. What can I expect from you in the more brutal, harsh, and dangerous tests that follow? Dare I expect you to make a final charge against the enemy in a desperate situation? How dare you come and ask me why? Get thee out of here. You 6 softies. How could the 6 people not expect Lin Xuan's eyes to be so poisonous? Even they relaxed and were actually seen at a glance. After sending all the eliminated people away, Lin Chuan then looked at the remaining 115 rookies, and after this level of selection, it also made them initially understand that this chief instructor in front of them was by no means as simple as they saw him. The look that could see right through them sent shivers down their spines. Lin Chuan just scanned them without speaking. That powerful aura made the rookies not even dare to breathe. Only after a moment did Lin Chuan open his mouth and blurt out, "You all saw the results just now. There will be no flukes here. None of your movements, mentalities, or emotions can escape me. I don't care what you think of the Special Forces or what kind of mindset you came here with. It's whether you want to be a Special Forces soldier or you've come to try it out. In my case, it's all the same, because I will drill you in the cruelest, harshest way in the world. If you can't meet my requirements, I'd rather the Special Forces unit not be formed successfully than to see your corpses on the battlefield in the future. Because the Special Forces have to face the most ferocious and terrifying enemies in the world. Now, tell me, if that's the case, do you guys still want to go ahead with the selection? Think. All the rookies shouted in unison. Want? Lin Chuan let out a cold laugh and then roared. Are you guys worthy? Look at the you guys are in now. So close to throwing yourselves into your mommy's arms and crying. When all the rookies heard this, their hearts trembled, and then they hurriedly adjusted their state and straightened their backs. Lin Chuan scanned the circle and roared expressionlessly. Now, everyone, get into the sea and perform extreme push-up training for me. No getting up without my permission. Otherwise, it's considered a forfeit and a direct elimination. Get the down. Ta-da-da-da. Almost the instant Lin Chuan's voice fell, Zhou Xian and Sun Ying and the other instructors picked up their guns and fired at their backs. Zhou Xian growled. What are you still waiting for? Going down. Want to feed the bullets? Come on. You softies. The rookies didn't realize it hadn't been long since they'd been ashore and they were about to start training again. One heart wailed as he hurried toward the sea. Ta-da-da-da. Zhou Xian fired his gun to repel them while shouting. At sea, there's a red line. Everyone's heels. Put them against the red line for me. After the rookies ran down, they realized that the height where the red line was located was actually nearly half a meter high. After getting down, even after propping his body up, he barely managed to get his head out of the sea. If you do push-ups downward, your entire body, you're going to be submerged in seawater. What are you waiting for? Get down. Ta-da-da-da. Get down. All of you. Zhou Xian took his gun and shot at their sides while kicking them down. Only when all the rookies were down and struggling to raise their heads up so much that they wouldn't be washed away by the seawater did Zhou Xian then take the megaphone and shouted, Wait, I'm going to fire a shot and you guys are going to press the body down. Fire 2 shots in a row to get your body up. Hear that? Yes, the rookies shouted. The gale was like a mad beast, whistling recklessly and stirring up the sea. Cascading waves rose high, their tips churning with cold, biting, foaming seawater. The temperature of this seawater was extremely low, like a knife of ice cutting into the exposed skin of the rookies. Just then, the gun in Zhou Xian's hand went off. The first dull shot exploded over the clamoring sea. The rookies felt like they were being yanked by a powerful and relentless force, and physically pressed violently into the sea. In an instant, the cold, salty seawater was like a group of raging invaders, frantically pouring into their noses and mouths. The entire body was tightly wrapped in seawater. At first, everyone was okay with it. After all, it's only just begun. However, after doing 24 of them in a row, the rookies' fatigue gradually began to unfold. Not only were they going to be washed by the seawater, but on Zhou Xian's side, he would also put in a long firing gap time. When they are physically pressed down, it often takes 10 or 20 seconds before 2 shots are fired to get them up for air. It's not only practicing their fitness and willpower, but also their lung capacity. This is too sick. I feel like I can't hold out much longer. A rookie gasped. Another rookie responded through gritted teeth. Hang on, we can't just give up. Think about what we came here for. Before the words were finished, Zhou Xian's gun went off. Both had to press their bodies into the water again. Their arms trembled and drove their bodies down slowly, the splashes seeming impotent against the gray sky. At this moment, Lin Chuan, who was on the shore, tightly scanned the rookies who were struggling in the seawater. The subtle change of expression on each rookie's face, whether it be a face contorted by pain or eyes lost in exhaustion, every hesitation in movement, even if it was just a slight pause in his arm, was taken in by him. The gifted perspective eyes skill continuously scanned the current physical state of each rookie. Time passed by, and such brutal training had lasted for 3 whole hours. The sky grew darker and darker, and the thick dark clouds seemed to be rapidly gathering as if by a large invisible hand, swallowing up the last trace of light. In the distance, the sea level blended with the sky, so chaotic that it was impossible to tell where the sea was and where the sky was. At the same time, the high tide began. The seawater, like an angry beast, The water level continues to rise crazily. That originally presented a great challenge to the rookies of the position of the red line. At the moment became even more out of reach. The buoyancy and surge of the sea kept hitting them, making it much harder for them to brace themselves. Instructor, the sea is rising. We just can't hold out much longer. One rookie just couldn't help himself and shouted. His voice seemed weak and helpless in the howling wind, his body bobbing up and down with the ebb and flow of the waves, his hands flailing desperately in the water as he tried to grasp for a shred of support. Zhou Xian immediately opened his eyes angrily and roared. Cut the crap! You can't take it anymore? On the battlefield, the enemy won't let you off just because the tide is rising. Keep it up for me, and whoever dares to stop, get the hell out of here. Another rookie's body began to sink uncontrollably in extreme exhaustion and pain. His hands panicked as he paddled the water and his feet stomped desperately to try and stop the sinking. Next to the rookie saw the situation, want to reach out and pull a hand, but because of their own has been exhausted, arm as heavy as lead, can only watch the companion a little bit into the water. Just then, Lin Chuan suddenly shouted, Zhou Xian, fish out the one who can't hold on. Everyone else, continue training. Vom. As soon as the fished out rookie came ashore he was spitting up seawater and his face was pale. The rookie's in the seawater. On the other hand, under the urging of Lin Chuan's ice-cold words and Zhou Xian's uninterrupted gunfire, continued to do push-ups with great difficulty in the rising seawater. Their arms had long been so sore that it was as if they had lost their senses, and every time they braced their bodies, it was as if they were pulling a 1,000-pound boulder. Their bodies rose and fell to the rhythm of the waves, sometimes lifted high by them, sometimes slammed down hard. This is your battlefield. No one can save you but yourselves. Hold on to me. Lin Chuan roared. Anyone who swings for the fences just walks away. Do not question my eyes. The crowd of rookies instantly shook in spirit at the words. They didn't dare to have any doubts about Lin Chuan's words. After all, someone in front had been eliminated because of this by Lin Chuan. You can tell if it's a pendulum swing even by the state of swimming in the ocean, not to mention being so close. Squadron Tang. I can't hold on much longer. On the marine side, several of the women's braced hands were shaking and pale. They were, after all, female soldiers, but physically, it was still difficult to compare with male soldiers. To last 3 hours is pretty good, but that wasn't even close to what Lin Chuan wanted. Only a third of those 100 or so rookies are in relatively good physical condition themselves. The ones that are left are the ones with more talent and potential. As for these, Lin Chuan naturally had to use means to force out all of their talent and potential. Tanglin's physicality is arguably the strongest of the entire rookie team. Although his body was also extremely tired right now, it was still within his reach. After getting up once more, Tanglin quickly changed his breath before addressing the team. Don't forget, you're here to represent the Marines. As long as you don't die, practice to the death. Die, and die on the training ground. Never give up. When the crowd heard this, they all nodded heavily, revealing an extremely determined look. Squadron Tang is right. Don't give up. Hang in there. Hang in there. Chapter 14, I'm just going to prove to him that I can do it. And with the rising tide, doing push-ups is naturally out of place. Therefore, very quickly, Lin Chuan had Zhou Xian move 12 solid round logs that were 8 meters long and up to 40 centimeters in diameter. Then, they were asked to work in groups of 8, carrying solid logs and standing in a 1-meter deep seawater position to perform deep squatting and standing up exercises. All the rookies winced hard as they looked at the solid logs soaking in seawater. At this length and diameter, even without soaking, it's at least 300 pounds to start with, and after being soaked in seawater, the weight is at least doubled. Even with 8 people working as a team, each person, at least, must be carrying 70 pounds or more. This weight, if put on a normal day, is nothing. It wasn't as if they hadn't tried the deep squat up and down drill with a man sitting on his shoulders in their original unit. It's all about training their leg muscle strength. But the thing is, they have, today, swum 10 kilometers and done push-ups in the ocean for over 3 hours straight. By now, the stamina was almost all gone. They hadn't had a mouthful of food or water all day. Moreover, it is also necessary to perform deep squatting in the sea, and the waves are so big at night. Standing in the sea, it is very good to be able to stand still, but also to carry a log to squat deeply. It's a ing rhythm of practicing them to death. Report. At this time, a rookie couldn't help but open his mouth and ask loudly, Chief Instructor, we've been practicing for a day, and we're now physically and mentally very tired. I think you should let us take a break, get something to eat, and regain our strength. Everyone's body has a limit, and if we continue to overtrain, we can damage our bodies and cause irreversible damage. You, as Chief Instructor, should understand this. As this rookie's words fell, the other rookies also nodded their heads and looked at Lin Chuan with eyes of supplication and expectation. Lin Chuan, however, carried his hand on his back and walked over to the rookie. This rookie had the rank of major on his shoulder. The rank is the same as his own. But the difference was that the man was from the Defense and Chemical Corps. A double master's degree in chemistry and electronics and computers from the National University of Science and Technology, with a higher IQ and very good talent and potential. Definitely a good candidate for King of Soldiers. Lin Chuan walked up to him. At this time, Zhu Hanlin also slightly raised his head without the slightest fear and looked at Lin Chuan. In his eyes, there was an undisguised arrogance. Lin Chuan smiled and said lightly, Zhu Hanlin, double masters in chemistry and computer science from National University of Science and Technology. I don't think you should major in chemistry and computers, but student science majors are better. Zhu Hanlin's eyes narrowed slightly. Am I wrong? Lin Chuan sneered. I really doubt that this major rank of yours was bought. It's true that everyone has limits, but don't you know that when the limits of the human body are broken through, it is possible to dramatically increase one's strength? Saying that, Lin Chuan scanned the rookies in the room. Don't tell me that none of you know. The group of rookies looked at each other in disbelief. Obviously, they're all clear. Especially veterans, non-commissioned officers and officers who have led and practiced in the military. Who dares to say that a new recruit has not experienced extreme training from the time he joins the army to the time he becomes a soldier with a qualified military physique? The simplest example of this is long-distance running. New recruits into the army, unless they are sports specialists, or often running. Otherwise, who is not running a few hundred meters to be exhausted half dead? And which of those who became physical sharpshooters later on didn't grow up by pushing their physical limits again and again? Zhu Hanlin grunted coldly. Comrade Chief Instructor, please don't steal concepts. I'm talking about sustained extreme training. We've pushed the limits more than 3 times today after such an intense training session that lasted so long. If this continues, even the most physically fit warrior will be practiced by you. Lin Chuan took a step forward and looked into Zhu Hanlin's eyes. You can quit if you're afraid of being practically wasted. Comrade Major? With your current rank position, why come to me and suffer? Wouldn't it be nice to go back to sitting in the office, playing keyboards, drinking tea and enjoying the air conditioning? I don't want a sissy who can't even stand a little bit of pain here. When Zhu Hanlin heard the 3 words sissy, his face instantly reddened, glared angrily and clenched his fists. As he couldn't help himself, he was pulled by a teammate next to him. That's what pulled him back from the edge of his impulsive rampage. Lin Chuan, however, laughed coldly and turned around to walk to the front of the line, his gaze coldly scanning the entire field. Tell you what, when you come here, you have to accept the rules here. I don't care if you are willing or opposed. Either way, you'll quit of your own accord, and I'll never force you to stay. Either that, or tuck your tail between your legs, put away your arrogance, and obediently practice for me. Now, those who want to quit, step forward. Those who choose to stay, get your ass over there, carry the logs for me, and start training. After saying that, Lin Chuan turned around without looking back. Ta-da-da-da. Zhou Xian's gunshot sounded. Once again, if you want to quit, hurry. Otherwise, get down to the sea quickly and carry the log. Come on, come on, come on. Zhou Xian's words fell, and immediately, most of the rookies chose to stay. Instead, there were a dozen rookies hesitating. Among them, that included that Zhu Hanlin. At this moment, his eyes were ice cold as he looked in Lin Chuan's direction. Old Lin, go away? You're not thinking of quitting, are you? At that moment, his teammate pulled him back and said in a hushed voice, if you go back now, you'll be laughed at by everyone in the unit. Zhu Hanlin, however, shook his head firmly. Impossible. I will never quit. I'm just going to prove to him that I can do it. Even if you want to quit, it's after you pass all the tests. I'm going to tell him that I can do it. But I, for one, don't care. After saying that, he turned around and quickly ran towards the sea. His teammates laughed bitterly. This guy, he's still so stubborn. Chapter 15, Extreme Purgatory. The rookies crash. Listen up, all of you. Still a gunshot, crouch down. 2 shots, stand up. Whichever group's log falls off will get an extra hour of training and no dinner. Did you hear everything? Zhou Xian roared loudly. The rookies froze with numb faces and didn't answer. Seeing this, Zhou Xian's voice increased steeply as he roared. When I speak, I must answer. Otherwise, no dinner for the whole crew tonight. Ask again. Do you hear me? This time, the rookie finally responded with a loud, understood. Just as the rookie's voice fell, Zhou Xian directly pulled the trigger. Begin. Get down. All of you. Bang. In an instant, the rookie's legs felt as if they had been injected with 1,000,000 pounds of lead solution. One can only slowly squat down with difficulty and slowness. When they crouched down, the entire crew was submerged in seawater. It was a good thing that the weight of several hundred pounds of logs was holding them down, along with their own weight, which kept them from being swept away by the waves. But now, after all, is not still the time when the waves are at their roughest. The further back you go, the bigger the waves will get. That, then, is when they will be tested. The temperature of the island plummets at night. The sea was also getting colder and colder. The rookies had been soaking in seawater for hours on end and had long been hungry and cold. It's over. I'm really not going to last. This is just not something people can handle. Chen Zhao had a hard time waiting to stand up to reveal the surface of the water, and she gasped for air. With a sobbing voice, his voice trembled and whispered, "Lieutenant Tang, this really can't hold out any longer." Tang Lin, despite himself, was so exhausted that it seemed as if his body had been drained of all strength, but still gritting his teeth, he squeezed out words of encouragement through his teeth. "Hold on to me, all of you. We Marines, when have we ever been afraid? As long as we have breath, we can't fall." Zhu Hanlin's group is in a similarly difficult position. His arms were sinewy, and his veins seemed to be overwhelmed, threatening to burst out from under his skin at any moment. The teammate beside him gasped for air, his voice full of despair and exhaustion. "Old Zhu, this intensity is too perverse. It feels like the body isn't even his own anymore." Zhu Hanlin's eyes glittered with madness as he shouted back, "Cut the crap. I'll never concede in front of that bastard." Thinking of that look in Lin Chuan's eyes on the shore, his body seemed to give birth to a new strength. That look in Lin Chuan's eyes, he would never forget it for the rest of his life. It was one of utter contempt and mockery. Growing up, he was the pride of the stars, even into the army, but also by virtue of their high education and ability, quite a major chief of the favor of the favorite. Have you ever been looked down upon so much? With the relentless passage of time, the rookies have the stamina of fine sand in an hourglass, rapidly and irretrievably depleted. Under the wind, rain and waves, one after another, members of the team became physically exhausted. The eyes went black, collapsed with exhaustion, and, in a whirl, were swept away by the waves. The good thing is, behind them, there was a safety officer watching the whole time. Seeing a rookie fall and get swept away, quickly drive over in the speedboat and pull the person up. But even with one less person, the training goes on. The gun in Zhou Xian's hand swept wildly. Bullets whizzed around the rookies, sending up a cascade of water. "You bunch of losers, can't stand this torture? That's all you got and you still want to be a special forces soldier? And you want to be promoted to get a third-class merit? Are you worthy?" Immediately afterward, he pulled the grenade's pull tab, and a grenade exploded near the rookies. The fire and explosions shook the crowd's eardrums. Strong waves of air lapped at their bodies, stimulating their nerves, which were already on the verge of collapse. "Listen up, everyone, hold on for another half hour, and anyone who gives up will never be a special forces soldier." Zhou Xian's voice echoed with difficulty amidst the raging storm and the thunder of gunfire. A male soldier in the Marine Corps has frozen lips that are black and purple. The whole man trembled like a sieve in the wind, and he said with all his might, "Trembling, Squadron Tang, really close to the limit." Tang Lin roared, "Limit? We don't have limits. Keep it up for me and die on this training ground." On the other side, Zhu Hanlin's legs went limp and he almost fell to his knees in the cold seawater once again, but with a will as strong as steel, he stood up again. His teammates beside him were already in tears mingling with the rain and the sea. Crying, he said, "Old Zhu, I really can't do it anymore." With his last ounce of strength, Zhu Hanlin hissed, "It has to work even if it doesn't work." And on the shore, Sun Ning quickly found Lin Chuan, her brows furrowed. "Boss, isn't it okay? If this keeps up, the rookies really won't be able to carry it." Lin Chuan's face was expressionless, his gaze still fixed on the rookies struggling in the seawater. "Wait a little longer. There's still one last step to go. Indeed, there is one last step to go. These rookies, physically and mentally, have reached their limits. Just one last step away from a breakthrough." Sun Ning still wanted to persuade, but she saw Lin Chuan's resolute look. The words that came to his mouth were swallowed back, and he could only sigh helplessly. Silent heartfelt prayers for these rookies. In this last half hour, wind, rain, waves, and gunfire were intertwined. It creates a picture of horror as if it were the end of the world. With each shot, the rookies were to be mercilessly drowned by the sea again. That desperate sense of suffocation and bone-chilling cold followed them like a shadow, wrapping around them tightly. The body was getting heavier and heavier in the extreme lack of oxygen. But with tenacity, they mechanically repeated deep squats and standing up. Finally, half an hour later, with Lin Chuan's nod, Zhou Xian lowered the intimidating gun in his hand. "Stop! Get your asses on shore!" The rookies threw down their logs as if they had been pardoned, dragging his exhausted body, as if drained of all vitality, like a dying fish. It slowly crawled towards the shore on the muddy beach. Behind them, the waters were churned and muddied and in disarray. The rookies were like a dehydrated fish, wriggling their way through the muddy sand. It was hard to climb up the bank. Their bodies are subjected to intense training due to prolonged immersion in cold seawater. It was completely out of control at the moment. Some of the rookies went limp and slumped to the ground, gasping for air. Some of them had lifeless eyes, staring vacantly at the sky, their consciousness already somewhat blurred. Zhou Xian paced back and forth in front of the group of rookies with large strides. The eyes were full of disdain and contempt. Look at you guys. How far have we come? You all look like you've been whipped. You want to be special forces? Shame on you. You king of soldiers. Zhou Xian's every word was like a sharp knife stabbing at the rookies' hearts. Tang Lin sniffed, and although his body was also extremely weak, he still gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up. The female soldiers beside them looked tired, and one of them whispered, "Squadron Tang, can we really make it through this level of training?" Tang Lin's eyes were firm as he responded in a low voice. "We must be able to. We Marines must not give in here. All of you hold up for me." Zhu Hanlin was lying on the beach, his muscles still twitching uncontrollably. The teammate beside him said breathlessly, "Old Zhu, this training is simply not something people can withstand. What can we do in the future?" Zhu Hanlin didn't say anything, but only looked at Lin Chuan on the side from time to time. It seems that by looking at it more, the body gains a little more strength. It took a full 10 minutes of lying on the ground for the rookies to regain a little of their strength, barely able to sit up. At this time, Zhou Xian signaled the instructor to bring in a basket. The basket was steaming with freshly baked buns. The moment they saw the buns, the rookies' eyes instantly lit up. Hunger surged like a tidal wave. Many unconsciously licked their dry, cracked lips. His body also leaned forward slightly, as if he wanted to rush up and grab steamed bun immediately. Zhou Xian looked at their reactions and let out a cold smile. "All listen to me. From today onwards, you will only have this one steamed bun in the morning, noon and night." The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. "What? Just one steamed bun? How is this enough to eat?" A rookie couldn't help but shout out. "That's right, we train so intensely every day. A steamed bun can't replenish our stamina at all." The crowd chimed in. Zhu Hanlin frowned and stood up as well, saying loudly, "Instructor, this is unreasonable." "Right, we need enough nutrition to support the training." Zhou Xian instantly opened his eyes in anger and roared, "Unreasonable? This is actual combat training. On the battlefield, do you still expect a full banquet waiting for you? It's good to have a bun to eat. If you can't stand it, you can get out now. Don't waste my time here." The scene fell into a brief silence, though the rookies' hearts were filled with dissatisfaction and helplessness. However, in the face of Zhou Xian's severity, no one dared to speak out easily anymore. Zhou Xian swept a circle and said coldly, "Now, all of you take the steamed buns and find a place to squat and eat. After you finish eating, there's a more difficult task waiting for you." The rookies could only helplessly pick up the one and only steamed bun and slowly gnaw on it. Just then, out of the corner of their eyes, they glimpsed under a tent not far away. Lin Chuan and Sun Ying, along with a group of instructors, were sitting around a table. The table was set with steaming hot pots and the aroma was overwhelming. The instructors were cozying up to the hot pot while relaxing and sipping a little wine. The scene instantly ignited anger within the rookies. "These are so bullying. That's right, we're suffering here while they're enjoying themselves." A female Marine was so angry that her eyes were red, but she didn't dare to raise her voice, so she could only mutter in a low voice, "It's so unfair." Tang Lin frowned tightly and said in a low voice, "Don't say anything. It's useless for us to say anything now. Training properly is the right thing to do." Zhu Hanlin viciously bit a steamed bun and cursed in a low voice, "Wait and see." This group of, the teammate beside him pulled him gently, signaling him to take it easy. Although their hearts were filled with anger and unwillingness, the rookies knew that it was pointless to resist at this moment, and could only endure their anger and continue to swallow the poor buns in their hands with great difficulty, with their eyes looking over to the side of the instructors from time to time, and their eyes were filled with complex emotions. Just then, Lin Chuan was holding an oily, aromatic chicken leg in his hand, a teasing smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he slowly walked back and forth in the line of rookies. He purposely brought the roasted chicken legs close to each of the rookies, and the rich aroma continued to stimulate their hungry nerves. The rookies clenched their teeth, forcing back their inner anger and hunger, their eyes filled with resignation. "Want some?" Lin Chuan looked at them with a smile on his face and said, "Whoever quits can go over and join us for hot pot and chicken legs. Promise to keep you fed and watered before you leave. On that note, our instructor is still very sweet. LOL. A bunch of rookies have been skimming. It's not like I can't eat if I quit and go back to the army. Who cares about your meal?" Seeing that no one answered, Lin Chuan walked directly to Zhu Hanlin. He looked Zhu Hanlin up and down, his eyes full of contempt. He then shook the roasted chicken leg in his hand and laughed softly. "Great talent, Zhu. Aren't you quite capable? Didn't you think you could do it? How come it's so hard to even eat a steamed bun now? Look at your mess. I really don't understand. Why do you have to come to the selection? I don't think you want to become a Special Forces soldier. Is it for the third-class merit? TSK TSK TSK. I think you just don't know yourself. Don't disgrace yourself here. Maybe one day you can't stand it and roll away. And a third-class merit. Not to mention not getting it when the time comes, but also falling down with injuries. Why bother? If I were you, I'd quit while you're ahead. Keep going back to your old unit as a staff officer. It's hot with air conditioning and cold with heaters. In the morning, noon and night there are correspondents to help beat the meal, and you can order them to make your bed for you when you go to sleep. How good is this? With your ability, in the next 3 years, not to mention the third-class merit, the second-class merit will be taken casually. Why do you have to come here to be abused? Zhu Hanlin's face instantly turned red, his fists clenched tightly at his side, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. He forced himself to hold back the anger that was churning within him. Veins rippled on his forehead, and his eyes stared at Lin Chuan with a deadly glare. But he knew that impulsiveness at this moment would only put him in a more unfavorable situation, and could only squeeze out 3 words through his teeth. Wait and see. Ha ha. Lin Chuan laughed out loud. Fine. I'll wait and see how you'll be abused by me. Saying that, Lin Chuan's eyes flashed with a touch of viciousness, looking straight into Zhu Hanlin's eyes. To tell you the truth, Lao Zi dislikes you very much. What I hate the most in my life is you bull geniuses who think highly of yourselves after studying for a few years. So, no matter how much you insist, you won't be able to pass my test. I will do everything I can to torture you, abuse you. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I will definitely make your life worse than death every day. When Zhu Hanlin heard this, not only did he not have a bit of fear or retreat, but instead, he rushed at Lin Chuan with a provocative face. I'll wait. If I say a word, I'm your grandson. Gutsy enough. The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth tugged slightly, revealing a sardonic smile. You've got guts. You've always been so tough. Chapter 16, Rookie Challenges Chief Instructor? Looking for death. The rookies, who had undergone brutal training, were soaked to the skin, their clothes were in disarray, and they reeked of the fishy smell of seawater and sweat. At Zhou Xian's command, they dragged their exhausted bodies and changed into clean clothes. At this time, although there is still fatigue in their eyes, but more a trace of curiosity about the unknown training content. Half an hour later, led by the instructor, the group slowly walked into a warehouse. Pushing open the door of the warehouse, dozens of military computers were neatly arranged in front of him, emitting a cold metallic light. The rookies looked at each other in disbelief. What's this about practicing? Is it hard to make us typists? It's not going to be some high-tech combat game, is it? Lin Chuan stood in front of the computer, scanning each rookie. Then he said aloud, in the future war, informationized war will play a dominant role. Even special forces are no exception. Various types of tasks such as reconnaissance behind enemy lines, intelligence theft, and information summarization are inseparable from these devices. Therefore, a qualified special forces soldier must be proficient in all kinds of military electronic equipment. The rookies listened in disbelief. All of a sudden, there was a lot of interest in the subject, rising, in this day and age, let alone being able to play with computers. It's just to watch, and not many people have seen it. Now, there is an opportunity to operate and learn, and naturally none of them want to miss it. It's not a wasted trip to have access to all this highly sophisticated equipment. That's not true. This thing, in our hometown, only those rich people can afford it. We are not even have a chance to look at it. At this point, a rookie with access to computers and electronics stared. I'd advise you not to get too happy. It's not that easy to learn this stuff. You'll have time to cry later. Is it hard? Remove the word? Lin Chuan saw the look on the faces of the rookies and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Continuing, he said, from today onwards, take out at least 2 hours every day for training in this subject. This is a rare time of rest and recuperation for you all, so cherish it for me. But if I catch anyone not taking it seriously, get out immediately and continue with extreme physical training. The reason why it's so important to get them started at this stage, it's also mostly because rookies don't know much about this stuff, or even touch it, and it takes a lot of effort and time to master this skill. It's better to train early than late. When the rookies heard this, when they thought of the various cruel and extreme trainings today, each and every one of them had their hairs standing up in sweat, and their backs were chilled, and they all became serious and solemn. At that moment, Sun Ying came forward, dressed in a neat military uniform, with a professional and stern look in her eyes. As of today, she will be the instructor for this subject. Everyone take your seats. I'll be giving you a lecture about it next. Limited equipment. two people sharing a computer. However, when Sun-Ing started to explain the specialized contents of codes, numbers and symbols, the rookie's expressions gradually became painful. Most people have never touched a computer before, and this knowledge is like a book in the sky to them. A female Marine stared at the dense code on the screen, feeling dizzy and couldn't help but ask her next comrade for help. What's all this? I can't understand it. The comrade next to him also looked puzzled and shook his head helplessly. A member next to Zhu Hanlin scratched his ears anxiously and muttered, "Comrade Major, can you read? I feel like I'm listening to alien language." Zhu Hanlin just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He could see it naturally. And not only can you read it, you're proficient at it. He's got a master's degree in computer science from the National University of Science and Technology. At that time, if he hadn't insisted on going down to the army for training, now, he would have been able to stand on the podium and become a lecturer. Sun-Ing looked at the rookies' confused faces and sighed helplessly. It seems that your foundations are too poor. So let's start from the very basics. First, memorize these basic codes, and at the same time familiarize yourselves with the basic operation of the computer. Although the rookies were embarrassed, under Sun Ying's stern gaze, they could only start learning with a hard head. In the midst of all the hustle and bustle, Zhu Hanlin was out of place. He sat there, neither flipping through his study materials nor turning on his computer, just looking around with a bemused expression. Noticing his abnormality, Sun-Ing frowned and walked over, questioning, "Everyone is studying, why aren't you moving?" The corners of Zhu Hanlin's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile as he said, "I'm proficient in all of these and don't need to learn them." At this statement, the surrounding rookies cast surprised glances, and some whispered, "Bragging rights, right? I don't think so. He's a major, and a graduate of the military academy. I think the instructor even said at the time that he had a master's degree in something. If I had known that when I was in school, I would have tried harder and I wouldn't be a scum now. Are you thinking that you're so good that you don't need to learn?" At that moment, a clear and cold voice came. A figure that stood in front of Zhu Hanlin. Zhu Hanlin stood up and said confidently, "Right." Saying that, he suddenly revealed a provocative smile. "If you're not convinced, you can compare. Compared to me?" Lin Chuan smiled contemptuously, challenging an instructor. "Can you bear the consequences of failure?" Zhu Hanlin said, "If I lose, I'll admit to drilling me any way you want. But if you lose..." Zhu Hanlin pointed to the outside of the warehouse, his voice steeply increasing. "Today, what we went through, you, the chief instructor, will have to go through it once in front of all of our players as well." "Well, dare you bet?" The crowd of rookies were all looking at the two men without a breath of air. They didn't expect that Zhu Hanlin would be so courageous to challenge the chief instructor. After a day of training today, they had all deeply experienced the perversity of this chief instructor. Zhu Hanlin was now challenging His Majesty, and once he lost, he didn't dare to imagine how badly he would be drilled. But if the chief instructor loses, go out and go through what they went through today. Thinking about this, the group of rookies couldn't help but have their hearts beat a few points faster, filled with anticipation. In the face of Zhu Hanlin's provocation, Lin Chuan appeared very calm. "I hope you don't regret this decision. Feel free to make up the rules on how to compare. I'll take it all." Zhu Hanlin's eyes narrowed slightly. I didn't expect Lin Chuan to agree so painfully. He knew full well what he was capable of in the field of computer electronics. Could it be that he was very good at this, too? After pondering for a moment, Zhu Hanlin said, "You said that electronic intelligence theft is also a skill that special forces must be proficient in. Then compare this." Lin Chuan nodded. "Yes. Who attacks? Who defends?" Zhu Hanlin said, "Didn't you say you were going to have this ability? Then let us rookies see if you can break through my system's defenses and steal my intelligence. So, you attack, I defend." Lin Chuan said, "No problem. Besides, seeing as you're a rookie, I'll give you another pass. It says on your profile that you were involved in research on our military Sky Dome system while at the National Defense University. You're more familiar and good at it. I'll let you use this Sky Dome system. And I switch offshore nets to attack." Zhu Hanlin's pupils suddenly shrunk. "Are you sure? Sky Dome system. Is the military commissioned the National University of Science and Technology side to assist in the research and development of a new type of defense's very strong military network system. With an ultra-sensitive recognition alarm system, it can automatically defend and repair itself. The defense ability, when placed inside the entire army, can also be ranked in the top 5, especially for offshore network intrusions. Their defenses against offshore networks are fortified in layers. At that time, they conducted a 6-month-long offshore network intrusion test. Without exception, all were successfully intercepted. And this system, when he was at NUST himself, he also participated in the research and development together. It is quite knowledgeable and familiar with the system. Even now, He is one of the security administrators of this system. Lin Chuan smiled. I'll give you 10 minutes to connect the network and system here. To the military. You have the administrative privileges of the Sky Dome system. Switching over, it's not difficult. 10 minutes is enough. Zhou Xian and Sun Ying on the side looked at each other and smiled. These rookies, they really don't know the sky. They think they are great at what they are good at. Unbeknownst to them, what they thought was the pinnacle was merely Lin Chuan's starting point. When Zhu Hanlin saw that Lin Chuan did not look like he was joking, he immediately did not talk nonsense and quickly prepared himself. Old Zhu, are you sure? His teammate leaned over slowly and asked with some anticipation. Zhu Hanlin said confidently, it has to be. Have you forgotten what I do? The team looked excited and expectant. Come on, him to death. Let him abuse us so hard today. Yeah. The other rookies also leaned over and whispered, Chief, be sure to help us out. I can't wait to see this pervert lose and do push-ups out there soaking up seawater. Ha. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Hush, keep your voice down. He'll hear us later, so watch out for the shoes on us back there. 10 minutes later, Lin Chuan casually sat in front of a computer. On Zhu Hanlin's side, he already had his computer ready. In the center of the warehouse, there is a relatively large projector. The projector split in two, projecting the computers of the two men separately. Zhu Hanlin rushed Lin Chuan. Chief Instructor, the name of the file you want to steal is Red 01. Lin Chuan nodded. Can we start? Zhu Hanlin said. Yes. As Zhu Hanlin's voice fell, Lin Chuan began to move. Chapter 17, This Chief Instructor's Strength. Too perverted? Lin Chuan's hands were like nimble dancers, dancing on the keyboard. Strings of code flashed across the screen like shooting stars. The attack command was like a dense artillery fire, blasting towards Zhu Hanlin's Sky Dome system defense line. Zhu Hanlin was initially calm and collected, his hands similarly tapping rapidly on the keyboard, methodically responding to Lin Chuan's attacks. The heavenly vault system that he manipulated was like an impregnable fortress, easily defusing wave after wave of Lin Chuan's attacks. Seeing this, the corner of Zhu Hanlin's mouth rose slightly, revealing a slightly mocking smile. Chief Instructor, is this the level? However, Lin Chuan did not pay any attention to his mockery. In an instant, his attacks steeply doubled, like a raging tide, and came at Zhu Hanlin with a mountainous momentum. The face of Zhu Hanlin, who had just been full of confidence, instantly became grave. Fine beads of sweat began to break out on his forehead, and for the first time a hint of nervousness showed in his eyes. His hands frantically pounded on the keyboard in an attempt to reinforce the defense line, but Lin Chuan's attacks were so fierce that a tiny crack began to appear in the defense line. The surrounding rookies were dumbfounded, each with their eyes glazed over as if they were watching a thrilling sci-fi blockbuster. Wow, this is too much. It feels like I'm watching a hacker battle. Old Zhu, come on, you must hold it. When the group of rookies saw the expression on Zhu Hanlin's face, they immediately lost it. It's over. Look at the expression on old Zhu's face. It seems to be a bit strained. Don't crow about it. The chief is sure it'll work. But reality cruelly shattered their illusions. Less than a minute had passed, and Lin Chuan's series of subtle operations, like deadly blades, instantly tore through the heavy defenses of the Sky Vault system. Only heard a ding sound. Lin Chuan successfully seized the Red 01 confidential documents, while Zhu Hanlin still wants to try the Skydome system to snatch the file back. Ding! A box with a blue background and red font appeared directly on his computer screen. You are not authorized to access. Zhu Hanlin's eyes widened as he stared dead at the screen, shock and disbelief written all over his face. My security management privileges, they've actually been taken too? How is this possible? He muttered, his voice full of despair. How could he not expect that the Sky Dome system, which he was so familiar with and considered impregnable, was actually so unbeatable in front of Lin Chuan? The entire warehouse was instantly silent, and the rookies were stunned speechless by the sudden outcome. They had expected Zhu Hanlin to teach Lin Chuan a hard lesson and take the heat off of them, but reality hit them hard. Zhu Hanlin slumped helplessly in his chair, his eyes empty. He knew that he had lost, utterly and completely. How could he not believe that Lin Chuan was actually in the field of computer electronics and was actually powerful to such an extent? It was only less than 1 minute and it completely broke through the Sky Dome system developed by a group of their computer elite. It's a core security system in the military. How could it be cracked so easily? He couldn't have gotten permission from the military's top management and put it here to cheat, could he? Thinking of this, Zhu Hanlin felt that this was the only possibility. But just as he was about to open his mouth, Lin Chuan's voice came over. I bet you're thinking that I cheated in conjunction with the military's secure cyber unit to beat you, aren't you? Hanlin Zhu. Lin Chuan stood up and pointed to his position. All of my actions just now were recorded. Come see for yourself. Save me the trouble of saying I won. Zhu Hanlin gave Lin Chuan a deep look, but did not hesitate to walk over and quickly check it. After all, he was an elite talent in this line of work, and after just a brief look, he knew that Lin Chuan had indeed defeated him with his superb hacking skills. With this kind of skill, not to mention him, no one in the security department of the army is his match. At that moment, Zhu Hanlin's arms hung weakly and slightly, his face full of bitter smiles. I lost. Less skillful. I'm convinced. Just say it. What punishment you want. I'll take it and never say a word. The other rookies saw this and sighed in their hearts. They didn't expect Zhu Hanlin to lose so completely. With the chief instructor's pissy demeanor, he might have to be abused to some extent. But Lin Chuan's next words were out of everyone's expectation. I'll give you two choices. Number 1. Get the outta here and go. Second, assist the instructor and teach the other rookies this skill within 3 months. Of course, if you aren't eliminated during this 3-month selection process, I don't care what method you use, whether it's teaching during training or passing on experience during breaks. I don't care. If, within 3 months, any of the remaining rookies who haven't been eliminated still don't know how to do it, you, as usual, get out. Zhu Hanlin had a surprised look on his face. I didn't expect that Lin Chuan's punishment would be like this. So easy. Simply assisting and helping to teach. Look quickly. He was reacting. It was, perhaps, not the instructor who was giving him a chance. Rather, let him serve as free labor for the selection. With Lin Chuan's strength, he could naturally teach other rookies as well. But let him come. Then wouldn't he save a lot of effort and time? This asshole. Rather, it will be penalized. But even then, he had no choice. Because he didn't want to go. At least, he couldn't leave until he had passed all the tests and proved himself. I choose to. The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth tugged. Obviously, Zhu Hanlin's decision was expected. Allowing Zhu Hanlin to assist in teaching was naturally not for him to serve as free labor as he himself thought. If you really want a teacher, he makes a phone call and a large number of elite professional talents come over. There are, naturally, deeper reasons for this, and Lin Chuan turned his head to look at a group of other rookies at this time. The same goes for you guys. Within 3 months, if you can't meet the assessment standard for the subject, you'll be directly eliminated. After saying that, Lin Chuan directly walked out. On Sun Ying's side, she also let the rookies continue to train. Zhu Hanlin, an outsider, also moved and began to wander among the various rookies, explaining and passing on his experience. Rookies also know how difficult this subject is and don't dare to slack off and be lazy. It was only after learning until nearly late at night, when the spirits of all the rookies were nearly broken, that Lin Chuan let them go back to rest. With such intense training during the day and being mentally pressed at night, along with nibbling on just one loaf of bread a day, each one had reached their limits. After lying down in the Spartan room, without even communicating with each other in any way, they had fallen asleep. Phew, exhausted. Inside the instructor's monitoring and command room, Zhou Shen and Sun Ying stretched their blocking backs and screamed in agony as soon as they came in. Lin Chuan threw them a bottle of water each and laughed. It's only the first day and you're tired? There's still upwards of 6 months of training cycles behind us. Zhou Shen sat on his butt in the chair and reclined, not willing to move a muscle anymore, wailing with a face full of fatigue. Heavens, there's still half a year left. Kill me. Bang! As soon as Zhou Shen's words fell, a water bottle was smashed towards him. If you're too tired to be an instructor, why don't you go back to the drawing board too? Zhou Shen hurriedly climbed up to sit upright and laughed compensatorily. Boss, I'm just kidding. They had followed Lin Chuan for so long and knew very well how perverted Lin Chuan was. Not only are you hard on others, but you're even harder on yourself. Sun Ying walked up to Lin Chuan and said with some concern, Boss, with this kind of practice, when the time comes, let alone leaving 50 people behind, it would be good if 20 could stay. Should we consider lowering the intensity appropriately? Lin Chuan shook his head slightly. There's no need. Just keep following the plan. Their potential is far greater than you can imagine. If we don't take this opportunity to unlock all their potential and talent, it will be even harder to break through when the back is molded. If any of them really can't stick it out and want to leave, that proves that they're not special forces material. Let them. I want the elite, not the rabble. Sun Ying was still trying to persuade her, but Zhou Shen interrupted her. Xiaoying, the boss is right. To think we weren't much less intense than they were back in the day. But what about the back, where we break through various limits time and time again, and our strength rubs off on us? They can't grow up fast without going through hell. What's more, the boss has more experience than us, a keen eye, and the ones he picked are all extremely favorable to him, so I don't think it should be too much of a problem. Sun Ying sniffed and didn't say anything else. Lin Chuan looked at the time and said, There isn't much time. You two hurry up and rest. 3 hours to go and it's on again. The two of them looked at the time, It was already 12:30 a.m. And they couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Mind. A moment of silence for these rookies. Soon, 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. As the rookies were drifting off to sleep, several tear gas canisters were thrown through the windows. Immediately afterward, the emergency assembly whistle sounded, and Zhou Xian shouted out with a loudspeaker, "All dress code assembly. More than 3 minutes and you will know the consequences." The rookies awoke from their slumber with a pungent odor spreading quickly through the room. Cough cough cough. What the hell is this? Not letting people sleep in the middle of the night. Sick, right? Someone frantically groped for their clothes in the darkness, but couldn't find them, stifling a curse under their breath. Son of a, let people live. Angry roars rose and fell. The rookies coughed and struggled through the tear gas smoke, fumbling with their attire. It was a long time, a full 5 minutes, before they were barely assembled outside. One was a mess, hair disheveled, clothes buttoned wrong, and shoes on backwards. Seeing this, Zhou Xian's eyes instantly glared round as he roared, "Look at you guys, slow as a snail. Your dress code is a mess, and you still want to be special forces with this? This is simply a joke." It took a full 5 minutes to assemble. If this were wartime, you would have been blown up by the enemy. Go back to your rooms and take your punishment. As the words fell, Zhou Xian picked up his gun and shot at their heels, scaring the rookies into retreating. A group of instructors rushed out and pushed them hard into the room again. After all the rookies were locked in again, Zhou Xian threw a few more tear gas grenades into the room before quickly closing and deadbolting the door. The rookies tried to hold back at first in the tear gas fumes, but the pungent odor was like a million tiny needles going straight to their noses and eyes. Their eyes were instantly reddened by the smoke. Tears spewed out uncontrollably, and their vision became blurred, so that they could only see the blurred figures around them swaying in panic. The throat felt like it was burning with fire, and each breath was accompanied by a sharp pain that triggered one violent cough after another. Some people tried to cover their mouths and noses with their hands, but the strong odor was still pervasive, choking people almost to the point of suffocation. Cough cough cough. This is going to kill people. A rookie bent over in agony, his hands clawing at his throat as hard as he could, as if that would relieve some of the pain. Can't stand it. Really can't stand it. Someone began frantically rapping on the door, desperation and helplessness in their voice. However, the only thing that responded to them was Zhou Xian's indifferent wait outside the door. In this small room, the smoke from the tear gas grows thicker. The rookies' bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Their legs weakened, and some of them even collapsed straight to the ground, rolling around in agony on the ground, trying to find a trace of fresh air. "I can't. I want out." Another responded weakly. "Don't waste your breath. They won't care about us." Every second was as long as a year, and the rookies were gradually on the verge of a mental breakdown during this endless torture. Just like that, it was shut for a full 5 minutes, and in the midst of what seemed like never-ending pain, Zhou Xian finally opened the door and said coldly, "Come out." The rookies walked out of the room breathlessly like a group of defeated soldiers. At this point, a female soldier finally couldn't help herself and let out a cry. "I'm quitting. I can't take this torture anymore." Immediately afterward, 2 more female soldiers followed suit, crying, "We quit too." Driven by them, the dozen or so rookies hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted their teeth and chose to quit. They just couldn't withstand such intense, no-holds-barred training, and both their minds and bodies had reached their limits. And even then, Lin Chuan didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. "Yes, any one of you has the right to quit. Black Wolf, here." Zhou Xian ran over and answered loudly, "Send them off the island." "Yes." Zhou Xian turned to look at these rookies and asked loudly with an expressionless face, "Anyone who wants to quit, get your asses in the front row." At once, 3 female soldiers, 9 male soldiers stepped forward without hesitation. Immediately afterward, 3 more male soldiers hesitantly stepped out. On the Marine side, a female soldier was also red-eyed and sniffling as she tried to walk out, but she was tugged by Qin Jiao. "What are you doing? You want to quit too?" The female soldier cried and sobbed. "I can't really hold on. I don't want to be a special agent. Don't mention STEM. I'm afraid I'll actually die here." "Woohoo." The other female soldiers sniffed and were moved. They have no right to despise people, because they don't know how long they can hold out. Tang Lin sighed slightly and said, "Leave if you want to. The path was chosen by yourself. Just don't regret it." The female soldier hesitated, but decided to quit, saluting the crowd of Marines. "I'm sorry I embarrassed our unit." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the first row. By now, a dozen people were already standing in the first row. "Anyone else want to quit?" After waiting for a while longer to make sure that no one wanted to leave, Zhou Xian then waved his hand, allowing the instructor to take them away. Chapter 18, Extreme Physical Fitness. Rookie has blood blisters all over the soles of his feet and is all crashed out. Lin Chuan leaned back with his hands and looked at the group of rookies in front of him whose numbers had dropped below 100. After only 3 hours or so of sleep, I was forced to get up and assemble. Again, they were ravaged by tear gas. At the moment, the state of the rookies could only be described in 2 words, numb. A numbness of exhaustion to the point of exhaustion. Looking at Lin Chuan, who was walking back and forth in front of them, the rookies were itching to rush up and give him a good beating. I know what you're thinking. Lin Chuan suddenly stopped and revealed a smile that made people very uncomfortable. You guys must be thinking that it would be nice to beat me up and out of the way. Ha! The rookies were stunned. I didn't think it would be visible. There's a reason you were called up at this hour. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to disturb your sleep. You guys take a look at that hill back there. The rookies turned their heads to look. The hill wasn't far from them, and it wasn't very high, over 300 meters above sea level. Lin Chuan laughed. What about last night? I purposely looked at the weather forecast. The weather forecast says it's going to be a great day, and the sunrise over the sea. As we all know, it was very beautiful. You guys were so tired and mentally strained for so long yesterday, so I thought I'd take you up to see the beautiful sunrise and relax. The moment Lin Chuan's words came out, a group of rookies were about to storm off on the spot. Relax your ass. We're dog tired and you won't let us sleep and relax so we can get up in the middle of the night to watch the sunrise? Is this the time to see the sunrise? It's ing looking at the moon, isn't it? Ha! Lin Chuan once again revealed a very beaten smile. Looking at you guys, it's obvious that you're already a bit impatient. Can't wait? We can't wait to get our hands on you. Then we won't waste any more time. Let's go up the hill now and greet the sunrise. I don't have enough cars here on the island base, so it's just going to have to be hard work, guys, climbing up there on your own. It's not far. Up from here, in a straight line, it's just over 1,000 meters. I'm sure you guys, you'll be able to make the climb before sunrise. Of course, if you really don't have the strength, you can get in my car and I'll drive you up. But come up, watch the sunrise and then leave. Anyone want to ride up with me? The rookies rolled their eyes vigorously. Black Wolf, here, Zhou Xian answered loudly. Check their gear. 40 kilos each. Yes, 40 kilos? The rookies stared. This load, it's more than 20 kilograms higher than even the standard they trained for in their own unit. Climbing so high with such heavy gear on your back? That's not going to break your back. Report. This is too heavy. How are we going to get up the mountain? A rookie couldn't help but shout out. Zhou Xian responded in a cold voice. Special equipment for special soldiers is this standard weight. If you can't take it, quit. There it is again. The rookies were furious. But the words, it must be said, were enough to make them hold their breath. When that 40 kilograms of equipment weighed heavily on the rookies' backs, their bodies instantly sank downward as if they had been hit by a 10,000-ton boulder. What the hell kind of weight is this? It's practically crushing people. A rookie couldn't help but curse. But the only thing that responded to him was Zhou Xian's icy gaze. Some of them had their legs trembling uncontrollably, their knees as weak as cotton, and several times they almost fell directly to their knees on the gravel-covered ground. Even though Zhu Hanlin's physical fitness was far beyond normal, he couldn't help but tighten his brow in the face of such a heavy load, his shoulders being strangled by the straps of his equipment. As the rookies dragged their heavy paces and began to run, they were surprised to realize that the path up the mountain was more treacherous than they had imagined. The foot of the mountain road in the darkness of the hidden, winding as a dormant python, seems to be a straight line distance of only more than 1,000 meters of the mountain. The actual distance of the curves add up to at least 5 kilometers. Not running far, a rookie felt a sharp pain on the soles of his feet, stopped to take off his shoes and looked down to see that his socks had been worn through and blood blisters were popping up one by one. Ah! My foot! Someone yelled out in pain and stumbled in their steps. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the thick clouds, shedding a few faint rays of light, and in this hazy light, the gravel on the mountain path was clearly visible, rolling and rubbing mercilessly under each step of the rookies. It was just like countless tiny steel needles, stabbing them hard on the soles of their feet one after another. Zhou Xian kept urging loudly from the back of the group, all of you, hurry up. What's the point of dawdling? Can't you walk this far? You still want to be a special forces soldier? Lin Chuan, on the other hand, leisurely sat in the car and followed behind without slowing down. Every now and then he raised the gun in his hand and fired it toward the sky, and the sound of the gun suddenly cut through this pre-dawn silence, stirring back and forth across the valley and frightening the rookies. All of you, buck up and run faster. What's the matter? You can't do it? With the relentless passage of time, the rookie's stamina faded as quickly as the fine sand in an hourglass, and the team gradually became fragmented. Some people were panting, their chests heaving violently, their steps growing sluggish. Some people covered the soles of their abraded feet and limped on. each step accompanied by excruciating pain. Finally, one of the rookies could not take it anymore and stopped, gasping for air and saying, "I can't take it anymore. I'm quitting." Zhou Xian glanced at him and did not speak, only waving his hand, signaling him to wait aside. Then he rushed to the center of the line with great strides, his eyes like torches, sharply scrutinizing everyone, and asked loudly, "Is there anyone who wants to get on the bus? Get on the bus and you won't have to suffer anymore." Although the rookies were all red with exhaustion, with sweat running continuously down their cheeks, and with exhaustion and resentment in their eyes, they gritted their teeth and shouted one after the other, "Never get in the car. I'll die here even if I die. Not on. Run me to death if you can." At this moment, Lin Xuan locked his gaze on Zhu Hanlin. Zhu Hanlin was bending over at this time because of his physical exhaustion, and was vomiting up bitter water. The corner of Lin Xuan's mouth hooked up a cold smile, drove close to Zhu Hanlin, and deliberately spoke loudly to Sun Ying next to him. You say, some people, obviously can't, have to show off, running slower than a female soldier and yelling all day long about how great and awesome they are. If I were him, why don't I just go on a trip to Banana Land and change my personality so I don't lose face as a man?" When Zhu Hanlin, who was vomiting, heard Lin Xuan's words, the anger in his heart rose up. He looked up at Lin Xuan, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. He couldn't help but rush up and do it, but he was pulled back by his teammate. "Don't be stupid. We're no match for him." Zhu Hanlin glared fiercely at Lin Xuan, then twisted his head and ran again. There was only one thought in his mind: he must not be looked down upon by Lin Xuan. Under Zhou Xian's drive and Lin Xuan's stimulation, the rookies endured the pain in the soles of their feet and the exhaustion of their bodies while struggling to move forward on the rugged mountain road. Every step is filled with hardship and struggle, and the unconquerable energy in their hearts burned hotter and hotter in this extreme torture. The seaside sky, amidst a thick, heavy gasp from the rookies, was already slightly reddened. "The sky is getting brighter." That's when the rookies saw a little farther, the top of the mountain. Tang Lin saw that dozens of meters away is the big platform at the top of the mountain. The limit of the tired drooping eyes instantly rose hope. Ready to get to the top of the hill. "Hold on, everyone," Tang Lin shouted at the rookies at the bottom of the hill. The following rookies also instantly surged with hope when they heard the words, and their bodies surged with strength for no reason. "Hold on, must hold on." The rookies encouraged each other, helped each other, and continued to move laboriously toward the summit. Finally, one by one, the rookies, one after the other, reached the top of the mountain just as the sun was rising above sea level. One by one, they lay on the boulder platform at the top of the hill, gasping for breath. The gasp was small, because they didn't even have much strength left to even breathe. Now, the body had become so exhausted that it moved as if it were draining the strength out of it, tired to the point of paralysis. Boom! As the last rookie arrived at the platform, Lin Xuan drove up and arrived as well. When he came up, he looked at the state of the rookies and couldn't help but grin. "What's everyone doing lying down? Come on, get up, all of you, and watch the sunrise." Watching the sunrise over the sea from the top of a mountain is a dream come true for many people. Come on, look at them all. How beautiful, beautiful. One by one, the rookies mentally sputtered impotently. Who has the strength and mood to watch the sunrise when you're a ing dog? But spiteful as they were, they still couldn't help but turn their heads slightly toward the sea level below the mountain. "So hard to climb up here. Do not look. Seems, is a little sorry for the sweat." Upon seeing the great blood-red sun on the sea level, and looking at the reddish printed pieces of clouds, set against the endless microwave sparkling waves, it looked so beautiful. "It's kinda pretty. It's not worth all the hard work to climb up here." Lin Xuan was also rare in his kindness and did not give any more orders. Just let them lie there quietly and enjoy the beauty of nature while resting and recovering. Enough to let them rest for more than half an hour before Lin Xuan then people drove the car up and sent the rookie down. When they saw one appear, the rookies had to curse on the spot. "All you in the cactus ball. I thought there weren't enough cars? What's this, a toy car?" 10 minutes later, on the beach, with a wave of Zhou Xian's hand, the instructors below came over with boxes of silver needles and small scissors. "All hands, take off your combat boots. Pick all the blood blisters on the soles of your feet and cut off the rotten skin." Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, the rookies then felt pain in the soles of their feet as an afterthought. They sat down and took their combat boots off. It didn't matter that it was off. The scene was haunted. Asterisk. There are blood blisters all over the soles of my feet. "Oh, my feet. Your feet are fine. My are so trampled that the blood and flesh are stuck to my socks." Rookies endure excruciating pain, huffing cold air as they shudder and slowly remove their socks. It was only when the socks came off that it became clear that almost every foot had a few blood blisters. There were quite a few, and the blood blisters had burst, and the blood inside was clearly visible. What are you waiting for? Do it now. Do you want our instructor to break it for you? Zhou Xian prodded and roared. The rookie sniffed and could only grit their teeth and bear the pain to start. But many rookies are hesitant to do it because they are afraid of the pain. Why don't I help you? And when I'm done, you can help me. I just can't get down. This will do. Hey, what's going on? At this time, Lin Xuan's voice came. A few blood bubbles and you don't dare to come by yourself? All people, not allowed to help each other. Otherwise, go to the top of the mountain one more time for me. The rookie sniffed and mentally cursed and wailed. There is no choice but to do it yourself. At that moment, the scene resounded with bursts of straight cold air and teeth rubbing sounds. 10 minutes later, Zhou Xian called a halt. Only then did Lin Xuan slowly approach them. Only as soon as he got close, he covered his nose. What a sweaty odor. Oh, I forgot. Lin Xuan said indistinctly. You guys came over from yesterday. First soaked in seawater, then smoked by gas bombs, and now you're all sweaty. It's normal to have a little smell on you. I'm a bit of a clean freak, a little repulsed by the stench. In that case, you all hurry up and take a hot shower to wash off the smell. Change into something clean and fresh before you come out for breakfast. Go go go. The rookies were dumbfounded and kind of couldn't believe what they were hearing. Why is this chief instructor suddenly so kind? The sun has come out of the west? But, just now, I clearly saw that the sun was coming out from the east, right? What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear the chief instructor? Zhou Xian yelled. All of you, get your equipment on and gather in the bathhouse. Quickly. Ta-da-da-da. After saying that, Zhou Xian picked up his gun again and fired wildly at the front of their paws. The rookie was scared and backed away. The pain on the soles of their feet, however, caused them to wail repeatedly. A group of rookies were unsteady and crashed together. Hey! What for what? Lin Xuan suddenly drank at Zhou Xian with a stern face. Can't you see people are hurt? And shooting people to scare them. Don't bullets cost anything? Military spending is for people like you to waste. Shoot again, or I'll dock your paycheck. Zhou Xian? Lin Xuan grunted. Invite people back properly. Sven, Zhou Xian, is a bunch of instructors. A bunch of rookies? Male soldier Zhou Xian belt. Female soldier Sun Ying led. Head towards the men's and women's bathhouses respectively. The rookies jangled and trembled with each step, leaving a bloody footprint under their feet. But when they entered the bathhouse, they smelled a pungent odor of alcohol. What is it? What's with the strong odor of alcohol inside this bathhouse? The rookies looked surprised and puzzled. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Almost simultaneously, both Sun Ying and Zhou Xian pointed at the pool in front of them. Everyone, get in the alcohol pool for 5 minutes. Sterilize the soles of your feet. What? Sterilize directly in a pool of alcohol? Instantly, the rookies' screams of terror came from both bathhouses at the same time. Chapter 19, Breakfast. Eating rats and snakes. Scared crying female soldier. Sterilizing directly in a pool of alcohol? This is going to hurt us. A rookie screamed in terror, his voice echoing through the bathhouse with fear and resistance. That's it. This is too harsh. The soles of our feet are worn out, so soaking in it won't kill half of us. Another rookie also protested loudly. This is just torture. We're not bubbling. The rookies expressed their displeasure and protests as you and I spoke. Who the dares to go in there? It's just picked through the skin, and it's still fresh from the pain. The slightest touch makes you tremble with pain. Put a little antiseptic on it and you have to have your muscles tighten up and tears well up in your eyes. Now, let them go straight into the pool of alcohol to soak inside, so that the blood blisters on the soles of their feet are always stimulated by the alcohol. Not to mention a human being, even a cow would have to die from the pain. But their complaints and fears did not arouse Zhou Xian's pity in the slightest. With a stern face and eyes like ice, Zhou Xian coldly scanned the crowd and roared. None of that nonsense. If you don't go down, you'll be eliminated directly. Don't think this is a discussion with you. If you can't even endure this pain, how dare the country and the people expect you to go to war and kill the enemy? The rookies listened, their faces filled with helplessness and struggle. They took a look at Zhou Xian's undeniable expression, and then looked at the pungent-smelling alcohol pool in front of them, their hearts filled with fear. However, thinking of their previous persistence and the fact that leaving would mean giving up, they gritted their teeth and were finally forced to slowly walk towards the alcohol pool. A male rookie was the first to get in the pool, and his body instantly tightened at the first touch of alcohol. Ah came out of his mouth with a scream. It hurts too damn much. His face contorted instantly as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. When the other rookies saw this, they were even more scared, but one can only follow down with a stiff upper lip. Upon contact with the alcohol, one grimaced in outright pain. Inside the bathhouse, the howls of wolves in agony rose and fell. What's all the shouting about? At this time, Lin Chuan walked in and drank with a stern face. Injuries are inevitable on the battlefield. Special forces perform missions that are covert and always full of crisis. I don't know how many enemies will be hidden on the opposite side, not to mention making a sound, but any movement may directly attract a bullet. Shut the up. It hurts, and you have to put up with it. Anyone who yells again, just soak me in there for an hour. When the rookies heard this, they immediately clenched their teeth directly and forced themselves to endure the pain, not daring to make a single sound. They were like shrimps thrown into a boiling frying pan, writhing in agony. There was a lanky male soldier, his hands gripping the edge of the pool so tightly that his knuckles were white from exertion and the veins on the back of his hands bulged like a worm. His chest rose and fell violently, each breath accompanied by an agonized hiss, and his feet stomped frantically on the bottom of the pool, splashing alcohol onto his body and triggering another, more intense bout of pain. The other male soldier with an athletic figure was at the moment like a wounded beast, his body curled up in a corner, his hands clasping his head, shaking unceasingly, his mouth emitting vague moans of pain. His forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat that slid down his cheeks and dripped into the pool of alcohol, indistinguishable from sweat or tears. The other male soldiers collapsed at the edge of the pool, their bodies limp and their hands hanging limply outside. Their lips quivered as they tried to say something, but all they could make was a weak, broken humming and gurgling sound. The eyes were filled with pain and despair. Zhu Hanlin stood in the pool of alcohol, his legs trembling slightly, and the sharp pain on the soles of his feet was like a sharp dagger, stabbing him fiercely one after another. But when he saw Lin Chuan's eyes, his eyes instantly became resolute. He clenched his teeth, his cheeks bulging high from the exertion, veins bulging on his forehead, bean-sized beads of sweat sliding down his cheeks, but he insisted on not saying a word. His eyes stared straight at Lin Chuan, and it was as if his eyes were demonstrating to Lin Chuan. Tang Lin was also in severe pain, his hands clenched tightly into fists, his nails deeply embedded in his palms, leaving a trail of blood. His body leaned forward slightly, his feet struggling to find support at the bottom of the pool, every muscle tightening with pain. On the women's side of the bathhouse, the atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating, especially when they heard the wailing from the male soldier's side just now. It made the fear in their hearts even more intense. A short-haired female soldier's eyes were red and her voice was tinged with tears. I'm really scared. If this soaks in, I feel like I'll pass out from the pain. Next to her, although Chen Jiao was also filled with fear, she still reached out and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't be afraid. We'll be together. Just bear it and it will pass. However, when actually confronted with a pool of alcohol, comfort seemed so feeble. The first to try to go down the pool was Su Mei. One foot just touched the alcohol. The body violently contracted. Hands subconsciously covered the mouth, trying to suppress the screams that were about to come out. But there was still a muffled grunt that spilled out from between the fingers. At that moment, a petite female soldier slowly squatted down, took a deep breath as if to muster the courage of her whole body, and then slowly put her feet into the alcohol pool. In an instant, her eyes glazed over, the blood color on her face instantly faded, followed by a mournful scream. Her body began to shake violently and uncontrollably, her hands frantically clawing at the edge of the pool, her fingernails all but scratching an ear-splitting sound against the wall. After only holding out for less than 2 minutes, her eyes gradually laxed, her body softened, her eyes rolled over, and she directly fainted from the pain. No good. Someone fainted. The female soldier next to him exclaimed. Sun Ning rushed forward to check, frowned, and shouted, carry her out. The others keep soaking. The rookies stumbled as they emerged from the alcohol pool as if a gust of wind could blow them over. Their faces were as pale as paper, their foreheads were covered with fine beads of sweat, and every step was accompanied by a slight tremor. That's the body's stress response to alcohol stimulation. The pain in the soles of their feet made it difficult for them to take a step, and they couldn't help but draw cold breaths as every time they landed. It was as if they were stepping on the tip of a knife. The male soldiers fought back the pain and held each other, trying to stay calm, but the locked brows and slightly trembling bodies still gave away how bad they were. Zhu Hanlin's face was iron blue, veins throbbing on his forehead, trying to restrain his body's discomfort as he clenched his lower lip, which had already been bitten with faint traces of blood. Tang Lin was panting heavily. His legs were weak. If not for the help of his comrades, I am afraid that he would have collapsed on the ground. The female soldiers were in an even worse state. Many of them still had tears in their eyes and their bodies couldn't stop shivering. Forcing himself not to cry out, his shoulders shrugged slightly. His eyes were filled with pain and helplessness, and he had little strength left to even lift his hand to wipe away the sweat. After a full half-hour's reprieve, they barely managed to get their spirits up and dragged their exhausted bodies to the shower. The hot water drenched their bodies but could not dispel the exhaustion and fear in their hearts. When they changed their clothes, their movements were sluggish and stiff. as if each movement took the strength of their entire body. Just as the rookies were well on their way to changing into clean clothes, Zhou Xian's shrill whistle sounded. Gather, come out for breakfast. When they heard that they could have breakfast, a light flashed in the originally bleak eyes of the rookies, and their stomachs grumbled at the right time. As if they had grabbed a lifesaver, they dragged their heavy steps towards the meeting place at a brisk pace. However, when they went out, they didn't see the kind of bread they had last night. Into the eyes of the two large iron cage, covered with a cloth, vaguely heard hissing sound from the inside. The rookies looked at each other with a sense of foreboding welling up in their hearts. At that moment, Lin Xuan walked out with a smile on his face. He put his hands behind his back, scanned the crowd and said, seeing as how everyone has pleased me with their performance yesterday and this morning, I'm going to give you extra meals to refresh yourselves. After saying that, he signaled Zhou Xian to lift the cloth covering him. Zhou Xian walked forward and lifted the cloth with one hand, and in an instant, a cage contained a snake of varying thicknesses. These snakes either coiled or twisted their bodies and swam slowly, their triangular heads held high, their icy eyes emitting a ghostly light. The long letters kept gulping and making a creepy hissing sound, as if demonstrating to the crowd. Some snakes are covered with variegated patterns, and the bright colors seem to warn of its danger. Some of the snakes are black and chilling. The other cage contained a single mouse, which jumped up and down in the cage with a sharp squeak. The mice were thieving, their tiny eyes darting about, their long, thin tails lashing behind them. They were sparsely furred, some of them stained with dirt, and gave off an unpleasant odor. They run around in a panic in the small cage, scratching the cage with their sharp claws and making rattling noises. The rookies instantly exploded at the sight of the rats and snakes. The female soldiers were even more frightened. Some of them directly screamed, and their bodies backed up uncontrollably. A female soldier asked in a trembling voice, This can't be breakfast, can it? Lin Xuan grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth, and replied, how clever. Immediately afterward, he gave the order. Each person must eat either a mouse or a snake and needs to kill it himself. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the rookies froze, shock and resistance written all over their faces. How can I eat this? I'd rather starve than eat this. Protests were heard. The male soldiers were not as frightened as the female soldiers, but they were also reluctant, their brows furrowed together and their eyes full of resistance. Chapter 20, Rookies Eat Mice and Snakes Raw. Vomit at the scene. Lin Xuan looked at the complexion of the crowd and said aloud, of course, if you have to refuse to eat it, I won't force you, but, I'm kindly reminded, for the next 3 days, morning, noon and night, it could be all this food. Eat, you may not be the ones to last to the end, but if you don't eat, you must be the ones eliminated. Your choice. The rookie sniffed and got a nasty chill. Eat this all 3 days. That's disgusting, but after experiencing this day or so of training, it allowed them to have a basic understanding of Lin Xuan, as well, nothing else, on this ability to do what they say they will do. They would not dare to bet on it. If they don't eat it, like he said, no one can last under such intense training, not to mention 3 days. If they don't eat this meal, I guess they will have to rest at the beginning of the next subject training. The body, it needs energy to support it. The rat and snake, undeniably, are relatively rich in protein. If you can bite into it, it's definitely more filling and energizing than a bun would bring. Just, looking at this snake spitting at you, looking at this squeaking mouse, who could eat that? Report, a male soldier shouted. Is this raw, or can it be? No, Lin Xuan interrupted him in a cold voice. Building a fire on the battlefield is a big no-no. Special forces, in the vast majority of cases, conduct covert operations behind enemy lines. Disguise, concealment, is a must-have skill. Any little movement could invite the enemy and bring unimaginable consequences to yourself and even to your comrades. It's just food. You have to be careful. And you want to build a fire? You guys think this is a barbecue party at home? The rookies sniffed. Report. Zhu Hanlin followed and shouted. These snakes and rats have no idea how many germs on them. There's no telling how many viruses are inside. Eating it raw like that makes the human body susceptible to germs. Lin Xuan drank expressionlessly. Bacteria. Viruses? Special operations? No front, no back. That's the adversity of adversity. A single location, a single mission, can consume days or even longer. You should be thankful that you can catch an ant on the battlefield without any supplies. And you care about bacteria and viruses? I'm telling you, as long as you can save your lives and complete your mission alive, you must not hesitate to eat even poison. Not to mention bacterial viruses. Die, all of you, on the basis of accomplishing your mission. Zhu Hanlin and the group of rookies fell silent when they heard this. It's not that they haven't read history. It's not that they don't know the circumstances faced by the revolutionary martyrs during the war. It's just that knowing is knowing.
No one would ever think that this could happen to them.
Lin Chuan looked at the rookies' faces full of resistance and panic, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile.
Seeing that everyone doesn't have much experience, I'll make an exception. This way, Instructor Black Wolf will give everyone a demonstration.
But don't eat a mouthful of hair when you kill yourself later, ha 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 ha. When he finished speaking, he made a wink at Zhou Xian.
Zhou Xian understood and took large strides towards the cage containing the snake. As soon as he approached,
a chill permeated from the cage, and the rookies subconsciously shrank back. Zhou Xian reached into the cage without hesitation, and the moment his hand touched the snake, a gasp erupted from the crowd.
The female soldiers reacted especially violently,
their hands covering their mouths tightly,
their nails embedded in their palms, and their bodies shaking like chaff. Isn't he afraid of snakes biting him? These snakes, are they poisonous? That's scary. How dare he?
The male soldiers were not as out of sorts as the female soldiers, but there was also tension and anxiety written all over their faces.
Zhou Xian grabbed a thick cobra, which twisted desperately in his hands, its triangular head constantly struggling, trying to bite Shangxuan's hand. The letter spat fast and made a hissing warning sound. Zhou Xian, however, did not care at all as he violently lifted the snake up high and then flung it with great force, the snake's body slamming heavily on the ground with a dull sound. The snake was a bit dazed by the smashing, and Zhou Xian took the opportunity to use his knee to deaden the snake 7 inches, making it unable to move. Immediately after, he drew his dagger from his waist, and with a flash of cold light, the sharp edge of the dagger pressed against the snake's body as Zhou Xian skillfully began to skin it. His movements were smooth and swift. The snake's skin was peeled off little by little, revealing the tender flesh with blood inside, and blood dripped down the dagger onto the ground. After disposing of the snake's skin, Zhou Xian again set his eyes on the snake's abdomen. He used his dagger to carefully slice open the snake's abdomen, and from it, he retrieved the turquoise snake's gallbladder. He placed the snake gall in his palm and raised it to the rookies. Smiling, he said aloud, "This snake's bile is a good thing. In the wild, this is an excellent treasure to replenish body functions." With that, he directly threw the snake's bile into his mouth, tilted his head, and swallowed it. The rookies followed suit with almost simultaneous gulps full of grimaces. Afterwards, Zhou Xian brought the skinned snake meat to his mouth and took a large bite, chewing on it with a look of enjoyment on his face. The rookies raised their eyebrows and said vaguely, "Well, it tastes pretty good. High protein, very tonic." This scene completely blew the rookies away. Some of the male soldiers couldn't help but dry heave, making hard noises in their throats and shaking their bodies. Zhu Hanlin's face turned blue, his eyes filled with disgust as he forced himself to hold back the feeling of regurgitation. Tang Lin looked away, unable to bear the sight. His hands clenched into fists so tightly that his knuckles were white from the exertion, and a low curse escaped his lips. The female soldiers were even more vocal. Chen Jiao's face turned pale, her body shaking more and more, her hands covering her mouth in death, as if she was going to vomit in the next second. Su Mei screamed again, her voice filled with fear and despair as she backed up, almost collapsing to the ground. Even these two fearless female soldiers look like this, not to mention the other female soldiers. That's horrible. I really can't do it. How can I eat this, let alone eating them? I don't even dare to go near them when I see what they look like. Zhou Xian ate a few bites of snake meat before walking towards the cage containing the rats. The rookies tensed again as he reached for the mouse. The female soldier's eyes widened as fear spread through them. Chen Jiao closed her eyes in horror, not daring to look again, her body unable to stop trembling. Su Mei turned straight away and held her head in her hands, as if that would isolate the horrible scene. The short-haired female soldier screamed even harder, her screams echoing through the air with helplessness. Zhou Xian grabbed a mouse, which struggled desperately in his hands and let out a sharp squeak. Zhou Xian grabbed the rat's tail and lifted it up upside down before flinging it with such force that the rat's body slammed heavily against the cage and instantly became motionless. Zhou Xian once again picked up the dagger and began to skin the rat. He slashed the fur of the rat's abdomen with his dagger, moving quickly, and the skin was soon peeled off in one piece, revealing pink flesh. Zhou Xian picked up the skinned rat meat and took a bite, a contented expression on his face as he deliberately walked around in front of the rookies, still letting out exclamations of admiration from time to time. This rat meat is quite flavorful as well. It would be a shame for you guys not to try it. Seeing Zhou Xian eat rat meat, the rookies were completely devastated. Some of the female soldiers squatted on the ground and kept vomiting, as if they were going to vomit out their bile. The male soldiers were no better. Although they were not afraid of rats, their hearts were repelled by this dirty and ugly animal. Lin Chuan looked at the rookies' reactions and said coldly, "This is what special forces soldiers might face on the battlefield. If you can't even overcome this, get out while you can. Now, you can choose to eat or not. If you want to eat, you have to do it yourself. If you don't eat, I'll advise you to leave while you can. Because, These foods will be available throughout the selection process. Even if you become a Special Forces soldier, in the future, the things you have to put in your mouth are even more disgusting than these snakes and rats. You have 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, training will officially begin. If you think you can hold out with hunger, then don't eat. Now start the clock. The air at the scene seemed to be frozen by the oppressive atmosphere. The struggle was written all over the faces of the rookies, especially the female soldiers. Their eyes were filled with both an instinctive fear of food and a disenchantment with the dream of being a Special Forces soldier, an inner conflict that made their bodies tremble slightly. Chen Jiao's lips had been bitten white, and her hands clutched the corners of her coat in a death grip, as if she could draw some courage that way. Su Mei's eyes reddened again, tears welling up in her eyes as she kept taking deep breaths, trying to calm herself down, but the slightly trembling shoulders still revealed the extreme fear within her. The other women soldiers clung to each other, whimpering, their voices faint in the oppressive environment. I really can't. This is horrible, a female soldier said with a sobbing voice, her voice filled with despair. Yeah, how can I eat this? I'd rather quit. Another female soldier chimed in, her body trembling as well. Just then, Zhou Xian took a step forward. If you go up first, you can eat the rats. If you go at night. Speaking of this, Zhou Xian revealed a playful smile. Then there's only the snake. The words were like dropping another bomb in an already tense atmosphere, causing the rookies to panic even more inside, especially female soldiers. They would rather eat rats than snakes. Most male soldiers, not to mention female soldiers, have an innate fear of snakes. That thing can be intimidating just by looking at it, let alone reach out and grab it. While the crowd was still struggling internally, Xu Hanlin took a deep breath and was the first to step forward. His footsteps were a little heavy, and each step felt like a fierce battle with his insides. As he walked up to the rat cages and looked at the rats jumping up and down, a hesitant look appeared on his face. Just then, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lin Chuan's eyes that were filled with disdain, and the flame of defiance and stubbornness in his heart instantly burned. He clenched his teeth hard and turned to stride over to the snake cage. Xu Hanlin's hand visibly trembled as he reached out to grab the snake. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and then grabbed the snake violently. The snake twisted desperately in his hand, and his face instantly turned white, but his eyes were incredibly determined. He followed Zhou Xian's example and threw the snake onto the ground with force, then pressed the snake 7 inches with his knees to death, drew out his dagger, and began to peel the skin. His movements were a little rusty, and blood splattered on his hands without him realizing it. The rookies around him held their breath as he brought the skinned snake to his mouth. He took a bite and before he could swallow, a look of extreme pain crossed his face and a dry retching sound escaped his throat. His body shuddered violently and he almost threw up, but his eyes revealed a ruthlessness, and he forced himself to endure the nausea and swallowed that bite of snake meat hard, followed by a second bite. The other rookies were stunned when they saw Zhu Hanlin's actions. He really ate it. That's awesome. If only I had his courage. Some of the male soldiers showed admiration and secretly clenched their fists, seemingly inspired as well. With the first, there is a second. Tang Lin took a deep breath and stepped forward. There was a fierce look in his eyes as he strided over to the snake cage. He reached out and grabbed a snake, killing it and skinning it. His movements were not as skillful as Zhou Xian's, but they were still done in one go. He bit down on the snake's flesh and chewed, a pained expression on his face, but insisted on swallowing. Led by him, most of the other male soldiers chose the rats, who were also full of reluctance but gathered courage to walk towards the cages. On the female soldiers' side, Chen Jiao and Su Mei glanced at each other, each seeing fear and determination in the other's eyes. They walked towards the rat cage one step at a time, each step seeming to cross a great chasm. Chen Jiao's hands kept shaking as she reached for the rats, and she gritted her teeth as she finally grabbed one. The mouse struggled so desperately in her hand that she almost let go. Su Mei grabbed one as well. Her eyes closed tightly and a look of pain filled her face. They followed Zhou Xian's example and killed the rats and began to skin them. Blood dripped from their hands. The women soldiers around them looked at them nervously as they brought the skinned rat meat to their mouths. Chen Jiao took a bite and a pained expression appeared on her face as she forced herself to endure the nausea and chewed hard before finally swallowing. Su Mei also took a bite and tears ran down her cheeks, but she insisted on eating it. When the other female soldiers saw the scene, some of them cried out in fear, while others showed admiration. They are so brave. I want to try it too, a female soldier whispered. However, at this difficult moment, there were still a few female soldiers who could not bear the fear inside and chose to quit. They walked out of the line crying, their eyes full of loss and helplessness. On the men's side, there were also 3 who just couldn't overcome their fear, lowered their heads, and slowly walked out of the line. Lin Chuan watched this without the slightest expression on his face. It's only been a day since the selection though, but he knows that overcoming this fear thing doesn't happen overnight. These rookies need to have a process, And eating snakes and rats raw is just the first step in overcoming their psychology and fears. If you can't even do that, let alone going into battle later to kill people and face a hellish environment filled with corpses. Zhou Xian, on the other hand, shouted from the side, "This is your choice. Those who are weak leave, and those who are brave stay and continue to be challenged." Tang Lin held back his nausea and rushed the rookies present. "You don't just swallow hard, be chewing, chew hard, to familiarize your mouths with these flavors. Only then, the next time you eat it, will you be able to completely overcome the revulsion and fear brought on by the taste and psychology." The rookies sniffed and held back, chewing the raw meat in their mouths one bite at a time. Chapter 21, This Instructor. The Devil. Some rookies just take a few bites, and then they can't swallow anymore. Some rookies, on the other hand, directly a snake or a mouse. All eat. This kind. It is with the determination that they must enter the special forces, because they have to replenish themselves with enough energy, and those who never ate, in the end, opted out. Only 10 minutes had passed, and there were only 70 or so rookies left on the scene. Compared to the beginning, only one day had passed and nearly half of the people had already been eliminated. Its elimination rate, not to mention horrific, and this report, too, was passed on to the army. Wang He and the chief of staff looked at the data report in their hands, and both of their brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. What the hell is this Lin Chuan kid up to? According to his kind of elimination rate, won't there be no one left here in a few days? The chief of staff murmured. Wang Yi rushed to the chief of staff and asked, "Any news on the formation of special forces in other armies?" The chief of staff sighed slightly. "It's all a secret selection by the armies, and the armies are actually competitive again. If it's an experienced one, it's okay to make a report to headquarters, and they'll have to pass on the experience and assist the friendly forces. But we are all crossing the river by touching the stones, and naturally, people will not be happy to pay attention to you. So far, I've also only asked for a general overview of the three armies." Wang He, tell me. Chief of staff, the 8th Army, gathered the top soldiers of every regiment and brigade and unified them for intensive training. The specific training mode, I'm not sure. All I know is that it's a lot more intense than the usual training, by quite a bit. The 17th Army, there's a military school alumnus of mine. He did tell me quite a bit about it. But the overall categorization is only 1 point, with reconnaissance skills as the main focus. All reconnaissance aces undergo a systematic assessment, and those who meet the assessment standards are all left behind and then undergo a series of high-intensity intensive training. It's probably not much different than the 8th Army. However, on the 28th Army's side, it is somewhat similar to Lin Chuan's training pattern. Oh, Wang Yi's eyes lit up. How is it similar? The chief of staff said. Their chief instructor. His name is Li Hao. Just like Lin Chuan, Zhou Xian, and Sun Ying, they have all participated in the international elite training. The selection method used at this stage is based on the limits of the human body, spirit, and will. It's just like Lin Chuan's, just like that. It's supposed to be the way they practiced that they learned from training abroad. But the difference is that there were more than 10 times as many of us among those who participated in the selection process. And all of them are the top soldiers in the army. Our numbers are just this much, and the majority of these picked out by this Lin Chuan kid are extremely ordinary, with a very small percentage of sharp soldiers. That is what I can't understand the most. There are ready-made sharp soldiers. Why doesn't this kid use them? Of course, they are formed separately by the 3 branches of the military. We are formed by a collection of the 3 branches of the military. Wang He was also silent. After a moment, this was followed by, the definition of special forces is based on foreign references. Lin Chuan and Li Hao's method of forming and selecting training by way of an external army is, I think, feasible. One of the purposes of our special forces, besides stabilizing the borderline and combating armed, thuggish groups, isn't the biggest reason to fight against foreign special forces? It's not a surprise to beat them the way they did. But this thing you say about sharp soldiers is honestly beyond me. It's not easy to raise a sharp soldier. What's more, it's a group of sharp soldiers. Could it be that this kid really has other special abilities that none of us can see? Can he recognize at a glance whether the soldiers under his command really have the potential of special forces? The chief of staff smiled bitterly. It's hard to say. After all, special forces are sharp soldiers, but sharp soldiers, they are not special forces. Anyway, this Lin Chuan kid gives me the feeling, mysterious and unpredictable. Then, and now, I see nothing but confidence in him, and it's still ing confidence. The word failure, it seems, never comes to him. Wang He nodded slightly. Then let's take another look. Use an army without suspicion. Suspect an army without using it. There's no turning back, so we'll find out after a while, when we go on an expedition.
Lin Xuan scanned over the rookies who were all pale and desperately trying to suppress their intestines to keep from vomiting, and the corner of his mouth finally revealed a smile of satisfaction. Not bad. Very good. Lin Xuan laughed. I'm very satisfied with all of your performances today. So, to reward you all, today, there will be no intense physical and mental extreme training. Let's just practice something easy and fun. Well, give everyone 10 minutes to digest and digest. The crowd of rookies sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief. However, Zhu Hanlin was looking at Lin Xuan with a cold and stern gaze. He didn't believe Lin Xuan's bull asterisk. This guy, now that's a classic smiley face. How could someone who could come up with these sick ways to torture them suddenly be so kind? I'd be lucky if I didn't add insult to injury, but I'd still be thinking about them? Old Zhu, you can finally get some rest today. The player beside him was full of emotion. Zhu Hanlin grunted. How dare you believe him? The team was stunned. What do you mean? Are you saying that he's lying to us? Zhu Hanlin said. Don't be silly. What kind of place do you think this is? Do you think this asshole is really so kind? Saying that, Zhu Hanlin narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Lin Xuan dead in the face. I guess, he's, right now, definitely holding back some bad water to fix us. The other rookies also looked at Zhu Hanlin curiously. Because of the electronic computer strength that Zhu Hanlin showed last night, and patiently teaching them, it also made them towards Zhu Hanlin quite favorable, and also extremely trusting. The player tensed. You can't, can you? In the state we're in now, our feet can't run. We're all depressed. We can barely stand. How can we practice? The big deal is to go back to electronic equipment training, which I can still accept. Zhu Hanlin gave him a blank look. Do you think that the subjects we have to train are just these? Did you forget the code name of this Special Forces unit? Isn't it just Skywolf? Remember, what about the last two words of Skywolf? Mishap? Zhu Hanlin stared and said, what is a trinity? As far as I know, this time the whole army is building 100 units of various kinds, referring to the Navy, Army and Air Force. Yesterday and up to now, all we've trained in are just unusual subjects for the Army and Navy. What about some of the other subjects? There are no less than 100 of each subject in the Navy, Army, and Air Force combined. And you think that these are the only ones that can torture us? And these are the only skills that a triple amphibious special forces soldier has to master? The team and the other rookies sniffed. The team member hesitated. Old Zhu, so according to your guess, how will he torture us? Zhu Hanlin shook his head slightly. I don't know either. This guy's mind is beyond anyone's guess. All I can say is that it's better for everyone to be prepared. All in all, it's never going to be easier than it was before. The crowd sniffed and tensed up again. On the Marine side, the crowd was also looking at Tang Lin with some nervousness. They had a dozen or so Marines in total who showed up for the draft. But for now, there are only 5 left. 3 men and 2 women. On the female soldiers' side, it was naturally the 2 of them, Chen Jiao and Su Mei. Squadron Dawn. What do you think? Chen Jiao rushed Tang Lin and asked with some apprehension. Tang Lin glanced at her and said, how else can we look at it? Take a step and see. Whatever we're going to face next, proceed with it. We're soldiers. Bite the bullet. What can't we hold on to? The crowd all nodded their heads fiercely as well. The 10-minute break passed in the blink of an eye, and the crowd of rookies slowed down quite a bit at this point. That's when the whistle blew. All hands on deck. Zhou Xian's voice sounded like a magic spell once again. After the assembly, Zhou Xian was leading them to the comprehensive mechanical training ground a few hundred meters away. I knew it. That asshole. When Zhu Hanlin saw these instruments, a face that was instantly filled with anger. The team members next to them, as well as the other rookies, also vaguely guessed the subjects to be trained next, and one by one, their faces turned pale once again. The anger in his heart went straight to his head. Ho ho ho. Lin Xuan walked over and said with a smile, what about today? Let's practice these simple ones. Just now, I heard some sissy explain to everyone the nature of our serious tri-amphibious special forces. Everyone, I'm sure, has some idea of what's going on. Hearing the 3 words sissy, Zhu Hanlin almost couldn't help but spray again, but was hurriedly pulled back by his teammates. Lin Xuan continued. The special forces of the tri-amphibious special forces is to have the ability to peck an eagle in the sky, capture a tiger in the ground, and catch a turtle in the sea. Taking to the skies means having the ability to skydive, parachute at high altitude and low altitude, rope drop and glide, maneuver a delta wing in flight, or even fly a helicopter gunship. The rookies were shocked at the words. Skydiving, delta wing flying, flying helicopter gunships? I can't believe you have to train for this? This is a direct rhythm to train them as airborne troops and pilots to train them. Only a very small percentage of them came from the Air Force unit. There are people who have some of these abilities, but not all of them. You won't find a single person in the entire Air Force who can do that at the same time. The issue of the types of troops, the airborne, the flying corps, are all in separate units that are all just doing this single training discipline. It's simply not possible to synthesize training together. Have you ever seen that airborne soldier who also flies helicopter gunships? And delta wing flying? They have also simply seen it in a particular foreign movie or book. Which unit inside the Chinese army will train for this? Not to mention, there are many army and navy ones among them. No contact at all. Quite a few, even, are terrified of heights. Don't even dare to do that, okay? Lin Xuan didn't care about their surprise and uneasiness and continued. And to have that strength, you have to get over the vertigo first. Falling or flying at high altitude. Weightlessness and atmospheric pressure can cause extreme vertigo in the body. If it can't be overcome, it can easily lead to passing out right in the middle of the descent. This will only lead to one outcome appearing, smashing into the ground and turning into a meat pie. So, today's task, anti-stun training. Training isn't hard. Use not your hands, nor your feet, greatly. Saying that, Lin Xuan pointed at the fixed rotating wheel. Let's start with the basics. Hands and feet tied dead center on a stationary rotating wheel. The apparatus rotates. Not much. Lin Xuan stretched out his palm, revealing 5 fingers, and said with a smile, each person, 500 laps will do. 500 laps? Not much? The rookies squirted on the spot. Brother, do you want to hear what you're saying? 500 laps. Normally they stand on the ground and grab their ears backhanded and turn a dozen times. All giddy. This straps the man to a spinning wheel and spins him 500 times fast. You're telling us it's not hard? Would you please take your so-called lack of difficulty and die a death? We're human beings, not a machine. Of course, that's not the point. Rather, we just ate snake and rat meat raw. It's as far as I can go to hold back from throwing up now. You're actually letting us go up there and spin around? Isn't it obvious that we are torturing our intestines and making us vomit out all that we just ate? Is that a human thing to do? Chapter 22, Eating Cockroaches? Instructor, you devil. Not a human being. Chapter 22, Eating Cockroaches? Instructor, you devil. Not a human being. Lin Xuan pointed to an oil drum 20 meters away and continued. After coming down from the rotating wheel, within 10 seconds, if you can walk over and touch the oil drum normally, you are considered qualified. The rookie's mind sputtered. And walk over. It's nice to be able to stand still. Don't worry. I won't let you guys complete 500 laps in one go either. Today, let's just practice in 5 groups. 100 laps per group. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, Zhou Xian walked forward in large strides, his expression cold as he scanned the group of rookies in front of him and spoke. Listen up. On the fixed runner, you will learn to adjust your center of gravity. Lean your body forward slightly. Relax your shoulders. Don't deliberately fight the force of the rotation, and go with its rhythm, which will reduce the feeling of vertigo to some extent. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Xian ordered, all of the Air Force units, all of you, step out. Those Air Force rookies were full of reluctance but quickly stepped forward. Zhou Xian looked at them and said expressionlessly, you guys go up and do a group first to give the rookies from the Army and Navy a demonstration. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Air Force rookies instantly turned ugly. If it were normal, 100 laps of stationary spinning wheel training would be acceptable if they bit the bullet. But right now, they had just gone through the torture of eating raw snake and rat meat, and their intestines were still churning, which definitely added insult to injury. There were a total of 5 fixed spinning wheels on the site, and with Zhou Xian's command, the 5 Air Force rookies were the first to step forward, their hands and feet firmly tied to the spinning wheels. The wheel started slowly, rotating not too fast, but by no means slow, making a creaking sound. At the beginning of the spin, the Air Force rookies were forcing their way through it, but it didn't take long for their faces to start turning white. One of the rookies closed his eyes tightly, his eyeballs rotating rapidly and uncontrollably underneath his eyelids, his brows furrowed together, his teeth clenched tightly, and beads of sweat rolled down continuously on his forehead. The body swayed uncontrollably from side to side as the wheel turned, each swing feeling like a battle with the bowels. The rookies from the Army and Navy stood and watched nervously. Some couldn't help but gulp, their faces filled with worry and fear. Finally, the 100 laps were over and the spinning wheel slowed to a stop. The 5 Air Force rookies were unbound, their faces as white as paper, their bodies staggering as if they would collapse at any moment. They forced their way through the intestinal discomfort and headed towards the oil drums 20 meters away. But before they could take a few steps, one of the rookies let out a wow sound and bent down to vomit violently. Immediately after, several others were hit. Vomit splattered on the ground and a pungent odor filled the air. The other rookies exploded when they saw the misery of these 5 Air Force rookies. This is horrible. It's only 100 laps and it's like this. 500 laps would have killed us.
the crowd murmured, panic and resistance written all over their faces. As Zhou Xian watched the scene, the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile as he coldly said, "That's it? This is just where to? Aren't you the Air Force? This is still systematically trained. If you can't stand this test, it's better to go home before it's too late." Those 5 rookies sniffed, and a wave of shame washed over them. A second group of Air Force rookies stepped forward stiffly and were once again strapped into the stationary swivel. As the wheel spun, they reacted in the same way, trying to hold on at first, and then agonizing later. When the 100 laps were over and they came down, they were equally pale, and before they could get to the oil drums, they began to vomit, their bodies trembling weakly. Next it was the turn of the other rookies, who were strapped onto the spinning wheel one by one with trepidation. Some rookies just turned not more than a few rounds. They felt the sky spinning, their heads were dizzy, their eyes rolled white, and they fainted directly on the spinning wheel. Some rookies, after the turn down, legs soft, flopped directly kneel on the ground, gulping and vomiting. The scene is a mess. Zhu Hanlin was also tied to the spinning wheel, and he clenched his teeth. As he spun, his face turned from red to white, and sweat soaked his shirt. His eyes were fixed on a fixed point in front of him, trying to stabilize his mind in this way, but the rapidly spinning scenery around him still blurred his vision. His body continued to swing back and forth as the spinning wheel turned, his muscles tensing, each one straining against the vertigo. After he finished spinning down, although he held himself up and didn't fall down, his feet staggered and his face was extremely ugly. The situation was even worse for the female soldiers, who were already fearful of this kind of high-intensity training, and now they were even more frightened. After being strapped onto the spinning wheel, they let out screams of terror as their bodies struggled helplessly against the wheel. A female soldier squeezed her eyes shut, tears streaming down her face as her body huddled together, trying to hide from the terrible spinning. Her hands gripped the straps so tightly that her knuckles were white from the exertion. The other female soldier stared with wide eyes and despair in her eyes, her body shaking violently as the rotating wheel turned, as if it were a leaf swaying in a fierce wind. After the spinning down, they almost all collapsed on the floor, some crying, some vomiting, a very miserable scene. Fun? When all the rookies had gone through, still holding back their vertigo and vomiting, Lin Chuan came over smilingly. "You see how much my heart aches for you all. When you say you don't like snake and rat meat, I'll do everything I can to make you spit it out so you don't suffer." "Oh, how nice." When the rookies heard this, they could only roll their eyes powerlessly in their hearts, because they don't even have the strength or spirit to roll their eyes in person anymore. "Well, I'm relieved to see that everyone has spit out all their food. Later, at noon, we'll make something delicious for you, to make up. Save yourselves the trouble of calling me an unkind instructor in your mind." "Ha? And eat?" The rookies sniffed and were about to explode on the spot. Vomit. Recalling in their minds what snake and rat meat looked like, coupled with intense head dizziness and gastrointestinal discomfort, another batch of rookies couldn't help but vomit furiously at that moment. Break time. After everyone stopped vomiting, Zhou Xian once again stood out and shouted, "Now, for the next group of training." The whole room wailed at those words. This was the rhythm of forcing them to spit out everything they had eaten in the past 3 days. But even though they were reluctant, they were still forced to be racked up. After training for 3 sets and 150 laps in the morning, Lin Chuan then announced that the morning training time was over. And by now the rookies had stomachs that couldn't throw up, all empty. Some, even, vomited and dehydrated and were sent directly to the infirmary for treatment. And the whole thing, it shriveled up. Even the muscles were limp. Not to mention walking, even lying there, it feels like the sky is not the sky and the earth is not the earth, like floating in mid-air. The good thing is, at lunchtime, it's finally no longer a steamed bun, or having them eat snake and rat meat raw. Instead, it was a piece of gray and black pastry. There's still a little bit of aroma coming through. Seeing these pastries, the rookies, who were originally completely devoid of essence and lifeless, had a rare glimpse of longing in their eyes. After slowing down a bit, they felt extremely hungry. By all rights, with this much vertigo, one shouldn't feel hungry anymore. But what they had eaten in the last day or so was too little. Spit it all out again. The stomach was all empty, not a single remnant. It would be a hell of a thing not to feel hungry. However, hungry after hungry, the crowd looked at the hands of a few pieces of pastry, but did not dare to eat. "I don't know what this devilish instructor is up to." Lin Chuan's face was full of smiles, his hands waving in the air in a false manner, warmly greeting, "Come, come, don't just stand there. Hurry up and eat." The rookies look at me and I look at you with hesitation in their eyes. Finally, a slightly bolder rookie, tentatively, asked in a whisper, "Instructor, there, 1TB any laxatives, poisons, or anything like that in here, right?" When Lin Chuan heard this, An extremely aggrieved expression instantly appeared on his face. A look like a child who had been wronged by his parents. With a slightly slack-jawed face and a frown, he said innocently, "How can you all think of me like that? Can I still harm you guys? Although I'm an instructor, we are all comrades in arms in the end. Chinese soldiers don't lie to Chinese soldiers." With that, he grabbed a piece of pastry and shoved it directly into his mouth, chewing it up. He also deliberately made a chirping sound, and as he ate it, he said in a slurred voice, "Mmm, it smells so good. You guys try it, it's really good." Tang Lin looked at this scene, took a deep breath, and spoke, "I've eaten snake and rat meat, so I'm still afraid of these?" Next to him, Zhu Hanlin frowned and muttered in a low voice, "That's what the words say, but this asshole has always been unconventional, so who knows what kind of trickery is hidden in this pastry." Tang Lin patted Zhu Hanlin's shoulder. "What are you afraid of? The big deal is to throw up again. You can't starve to death." After saying that, he didn't hesitate to pick up a piece of pastry and took a big bite. When the other rookies saw this, their doubts were slightly reduced, so they half-heartedly picked up the pastry and carefully took a bite. "I didn't expect that the pastry would taste good in the mouth. Sweet and soft, with a unique flavor." Chen Jiao poked Su Mei beside her and whispered, "It seems like it's really fine, and it tastes pretty good." Su Mei hesitantly nodded and slowly ate as well. Lin Xuan saw that everyone started to eat. The smile on his face grew wider and wider, and he hurriedly greeted, don't rush, eat slowly, eat up and there is still. This meal is full. Feel free to eat openly. If you don't have enough, just say so, and we'll make sure you're all comfortable today." Under Lin Xuan's warm greeting, the rookies no longer hesitated and began to eat in large mouthfuls, and in a short while, their stomachs were filled to the brim. After eating their fill, the rookies' originally weak bodies gradually recovered a bit, and although their heads were still dizzy, they were no longer so unsteady that they couldn't even sit down. They were leaning against the wall or sitting on the floor with a rare look of contentment on their faces. Just then, Lin Xuan asked with a smile as he slowly ate the pastry, "How was it? I told you that this pastry made with cockroaches is delicious, right? If you guys think it's also delicious, in the future, you won't eat snake and rat meat anymore. Just eat this, okay?" Yes, the rookies, who were still immersed in the joy of filling their stomachs at this point, didn't even think about it and responded with some excitement. Suddenly, a fast-reacting rookie looked as if he had been electrocuted, snapped his eyes wide open, and tentatively asked, Instructor, you just said that this pastry is made from cockroaches?" The other rookies then woke up like a dream, as if some switch had been flicked, and the disgusting appearance of a cockroach instantly came to mind. Involuntarily, his bowels began to move vaguely again, and a strong feeling of revulsion came over him. Lin Xuan remained relaxed and smiled. "Yeah, I assure you, this cockroach, it's absolutely natural and harmless. Those warehouses on our island. Rooms oh yes, and inside the toilets, there are so many more, absolutely no pesticides. You must trust me on this point, I will not harm you." After saying that, Lin Xuan took another bite of the pastry, an expression of enjoying the food on his face, and said in a serious manner, "Cockroaches are recognized as a high-protein food. It's very tonic, don't you know that?" The words were like a bomb that exploded among the rookies. Instantly, a violent gagging sound rang out from the scene. Some of the rookies just stood up and spat out all the pastries they had just eaten with a wow sound. Some of the rookies covered their mouths with both hands and ran desperately into the distance with a wobble, but they couldn't hold back and threw up all over the place. The face that had still held a slight sense of satisfaction was now reduced to nothing but horror and disgust. How could they not realize that the pastries they had just enjoyed eating were made of cockroaches? Chen Jiao and Su Mei hugged together, dry heaving while cursing, "Grass his grandmother! This group of people are really screwing us to death." It was only after several more minutes of vomiting that the rookies had the breath to slow down a bit, and that's when they are even weaker. Click! At that moment, Lin Xuan snapped his fingers. Zhou Xian immediately picked up his walkie-talkie. "Let them come over." The rookie sniffed, and a heart, once again, lifted. What's it going to be again? We're in this situation and we're going to keep screwing us? The next thing we saw was several military medical vehicles driving by. 7 or 8 nurses and doctors came down from above. Zhou Xian shouted, "Now, everyone cooperate with the nurses and doctors to replenish the body with nutrient-balancing fluids. Don't think this is about caring to empathize with you. This is so you can recover faster and continue your training." The rookies sniffed and were about to curse on the spot. "It's breaking our legs, then picking them up and finally continuing to break them? Dare you to play a little crazier?" However, instead of being uncomfortable like this, it's better to get fluids first to make your body feel better. The nurses and doctors moved quickly and began to give the rookies needles and fluids.
But after it was all taken care of and the rookies had begun their nutritional balancing supplementation, Lin Xuan's cold and merciless voice rang out at the right time.
Now, everybody listen up. Remove the needle. Give yourself a needle and infusion at the same angle and in the same manner as the nurse practitioner just did. On the battlefield, there are no nurses, no doctors. There are even times when you are needed to zap your comrades, even your enemies. You're on your own. A bunch of rookies? Doctors and nurses? What is the end of this? One ring after another, right? Rookies, why torture us with a shot to the leg when you could have just shot us? Chapter 23 Female Soldier, Instructor. You're so bad. The military doctor stood out. His eyebrows twisted into a chuan, dissatisfaction and concern written all over his face. He stared straight at Lin Xuan. Instructor Lin, your request is too outrageous. They're so weak now. They've only just been infused with fluids, and you're forcing them to pull out the needles themselves and stick them in themselves again. Who's going to take the blame if there's a medical malpractice? I'm a doctor, and I mustn't watch you toss them around like that. Lin Xuan squinted coldly and disliked back. A medical accident? On the battlefield, there are accidents everywhere. The enemy won't show mercy just because you're weak. If you can't even overcome that, how can you talk about defending your country? I just want them to understand that the only thing a special forces soldier can rely on in the battlefield is himself. The medic was disliked. The rookies were filled with helplessness and began to pull out the needles. Xu Hanlin gritted his teeth. Veins rippled on his forehead. His hand trembled slightly, slowly gripping the infusion tube and pulling it out violently. The moment the needle was detached from the skin, a stabbing pain hit him, and blood slowly dripped down his arm. Other rookies reacted in much the same way. It's not that you're afraid of needles and shots when you're all adults, but the doctors and nurses help get it, versus doing it on your own versus getting it on your own. It's two different things. Fear and anxiety can increase in a straight line. Xu Hanlin took a deep breath and picked up the new needle. His eyes dead set on his veins, but because his body was extremely weak, that needle kept shaking and trembling in his hand. How could he not listen to it? The team member next to him looked and couldn't help but speak. Old Zhu, can you do it? I'm nervous even as I watch. Xu Hanlin disliked back in a bad mood. If you're good, you go. Why are you looking at me? His forehead was covered with beads of sweat. His arms were shaking with tension and exertion, and he tried several times without success. The team mumbled. I'm not inexperienced. I want to see how you tie. So as to avoid the pit to find experience. Xu Hanlin, get lost. Tang Lin, on his side, acted much more decisively. As soon as he pulled out the needle with a clean motion, he quickly grabbed a new one right afterward and stuck it in with a snap of his teeth. The stabbing was a little off and it hurt so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air, but he forced himself to endure the pain, adjusted the angle, and fired again, finally stabbing into a blood vessel. There was a rookie next to him who was full of envy. Brother Tang, you're so awesome. I haven't dared to make a move here. Tang Lin gasped and said, what are you afraid of? Bite your teeth and pass. You guys hurry up. If you're slow later, you might get punished again somehow. The other rookies sniffed and nodded. Compared to other punishments, sticking yourself with a few stitches is indeed nothing. Lin Xuan slowly wandered over to the female soldier's side, the corner of his mouth hanging with a touch of mockery if nothing else. You guys might as well give up. Don't hold out. With your delicate little bodies, the battlefield is no place for you. Go back and find a peaceful place to stay while you can. To tell you the truth, I don't have any hope at all for you female soldiers, because female soldiers, by nature, are weak, and no matter how hard they try, they can't possibly compare to male soldiers. Putting you guys in the draft is just a walk in the park and, incidentally, helping me stimulate the male soldiers. Now, your role is only up to this point. If you stay any longer, it's useless to me, and to yourselves. You're just asking for trouble. Chen Zhao and Su Mei were instantly on fire when they heard this. Chen Zhao's eyes glared round as she glared angrily and cursed loudly. You pervert! Don't think we're easy to bully just because we're female soldiers. Since we're here, we have no intention of being deserters. Not to be outdone, Su Mei shouted at the top of her voice. That's right, don't look down on people here. We can suffer no less than the male soldiers. At this time, a female soldier with a soft character gently tugged on Su Mei's sleeve. Her voice tinged with a bit of timidity as she whispered, forget it, don't curse. As soon as Su Mei heard this, she immediately became enraged and angrily replied back, what's the point of counting? What's the point of scolding them? If you have the ability, just eliminate us. Don't you have any grievances in your heart? If you're angry, let it out. Don't cower like a pussy. The female soldier scrunched her neck and said in an aggravated voice, I'm a pussy to begin with. When the crowd heard this, they were stunned on the spot. And then they all cried and laughed, falling into a brief speechlessness. Su Mei looked dark and said, I don't care, you have to scold him too. And you guys,
Sume pointed to the other female soldiers. Did none of you hear what he just said? That's no longer a simple insult. It's a trampling on our female dignity. Curse these dead perverts. I don't believe it. He dares to just eliminate all of our female soldiers. The other female soldiers looked at each other in disbelief. Lin Chuan was also a bit surprised. He was not expecting these two to be so tough. It's the male soldiers who don't dare to dislike themselves so hard. Sume pulled the soft female soldier who had just advised her. Curse. Are you dumb? The female soldier looked at Lin Chuan hesitantly and fearfully, and muttered in a resigned and whispered voice. Instructor. You are bad. Hayakawa? Sume. Chen Jiao? Other female soldiers? You bad? Moments later. Put. The crowd couldn't help but roar with laughter. The two girls, Sume and Chen Jiao, looked at each other, both holding their foreheads, lifeless. Lin Chuan was also confused, being made to laugh and cry a little by this sudden sentence. For a moment he didn't know how to respond. Why is this chick so cute? Can't even curse. This one, instructor. You're bad. How do I respond? This female soldier was picked by him, yes, but as far as personality was concerned, he didn't know anything about it. He just saw that she was very good when it came to potential and talent, and gave her this opportunity. He also didn't expect that a girl with such a soft character would be able to hold out until now. The female soldier was clearly at a loss for words when she saw the crowd's reaction, and thought she had scolded too lightly. With a clench of her teeth, she gathered her courage, beamed, and her tone became a bit stronger as she scolded once again. Instructor, you're so bad. Put. Ha ha ha. Laughing my ass off. The male soldiers next to them who heard this female soldier's words couldn't hold back any longer and let out a loud laugh, completely forgetting about the weakness and pain of their bodies and the difficulty of sticking needles in them. Sume also couldn't help herself and scolded. Clip clip clip. Clip your sister. Would it kill you not to clip? Do you ever curse like that? Are you cursing, or are you just pouting? The female soldier muttered aggrievely. I don't know how to curse. Sume rolled her eyes and learned to clip her voice. People don't curse law. When he finished, he couldn't help cursing. Grandma, I can't help but hear that my mother is going to give up her milk. Lin Chuan couldn't help himself at this point, coughing twice to hide his embarrassment. Alright, for the sake of this sister speaking so nicely, I'll give you guys a free pass for contradicting me just now. Hurry up and tie the needle. After saying that, he hurriedly buggered off, afraid that he would not be able to hold back his laughter in the next second. The other rookies are still struggling with lancing infusions. Some rookies hold the needle, their hands shivering, how they are afraid to do it, and it's hard to muster up the courage to stick it in, but it's always crooked. A rookie cried and said, why is this needle like it has eyes? It's not going into the veins. Another rookie reassured, don't worry, take your time to get the feel of it. It's just as hard for everyone. Other rookies are so nervous that the needle shrinks back in fear just as it touches the skin. A male soldier tried several times without success, and finally made a strong effort, but the needle broke, and could only be replaced with a new one, and tried again, and it was not easy to penetrate into the blood vessels, and it hurt him so much that he grimaced. He couldn't help but complain. What kind of training is this? Damn it, if you want to play us to death just say so. The teammate next to him hurriedly reminded. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and get it done, or else the instructor will get angry again later. The nurses couldn't stand to watch and came up to instruct. Don't be nervous, look, gently press here with your finger. You can feel the throbbing of the blood vessels. Follow this position and stick the needle in diagonally at an angle of 15 to 30 degrees. Move steadily, not too fast and not too slow. With that, she even demonstrated the finger pressing motion herself. The rookie tried carefully, as the nurse said, but just as he was about to stick it in, he got nervous and stopped. I'll do it. The nurse was just about to get on it. Right at this moment, Zhou Xian saw this and immediately shouted, stop it all. Anyone who dares to let the nurse help with the needle will be directly eliminated. When the rookies heard this, they could only grit their teeth and continue on their own. The military doctor couldn't bear to look at the cruel scene and protested loudly once again. Lin Chuan, you've gone too far. I'm going to complain about you to the military. Lin Chuan's expression was cold. He just pointed at the car and faintly returned. Whatever. Army doctor. I don't know how long it took, or how many stitches the rookie stuck in, but the scene was chaotic, filled with moans of pain and nervous breathing. But even so, none of them really chose to give up. After all, lancing is really nothing compared to yesterday's and today's training. The rookies also recovered quite a bit after the nutritional balancing fluids. Unsurprisingly, the assembly whistle, once again, sounded. Zhou Xian brought them to the low prostration training ground. Crawling in a low position, whether in the special forces or in the regular troops below, is a military subject that must be trained. On the battlefield, One can only press the body as low as possible in the face of enemy fire from the opposite side. A body above a certain height has a high probability of being shot in the head by an enemy. On the training ground, there are 3 200-meter-long sand pits that are 3 meters wide. There was seawater in the pit, but there was no sign of the traditional barbed wire covering it. Lin Xuan pointed at the training ground and shouted, "Given that you guys have injuries on the soles of your feet, today, I'm going to leave your soles out of the practice for now. Just practice creeping in a low position." The rookies sniffed, then breathed a small sigh of relief. Crawling in a low position is their daily training subject. Use your toes, your waist, your elbows, and, of course, your knees when stamina is low. They were more than happy to train in such a basic subject as opposed to carrying logs and running up hills. However, Lin Xuan's next words caused their faces to change drastically. Calling out perverts, Lin Xuan's finger moved to the beginning of the sand pit. Do all see what this is? The rookies looked over and were surprised to see a blackened machine gun set up right there. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Lin Xuan revealed a meaningful smile. It seems that you guys have already guessed the function of this machine gun. That's right. Later in training, I'll be here, at a horizontal height of 40 centimeters, firing parallel shots. Your task is to crawl back and forth 10 times in 2 hours. That's 2 kilometers. And in the meantime, the bullets won't stop. You may question that I am shooting blanks. And try raising your heads 40 centimeters if you can. Of course, I can't guarantee that the bullet will not deflect downward. Special note, no barbed wire. No reference. If you want to stay out of the way, then get your body down as low as you can. Get your head down, and then crawl as hard as you can. Crawl fast. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the rookies instantly froze as if they were wooden chickens. The expression on his face quickly changed from initial shock to intense fear. The air seemed to freeze instantly, and the entire training ground was so quiet that you could only hear the sound of the waves lapping against the beach, as well as the increasingly rapid breathing of the rookies. Isn't this killing people? Climbing 2 kilometers back and forth in a hail of bullets and getting hit if you're not careful. What's the difference between that and going into battle and charging in? And with no protection. Tang Lin was also frowning, his lips trembling slightly. He stared intently at the dark, shiny machine gun, and a strong uneasiness welled up in him. He was well aware of the dangers of this training program. The slightest miscalculation to raise your body even a little bit will make you a living target for bullets. The female soldiers were even more frightened. This is crazy too. Is he really going to shoot us? This instructor is simply a madman. This is not training. It's clearly pushing us towards death. That female soldier with a soft character was by now trembling with fear, tears welling up in her eyes. I don't want to die. This is horrible. Lin Xuan looked at the rookie's terrified expressions without the slightest movement on his face. He spoke coldly. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. If you want to quit, do it before it's too late. Otherwise, once it starts, the bullets won't stop. And if you want to quit in the middle of it, you won't even have a chance to do so. His voice echoed in the empty training ground, adding to the rookies' inner trepidation. Those 3 minutes seemed like 3 centuries to the rookies. Everyone was engaged in a fierce internal struggle as to whether to choose to continue to persevere and risk their lives to challenge this near impossible task. Or do you choose to give up and leave a place that could take your life at any time? It was in this tense atmosphere that 4 rookies finally took a slow step out of the line. Their footsteps were heavy and slow, and each step seemed to carry endless loss and helplessness. One of the rookies lowered his head, his voice carrying a hint of choking. I'm sorry, I really can't do it. I don't want to die here. A few other rookies chimed in, frustration and resignation written all over their faces, but more than anything else, they cherished life. Lin Xuan looked at the 4 exiting rookies without any expression on his face. Coldly, he said, "Go away. This is not the place for you." The remaining rookies, on the other hand, looked at their departing companions with mixed feelings. They knew that from this moment on, their fate would be tightly tied to this cruel training ground. Some of them clenched their fists, their eyes revealing a firm determination. Some took a deep breath and tried to calm their inner fears, but in any case, they were ready for the life and death challenge that was to come. Time's up. All of you get in the sand pit. Lin Xuan's voice rang out again, breaking the short-lived tranquility. If you don't want to die, crawl forward as hard as you can. The rookies took a deep breath and slowly made their way to the start of the bunker. Their heartbeats raced. They know that life and death, it's just a matter of thought. Chapter 24 Practicing to Death. The rookies had a complete meltdown. With Lin Xuan's command, the rookies slowly walked into the sand pit with apprehension. Bloody hell, isn't this driving us to our deaths? A male rookie couldn't help but curse in a low voice, his voice filled with fear. Another rookie beside him swallowed his saliva, and his voice trembled. How about we retreat? This is not a joke. Retreat? How can you stay in the army after that? Begin! Lin Xuan took a violent step forward, followed by his hands as he grabbed the grip of the machine gun. Ta-da-da-da. His finger pulled the trigger without hesitation. In a flash, the machine gun let out a deafening roar. The muzzle of the gun continuously sprayed dazzling fire, and the bullets were like a string of life-threatening meteors, carrying a sharp whistling sound and pouring towards the sand in front of the rookies at an extremely fast speed. The rookies shuddered at the sudden gunfire and instinctively tried to flinch, but looking at the bullets that flew densely by, they knew that there was no way backward, and they could only crawl forward with their heads. As soon as they got down, the icy cold water quickly soaked through their clothing, which, combined with the extreme nervousness, caused their bodies to involuntarily tremble. Zhu Hanlin clenched his teeth, braced his hands on the ground with force, and powered his waist to creep forward as fast as he could. His eyes were dead set on the front as sweat continued to slide down his forehead and drip onto the sand. Each bullet that flew by was like a thunderbolt in his ears, causing his heart to race, and the stagnant water made the sand unusually muddy. And every time he exerted his palms, they sank deep into the mud, and when he pulled them out, it took a great deal of effort, and the muscles in his arms were sore from the excessive exertion. Old Zhu, I can't hold on much longer. Damn, the bullets on this head are almost flying through my hair. The team member next to him shouted with a crying voice. Cut the crap and keep climbing. Stop and you're dead. Zhu Hanlin yelled without looking back. He wasn't doing so well himself at the moment. The standing water kept pouring into his cuffs and collar, the icy feel of it filling his skin with goosebumps. The women soldiers were even worse. A few of the women soldiers were so frightened as soon as they began to crawl that they cried out, and the cries seemed so faint against the sound of the gunfire. One of the female soldiers with a soft character had only climbed a short distance before she was so frightened that she slumped down, not daring to move any further, her body unable to stop trembling. I really can't. The tender female soldier mumbled with a sobbing voice. Don't be afraid. Together, we'll move forward slowly. Hold on a little longer. Chen Zhao turned back and encouraged while trying to crawl forward. Zhou Xian stood to the side, holding a loudspeaker in both hands, and roared frantically. All crawl faster for me. Accelerate if you don't want to die. Accelerate. Don't dawdle. Lin Xuan looked at the female soldier who was lying there motionless and frowned slightly, then turned his machine gun and fired at her back and periphery. The sand and seawater spattered by the bullets hit the female soldier's body, and she screamed in horror, and in utter terror, finally mustered up the courage to crawl forward again. Bullets continued to fly over the rookies' heads with a sharp whistling sound. Many rookies had bullets fly against their arms or shoulders, instantly searing the surface flesh and sending up a plume of smoke. Zhu Hanlin felt a sharp pain in his arm, and when he looked down, he only saw a bloody scar on his arm. The flesh was burnt, and a charred smell was emitted. Mother asterisk. Beat me to death if you can. Zhu Hanlin roared hysterically, but he didn't stop, gritting his teeth and continuing to crawl forward, the muddy water seeping into his wounds and bringing a sharp pain. This bullet went right through the flesh. It was so close. This water still keeps pouring into the wound. It hurts me to death. A male rookie shouted with palpitations. Bear with me. Don't stop. It's more dangerous if you do. Hurry up and climb. You'll be relieved when you're done. Another rookie responded. Halfway through the crawl, the unexpected happened. A rookie was crawling along when his body suddenly lifted up because of his stamina. With a bang, a bullet struck him with precision, and his body instantly fell backward into a pool of blood. Stop firing! Stop firing! Seeing this, Zhou Xian immediately roared loudly. His heart snapped, and he quickly rushed toward the injured rookie while shouting, Quick, get up there and check. The other rookies were shocked by this sudden scene, staring wide-eyed with fear and disbelief written all over their faces. How could they not expect that someone would actually pay with their life? Before, any more live rounds were just hitting around them and scaring them. Even when countless bullets flew over their heads just now, they even took a chance that they should be empty shells. But now, right in front of them, a member of the team was hit by a shot. How can this be? Him. He can't just be gone. Can he? A rookie's lips trembled, his voice filled with panic. This damn training is a nightmare. Dodging bullets and having to endure this icy water. The other rookie angrily pounded the sand, splashing mud and water. A couple of instructors ran over quickly. Checking the rookie's injuries, he cried out anxiously. No air. Quickly, send it to the hospital for resuscitation. Zhou Xian roared loudly. Several instructors lifted the injured rookie onto a stretcher and raced toward the medevac. The remaining rookies looked at the bodies of the carried-away team members with fear and anger in their hearts. Zhu Hanlin violently stood up and roared at Lin Xuan. Are you crazy? This is training, not killing. How could you do this? Lin Xuan looked at Zhu Hanlin, still expressionless, and droned. I told you guys a long time ago. Training is actual combat. Stand in that position and I am your enemy. The enemy?
will show you no mercy. If you want to live, then follow the rules and do your best. Do you think you were being scared in the beginning by asking you to write a suicide note?
The rookies clenched their fists and glared angrily at Lin Chuan.
But Lin Chuan didn't care, took a deep breath and spoke again. I'm going to give you guys one more chance. Choose to continue, or quit. In 1 minute, make a decision for me. In 1 minute, training continues. I'm backing off. Whoever likes to stay in this hellhole, don't talk to me about real combat or not.
Don't think you're the only one under the sky who knows that real combat kills,
a rookie immediately shouted, his face filled with anger and fear. Yeah, I'm backing out too. I don't want to lose my life here and have to go to the military to complain about you. This isn't even normal training. This is a straw man. Another rookie chimed in. A few rookies couldn't carry the fear and anger inside them and angrily opted out. As the rookies walked away, they shouted, I'm going to complain to the army about you too. You're an outrage.
Lin Chuan ignored them and just looked at the remaining rookies and said coldly,
any more? If you don't retreat, you won't have a chance later. I'm telling you, live fire training. It doesn't stop just because people die. It will only make me train you all more rigorously. Because, I'd rather you bleed on the training ground than die on the battlefield in the future. Last 10 seconds to go. Those who want to continue, go back to the bunker and training continues. Quitters, then grab your gear and get the hell out of here. Damn, put up a fight. We've come all this way. We can't just give up. I'll die even if I have to die on this road. A male rookie gritted his teeth and took the lead back to the start of the sandpit, muddy water dripping off his body. That's right, can't be a coward. It's all been suffering so much already. We can't give up halfway. Several other rookies followed suit. The rookies looked at the still black and shiny machine gun with hesitation and struggle in their hearts. But in the end, a number of people gritted their teeth and went back to the start of the bunker again. And 10 seconds later, all the rookies, once again, plopped down into the bunker. They knew that once they chose this path, there was no turning back, and what awaited them would be an even more brutal challenge. And Lin Chuan, too, raised his machine gun again and pulled the trigger. At this time, the army. Wang Yi's face changed when he heard the correspondent's story about an accident on the Skywolf selection training. When asked about the process, he immediately slapped the case and said, Lin Chuan, this kid, how do you practice so hard? This is all out of life. After thinking for a moment, he immediately rushed to the correspondent, informed the chief of staff immediately and asked him to accompany me. Yes, 2 hours later, a military helicopter appeared over the island base. Low-profile creep training, 2, is over, and the rookies are recuperating. Boss, the chief is here. Sunning walked over to Lin Chuan's side and whispered. I think he thought there was a real death and came over for accountability. Oh, that fast? The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth revealed a smile of scheming success. Let's go. Our God's aid has arrived. Go meet and greet. After saying that, he took Sunning in his car and quickly headed towards a small helicopter parking ground at the base. Hello, two chiefs. Lin Chuan smiled and saluted. Brat, what the hell is going on here? How did you get someone killed? Seeing Lin Chuan, the chief of staff immediately scolded with a dark face. Lin Chuan said, the two chiefs, are they here specifically for this? Or what? Wang Yi grunted. It's killing people. Can we not care? Just before we left, we also received a real name report that your side of the selection training is not training. It's a straw man. Tell me, what's going on? Lin Chuan sighed slightly. Chief, special training, in itself, is full of danger. Training accidents are inevitable. To create unconventional troops, you need unconventional training methods. That is to break through the traditional training model and introduce real-world training. Since it's a real-world battle, how can there be no casualties? When I was in intensive training abroad, I exchanged ideas with their instructors. Do you know, they're special forces. What is the daily training death target for a year? Wang He and the chief of staff frowned and shook their heads slightly. Lin Chuan stretched out 5 fingers, 1,000-strong special forces unit, 5 death indicators, and not to mention disability. The two of them sniffed and sucked in a breath of cold air. 5? That's too perverted, isn't it? Lin Chuan said. This is still just the daily training death indicator. If you add in the actual combat missions, it's at least above 50. The two stared momentarily. Lin Chuan continued. So chief, you must not question that the missions and enemies that the special forces will have to face in the future will be so brutal and powerful. If they cannot be thoroughly acclimated to the dangers of actualization in daily training, when they really go into battle in the future, their casualties will definitely be something you dare not imagine and are unwilling to accept. Everything I'm doing right now is to get them acclimated to that as early as possible. That way, when they do go into battle, they will be able to do so with a normal and open mind. Of course, you, as leaders, have to adapt.
Wang He and the chief of staff fell silent at his words.
Bring out the people. Lin Chuan rushed Sun Eng, who then quickly opened the car door. Then,
a bloodied warrior stepped down from the car and saluted at Wang He and the chief of staff.
Hello, two chiefs.
I'm the rookie who was killed by Instructor Lin.
Wang He, chief of staff? Lin Chuan, what is going on here?
Lin Chuan smiled as Sun Eng on the side explained.
Chief, this is just a scene we directed. Director's play?
The two of them were stunned and then realized.
You want to use this method to show them the cruelty of the battlefield?
Lin Chuan nodded his head and smiled bitterly.
My heart, too, is not made of iron. They are all human beings as well. They are my comrades. Who would want to see their comrades sacrificed?
Before this training program started, I had one of the instructors blend in and put explosive blood bags on him to fake it.
It's a training tool, but it's also something that will actually happen in the future.
If the two of you come to be accountable for even one death and don't trust me as the chief instructor,
then I think it's a good idea not to form this special forces unit. Because in the future, once the special forces are operational, whether it's daily training or going out on a mission, sacrifice, it's inevitable.
When Wang He and the chief of staff heard this,
they looked at each other, and on their faces, both showed a look of shame. It's us who are narrow-minded. We, the troops, have experienced peace for too long.
It's all been subconsciously forgotten that the troops
are there for war?
Wang He sighed slightly and patted Lin Chuan's shoulder.
Son, you did the right thing. Don't worry. In the future, it won't happen again.
Lin Chuan nodded slightly and smiled.
However, it's good that the two chiefs are here, so they can do me a favor by the way. A few minutes later,
Wang He and the chief of staff,
led by Lin Chuan,
arrived at the training ground. When the rookies saw that the head of the army had come, one of them seemed as if they had seen hope. It must have been those members who quit who went and complained successfully.
The chief has come to our rescue. Yeah. These perverts, they must be punished.
The rookies discussed in excited whispers.
However, Zhu Hanlin and Tang Lin, who were on the side,
looked at each other with furrowed brows.
In the heart, there is a vague sense of foreboding. Is the chief really here to do their bidding?
Chapter 25. Lin Chuan wasn't disciplined,
but was awarded a third-class merit instead. Comrades,
as soon as Wang He's voice came out,
all the rookies in the room,
although they were very tired and weak, subconsciously stood up straight and held their heads high. Wang He nodded in satisfaction,
continuing aloud, about your training here, everything you've experienced,
as well as the fact that 2 hours ago, there was a training accident and a member of the team was killed.
I already know all about it.
The army has also received complaints against Chief Instructor Lin from members who withdrew from the selection process.
I came over here today to take care of all this.
The crowd of rookies sniffed and became even more convinced that the chief was here to stand up for them and seek justice.
Thinking of this,
the eyes of each one looking at Lin Chuan became more or less complacent and excited.
However, Wang He's next words were a shock to them. Lin Chuan, here.
Lin Chuan took a step forward and stood straight in front of Wang He.
Wang He shouted at the rookies. In light of Chief Instructor Lin's outstanding training achievements and training methods,
it has been decided after a discussion at the military's organ command.
Give Chief Instructor Lin a third-class merit once. What? Third degree? The chief is wrong, isn't he? Shouldn't there be accountability and discipline? This is practicing death, and you still get war credit? What the hell?
The rookies were dumbfounded when they heard Wang He's words. Wang He looked at the expressions of the crowd and said coldly,
do you all think that I will discipline Chief Instructor Lin? I'm telling you. Specialized intensive training. In 3 words, actualization. What's the point of being a soldier if you're afraid of actual combat and going to war? Why don't you just go home and raise pigs? In training, when you come across live ammunition, you are going to be scared to pee your pants, and you are going to blame the instructor for being too strict. Have an accident and consider this training a straw man. What's the point of training and practicing then? Why don't I just recruit a couple of nannies to come to the troop and take care of you guys? How dare you have the face to sue and complain to the military? The face of our 31st Group Army has been disgraced by you. The rookies were scolded by Wang He and were filled with shame, their eyes slightly lowered, not daring to look directly at them.
Wang He continued to bellow,
I'm really telling you guys,
this level of training is authorized by the military for Chief Instructor Lin. Chief Instructor Lin has the right to train you in all kinds of real-world situations,
even if there is injury or death. A force that fears death cannot be invincible.
I don't blame you guys if you can't hold up.
It's your right to be special forces or not. But you can't do it yourself. But you blame it on the instructor.
I've never seen such spineless soldiers in my life.
Those who sue and complain to the military,
I'll clean them up one by one. So, you guys mark my words. I don't need softies in my army.
Wanted
are warriors with blood,
bones hard enough, not afraid to die, daring to die.
always ready to go to the battlefield to sacrifice. Did you hear everything? Understood. The rookies were so stimulated by Wang He that they raised their heads and responded loudly. Great. When Wang He heard this, he nodded his head in satisfaction. I'm waiting for the day when you guys become special forces. When the time comes, I'll personally come over and honor you with your ranks and military medals. The formation of special forces is the current top priority of China's elite soldiers and strong nation. The time has come for the country and the people to test us. Tell me if I can get the job done. Yes, yes, yes. The rookies did their best to roar in response. Lin Xuan on the side couldn't help but feel emotional when he saw this scene. All the things he had said earlier were not as powerful as these words of Army Commander Wang He. That's how scary the Xia troops are. The lethality of the Supreme Commander's sentence, the time has come for the country and the people to test us, was such that no Chinese soldier could carry it. For the rest of the day, basically every day was centered around the word torture in training in life. In short, except for those few hours of sleep, the rest of the time, it's nothing but training. Every day, the rookies are in a constant state of pushing the limits. Gradually, whether in physical fitness, willpower, or mental fitness and spirituality, the rookies have made a qualitative leap. Of course, every day, there are rookies who opt out because they can't take it anymore, even with Wang He mobilized in front of him. But mobilization is mobilization, and this kind of extreme training is not something that anyone can withstand. If this works, then if Wang He goes to each troop and mobilizes them once, won't everyone become a special forces soldier? In just half a month's time, the number of people had plummeted from the previous 70 or so to less than 50. The remaining 40-odd people, in addition to the physical quality, is still a little worse. Psychological stress resistance, mental endurance, willpower, have reached the level of special forces. It was impossible to improve physical quality so quickly in just half a month. But the potential and talent is there, and in 3 months at the most, it will be up to par. At this point, Lin Xuan was in no hurry at all. And once the foundation is laid, the next step, naturally, is to build tall buildings, get into training on special operations skills for all 3 branches of the military: land, sea and air. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first stage of the selection. Lin Xuan scanned the entire room of these 40 or so rookies and said loudly. The rookies couldn't help but have a look of joy on their faces when they heard the words. Don't get too happy. Lin Xuan coldly hummed. Selection. It's far from over. The next training will be based on special amphibious combat skills, supplemented by physical fitness. I declare a rule. From now until the end of the selection process, there will be a strict points-based elimination system. 100 points per person, and points will be deducted for substandard training performance, contradicting instructors, and delayed or non-execution of orders. Do good, no points added. Do the wrong thing, lose points. 100 points deducted. Go away. Get it? Understood. The rookies responded in unison. Report. At this time, a rookie shouted. Instructor. Then our day system. Lin Xuan said indifferently. Aside from the uncertainty of sleep, eating, drinking, and using, will resume normalization. The rookies sniffed in relief. For the past half a month, they had eaten all kinds of wild animals raw, and their mouths were rotting. It's almost like you've forgotten what cooked vegetables taste like. Of course, it's not without effect. At least, let them eat all that so-called rat and snake meat without frowning and opening their mouths. The revulsion and all that is long gone. Otherwise, their bodies couldn't have lasted this long. Next, each of you will be given a numerical code, from number 1 to 47. As Lin Xuan's words fell, Zhou Xian and a few instructors were taking out shoulder patches with numbers printed on them and slapping them on the rookies. After finishing, Lin Xuan then continued. Alright, I'll give you guys 3 days to rest. Hurry up and adjust your physical state. In 3 days, the second stage of selection training will officially begin. Dismissed. The rookies cheered when they heard they could take 3 days off. Lin Xuan, Sun Ying, and Zhou Xian smiled at each other and turned to leave. Give these rookies this rare break. And on the scene, Zhu Hanlin looked at the back of Lin Xuan's trio with mixed feelings. Hanlin, what's wrong? Tang Lin walked over and asked with a smile. After this half a month, these rookies have been mixing with each other for a long time. And Tang Lin and Zhu Hanlin, both of whom were officers and not low in rank, had a great deal of resonance in their outlook and thinking. The two naturally mingled and became better friends. Zhu Hanlin muttered. To be honest, before, what I was thinking was that when I passed the selection, I would leave. The reason why I chose to hold on before was for the breath in my heart. I'm going to prove to them that I can do it. Now that the hardest stage has been survived, it's no surprise that the later training tests won't be much of a problem for me. But I don't know why. Now that I know I have a high probability of success, but in my heart, it's, Tang Lin laughed.
but it's not as happy as expected. And you don't really want to leave, do you? Zhu Hanlin glanced at him and nodded his head with a bitter smile. Although these days have been bitter and difficult, they are very fulfilling. My personal strength, too, has significantly improved a lot. It's something that I didn't experience at all in the military authorities before. This comparison suddenly makes it feel as if all those previous years were wasted. Tang Lin patted his shoulder and gestured for him to sit down. The two sat side by side, watching the sun set over the ocean. Tang Lin said, "In fact, you know in your heart that the chief instructor targeted you so much before because he valued you. It's a common trick of commanders. You may not know it while having never led a soldier, but I have led. The idea of our commanders is to be stricter on whoever we lean on more. Your nature is on the proud side. He's trying to use this method to polish your nature and force you. Only then will you be able to go farther and better. Otherwise, if you follow the normal process, even if you have that potential, you will give up perseverance and choose to leave because of the pride and prejudice in your heart. Judging by the results so far, the chief instructor was right. At least, I've also seen the change in you in the week or so since you've been back there." Zhu Hanlin let out a long sigh. "At first, I really didn't expect it. It might just have something to do with my nature. But this latter week or so, it suddenly dawned on me. And the view of the chief instructor in his heart has changed quite a bit. For him to be in this position, to have that kind of strength, I'm sure, has gone through what we're going through right now. He can see a lot, what we can't see." Gradually, a perverse, extremely surprising to myself, urge actually came over me to be just like him. "Do you think I'm out of my mind?" Tang Lin laughed. "If having this kind of thought is brain dead, then I've been in the water earlier than you. I fought him, and from the moment I lost to him, I made up my mind to be like him. The mighty one who stands on top of the mountain. The kind of strong man who is undaunted and confidently at ease with any danger or fear in the world. Ha ha ha." Zhu Hanlin stretched out his palm at Tang Lin. "Then let's let our two brain-dead cuties work together side by side." Tang Lin also stretched out his palm and clasped it tightly with Zhu Hanlin. "Work together." 3 days of rest passed in the blink of an eye. "Get them all ready. Today, there will be shooting training and tests. Grades, included within the total assessment score." In the morning, Zhou Xian's voice sounded outside the dormitory. The rookies sniffed and many of them got excited. Those of them that are more than confident when it comes to shooting. All want to prove themselves in front of the instructor with their shooting results. After gathering in the morning, Zhou Xian was the one who made none of them carry heavy equipment and put on stuffy green ghillie suits. The island weather during the day is extremely muggy, especially now that we're getting into the heat of the season again. The burning sensation of the heat was more pronounced as you wove your way through the mountains in your heavy ghillie suit. The range, to the rookies' surprise, was actually in the middle of a plain swamp. "Listen up, all of you." Lin Chuan stood at the edge of the swamp, his gaze coldly scanning the rookies in front of him, his voice ringing out like a flood of bells. "Today's shooting practice will take place in this swamp." The rookies' brows furrowed as they looked at the murky, putrid-smelling swamp in front of them. There was a pungent smell in the air that was unique to the swamp, a mixture of rotting mud, water plants, and the rotting corpses of unknown creatures that made you want to gag. Mosquitoes buzzed around them in a dense mass. The humid air seemed like it could wring out water, and with every breath, it felt like my lungs were being filled with this sticky breath. "The training rules are simple," Lin Chuan continued. "You have to lie on your backs on this swamp and shoot the human head target 200 meters away. This target pops up at irregular intervals, and swings from side to side after it pops up. 30 rounds per person. Within today, you must have 25 rounds all on target to be considered qualified." The rookies sniffed, and although they found the request a bit difficult in their minds, they were barely able to accept it. Thinking about their usual shooting skills, they took a deep breath, braced themselves for the harsh conditions of the swamp, slowly got down, adjusted their posture, took aim, and waited quietly for the target to pop up. Just then, a couple of instructors brought in a couple of large metal cages, a couple of bulging cowhide bags and a couple of large bottles of honey. To the puzzled looks of the rookies, the instructors opened the bottles of honey and began applying them to the individual rookies. "What's this for? Putting honey on your body in this swamp? Isn't that a death wish?" a rookie muttered in a low voice, his face filled with uneasiness as a sense of foreboding crept up in the back of his mind. Before they could react, Zhou Xian took large strides to the iron cage and violently opened it. In an instant, a chilling hissing sound came from the hundreds of snakes that poured out of the iron cage and slithered across the swamp. Ignoring the rookies' cries of terror, the instructors reached out and grabbed a snake and threw it directly at each rookie. "I'll go." "It's not?" The rookies got goosebumps. But, after all, having killed snakes to eat with his own hands earlier, the fear of snakes was not so great. Even if you keep it around, the impact won't be great. But, immediately afterward, the instructors opened the cowhide bag, and the dense ants instantly poured out,
spreading rapidly across the swamp and crawling in the direction of the rookies. The ants smelled the sweet odor of honey on the rookies,
and as if they had found a treasure, they excitedly swarmed toward them. Chapter 26, Isn't this pushing people to their deaths?
The sweltering swamp seemed like a giant steamer,
with turbid water vapor rising and a putrid stench permeating the area. In this purgatory-like swamp,
the rookies are going through an ordeal like no other.
The snake ran rampant over them,
its icy scales cutting through their skin and bringing shiver after shiver, and those densely packed ants were like a black tide,
frantically stinging their bodies.
The ants burrowed down the pant legs,
cuffs, and even the collar of the rookies' clothes.
Each ant bite was like having a sharp needle stuck into your skin,
followed by a fiery, sharp pain.
This was followed by an itch that made you want to reach out and slap all of these hateful little things to death immediately.
Some ants even climb up the spine and bite hard at the neck.
The excruciating pain caused the rookies' bodies to jerk and the guns in their hands to shake.
A rookie lowered his voice and said with a sobbing tone, "These ants are biting my bones. How can I aim?" The teammate next to him gritted his teeth and responded, "Bear with it. There's no use complaining now. It's only by holding on that we can hope to complete the test." Just then,
one of the rookies couldn't take it anymore and reached out to try to swat the ants off his body. Lin Chuan's thunderous roar suddenly rang out.
"Put your hands down. Who told you to move?
Listen to me very carefully.
If this is lurking and hiding on the battlefield, you will always face this situation. The enemy may be not far away from you, and if you move a little, you will face a bullet, and you will also involve your teammates in exposing your whereabouts.
You must remain absolutely focused, not to mention the poisonous snakes and ants,
or the fire that burns your body." The rookies sniffed and could only clench their teeth and endure the sharp pain and itching on their bodies. Sweat mixed with muddy water from the swamp kept sliding down his face.
Their eyes were dead set on the distant target, that already blurred vision made even more hazy by the mixture of sweat and tears.
"Old Zhu, are you still okay?" Tang Lin asked Zhu Hanlin beside him in a low voice. Zhu Hanlin stifled a grunt. "It's just a matter of holding on for dear life.
I hope this torment ends in a hurry."
At this time, female soldier Chen Jiao is trying to adjust her breathing,
trying to ignore the physical pain and discomfort, and focusing on aiming at the distant target.
However,
a snake was slowly crawling up her arm and onto her shoulder, the cold touch instantly filling her skin with goosebumps.
She could only keep pumping herself up in her mind. "Can't move. Absolutely can't move. This is a battlefield. One move will get everyone killed." But immediately afterward, the snake actually slithered up her neck,
its letters sweeping by her cheek from time to time. Chen Jiao felt her heart jumping out of her throat, her scalp tingling as she instinctively wanted to scream,
to reach out and shake the snake away. But thinking about Lin Chuan's words just now, he could only close his eyes tightly and force himself to calm down.
The swamp around them was awfully quiet, with only a few occasional frogs and the buzzing of mosquitoes.
Every second felt like an ordeal for the rookies,
who were silently expecting the target to hurry up and pop up so they could finish shooting and end this nightmarish ordeal.
But as the minutes ticked by, the target never popped up. Little by little, the patience of the rookies is wearing thin. "Boss, how long do you think they can hold out outside the arena?"
Zhou Xian smiled at Lin Chuan and asked. Lin Chuan clasped his hands to his chest and turned his head to look at him.
"I don't want to guess. My request is that no matter how long it takes, as long as the mission isn't completed, you have to stick with it."
Zhou Xian smacked his lips. "This standard of yours is much higher than that perverted chief instructor we attended the foreign intensive training together."
Lin Chuan didn't say anything else,
just continued to stare at the rookie on the field with a serious gaze. No one knew better than he did about what it meant to be a Special Forces soldier on the battlefield.
Special Forces, once on the battlefield behind enemy lines, lurking and hiding, is absolutely inevitable. When the time comes, what kind of environment one faces is anyone's guess. Absolute endurance and focus and determination are indispensable. In his previous life, how many of his fallen comrades, as well as the enemies he killed, were taken out because they couldn't maintain absolute concealment behind enemy lines due to the extremely harsh environment?
Because you have no idea how many enemies are on the other side and which direction has a sniper. The slightest movement and the bullets will definitely come as expected. This is not alarmist talk. It's because he's been there that he knows how important it is to train for this subject. So the first hurdle after entering special operations skills is to train them in endurance and determination and concentration. This is also a subject that Lin Chuan believes that standards should never be lowered. After waiting for a full hour, the target that they had been looking at slowly popped up. However, at this point the rookies were already being tortured by ants and snakes and were on the verge of collapse. Their bodies had become so stiff from the prolonged tightness and pain that it was so hard to keep their eyes open.
Not to mention aiming. "Shoot! Shoot them all!" Zhou Xian shouted angrily from the side. "What are all of you gawking at? Eyes are ing not out by ants, aren't they?" The rookies then woke up as if in a dream and fumbled to pull the trigger. However, at this point it is far more difficult to shoot. The sharp pain in their bodies made it impossible for them to stabilize their guns. Their arms kept shaking, and their vision couldn't be focused. Every shot was like taking a chance. It's over. It's over. I can't control this hand shaking at all. A rookie shouted anxiously. I can barely see the target. What's the point of shooting? Another rookie responded in despair. Bang! 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 Guns were firing through the swamp, but the accuracy of that shooting was ridiculously poor. The bullets were either off target or hit directly on the swamp, splashing mud and water. After the shooting was over, the voice of the target reporter came from the other side of the target trench. Target position no. 1. 2 rounds on target. Target position 2. 1 shot on target. Target 47. 5 shots on target. After the scores were reported, the best scores were only 5 shots on target. Most were 1 or 2 shots on target. That's your grade? Lin Chuan's face instantly darkened. 47 people, over 1,000 rounds of ammunition, less than 100 on target. The entire history of the Chinese army range has never seen such a bad score. You guys are simply wasting bullets. If this were a battlefield, you would have died 100 times already. 2 points for all. Instructor, this can't be fought at all. These snakes and ants. A rookie couldn't help but weasel out. Shut up, Lin Chuan interrupted. I repeat, this is actual combat. On the battlefield, will you have time to complain about the environment? The enemy won't wait for you to adjust just because you're having a hard time. Lin Chuan looked at them coldly and continued. Whenever you hit a passing score today, when will you rest? All of you keep training for me. The rookies let out a wail when they heard this. It's going to go on. I don't feel like I can hold out much longer. Isn't that pushing people to their deaths? But they knew that under Lin Chuan's orders, no one could escape. They could only grit their teeth, get back down on the swamp, continue to endure the snakes and bugs, and start that seemingly unattainable shooting training again. Chapter 27, half a year later, Rookie Metamorphosis. The actual combat mission opened. Chapter 26, half a year later, the rookie transforms. The actual combat mission opened. The sun was high in the sky, baking the mountains and forests of the island as if they were about to burst into flames. In the afternoon, Lin Chuan, Zhou Xian and Sun Ying stood in front of an open mountain forest, surrounded by a group of rookies. They were already exhausted after the morning's torture in the swamp, and now they looked at the 3 instructors before them with doubt and curiosity. Lin Chuan looked cold. His eyes swept over the rookies, and he said loudly, the morning's shooting results are simply miserable. Now, let's show you what special sport assault shooting is all about. All give me wide eyes and learn it well. On the battlefield, this is your life-saving skill and the key to killing the enemy. As soon as the words fell, under the curious and expectant gazes of the rookies, Zhou Xian and Sun Ying quickly got ready. The 3 stood in a triangular position, keeping just the right distance from each other in tacit understanding. With a command, they instantly started up like cheetahs and ran towards the mountain forest. The dense mountain forests were covered with trees, and the ground was filled with thick fallen leaves and sprawling dead branches, but this did not affect their speed in the least. The 3 of them weaved through the forest at high speeds, with athletic postures and agile movements like ghosts. They sometimes jumped up high, with the power of the branches in the air to complete the turn, and sometimes a side roll, easily avoid the obstacles under the feet. Every action is smooth and natural, all in one go. While moving at high speed, the guns in their hands were firing. The fire spewing from the muzzle of the gun was particularly dazzling in the dimly lit woods, and the sound of crisp gunshots rang out one after another, echoing throughout the mountains. And with each shot, the distant target fell in response, the shots hitting with unparalleled accuracy. They cross-cooperated with each other, with Zhou Xian responsible for attracting the enemy's attention, while Sun Ying detoured and encircled from the flanks, and Lin Chuan delivered a fatal blow at the critical moment. The trio's movements flowed without the slightest delay. The rookies looked dumbfounded, shock and disbelief written all over their faces. They had never seen such a shocking shooting scene before, and to maintain such high speed and accuracy in such a complex environment was beyond their knowledge. This is too powerful. A rookie couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Yeah, I feel like my eyes can't even keep up with their movements. If this were on the battlefield, who could be their match? Another rookie chimed in, his voice full of admiration. Zhu Hanlin and Tang Lin glanced at each other, with the same light of shock and yearning in their eyes. This was the kind of special forces strength they had dreamed of and worked for. After the demonstration was over, Lin Chuan's trio landed firmly on the ground, their breath steady, as if the intense exercise just now was just a piece of cake for them. Do you all see? This is the standard you need to meet. Lin Chuan yelled. Listen to me carefully. On missions behind enemy lines, you'll often encounter sudden attacks from the enemy, and there's simply no time for you to find a peaceful place to aim and shoot slowly.
Only by mastering special assault shooting can you react quickly in complex and changing environments and kill the enemy before he shoots. This is not only about your personal life and death, but also about the success or failure of the entire mission. Now, it's your turn, one by one. Let me see what you can do. The rookies took a deep breath, gathered their courage, and walked into the mountains in turn. However, they were nothing compared to the amazing performance of the instructors. As soon as the first rookie entered the mountains, he tripped over a branch under his feet and fell on his ass. He got up in a state of disarray, picking up his gun with his hands, and before he could take aim, the target had disappeared from his sight. He fired a few shots in a panic, and all the bullets hit the trunk of a nearby tree. What are you doing? You can't even catch a target. Are you going to fight a war or to be funny? Lin Chuan roared angrily. The second rookie learned his lesson and proceeded cautiously. However, he had absolutely no control over his balance during the exercise and nearly fell over every few steps. When he fired, his arm trembled so much that he couldn't stabilize the gun, and the bullet was 100,000 miles off the bullseye. You move like a baby who just learned to walk. Wobbling. How can you shoot when you can't even master the most basic balance? Lin Chuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as he continued to angrily spray. Stop right there and think about what's wrong with you. And so, rookie after rookie took the field, only to fail. They either tripped over their environment or couldn't keep their balance in motion, and their shooting accuracy was abysmal. Lin Chuan's roars continued to ring out, and the entire mountain forest was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. After all of them had been tested, Lin Chuan then stepped forward once again and quickly and simply explained the movement essentials of special assault shooting. When exercising in the mountains and forests, keep your feet light, knees slightly bent, and be ready to respond to all kinds of emergencies. Eyes should always pay attention to the surroundings and anticipate possible obstacles in advance. When shooting, don't just focus on your aim. Learn to utilize your body's inertia and muscle memory. While in motion, adjust your breathing to keep your heart rate steady. The moment you fire, be decisive and don't hesitate. Don't be afraid. Trust in your own abilities. On the battlefield, fear will only make you lose your mind. Only calmness can make the right judgment. After all the explanations, Lin Chuan divided them into 3 groups, with himself and Zhou Xian leading the male soldiers, and Sun Ying in charge of leading the female soldiers. Pull them apart individually and train them more systematically in specific areas. In the evening, the rookies were already exhausted after a full day of intense training. However, Lin Chuan didn't give them the slightest chance to catch their breath. Tonight, special combat training. The rookies were shocked at what they heard. The training during the day had already brought their bodies to their limits, and having to do combat training at this time was definitely adding insult to injury. But they were also clear that there was no room for bargaining in Lin Chuan's place. Lin Chuan randomly divided them into 3 groups. Later, all of you in each group go together and use all of your moves to launch an attack on me. The rookies exploded at that comment. What? With so many of us together, isn't this bullying the few with the many? This is looking down on us too much, isn't it? There are a dozen of us in each group, and he's just one person. Even if he's good at fighting, there's no way he can be able to handle the attacks of a dozen of us at the same time. Not really. Is he training us? Or does he want to get thrashed by us? Cut the crap. Lin Chuan droned. The first group goes first. The first group of rookies hardened their heads and slowly gathered towards Lin Chuan. There was both nervousness and a hint of excitement in their eyes. Having been abused by Lin Chuan for so long, if they could take advantage of this opportunity to give him a good beating, even if it was just a punch, it would be enough to let them take out a mouthful of grievances. Begin! Lin Chuan gave the order and the first group of rookies instantly attacked. Some of them swung their fists and slammed. Some of them raised their legs and kicked. Their moves seemed disorganized, but they also carried a momentum of breaking the boat. However, Lin Chuan was like a nimble ghost, easily weaving in and out of the crowd's attacks. It was as if his body was weightless. Every dodge was just right, and those seemingly ferocious attacks couldn't even touch the corners of his clothes. When someone sneak attacked from behind, Lin Chuan made a sideways spin, easily avoiding the attack while grabbing the opponent's arm in the process, gently twisting it, and the person fell to the ground with a scream. While facing the frontal attack, he slightly sidestepped and skillfully blocked with his arm. The force was instantly dissolved, and the attacker instead stumbled forward a few steps because of the excessive force. In just a minute's time, the dozen or so rookies in the first group were all dried out on the ground by Lin Chuan. They were lying on the ground, panting heavily, their eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. This is too powerful. A rookie mumbled as he lay on the ground, looking up at the night sky. His speed and reflexes are simply beyond human reach. There are so many of us, but we can't even touch his side. Another rookie struggled to get up, all written all over his face. The second and third groups of rookies were also all stunned. They were outside the arena and could clearly see how terrifying Lin Chuan's speed,
stance techniques, and strength were. No wonder Lin Xuan dared to challenge a dozen of them all by himself. With this strength, it was all of them together. They might not be opponents. Group 2, come up here. Lin Xuan coldly looked at the second group and ordered loudly. Before the first group of rookies recovered, the second group of rookies looked at each other and suppressed their inner shock, rushing up one after another. They had learned from the lessons of the first group and attempted to use more flexible tactics, with several people launching attacks from different directions at the same time, trying to make Lin Xuan lose sight of what he was doing. But Lin Xuan's strength far exceeded their imagination. He was in the crowd like nobody's business, hitting the rookies' weak spots with precision on every shot. His counterattacks are so fast that often the rookies are already in check just as he strikes. Bang! A muffled sound and screams continued to ring out, and the second group of rookies were all knocked to the ground in a very short period of time. They were lying on the ground, looking at Lin Xuan with fear and despair in their eyes. It was only at this time that they really clearly felt the huge gap between themselves and the special forces. The third group of rookies looked at the two members of the group on the ground with fear in their hearts. However, under Lin Xuan's urging, they still gathered their courage and attacked. However, the results were no different from the previous two groups, as Lin Xuan continued to easily defeat them one by one. All up, Lin Xuan looked at the rookies lying on the ground and yelled, "With this amount of strength you guys have, you still want to become special forces? In a real battlefield, you wouldn't even be able to catch a single move from the enemy." The rookies climbed up with great difficulty and lowered their heads, not daring to look Lin Xuan in the eye. They knew that Lin Xuan was right. They were still far away from the real special forces. I remember clearly the moves, speed, and power of your strikes just now. Lin Xuan's gaze swept over everyone's faces one by one. Now, I'm going to conduct one-on-one teaching for each of your shortcomings. All of you, keep your ears open and memorize. Don't ever make me repeat myself a second time, or I promise I'll keep you all up all night in pain. The rookies were once again shocked by this statement. They couldn't imagine that in such an intense confrontation just now, Lin Xuan was actually able to memorize the details of everyone's movements. How is this possible? With so many people attacking together, he can actually see so clearly? I don't believe it anyway. Nonsense. Who believes that? However, Lin Xuan didn't care if they believed him or not. He directly walked up to the first rookie and pointed at his punch just now and said, "When you threw your punch, your arm was too stiff and your speed was too slow. This is not only easy to be dodged by your opponent, but it will also reveal your intentions. See how I do it." Saying that, Lin Xuan quickly demonstrated the correct punching maneuver with lightning speed and power. That rookie obviously froze for a moment, and the other rookies also looked at each other. He won't really memorize it all, right? He then walked over to another rookie and corrected his kicking stance. Your kicks lack explosive power and your center of gravity is unstable. In a real battle, this will easily be countered by your opponent. Lin Xuan spoke while demonstrating himself, allowing the rookies to clearly see their shortcomings, followed by a third, a fourth, until the last one. Every rookie's heart was shocked for a long time. They couldn't imagine that a person's observation and memory could actually be perverted to this extent. Under Lin Xuan's guidance, the rookies started practicing one by one. For the long 6 months that followed, Lin Xuan systematically taught, trained, and assessed the rookies' various types of special combat skills, various types of shooting, such as sport assault shooting, city lane single, team shooting, field, desert, see all kinds of environment, various types of firearms shooting, etc. Of course, pick out the shooting talent is better, carried out separately, training into a strategic sniper. Physical fitness goes without saying. A minimum of one armed 10 kilometers run per day is essential. For the rest, there are specialized driving such as electronic computer information, communications, tanks, armored vehicles, battlefield motorcycles, speedboats, and so on. In the air, helicopter gunships, delta wing flights, low and high altitude parachuting, etc. At sea, armed swimming, underwater snorkeling, crossing the sea to the island, and so on. Comprehensive, special operations theory, extreme survival, special fighting, camouflage and concealment and infiltration, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance and dozens of other subjects. It can be said that the rookies have spent all of this half year, except for sleeping, in training. Lin Xuan had squeezed their potential and talent to the limit. Of course, during these half a year or so, there were rookies who just couldn't cash in on their potential and talent and never reached Lin Xuan's standard requirements. This resulted in all 100 points being deducted and eliminated. Currently, only 38 remain. These 38 people, in terms of strength, were transformed and phoenixed compared to when they first participated in the selection. At least in Lin Xuan's opinion, their current strength was definitely already considered to be the standard of an elite special forces soldier. And in the middle of the night, 6 months later, with all the rookies still in dreamland, an emergency assembly sounded. Urgent mission. Everyone, heavily armed with live ammunition, come out and assemble in 3 minutes. Come on, come on, come on. Lin Chuan's anxious and urgent voice boomed outside the dormitory.
After more than 6 months of training, the rookies had long ago developed an instinctive muscle memory for emergency assemblies.
It took less than 3 minutes for everyone to have assembled. Unlike before, on their faces,
there were no longer any complaints or displeasure.
Rather, it is a state of being taken for granted and treated like death. When everyone was assembled,
Lin Chuan took a quick look at the time and shouted,
"Time is running out. Everyone board the plane.
I'll explain this live mission in more detail once we're on board."
A real-world mission? The rookies sniffed. Although usually training,
Lin Chuan always kept taking to the battlefield to emphasize the importance of the training process,
but never took them to a real battlefield either. And now, all of a sudden, it's talking about going on a real-world mission? Aren't we still special forces? This can't be a drill, can it? Chapter 28, Chief Instructor Lin Chuan sacrificed? On board,
Lin Chuan scanned the crowd,
and through the headset, said in a deep voice, "Just now,
we received a notification from our superiors that a mercenary force is carrying a shipment of drugs and is preparing to break into our territory. The military region ordered us to strike quickly to intercept the gang of outlaws and prevent the drugs from flowing into the country."
At these words, the rookies froze on the spot, looking at him incredulously, their hearts jittery. To be precise, they weren't quite a true special forces soldier, and by all rights, these missions shouldn't have fallen into their laps so quickly. "Report," Chen Jiao yelled lowly.
"Say,"
Chen Jiao straightened her back and said aloud, "Strictly speaking, we have not become a special forces soldier in the true sense of the word right now, so why were we sent on this mission this time?"
The others were also staring closely at Lin Chuan.
"What?"
Lin Chuan looked at them with a raised eyebrow and snorted coldly.
"Scared? Report." "No," Chen Jiao hastily retorted. "We just want to know a reason."
Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly,
and he said with incomparable seriousness, "This is an urgent mission that we received temporarily, and it's also an important test for you in the military region. As long as you successfully complete this mission, which is equivalent to passing the final examination, you will be able to become a true Dragon Kingdom Special Forces soldier." When these words came out, the crowd's eyes lit up and their fists couldn't help but clench, but subconsciously they still felt something strange. At that moment, Sun Ying on the side said, "An urgent call from the military commander." Lin Chuan nodded. "Connect all channels."
"Yes." Sun Ying immediately changed the communication to full channel.
"Comrades,"
Wang Yi's eloquent and powerful voice came from the headset.
All the rookies were startled and subconsciously glanced at each other,
immediately sitting upright and listening quietly with their ears perked up.
"I know that this time you have been asked to take part in this dangerous and major mission. There must be a lot of disbelief, and even some who are already nervous to the point of breaking out in cold sweats and agitation. But," Wang Yi's voice suddenly rose, "you are soldiers. Soldiers are born for war. From the time you put on this uniform, you are shouldering the mission of protecting your family and defending your country. No matter if you are special forces or not, as long as the country is in trouble, as a soldier, you must step forward. This mission is very arduous and concerns the safety of our country and its people. And although you are not considered a true special forces soldier at this time, your military capabilities are already equipped to do so. With your strength, I'm sure you'll be able to successfully intercept these mercenaries. Can you do that?" "Yes." The crowd roared with murderous fury. "Very good," Wang Yi said in a loud voice. "I look forward to your good news. I'll wait for your triumph." After hanging up the phone, Lin Chuan looked at the crowd. "Remember, this is a real battle. The artillery and bullets are real. Don't take any chances. Make sure you go all out and fight the good fight." Yes, by this point, no one thought it was a drill anymore, but was completely convinced that it was an actual battle. In a flash, the scene was dead silent. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Their hands clenched tightly together, and their foreheads were filled with cold sweat. Some even experienced dry heaves. This is a psychological reaction that occurs when they are overstimulated. Survival is a human instinct, and it would be a lie to say that you are not nervous. A soldier who has never been on a real battlefield, and all of a sudden has to face such a major and dangerous mission. Anyone's psyche will have different levels of worry.
Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly and continued,
"Since it's a real battle, there will definitely be casualties. And no one can guarantee that they'll come back alive from the battlefield, including myself. Once you've been killed in battle, the suicide note you wrote earlier will be forwarded to your parents for you." At these words, the rookies were like a blow from a stick, their heads buzzing, not at all expecting the suicide note they had written earlier to come in handy so soon. Their minds were instantly filled with images of family, friends, relatives, loved ones, and bits and pieces of the good old days. These wonderful memories kept hitting their brains, and their hearts became more and more jittery. Some of the female soldiers had even clasped their hands together in fear. Sume relieved everyone and said, "Don't be so nervous, we've been training for so long. The military subjects of each subject have long been upgraded quite a bit. It's more than enough to deal with these mercenaries. Taking a step back, even if we sacrifice. So what? When we put on this uniform, our lives are our country's, and when we sacrifice, we can honor our ancestors, and our genealogy has to come first." Chen Zhao gripped her hand tightly, took a deep breath, and said firmly, "Sume is right. We are soldiers, we are supposed to go to the battlefield. If we see the enemy and then retreat, then we are still worthy of this uniform? We have taken over the flag of our forefathers, so we must carry it firmly. We absolutely cannot lose their face." These words, a stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, as if a thunderbolt, ruthlessly splitting into the crowd present, gradually calming down their originally restless hearts. Although his heart was still fearful, his gaze had slowly become burning, and a flash of unprecedented determination flashed in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Lin Chuan didn't say anything else and returned to his seat to sit down, unable to resist hooking his lips, his heart's appraisal of these female soldiers a few points higher. As time went on, the plane landed in an open area. Snap! The hatch opened. Lin Chuan took the lead in picking up his bag and waved his hand. "Quick! Carry your own weapons and equipment and get off the plane. Hurry up! Time is of the essence. We must be one step ahead of them." Whooshing. All the rookies carried their bags on their backs and quickly walked off the airplane under Zhou Xian's leadership. Even if they still felt fear, obeying orders had become a code engraved in their minds. In less than 2 minutes, everyone was assembled. Lin Chuan looked at them and said with incomparable seriousness, all of you follow me. Make sure you don't fall behind. Remember, this is a real battle, not a drill. Anyone who wants to live, be cautious and go." Everyone subconsciously rolled their throats, looked around warily, and immediately followed, leaving footprints of varying depths on the ground. They didn't know what was going to happen next, only that the night was, well, uneventful. The night, getting deeper and deeper. The silence around them was terrifying. A steady stream of crickets and crows cawing intermittently from the jungle, and the sound of leaves loosening with every footstep they made. Moonlight seeped in through the cracks in the branches, speckled and reflected on the ground, swaying from side to side in the breeze. "Move! Keep up! Be careful!" Zhou Xian walked while cautiously looking from side to side, and the rookies following him behind him were all holding their breaths as they looked at the outstretched night. The entire group tensed to the extreme. Sume and Chen Jiao were like the big sisters among the female soldiers, always walking at the front, looking back at them from time to time and occasionally relieving them. Sun Ying whispered to remind them, "Everyone pay a little attention. Never." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly let out a cry of surprise and stumbled to the ground. "It's a grenade line! Spread out!" Lin Chuan yelled. A jump directly pushed Sun Ying away with force, and the others scattered instantly. There was a loud bang. Lin Chuan was blown to the ground by the grenade, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth furiously, filling the air with a thick smell of blood. "Instructor Lin!" Sun Ying's pupils widened violently, anxiously rushing over, bending down, helping Lin Chuan up, and constantly patting his face. Instructor, how are you? Wake up, don't scare me." The other rookies all gathered around him as well, looking at him anxiously and worriedly, their eyes instantly red, and they kept calling out from the sidelines with a sobbing voice. Instructor, wake up, help. Zhou Xian quickly set aside the crowd and immediately probed his hand to the tip of Lin Chuan's nose, his face completely sinking. "Instructor Lin, sacrificed. What did you say?" The crowd was stunned and looked at him incredulously. "I sacrificed?" Sume shook her head violently. "Impossible. He's such a powerful person. How could he possibly sacrifice?" She went up to feel Lin Chuan's pulse in disbelief and retracted her hand in a hurry. Her face turned white with fear, and she sat down on the floor paralyzed, muttering, "Instructor Lin, he really sacrificed himself. How could this happen? How is it possible?" The other rookies instantly panicked, cold sweat swishing down their backs, their morale in tatters. Although Lin Chuan was usually very strict with them, and his heart was quite resentful of him, but grudges are grudges, and in their hearts, they are in awe of him, idolizing him as a comrade to whom they can give their backs. Now, they watched their comrade sacrificed in front of their eyes without being able to do anything about it, and that deep sense of powerlessness pierced their hearts, and everyone's heart was heavy to the core. "Get thee up!" Zhou Xian let out a low roar and said aloud, "Although Instructor Lin has sacrificed himself, our mission is not yet accomplished. We still have to fight this battle, and we absolutely cannot let this bunch of scumbags go." Make sure to finish them off and avenge Instructor Lin. When these words came out, everyone instantly sobered up and raised their heads violently, one by one wiping away their tears. A touch of ruthlessness flashed in their eyes. Zhou Xian coldly snorted. Everyone listened to the order. All follow me. Chen Jiao suddenly stepped forward and anxiously asked, Instructor Zhou, what about Instructor Lin? Just leave his remains here? Zhou Xian lowered his eyes and glanced at Lin Chuan. His voice lowered as he said, find a place to set him up first, and then come back to pick him up when we've completed our mission. Yes. Everyone upheld their minds, and after placing Lin Chuan in a hidden corner, they quickly followed Zhou Xian's pace. After walking for about 3 kilometers, a thick smoke suddenly swept towards them, and all of them wrinkled their brows slightly. Their legs softened and half-kneeled on the ground, but holding their foreheads, they suddenly felt dizzy. Do you guys smell something? Why do I feel like my head hurts? Snap! As the words fell, the crowd fainted one after another, and all of them fell to the ground. Offshore, Golden Triangle. Lin Chuan woke up lying on a bed. He got up covering his somewhat sore chest and shook his head. Awake? Wang Yi walked over with great strides and said with palpitations, You kid, you really scared me just now. I was worried if you were really dead. Your heart wasn't beating, and I almost gave you a memorial service. Army Commander. Lin Chuan stood up, hastily saluted him, and laughed bitterly. I'm not trying to cover up a bit more realistically. There are smart people among these rookies. If not, they won't believe it. It turned out that Lin Chuan had changed a bottle of potion on the system in order to muddle through, which could stop the heart and pulse beating for a short period of time, and the grenade was also real. Only, he dodged very quickly, and although he did get blown up as well, he was not seriously hurt. Lin Chuan looked at Wang Yi and asked, Army Commander, have they all been recaptured? Wang Yi nodded. They're all locked up in the secret room, just waiting for you to send them down. Lin Chuan laughed. Good, Chief, after I clean up my disguise, I'll go over and meet these rookies. After training for so long, it's time to have an ending. Okay. Wang Yi patted him on the shoulder. You get busy first. I'll wait for you in the monitoring room. You kid take it easy. Don't overdo it. Lin Chuan assured. Chief, don't worry. I know in my heart. After Wang Yi left, Lin Chuan disguised himself as the leader of the mercenaries. His entire facial features, skin color were adjusted. He put on local clothes, and after putting on a pair of sunglasses, he walked out of the door with great strides. His camouflage was so good that it completely hid his original appearance. The male and female soldiers were detained separately, with the 6 female soldiers being detained together with Sun Ying and the male soldiers being detained in another place. The secret room. The female soldiers slowly opened their tired eyes and frowned, shaking their heads gently as they gradually came to their senses, staring at the blackness of their surroundings with a dazed look on their faces. Everyone's hair was disheveled and covered in sweat. They just wanted to move, but they realized that their hands and feet were bound to the cross and they could not move at all. Chen Jiao looked around. The whole person panicked, and asked in horror, What are we? Where are we? What's the point? We've been captured. Sumei said with a cold face. What? Captives? Chen Jiao's pupils widened violently as she struggled her hands vigorously. We were just poisoned with ecstasy. It was those mercenaries who mesmerized us here. This bunch of people even use this kind of underhanded means. When we go out, we have to peel off their skin. A female soldier asked with fear and trepidation. How come there are only a few of us left? Where are the others? Where are Instructor Zhou and the others? Sun Ying said directly. They should be held in another place. Not with us. The words creaked out. The door was pushed open. The female soldiers slightly squinted their eyes and followed the light, and they were seeing a tall and powerful figure walking towards them. Their originally mild eyes instantly became sharp, their faces filled with anger, and their entire faces turned red. Lin Chuan swept a glance at the crowd and smiled evilly. Yo ho! It seems that the captured female soldiers this time are all in good shape. They look showy. This time they have a mouthful of good fortune again, just in time to give the brothers a taste of their own medicine tonight. Chapter 29, Female Instructor Sun Ying is humiliated. Su Mei glared round in anger, hysterically roared, If you have the ability to let go of us, we fight with you openly and honestly. Play this kind of little trick of ecstasy. What kind of hero is it? Snap. A man in black clothes next to him slapped him across the face. Bitch, how dare you be rude to our boss? A smear of blood immediately surfaced at the corner of Su Mei's mouth, and the left side of her face instantly swelled. Stop it. You bunch of assholes. What's the point of hitting a woman? Chen Jiao yelled hysterically. If you're capable of releasing us, we'll fight you one-on-one. The other female soldiers tried to fight back, struggling hard against their restraints, but were unable to do so. Sumei sneered and crushed her mouth fiercely. Bah! Shameless bastards. You're all a bunch of sons of es. Snap! Another slap across the face. Lin Chuan walked over, scanned the crowd, and grunted coldly, "Tell me your affiliations, departments, and your highest officer, and we'll spare your lives for now. And, I promise, I will never touch you." Bah! Sume ruthlessly crushed his mouth and glared at him with a murderous face. "You'll never get half a secret out of me. Even if you kill me, there's no way I'm going to sell out my troops. Looks like you're still quite tough." Lin Chuan snorted coldly, and as he lifted her chin, he smiled slightly. "You're not bad looking. Do you think if I were to give you to my men and let them have a quickie for a couple of days, you'd still be able to be as tough-mouthed as you are now? You asshole, let go of me. Kill if you have the ability." Sume shook her head vigorously and broke away from his hand in disgust. "Don't move her, if you're capable. Come at me." Sunning suddenly let out a low roar, her eyes as sharp as an axe. "Come here, I'll tell you." Lin Chuan snapped his head around, his eyes instantly landing on Sun Ying, lifting his steps over and angling his chin at her. "Still you're smart. Say it." Sun Ying raised her chin condescendingly and said with a cold face, "The unit we belong to, you big man. Affiliation, your grandma. Supreme officer, Ka." Snap. As the words fell, a slap landed hard on her face with a larger slap, and her face instantly turned as red as fire. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous light flashing through his eyes. "How dare you play with me? Toast it, drag it down. You're rewarded. Yes, don't touch me." Sun Ying's face changed drastically as she desperately shook her head. "What are you doing? Let go of me. Asshole, let go of me." The other female soldiers roared in hysterical rage and struggled so hard that the red blood in their eyes was about to burst out. "Let her go. Don't touch her. You guys let her go. You gang. You're not human." A man immediately untied Sun Ying from the cross, picked her up with one hand, and dragged her to a corner of a nearby curtain. This room was separated by a curtain, like a piece of cloth, and although it was not clear to see, one could see the silhouettes. Sun Ying was discarded on the ground and kept moving her body backward, tearing her heart out and yelling, "Don't you touch me! Go away! Go away!" A soldier dressed as a hired gun by a female soldier quickly stepped forward, tugged at his own tie, and pounced like a vicious wolf, ripping her clothes off with all his might. "Don't! Let go of me!" Sun Ying struggled desperately and kept calling out for help. Seeing this scene, the opposite female soldier was so anxious that her tears were like puppets with broken strings, dripping down to the moon. But there was nothing she could do. She could only watch and yell at Lin Chuan. Asterisk 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 "You scumbags. You're just sons of ES. Let go of me. Come at me if you can." Listening to Sun Ying's incessant cries for help, witnessing that every move on the opposite side of the curtain, everyone's heart was dripping blood, and their mood was heavy to the extreme. Remorse, self-reproach, heartache, all the disturbing emotions all mixed together, crushed their spirits completely. Lin Chuan hooked the corner of his lips, walked up to the crowd, and said provocatively, "As long as you guys say it, we'll let her go right away. Just say it, just say it." Bah! Sume spat at him, determination written all over her tear-filled face. "Even if I die, you won't be able to pry my mouth open." Lin Chuan pulled out a tissue and simply wiped it off, snorting coldly, "It seems like you're all a bunch of tough-talking pussies. Next I'll see how long you can be tough-talking." 10 minutes later, Sun Ying was in rags, her hair in disarray, and thrown in front of the crowd like a piece of trash. She mumbled as if she had a nervous breakdown, and her entire body sat lifelessly on the floor, her eyes revealing a deep, bottomless despair. The female soldiers looked at her with red eyes and hearts full of pain, but their throats felt like they were being contained, and they couldn't say a word. They knew that at this time, any words of comfort would pale in comparison. The female soldier, dressed as a male mercenary, wiped the corner of her mouth with her thumb and licked her mouth with intent. This scene completely enraged the female soldiers. "You bunch of you. One day, I will definitely kill all of you. You shall not die. Looks like we have to change the method." Lin Chuan dug his ears in annoyance and waved his hand. "Men, bring them down and hang them all up. Don't give anything they eat. I'd like to see how hard their bones can be." Yes. A few men hemmed and hawed and immediately rushed forward, taking them all away, dragging them outside with force and without any pity in their eyes. Meanwhile, in the secret room of the male soldiers, they already knew they were captives, and one by one they were scrutinizing their surroundings in an attempt to find a breakthrough. Tang Lin said with an anxious face, "What are we going to do now? Even if we find a breakthrough, our hands and feet are all tied up and we can't move at all." "I don't know." Shu Hanlin shook his head. "I'm more worried about those female soldiers right now, and I don't know how they are doing now." When these words came out, everyone fell silent. The consequences of female soldiers being captured. They knew in their hearts that it was an absolutely miserable experience. At that moment, the door was opened and a moonlight shone in.
Everyone subconsciously looked over and saw Lin Chuan striding in, followed by several male bodyguards.
When Tang Lin saw them,
his face immediately turned green, and he coldly cursed,
asterisk 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 asterisk, who the hell are you people? Why are you arresting us?
Lin Chuan laughed coldly,
we're the ones you're trying to capture. But unfortunately, your fighting strength isn't up to it.
And you were terminated by us as soon as we started.
TSK TSK TSK,
with this kind of strength, you deserve to come and fight us?
Zhu Hanlin cursed angrily, bastard. If it weren't for your underhanded tactics like ecstasy, you definitely wouldn't have been able to catch us. What did you do with the women soldiers?
They were tough talking. They were given to my men for a quickie,
and are now basking in the sun,
Lin Chuan said with a face full of composure,
completely a movie star on top.
When the words fell, the crowd's faces changed, and like a beast out of its cage, its entire face turned red. Tang Lin was so angry that his features twisted and his nostrils smoked. You bunch of you, you'll go to hell.
When I get out,
I'll definitely break them into pieces and throw them to the Huangpu River to feed the fish.
Right now,
you should care more about yourself, Lin Chuan said nonchalantly.
Want to go out?
I'll give you a chance. I'll spare your lives if you tell us your affiliation,
your department, your highest officer.
Of course,
if you want, you can also choose to hang out with us,
and we'll make sure that you'll be well fed and clothed for the rest of your lives.
With women, tickets, and plenty of them. Bah!
Zhu Hanlin gritted his teeth and crushed a mouthful, his entire face darkening horribly.
Want me to sell out my country? Dream your big dreams. Kill me if you can. You'll never get anything of value out of me.
Tang Lin also broke out.
Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you have the ability to untie Grandpa me, I will fight you one-on-one. If I can't beat you, I'll take your name.
Lin Chuan exhaled a long breath and snorted coldly. It seems that you bunch of Dragon Kingdom soldiers are all hardcore,
and won't let go until you're given some sweetness to taste.
He swept a glance over,
his eyes instantly landing on Zhou Xian,
lifting his broad palm and patting his face with a smile.
Just now I saw that you've been staring at me. Were you trying to kill me with your eyes?
Zhou Xian sneered and angled his chin, but just kept his mouth hard and his eyes as sharp as knives.
Such a hard mouth.
Lin Chuan's face was cold. He slapped his face again. I like to conquer the hard-mouthed ones.
Come on, inject the drug. I want to see how long his mouth will be hard.
Yes. A male soldier immediately took out a syringe and injected a potion onto Zhou Xian's vein. The pupils of all the male soldiers whitened violently,
and they kept on struggling, desperately yelling, "What are you doing?
What kind of drugs are you injecting?
Bastards, you let go of him. Come at me. Come at me." Ah! In the next second, a heartrending wail emanated from Zhou Xian's mouth.
The veins on his face stood straight out, his five senses kept twitching, and the muscles of his body instantly tensed up, as if he had been fished out of the water,
sweat dripping down, looking extremely painful. Stop! Stop! Tang Lin shook his head violently,
shouting until his voice was hoarse. You guys let go of him,
assholes! You shall not die! Ah! Another scream rang out, and Zhou Xian roared as his entire body fainted.
Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he angled his chin at his men.
Splash him awake and continue. And
he turned his head to look at a few of Tang Lin's, and grunted coldly.
Those few of theirs come alone. Yes, you let go of me, assholes, let go of us.
They struggled desperately, but their hands were handcuffed with iron cuffs,
completely unable to move. In the next second, along with the entry of the medicinal liquid, a steady stream of agonizing wails came out. Ah! Asterisk 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 asterisk, you have it in you.
Lin Chuan watched all of this expressionlessly, without any movement in his eyes staring at them with a deadly stare. His hands kept tightly clenched.
It lasted for a few minutes before the effects of the drug tapered off.
Lin Chuan walked over and lifted Tang Lin's head with one hand, his eyes staring at him as he asked,
"Say it or don't say it?" Tang Lin opened his eyes slightly,
looked at him with a knife man's eyes,
and gasped, "Say your grandma."
Lin Chuan pushed him away with a forceful hand and grunted coldly,
"Continue, boss." A henchman wrinkled his eyebrows slightly and stepped forward with some hesitation.
Lin Chuan swept a dose of cold eyes over and glared at him.
"Continue."
Yes. The men were so scared that they immediately shut their mouths, and began to feed the potion into their bodies again.
And another scream rang out,
each man's throat shouting hoarsely.
At this moment, these male soldiers suffered inhuman pain,
but stiffly did not say a word more.
Seeing this scene,
Lin Chuan's face was slightly moved, but it was fleeting and he snorted coldly.
"Stop, let's switch to another method."
He pointed at Zhou Xian and said,
"Drag him out."
Yes, Zhou Xian was already weak from the pain at this point, and when the cuffs were undone,
his entire body lay limply on the ground,
but his eyes were still very determined. Lin Chuan walked over and looked at him condescendingly,
sneering, "In the whole place, You're the one with the toughest mouth. And I hate people with tough mouths in my generation. Cut his throat for me. Yes. A few of his men immediately dragged Zhou Xian up, and in the next second, a knife blade was immediately placed on his neck. The light of the blade was hidden, and it looked incomparably hideous. The male soldiers snapped their eyes open and roared madly at him. Asterisk 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 if you want to kill or die, you come at me. Don't move him. If you have the ability, you come to me to death. You come Lin Xuan looked at them, smiled faintly, and began to lay down some hard drugs. They're your brothers. As long as I go down with a knife, he'll be dead. Want to save him? Say it and I'll let him go. I'm giving you one last chance. On the count of 3. 3. At this moment, Lin Xuan was like a demon who held the power of life and death over everyone, utilizing their soft underbelly and frantically knocking on their last straw. All of the male soldiers' features were distorted in pain, the corners of their eyes twitching madly, their throats frozen as if they were contained by a large stone, unable to utter a single word, only staring at Zhou Xian with a deadpan expression. It was a moment of intense mental struggle for all of them, and their lungs were on fire as if they were short of oxygen, gasping for air. On one side are the comrades who were born to die, and on the other side is the motherland they have to defend. Either way, they don't want to part with it. Finally, there was a click. Zhou Xian's throat was slashed, and he let out a muffled grunt as he fell straight to the ground. You guys. At this moment, all the male soldiers completely broke defense. The red blood in their eyes looked incomparably bloodthirsty. They could no longer be tensed up, like a madman, desperately struggling to break free from their restraints, and their eyes seemed to spew out dozens of kitchen knives, itching to bite them to pieces and swallow them alive. Lin Xuan waved his hand expressionlessly. Take them all down. Hang them up and beat them hard. Yes. In a flash, all the male soldiers were all dragged out and hung upside down, like the female soldiers, and the whips kept lashing at them. For the next half a month they were either exposed to the sun or hung up and beaten. At night, they are thrown into a small dark room covered with mosquitoes, but not a bit of light, where they are tortured mentally and physically over and over again. But, even with all these inhuman means, no one compromises. In the surveillance room, Wang He looked at the soldier in the video and said with some concern, Lin Xuan, this won't kill anyone, will it? Lin Xuan relieved him and said, Chief, don't worry, I've checked their physical condition. No problem. The chief of staff sighed. These kids, they're pretty strong-willed. And after all this, they still won't say a word. Our Chinese soldiers are all hardcore. No cowards. Lin Xuan, Wang He looked at him and said, I think it's about time. 2 more days and this process will be over. We've seen their determination. Lin Xuan saluted. Yes, Chief. Chapter 30, The Establishment of the Skywolf Special Forces. 100 special forces participated in the examination. When the rookies woke up again, they realized that they were already in a hospital bed. However, it was each rookie all separated into a separate ward each. Who are you? Where is this? At this moment, a male doctor in a white coat, and a nurse came in with a bottle of potion, and Zhu Hanlin instinctively popped up, making a ready-to-resist stance, and looked at the visitors warily. But just as he sat up, he felt a tingling pain coming from his entire body muscles and head, and once again, he fell back helplessly. The nurse saw this and rushed over to help. Don't you move, the doctor hurriedly said. This is the provincial military hospital. Don't worry, you've been safely rescued. It's okay. The nurse also said, you are all very weak right now, so recuperate and don't move around. Provincial military hospital? Zhu Hanlin's weak eyes, excited but also still with vigilance, sneered coldly, don't waste your efforts. You think that makes me believe you guys? Any more moves? Just let them come. If I I'm not a Chinese soldier. The doctor and nurse looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The doctor said, Comrade, we really are provincial military doctors. If you don't believe me, you can look out the window. This is the country, and you really have been safely rescued. After that, the doctor asked the nurse to open the curtains. The warm sunlight shone in, and Zhu Hanlin subconsciously used his palm to shield his eyes from the harsh sunlight, then slowly move away. The hospital bed was near the window and you could clearly see out of the window. Zhu Hanlin saw the hospital buildings outside, the names of the malls along the road, the pedestrians, cabs and buses on the streets, the fonts on it, all in Chinese. Zhu Hanlin went from being wary at first to gradually becoming excited. We, really been rescued? As Zhu Hanlin spoke, his eyes instantly reddened and tears flowed down his face. Then he covered his face with his hands and buried his head inside his knees. His body was trembling slightly. Suddenly, he thought of something and jerked his head up, rushing to the doctor to ask anxiously, those comrades of mine, how are they now? Are they all back? The doctor sighed slightly. All back. The ones that are alive are in the hospital. sacrificed, and the remains were brought back. Zhu Hanlin heard the 2 words of the remains. His complexion suddenly fell into a gloomy mourning. Sacrificed, is our instructor? The doctor said. I'm not sure about this. You're all classified forces. What I can tell you, though, is that 3 people were sacrificed. One had his internal organs shattered by a bomb blast, one had his throat slit, and one suffered chronic abuse. The rest, while all injured to varying degrees, are currently out of danger. It is possible to return to a normal state after treatment and recuperation. 3. When Zhu Hanlin heard this, he once again hid his face and cried bitterly, constantly banging his head. The sacrifices, he knew, were the 3 master instructors who had trained them. How it happened? How did this happen? The nurse saw this and rushed to grab his hand to keep him from hurting himself. It was only after a while that Zhu Hanlin calmed down, and the doctor then spoke. I'm a psychiatrist from the hospital, and I'm here to provide you with post-war psychological intervention. You're all the elite of the force and you're going through this for the first time, and there's an urgent need for psychotherapeutic intervention. Comrade Zhu Hanlin, I hope you will cooperate well with our treatment. It is good to continue to fight for the country and the people later, so that the blood of the fallen heroes will not have been shed in vain. Even for their sake, you have to be strong. When Zhu Hanlin heard this, he was silent for a long time before he nodded slightly. Don't worry, I won't be defeated so easily. I have to be strong for the chief instructor, for Instructor Blackwolf, and for my fallen comrades. I'll work with you. Meanwhile, in other wards, the rookies were experiencing the same kind of psychological intervention. The reactions were all similar to those of Zhu Hanlin. At least, not one that has been found to have more serious post-war psychological problems yet. And at that moment, in an office somewhere in the hospital, they're like this. It's not going to be a problem, is it? Zhou Xian saw the state of the rookies through the monitor and was filled with worry. Should we just tell them that this is a test? Lin Xuan shook his head slightly. It's not time yet. They have to get over this hurdle on their own in order to accomplish true metamorphosis. There is only one chance to test it. Next time, it won't work. Sun Ying on one side also nodded. I agree with boss's decision. The good thing is, in the past 6 months or so, we have trained them in long-term combat-oriented training, which has greatly enhanced their ability to resist pressure and mental stress. Otherwise, when you suddenly encounter this, I'm afraid not many people will be able to resist. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Hayakawa, Wang He and the chief of staff walked in. The 3 hurriedly stood at attention and saluted. Wang He waved his hand, his eyes coalescing on the surveillance screen. How's the progress? There won't be any problems, right? Lin Xuan said. So far, there's not much of a problem. Over the past half a year or so, their mental qualities have all been honed, but it's going to take a while longer to observe. If all of them pass and get rid of the psychological problems brought on by this incident, then we can announce the official establishment of the Skywolf Special Forces. When Wang He heard this, he revealed a pleased smile. Good. Well done. Saying this, he then looked at Lin Xuan with some heartache and said with concern, what about this side of your body? I've heard that grenade, but it's real. The doctor took 3 pieces of shrapnel out of you. From your body. Lin Xuan patted himself and grinned. I'm in good health. It's fine. The chief of staff laughed and cursed. Brat, you're going to have to protect yourself for us. This Skywolf, you'll be needed to lead it in the future. But don't play it off. Wang He said. There's still a month to go, and it's the day when the entire army's 100 special forces will assemble and participate in the test. In time? Lin Xuan nodded. Currently, they are not mature enough though, and there are still a lot of deficiencies in many skills and tactical theory practices, but it's definitely enough if you're just participating in an all-army test match against each other. Wang He and the chief of staff nodded in satisfaction at this. For the rest of the time, Lin Xuan, Zhou Xian, and Sun Ying didn't show up. The rookies continue to be treated in the hospital with psychological interventions. It wasn't until half a month later that this was essentially the end of the treatment. Both physically and mentally, they have pretty much recovered. The mood of the group, however, remained relatively low. Half a month later, the rookies, too, finally returned to the island base. Looking at this training island where they had shed so much blood and sweat, all the rookies fell into memories and sentiments. They regretted why they hadn't fought harder in the first place. Why don't you become a little stronger? So that, perhaps, the 3 instructors would not be sacrificed. They now, too, finally understood the cruelty of war. Understood why the instructors were so hard on them. The 3 main instructors were far stronger than them, but it still can't survive against a powerful enemy outside its borders. But even so, in their hearts at this moment, none of them still chose to quit. They want to carry on the blood and spirit of their instructors. Even knowing the future, the probability of their sacrifice is high. But they were all prepared, with an emergency rallying cry. After all the rookies were lined up, Wang Yi and the chief of staff slowly walked over. Wang Yi's gaze was cold and stern as he swept the entire room. "Comrades," Wang Yi said in a loud voice, "congratulations, you have passed all the training and tests. In these half a year or so, you have accomplished metamorphosis after metamorphosis. Training accomplishments for all to see. Although, speaking later, Wang Yi's tone, too, became a bit choked up. Your instructor sacrificed himself in this actual combat mission, but their spirit lives on. The motherland and the people will not forget them." Hearing this, the eyes of the rookies, too, turned red once again, and each of them tried their best to suppress their sadness. Wang Yi continued, "Fallen comrades, they will not die in vain, but those who are alive must be strong enough to take up the gun again and defend our country and our people. Now, please tell me if anyone wants to quit." "No, no, no," the rookies roared with a mournful clip tone. Wang Yi continued to ask aloud, "You have also seen the cruelty of the battlefield, and in the future, there will be many such missions. Perhaps, the day before, it was a comrade in arms who lived together, trained together and lived together. And tomorrow, it will be a hero's tombstone. Tell me, are you afraid of sacrifice? No fear, no fear, no fear. Great. Now, I announce that the Skywolf Triamphibious Special Force is officially established." As Wang Yi's voice fell, a few guards, holding a red battle flag in their hands, slowly stepped in for a proper step. On the red battle flag, a lifelike wolf head with open fangs was emblazoned. Wang Yi took the battle flag and shouted, "Zhu Hanlin, step forward." Yes, Zhu Hanlin took a heavy step forward. Wang Yi took the battle flag, walked over, and said in a loud voice, "After discussion and decision by the 31st Group Army Command, it is decided to award your department the Tian Wolf Triamphibious Special Force title. In the future, 37 of you will officially become members of the Skywolf Special Forces. Please remember your mission, inherit the spirit of the revolutionary martyrs, and not be afraid of suffering and sacrifice. For the motherland and the people, shed your last drop of blood. Now tell me, are you ready?" "Always ready, always ready, always ready," the rookies roared in unison. "Catch the flag." Yes, Zhu Hanlin stretched out his hands and solemnly received the battle flag. All the rookies looked at the fluttering wolf head battle flag, and in their eyes, they were filled with awe. After the awarding of the flag, Wang Yi and the chief of staff, one by one, began to give the rookies third-class military medals and the rank of second lieutenant. The rookies looked at the battle flag, looked at the heavy military medals and ranks, and in their minds, inexplicably, the figures of the three instructors Lin Xuan, Zhou Xian, and Sun Ying appeared. They were clear that without the three instructors, they would not be where they were today. "There," Wang Yi laughed. "Later, your new squadron leader will come over. They will lead you to participate in the test and confrontation of the 100 special forces of the whole army in half a month." After saying that, Wang Yi and the chief of staff were driving away, leaving the rookies with a puzzled and confused look on their faces. A new squadron leader? Who? Is there anyone else, in our army, qualified to lead us? As the rookies looked on in speculation and disbelief, a jeep military vehicle, slowly driving toward them, came to a stop. When the doors opened and they saw the three people walking down from the car, the rookies thought they had seen a ghost, and one by one, their eyes almost fell out of their heads. "Chief Instructor, Instructor Blackwolf, Instructor Nightingale, you're not dead? You're still alive? We're not dreaming, are we?" Lin Xuan's trio smiled at each other. Lin Xuan had his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. "What? Seeing that we didn't die, you bunch of assholes, you're disappointed?" When the rookies heard this familiar voice of Lin Xuan, they were sure that it was true. Not dreaming. Soon, they reacted, and the anger in their hearts instantly surged wildly. "So, this is really still a test?" Zhu Hanlin blackened his face and gritted his teeth as he questioned. Originally, seeing that the three instructors didn't die, they should be happy. However, thinking that this is another carefully arranged by the instructors of a play, happy and excited, but more angry. Hell knows how much they've suffered these days. How many tears were shed for the three of them. Now that the torture is over, the tears are flowing. You suddenly come out and tell us that it's all a lie? Who can stand that? In the face of everyone's anger, Lin Xuan just coughed awkwardly before saying, "I'm just immersing you in the brutality of war and the consequences of being captured by the enemy." Saying that, Lin Xuan looked towards the only 6 remaining female soldiers. "Especially you guys. Female soldiers, once you're on the battlefield and are captured by the enemy, what kind of consequences there are? You all, by now, should be clear on that as well. And this is only the most basic. the more brutal consequences. I don't even dare to let you guys experience. I'm afraid that your spirit will completely break. The female soldiers sniffed, thinking of what happened to Sun Ing when they were captured, and thinking of all this torture they had endured. Their backs immediately broke out in cold sweat. Lin Chuan continued, after experiencing this incident, I hope you can clearly recognize the difference between the training ground and the battlefield. Every drop of sweat and blood you shed on the training ground is for the sake of being able to be on the battlefield, with one more hope of staying alive. Well, more words than I can say. This half-month of treatment and recuperation. In your hearts, you are all as clear as a mirror. If you still need me to enlighten you, then you guys, you don't deserve to be part of the Sky Wolves. Now, I have an announcement to make. In half a month, I will lead you to the 1st Central Army Group to receive an examination from the headquarters. At that time, all 36 groups of the army, adding up to at least 100 special forces, will participate. We're not sure exactly how it's going to be assessed, whether it's an individual subject test or a group confrontation. Also, to tell you one thing, other than us, the Sky Wolves, the other special forces, all number more than a few hundred people, more than 10 times our size. But, my request is for all individual subjects, or team confrontation tests. If you don't get first place, I guarantee that when you come back, you'll be tortured 10 times, 100 times more brutally than you were during the selection training. Do not question my words, you know my methods. If you don't believe me, try it. For the next half a month, I will be giving you continued intensive training in various subjects. Saying that, Lin Chuan smiled. But, for the sake of your moods, you are allowed to take a day off. Tomorrow, training officially begins. After saying that, Lin Chuan turned around to leave. Wait. At this time, Chu Hanlin suddenly shouted, you deceived us so badly, and you want to leave like this? Brothers, together, them. Revenge for all the pain and tears we have suffered and shed these days. As soon as Chu Hanlin's words came out, the rookies in the room moved, each clenching their fists and surrounding towards the trio. Lin Chuan turned slightly, his icy cold and incomparable eyes, sweeping the entire room. The rookies were so scared that their bodies stiffened and they didn't dare to come forward again. Lin Chuan turned around and made his way into the car, but instead, he rolled down the window, poked his head out, and said faintly, as for me, I'm a little sleepy right now, so I'm going to go back and catch up on some sleep. You want to take it out on them? Take it out on both of them. They're beat up. I'm afraid of the pain. Ha ha ha. After Lin Chuan finished speaking, he directly stepped on the gas hard, and the car roared and sped out, leaving behind Zhou Xian and Sun Ing who hadn't gotten into the car yet. The two of them glanced at each other and were also infuriated. Your sister, are you sleepy? And we're not sleepy? What do you mean you're afraid of pain? Aren't we afraid? Brother, do not take you like this own people or bad people you do. How the sin is ours to suffer. But without waiting for them to react, they turned their heads to see that 37 rookies had already surrounded them. Not. Zhou Xian revealed a soft smile. That what? Is none of our business. We are not the chief instructor. But the rookies pressed on and began to swing. On the female soldier's side, they surrounded Sun Ing. This is all because the chief instructor told us to lie to you guys. We are also victims. Bang bang bang. Unseen fists fell towards their bodies. Don't get in your face. For the next half a month, Lin Chuan still took them through systematic intensive training. The mindset of the rookies was also significantly different after the anti-POW test. Without Lin Chuan having to say anything, they would all do their best and exhaust their last bit of strength before choosing to rest. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. This time, the entire army's 100 special forces participated in the test together, adding up to tens of thousands of people. This has never been done before in the history of the Chinese forces. These tens of thousands of men are the sharpest of 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 the whole army. All the armies attached great importance to the rankings of this examination, because it's about the reputation of the group. Therefore, even though he was an honored military commander, Wang He resolutely intended to personally lead his team there. All the other armies, not army commanders, were also chiefs of staff. Like Lin Chuan said, the other armies, the Navy, Land and Air Force, each with one special force, the three special forces together, the number of people are more than 15,000. On Lin Chuan's side, even with the three of them, there were only 40 people. The disparity in numbers is not insignificant. On the tarmac of the island base, the sea wind whistled, and the hunting military flag seemed to be telling of the upcoming journey. The 37 members of the Skywolf Special Forces, dressed in brand new combat uniforms, were neatly lined up and upright, like a pine rooted in the land.
Army Commander Wang He's gaze swept across the face of every soldier, and there was relief and heavy expectations in those eyes.
Comrades,
Wang He's voice was high and impassioned,
echoing across the empty tarmac.
today, you are about to embark on a journey like no other. The entire Army's 100 special forces have gathered.
This is a war without smoke, but it tests your will, skills and teamwork more than a real battlefield. You represent not only yourselves,
but the honor of our 31st Army Group. In the past training, you have endured countless hardships and obstacles,
growing from a green rookie to the steel warriors you are today. This examination is a test for you, and an excellent opportunity for you to show the strength of the Sky Wolves to the entire army. Army Commander Wang He's words were loud and clear,
and every word seemed like a heavy hammer,
knocking on the hearts of the soldiers.
I know that the opponents are outnumbered, but wars are never won or lost by numbers.
You have a will of steel, a skill set,
and a team spirit that lives and dies together.
Remember, no matter what difficulties you face, stay calm and play your best. For the honor of the group army,
for the expectations of the motherland and the people,
fight bravely. Tell me, are you guys confident?
Yes, yes, yes,
the Skywolf warriors chanted in unison, their voices resounding.
After boarding the transport plane, Army Commander Wang He found Lin Xuan and the two of them sat down in the corner of the cabin. Army Commander Wang He's face carried a trace of imperceptible worry as he looked at Lin Xuan and slowly spoke.
Little Lin
this examination is of great significance and the number of opponents is large.
Are you really sure?
Lin Xuan smiled faintly.
Don't worry, Army Commander. Over the past 6 months or so, we have trained our players intensely and comprehensively, and their growth has been evident to everyone.
Although we are small in number,
we win by being flexible, taciturn, and everyone is versatile. Moreover,
after going through the previous anti-POW test, their psychological quality and will to fight have been greatly improved. I know our players and they are holding their breath to prove themselves in this test.
In training,
we are fully prepared for all kinds of possible test subjects, whether it is single combat or team confrontation.
I believe they can handle it.
Lin Xuan's words made Army Commander Wang He's worry slightly lessen.
Lin Xuan continued, this examination, no matter what the result is, it's a valuable accumulation of experience for our Sky Wolves, but I assure you that we will do our best to get the best results.
Army Commander Wang He patted Lin Xuan's shoulder and nodded.
Good, I believe in you, and I also believe in every soldier of the Sky Wolves. Let it go.
The 31st Group Army is your most solid backing.
The transporter took off slowly, and the legend of the Skywolf Tri-Amphibious Special Forces was about to begin.
Chapter 31, Sisters, these male soldiers. The transporter weaved through the clouds with a dull roar. The members of the Skywolf Special Forces inside the cabin were all focused, their eyes full of anticipation. From time to time, their gazes fell on the wolf's head battle flag that was placed on the cabin wall, and their gazes gradually became hot.
This was their first time representing the Sky Wolves.
It was the first time, in front of the whole army. It is the first time, to be reviewed and assessed by the leadership. The heart is nervous and excited.
Old Zhu, what do you think?
Tang Lin smiled at Zhu Hanlin next to him and asked.
Nervous? Zhu Hanlin tore open a milk candy and put it in his mouth,
then handed Tang Lin one and shook it.
If you're nervous, you can eat one. It'll ease the tension.
Tang Lin glanced at the milk candy.
So, you're eating milk candy because you're nervous?
Zhu Hanlin rolled his eyes. After training for so long and experiencing so much,
what else do we have to fear?
This is just a test, a confrontation. It's not like going into battle and fighting for blood.
Besides, do you think,
with the nature of our chief instructor,
he would dare to let us out of the division if we couldn't make it?
Tang Lin grinned,
took the milk candy, put it in his mouth, and laughed as he chewed.
I've noticed that you're becoming more and more like the chief instructor now. Zhu Hanlin glanced in the direction of the cabin head and smiled slightly bitterly.
Isn't that what they all say? The more you hate someone, the more you will resemble them.
Donlin looked away from the glass at the rapidly passing aerial scenery outside.
To be honest, I'm a little nervous.
After all, it's representing the Sky Wolves in the army to receive a review test from headquarters. I don't care if it's my own disgrace.
But
we can't disgrace the chief instructor.
We can't disgrace the army. We Sky Wolves don't have many people,
and the special forces of other armies,
with so many people, it's impossible to say that we're not nervous.
Zhu Hanlin patted his shoulder.
The test is not about numbers.
If it's a single subject or small team collaboration,
what good are they if there are more of them?
It's not too late to wait until we get to the assessment site and see what the headquarters assessment standards are like before we get nervous.
Jiao, are you worried?
On the other side,
Sume looked at Chen Jiao.
I'm guessing that in the entire army, there are probably only a few of us female special forces.
Chen Jiao smiled. Isn't this great?
It's time for us to prove that female soldiers are not inferior to male soldiers.
Throughout history,
It has been assumed that we women soldiers are far inferior to men soldiers in the battlefield. Then this time, we'll prove to the whole army that we female soldiers, as usual, can finish off the male soldiers. When Sume and the other 4 female soldiers heard this, their eyes lit up. Right. This is a chance to prove us. Wouldn't it be awesome if we could defeat the special soldiers of other special forces on the big stage of the entire army, in front of the head of headquarters? Sisters, this time, we have to fight for our lives, even if it's not for our army. For the sake of the dignity of our female soldiers, we have to do our best. That's a must. Those male soldiers. Those male soldiers. The 6 female soldiers shouted in unison. The other male soldiers looked over subconsciously when they heard them roar. Sume raised her eyebrows and said, "What are you looking at? If you look at me again, do you believe all together?" The group of male soldiers couldn't help but laugh. A male soldier teased, "So how are you going to us?" Sume hooked her finger at him, revealing an extremely flirtatious smile. "Come over here. I'll tell you." The male soldier was stunned. Then his face flushed and he lowered his head resentfully, and there was another burst of laughter at the scene. A few hours later, with a slight bump, the transport plane slowly landed at the military airport of an Air Force unit of the 1st Group Army. The hatch slowly opened, and a bitterly cold wind hit the crowd, who couldn't help but shiver. Army Commander Wang He was the first to step off the airplane, followed closely by Lin Chuan and the members of the Skywolf Special Forces. Outside the airport, dozens of large military trucks were neatly lined up, one with a huge, imposing body. The commander of the automobile battalion had been waiting here for a long time, and when he saw Army Commander Wang He immediately stepped forward and gave a standard military salute. Reporting to the chief, the XX Automobile Battalion of the 1st Group Army has been ordered to come to meet you. Wang He returned the salute and said, "Tough job. This time, I'll trouble you guys to send us to the designated examination site." The commander of the Automobile Battalion nodded his head in response, his eyes sweeping over the ranks of the Skywolf Special Forces without a second thought. "Chief, haven't the rest of your army arrived yet?" Wang He laughed. "Isn't this all here?" "It's all here, plus me and my correspondent, a total of 42 people." The Auto Battalion commander, when told that there were only 40 men, a look of dumbfoundedness and shock instantly appeared on his face, his mouth slightly open, and he froze for several seconds before coming back to his senses. A 40-man Special Forces unit? Are you kidding me? By the end of the day, they, the Motor Battalion, had knotted up several troops. Each unit, at a minimum, has hundreds of men. You say you only have 40 people? Just then, a group of transport planes from the 7th Army Group also slowly landed. The hatch opened and a large group of special forces came out in a line. More than 1,000 of them. Their pace was neat and aggressive. The 2 troops stood in a row. A stark contrast. The special forces of the 7th Army Group exploded when they saw such a small number of Skywolf Special Forces. A tall Special Forces soldier stared with wide eyes, yelling with a face full of incredulity. "Is this a joke? How dare such a small number of people come to participate in the examination? One of our squads has more people than their entire unit." A dark-skinned Special Forces soldier beside him chimed in. "This test isn't a family game. Are they here to travel? On this scale, what kind of combat power can they have?" said the man, and skimmed his lips dismissively. "It might be that they have no one left in their group army, and have randomly pulled in so many people to make up the numbers, lest their shadows be missing from the assessment field, and their face would not look good." A pointy-faced Special Forces soldier said conspiratorially, eliciting a chuckle from those around him. "It's estimated that they won't even last past the first round of examination, so don't make a joke of the whole army when the time comes." Another person mocked loudly, with a face full of contempt. In the face of these strange gazes and whispered comments, the crowd of Skywolf Special Forces stood as if they were pines, not affected in the slightest. They held their heads high and their eyes were firm, as if those voices of skepticism didn't even exist. Li Changhai, the commander of the 7th Group Army, walked over with great strides, and seeing the few numbers of the Skywolf Special Forces, his eyes were filled with doubt and shock as he looked at Wang He. "Old Wang, what are you singing about? Why did you bring such a small number of people? This scale, compared to the special forces of other group armies, the difference is too great." Wang He smiled mysteriously and said, "Old Li, you don't understand. The number of people cannot represent everything. I'm this 40 people, that are thousands of selected elite. Everyone is a multifaceted." Li Changhai raised an eyebrow and half-heartedly said, "That's what I said. But this examination has always been a test of comprehensive strength, and with the disparity in numbers here, it's always a disadvantage. Aren't you worried?" Wang He laughed and patted Li Changhai's shoulder. "Worry about what? I have confidence in them. On the contrary, it's you who brought so many people this time, preparing to show off your skills in the examination." Li Changhai sighed helplessly. "Hey,
I can't figure it out either. This examination said that it is to comprehensively test the ability of the special forces. What exactly is being tested? Not a single whisper has been revealed. I don't have a bottom in my heart, so I can only bring more people to deal with all kinds of situations. Wang He nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, I guess this test is definitely not simple. Maybe it will simulate a real battle scenario, testing everyone's resilience and teamwork. Our people, we train according to real-world combat standards on weekdays. Li Chanhai looked at the members of the Skywolf Special Forces with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. I hope so. However, old Wang, even though your troop is small in number, their aura is not lost at all. I'm kinda looking forward to how they'll perform in the examination. Wang He said confidently. Old Li, you just wait and see. When the time comes, my 40 people absolutely can impress you. After exchanging pleasantries, the members of the Skywolf Special Forces boarded the military vehicle. With the roar of the engine, the convoy slowly drove out of the airport and headed towards the assessment base. Along the way, the military vehicle sped along the winding highway, the scenery on either side of it flying by. Inside the car, the team was silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Some are recalling the bits and pieces of training, some are silently cheering themselves up, and others are closing their eyes and building up their strength. 3 hours later, the convoy finally arrived at the assessment base. This is a larger island located in the north, connected to the land, and the cold wind is howling, blowing on the face like a knife cut. As soon as they got off the bus, the crowd felt the piercing cold. As far as the eye can see, the environment of the assessment base is complex and diverse. The blue water lapped against the shoreline reef, stirring up layers of white waves. In the center of the island was a vast plain, the ground covered with a thin layer of frost that shimmered coldly in the sunlight. At the edge of the plain were dense mountain forests with tall, straight trees, their branches and leaves rustling in the cold wind. In the mountains and forests, some winding paths were faintly visible, leading to unknown depths. This is where we're going to fight next. Lin Chuan looked at the scene in front of him and said to the team, the environment is harsh, but this is also a test for us. Everyone get ready for the next challenge. The team responded in unison, their voices echoing in the cold air. Army Commander Wang He walked over to Lin Chuan and said in a low voice, Shaolin, the environment here is even harsher than we imagined. You must lead your team members to pay attention to safety. Lin Chuan nodded and said, Don't worry, military commander. We'll be careful. The team members are all very adaptable. By this time, other troops were arriving. For a while, the island was buzzing with various voices. This is a military base, but usually, it's just some troops on the island. 100 or so people here. So, not many buildings. Even though they started setting up the test site 3 months in advance, it wasn't a building. So, as far as accommodation is concerned, it's all about the troops setting up tents and resting in them at a defined site, in the form of a field camp. Outside the tent, hang the battle flag, and the leaders of the group, the leaders of the groups of armies, are naturally the ones who live in the construction buildings. By the time all the troops had arrived, the whole island was as lively as it had ever been. But even though there were tens of thousands of people, they only took up a small portion of the island's space. By now, it was evening. On the side of the headquarters, there was no order to assemble either. But the members of the units were told to rest in the camp and wait for the notification. The leaders of each troop have been called to a meeting to announce the rules and mode of the later examination. 2 hours later, Wang He is back. The leaders of the other units, too, have returned. The originally bustling island instantly became quiet. The troops all started meeting and started announcing the rules. Chapter 32, Rules and Modes of Examination. Published, 31st Army Group. Inside the tent. Come on, all sit down. Wang He waved his hand at the crowd and said, There's a bit too much content. Listen carefully while taking a break and memorize it. Yes, Lin Chuan answered, turned around and shouted at the crowd. Skywolves, all of them, sit. After everyone sat down, Wang He then spoke. I just went to a meeting held by the head of the headquarters and have confirmed the assessment method. The rules of the test. It's not very difficult or complicated, but it's not easy either. Now, listen carefully. The crowd straightened up and pricked up their ears to listen. Wang He scanned the circle before he gruffly said, The test is in 3 stages. Stage 1, the single subject competition. For the Navy, it focuses on armed swimming, water diving, sea shooting, crossing the sea and boarding islands, rowing, speedboat piloting, and the theory of naval manhwa tactics. For the Army, 20 kilometers of armed cross-country with reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, climbing, shooting, etc., which are tested in combination. To put it simply, it is to complete 50 kilometers of long-distance armed running in a specified period of time. During the march, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance technical means will be completed, and the route, too, will have climbing areas, and the appropriate tests will be completed. After running 20 kilometers under load, use the prescribed firearms to shoot at targets at different distances and positions, and calculate the results in terms of hit rate and completion time, testing the physical limit of the competitors and the ability to maintain shooting accuracy under fatigue. In addition to this combined subject, there is also combined 3-gun shooting, that is, rifle, pistol, and submachine gun. The team members are required to be proficient in the use of 3 firearms, rifle, pistol, and submachine gun, and to quickly and accurately complete the switching and shooting of the 3 firearms in the prescribed scenarios and processes. For example, setting up targets at different distances and angles. The team members have to use their rifles to shoot at distant targets, then quickly switch to pistols to shoot at sudden targets close by, and then switch to submachine guns to strafe moving targets. Lastly, there's fighting, demolitions, Army single tactical theory, and field vehicle driving. Finally, on the Air Force side, high and low altitude parachuting and rappelling during the day and at night in areas such as the sea, land plains, and mountains, resistance to vertigo, infiltration of parachutes behind enemy lines, reconnaissance and intelligence acquisition, etc. In addition to these individual subjects of the 3 branches of the military, there is one last one, strategic sniping. Requirements: strategic sniping in various complex and changing environments, with targets not limited to fixed targets at different distances, moving targets, hostage targets, high-speed cars, speedboats, helicopters, etc. The first stage of the examination is these. The time for the assessment is 3 days. The rookies heard it and it made waves in their hearts. It wasn't because of the difficulty or complexity of the test subjects, but because Lin Chuan had trained them in these subjects. Of course, there are also many other subjects that Wang He didn't mention. Until this moment, it made their awe of Lin Chuan, the instructor, reach its peak. Chinese Special Forces. Never before, Lin Chuan, however, had thought of all of this, and the high demands have trained them out. How cutting-edge and scary is this special warfare thinking? Report, Lin Chuan asked. Chief, is there a standard requirement for the number of people in this test subject? Wang He laughed. Nonsense. The examination venue, it's just so big. If the entire team were to participate, how many additional venues would be needed? And how many additional referees and unifiers would be needed? After a moment's pause, Wang He continued. Inside the rules, it is required that the dozens of individual subjects which are to be assessed, for each subject, the number of people in each troop can't be more than 4, and can't be less than 1, and the rules require that one of them, which is randomly selected by the referee team, is sort of a test of the combined average strength of your unit, and if more than 2 are to be sent to it, then each unit makes its own arrangements. But the grades of the randomly selected members, regardless of their grades, are counted. All subjects, according to points. First place 3 points, second place 2 points, third place 1 point. After third place, no points. If a randomly selected member does not place in the top 10, the subject, which is -1 point, is counted inside the overall grade to be judged. Of course, this top 10, not the top 10 of all the people who participated, but the top 10 of the members who were randomly selected. They are to be pulled out individually to tally the results. Lin Chuan nodded slightly. I understand then. Then looking at it that way, we, the Sky Wolves, even if you add me, only have 40 people. Even if just one person is sent out to fight, nearly 1/3 of them must be in 2 subjects. Wang He nodded. That's right. Saying that, Wang He was full of bitter smiles. So, after the meeting, I specifically looked for the referee team to discuss the solution. The results given are that we, the Sky Wolves, are all randomly selected. If there is a conflict in time, they will appropriately change the drawers and stagger the examination time. Lin Chuan nodded. Then in that case, there's no problem. Examining 1, and examining 2, there's no difference to us. Wang He looked at Lin Chuan and asked, so, what you're saying is that for each subject, we're just going to participate in that randomly selected member and not send additional people? Lin Chuan shook his head. Of course not. There are points for these top 3. If time permits, it's natural to make up 3. This is just something I'll systematically arrange when the extraction list and the time for each subject test come out. Wang He opened his mouth slightly, with a shocked face. No, are you trying to bag the top 3 in each subject and shave the heads of all the other troops? Lin Chuan smiled and turned his head to look at the group of rookies. Do you have confidence? Yes, the rookies shouted in unison. Lin Chuan spread his hands at Wang He. Look, they said it, not me. Wang He. Okay, it's good that you guys have faith. Wang He continued. Regarding strategic sniping, This is where each troop arranges people. There is no random selection. After all, sniping is not an unusual subject. This requires talent, but each troop is no more than 3 people at most. Understood, Lin Chuan said. Chief, go on to the second stage. Wang Yi nodded. Stage 2, Team Synergy. Personnel requirements. In the range of 5 to 7. The assessment subjects are urban counter-terrorism operations, mountain jungle infiltration and raids, water combat and beach landings, airborne and airborne combat, intelligence collection and transmission, logistics and equipment maintenance, hostage rescue, driving and shooting, and a dozen other subjects. Those specifics, I didn't go into them, but you're the captain. You should know all about those subjects. As in stage 1, the referee team randomly selects one, and each troop adds 1 or 2 of their own, with no more than 3 in total. Points are tallied the same way. We don't have a large number of people, so for this second stage of the examination, I wouldn't recommend sending 3 teams to participate. Lin Chuan nodded. I understand this. I'll arrange it. Next, then, is the third stage. Wang Yi took a sip of water and moistened his throat before continuing to speak. Team match. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Sure enough, there is such a thing. He had thought that it was simply assessed on merit like this. Team match, which you can also understand as drill match, not the Navy, Army and Air Force together, but separately. Navy against Navy, Army against Army, and Air Force against Air Force. Referee team, randomly select 10 people from each troop, randomly break up and get them all inside the confrontation zone. Each branch of the military has a different confrontation area and environment. The Navy is warships, beaches, and piers mostly. The Air Force and the Army, both of which are dominated by mountains, plains, lakes, and ranges. The rules of the competition are also simple. See who can survive to the end. Lin Chuan was puzzled. Chief, what do you mean by randomly breaking up? It's individually, not a squad working together against each other? Wang Yi said. It's not that there aren't squads working together. It's that when you enter the area, it's all broken up first. But if you're lucky enough to meet someone from your own unit as you proceed, feel free to join forces. But there's nothing you can do if you have bad luck. Battlefield environments are changeable. Anything can happen, and it's possible for one person to take on a small team. The referee team isn't a god. It's impossible to arrange everything. By arranging it this way, they are also trying to test the members' special one-man strength in all aspects. In the previous tests, all of them were based on results, and without confrontation, it was impossible to analyze the level of strain and true strength on the battlefield. This arrangement also measures the actual combat capability of both the individual soldier and the team at the same time. Lin Chuan nodded in recognition. Indeed, Wang Yi said. Well, those are the rules. Tomorrow, the referee team will send over the list of randomly selected names as well as the schedule of tests for each subject. When the time comes, on your side, make careful arrangements. Yes. Chapter 33, anyone who offends me in China will be executed even though he is far away. Oh yeah. Wang Yi just wanted to go out, and then turned his head and said, tomorrow morning, the whole army of all special forces, all gathered, except the head of the headquarters of the review. It's not complicated. It's just a matter of marching in unison from the 1st Group Army, to the 36th Group Army, and the special forces of each branch of the military, in order, from the reviewing stand, shouting a slogan, and saluting at the head of the headquarters. Lin Chuan was stunned. This examination, still playing this game? Wang Yi laughed and scolded. Isn't this normal? The head of the headquarters, always have to take a look. This so-called special forces mental outlook is not? Well, there's still time, so you guys have a good discussion about how this slogan is going to be chanted. I have a meeting to go to, so I have to go. After Wang Yi left, Lin Chuan looked at the group of rookies, trained for most of the year. Now, too, the time has come to test you. Whether it's a mule or a horse, let's pull it out, Lin Chuan said in a deep voice. All listen to me. It doesn't matter which subject, whether it's single soldier or squad collaboration. I only have one request. It has to be first place. Otherwise, the consequences. I don't want to say more. You all know it in your hearts. What I want is to pass this test and show the whole army. What is a real special forces? What is a special force? I'm going to make the whole army use us, the Skywolves, as a benchmark. For the first time in China, the formation of special forces, there is no standard at all. The troops are crossing the river by touching the stone, but this time, we're going to show the whole army that we are the standard. If it succeeds, you, then, are a credit to the Chinese forces. The Skywolf Tri-Amphibious Special Forces will become an existence that the entire army will look up to. Tell me, is there any confidence? Yes, yes,
Yes. When the members heard Lin Xuan's words, their eyes were fiery like never before. Who doesn't want to be a legend? Who doesn't want to be the pioneer that sets the precedent? The idol that the whole army strives to imitate and worship? Lin Xuan saw the state of the members, then nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Now, let's discuss the slogan of the Sky Wolves. Even without a review by the head of headquarters, we must have our own slogan. Spiritual food. Early in the morning, the sea island of the assessment base was shrouded in a thin layer of fog. A bitterly cold wind raged through the land. The rallying horn sounded suddenly, like a lightning bolt of command that instantly cut through the sky. Specialized units from all over the army quickly assembled towards the parade ground. Special forces from other groups arrived one after another. They were large in number, neat in formation, and imposing. When their gazes swept over the mere 40-member team of the Skywolf Triamphibious Special Forces, their faces invariably revealed a look of surprise, disdain and mockery. How dare you come to the parade with such a small number of people? Isn't this coming to disgrace yourself? A Special Forces soldier from the 5th Group Army sneered, the corner of his mouth lifting into an arc of contempt. The comrades beside him immediately chimed in, with the same contempt on their faces. That's right, any one of our random squads outnumbers them. I don't know where they get the courage. Look, you guys, is that a female soldier? I'll go. Even the female soldiers are pulling over? Can they fight? It's really a female soldier. My God, did I read it right? Is the 31st Army running out of men? Pulling out all the female soldiers. It does seem that they are a swinging force. You guys, just these dozens of people, how are they going to participate in the examination? A special soldier from the 18th Group Army was filled with doubt and couldn't help but ask. Yeah, there can be dozens of individual subjects in this test. They simply don't have enough manpower to divide it up. Another soldier followed suit and shook his head, disbelief written all over his face. Maybe they're just here to go through the motions and casually deal with the situation, not intending to seriously compete at all. Someone speculated. That's hard to say, but with the amount of people they have, it's hard to compare them seriously even if they wanted to. Send at least one person from each subject. They can't even get people together for half the subjects, right? On the reviewing stand, the 3 headquarters chiefs were seated in the first row, looking majestic, with eyes like torches, as if they could see everything. Behind them, the commanders or chiefs of staff of the 36 group armies were neatly seated. Each man's face wore the anticipation of this parade and the concern for his unit. When the Heavenly Wolf Triamphibious Special Forces had just taken the field and had not yet begun their parade, the head of the headquarters' head's gaze was instantly attracted by the sparsely numbered team and could not help but frown slightly. He looked sideways at Wang Yi beside him, a hint of doubt and inquiry in his tone. Old Wang, what's going on? How is it that your 31st Army Group has only one unit, and it's just these dozens of people? Moreover, there are female soldiers? You guys are even training up female special forces? Wang Yi hurriedly got up, stood at attention and saluted, his posture straight, and said without panic, Chief, although our numbers are small, these are all elites who have been selected through layers and layers of screening and thousands of choices. Everyone is versatile and possesses an extremely strong combination of combat skills. We firmly believe that combat effectiveness never depends on the number of people, but on the quality of the players and teamwork. Moreover, our female comrades are in no way inferior to the male soldiers in terms of strength. When it really comes to the battlefield, our female soldiers, too, can stand alone. The head of headquarters sniffed and was obviously a bit disbelieving. With a scale like this, it's quite a challenge to face in the examination. Are you sure? Wang Yi replied confidently. Don't worry, Chief, we've had intense, all-around training during this time and the growth of the players has been remarkable. They not only have excellent military skills, but also possess a tenacious will to fight and a high degree of teamwork. I have full confidence in them. The several chiefs nodded slightly, the doubts in their eyes dispersing slightly, replaced by a hint of anticipation. Their gazes once again fell on the members of the Skywolf Special Forces, as if they wanted to explore more possibilities from them. At this point, Li Chonghai, the commander of the 7th Army Group sitting in the back row, couldn't help but laugh and tease. Old Wang, you're really a wonder soldier. Everyone else is fighting for numbers, but you're so good, making such a small elite unit. Are you planning to do miracles with fewer than many? The 15th Army Group's chief of staff followed suit and joked. Old Wang, are you overconfident, or do you have other plans? There are only a few dozen of us, and we're afraid we can overwhelm your people with a single charge. Wang Yi laughed and responded without being overbearing. Old Li, and everyone else, this special forces of ours is about quality, not quantity. These 40 men of mine are worth hundreds of you. Don't let your jaws drop in shock when the results of the examination come out. When the crowd heard this, there was another burst of laughter, but in this laughter, There was both flirting with Wang He and curiosity and anticipation for the next performance of the Skywolf troupe. The parade began with a powerful introduction over the loudspeaker. Coming to us now are the Army Cheetah Special Forces of the 1st Army Group. The Cheetah Special Forces marched in a neat and powerful pace, chanting the slogan, Cheetahs Strike, Unstoppable, Protect Your Family, Defend Your Country, and Shake the Four Corners of the World. Their slogans were deafening and showed great momentum. Immediately after, the 1st Army Group's Navy Sea Shark Special Forces and Air Force Eagle Special Forces walked across the parade deck in turn. Their slogans were just as loud, showing the character and strength of their respective armies. Time passed by, and the special forces of each group army, in order, walked past the parade stand, one group after another, displaying their elegance. Half an hour later, it was finally the turn of the 31st Group Army Skywolf Tri-Amphibious Special Forces. Lin Chuan stood at the front of the group, his stance as upright as a pine, his voice piercing the air. Tell the chief, what are we? The warriors roared in unison. Dragon Kingdom's Tri-Amphibious Special Forces, the Republic's most elite warriors. Lin Chuan, what are the Dragon Kingdom Special Forces? Warrior, Dragon Kingdom Special Forces, warriors from hell. We perform, always, the toughest, most dangerous and difficult missions in the entire army. Hayakawa, what are our duties? Soldier, hold on to the first line of defense of the Republic and die in the last line of defense. Hayakawa, what are our principles? Soldier, blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Hayakawa, what is our resolve? Better to take one step forward and die than to take half a step back and live. Anyone who offends me in China will be executed even though he is far away. Anyone who offends me in China will be executed even though he is far away. Anyone who offends me in China will be executed even though he is far away. Chapter 34, the test begins. The slogan, like rolling thunder, instantly exploded across the entire parade ground. Compared to the slogans of other troops, the slogan Lin Chuan set for the Tian Wolf Tri-Amphibious Special Forces was fundamentally different. The slogans of most troops tend to focus on showing their strong strength and determination to win, such as Unstoppable and Shocking the Four Directions, which focus on promoting a sense of power. But the words are flashy, sounds about the same as a regular troop. The Wolf's motto, on the other hand, starts from a deeper level of mission, duty and conviction. It does not have a lot of rhetorical embellishments, but every sentence hits the heart, and on a practical level, it always reminds the team members of their mission and duties, and becomes their spiritual support on the battlefield. In an instant, it was as if the entire parade ground had been pressed the pause button, and everyone was shaken by the deafening slogans. Those Special Forces soldiers who had originally scoffed at the number of Skywolf Special Forces also unconsciously closed their mouths at this moment, the mockery on their faces instantly replaced by surprise. With wide eyes, they looked at the neat formation of the Sky Wolf troops and listened to the power-filled slogans. Their hearts couldn't help but ripple. Even the leaders of the other group armies, who had been confident of the results of the examination, couldn't help but show a look of gravity. Begin to re-examine this seemingly weak, but actually imposing, serious Tri-Amphibious Special Forces. On the reviewing stand, the head of the headquarters turned slightly sideways and looked at Wang Yi once again, an appreciative smile on his face as he said softly, Army Commander Wang, this unit of yours is not simple nah. Though the numbers are small, there's really no excuse for this Elon. The last sentence, those who violate our China will be executed even though they are far away. Very good. It's been a long time since I've heard a slogan that made my blood boil so much. Hearing this slogan really brings back memories of the days when we old things were charging into battle together during the war. Wang He also really didn't expect that this guy, Lin Chuan, could actually come up with such a powerful slogan. Wang He humbly responded, thank you for the affirmation and encouragement from the chiefs. I will definitely lead the Skywolf Special Forces and do my best to live up to the chief's expectations. However, there are still some stubborn voices on stage, shouting loudly, but what's the use of relying on slogans alone? When it comes to the examination field, it's still not the original form. A special soldier from the 12th Group Army bristled. The comrade next to him poked him and whispered, okay, don't be tough. We really have to be convinced by this momentum. But the members of the Tian Wolf Tri-Amphibious Special Forces turned a deaf ear to this, with their heads held high, their eyes firm, and their steps neatly walking across the parade stand, accepting the chief's review. It was as if those questioning voices couldn't affect them in the slightest. They were going to use practical actions to prove their strength in the next examination. After the parade, the troops were taken back to their camps. Soon, the list of names randomly selected by the referee team was also sent over. I'm in for an arm swim. What are you? I'm fighting. I'm 20 kilometers off-road. I am blasting. There was a lot of discussion among the rookies, though many of them are not their best subjects. But after more than half a year of training for this subject that was drawn, they were not weak, totally confident. Zoe, you're fighting? In the ranks of female soldiers, Chen Jiao and Su Mei were stunned when they saw Lu Xiaoru's subjects. This Lu Xiaoru is the same female soldier who said to Lin Chuan earlier, "You are bad." Yes, she held out to the end as well. It's just that, even now, she still can't change her introverted, delicate and weak nature. Lu Xiaoru was also a bit worried. What should I do? I haven't fought a male soldier yet. Can I change the subject? It's okay for me to go armed for 20 kilometers of cross-country. Chen Jiao cried and laughed. Carrying dozens of pounds of equipment to run and climb you're not afraid of. A simple fight. What are you afraid of? Su Mei also laughed. That's right. In the past half a year or so, you're fighting. Hasn't it been practiced to a great extent? What are you afraid of? Lu Xiaoru slightly lowered her head, her face full of shyness. I'm afraid of interacting with male soldiers. Crowd. What subject are you, boss? Zhou Xian and Sun Ying came over and asked with a smile. Lin Chuan handed him the subject note, and Zhou Xian took a look at it. Three-shot synthesis? Hayakawa nodded. Zhou Xian laughed. Isn't this a subject given to you for nothing? Who in the entire army can have such a perverted marksmanship as you? Lin Chuan gave him a blank look. Which subject isn't for nothing for me? Zhou Xian smiled awkwardly. Also, at that moment, Wang He walked in. Everyone stand at attention quickly. Wang He laughed. Alright, now, one more announcement with everyone. I believe that you will be more motivated after listening to it. The crowd instantly pricked up their ears at the words. Wang He continued. About the assessment and reward mechanism. It's been finalized up there. All single subjects. Anyone who comes in first place, 1 second-class merit, second and third place, third class, 4th through 10th place, 1 commendation. The rookie's eyes lit up at the words. One of the members couldn't help but ask, Chief, then what if you take the top 3 places and more than 2? The battle merit is also cumulative? Think about what? Wang He laughed and scolded. You think that war merit is given casually, saying how much to give? The rookie laughed nervously and scratched his hair. But, Wang He laughed, if you are second in the first subject and first in the second, then you will be rewarded according to second-class merit. Take the tall one and give it. Also, the first 3 times you get 2 or more. You no longer get extra military credit though, but in terms of rank, you can make appropriate adjustments. For example, if you are a second lieutenant, when you go back, you can be given an early promotion to lieutenant or captain. Let's just see how many top 3s you guys can take. Ha ha ha. The rookie sniffed and got excited. The rest of them now, with the exception of a few who were originally officers, were, a few days ago, just promoted. All a hair of a second lieutenant. Compared to military honors, they naturally preferred the rank to go further. Who wouldn't want another star on their rank? Chief, what about the second stage of the squad collaboration test? Wang He said. The same, the top 3 of the squad you're in, the same reward. The third stage, however, is different. The third stage of the confrontation, judged by the special forces. First place, the unit's collective second-class merit. Second and third, collective third-class merit. Of course, if the individuals are all doing better in the rivalry, the leaders of the unit they are in will also give additional rewards. The crowd nodded slightly at the words. Wang He said, well, I came over here to talk to you guys about this. With that, Wang He looked at Lin Chuan. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, report the list of those who have determined additional subjects to attend. The referee's side will have to determine the number of places and the number of people so that arrangements can be made for tomorrow's test. Lin Chuan nodded. Understood. After Wang He left, Lin Chuan clapped his hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. The assessment form and the location of the assessment are clear. Everyone went to as many subjects as they could whenever they could, not just for the points, but also to give you a little experience and test your strength. The rookies nodded. Next, Lin Chuan arranged for each person according to the time of the subject they were drawn for, and the staggered times of the other subjects, as long as the time allowed. Of course, the likes of him, Zhou Xian and Sun Ying, were no longer going to attend unless it was necessary. However, after the latter was arranged, it was found that there were still a few subjects that the other members could not make it to. Then it's just the 3 of them. After all, it's points. Don't want them. For the rest of the day, Lin Chuan didn't ask the members to do anything. It's just a matter of them continuing to rest, get in shape, and figure out what they're going to get into with the subjects they're taking. Old Lin. Not long after Lin Chuan had just stepped out of his tent to take a breath, 3 figures walked over. Seeing the visitors, the corner of Lin Chuan's mouth also revealed a smile. Old Li, Old Yuan, Old Zhang. These 2 men, 2 were majors and 1 was a captain. At the beginning of the year to participate in the international warrior training, the Chinese side, there are 6 places. Besides him, Zhou Xian and Sun Ying,
The other three were them, Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zhang Jiajie. The strength of these three people was below themselves, but above Zhou Xian and Sun Ying. Li Hao was from the 28th Army, while Yuan Shan and Zhang Jiajie were from the 1st and 15th Armies. I saw you guys at the morning parade, too. All chief instructors, right? Lin Chuan laughed. The three of them laughed bitterly. Our reputation as chief instructors can't compare to yours. Who among our group who went to the intensive training together doesn't know your perverted strength? Lin Chuan? When we reviewed it and saw that there were only 40 of you in the 31st Army, we knew that it would be hard for us to fight this battle. Lin Chuan laughed. There are more than 10 times as many of you as us. It's hard to beat your sister. The three of you came to bury me on purpose, right? Li Hao bristled. Being outnumbered doesn't necessarily mean you can fight. We've all gone out for intensive training to understand. So don't fool us here. Yuan Shan followed. You think we haven't suggested the number issue to the military? But the army doesn't listen to us. What can we do? Not everyone is a pervert like you. Zhang Jiajie was curious. Old Lin, there are only 40 of you in the 31st Army, and it's only been half a year or so, and you've practiced all the subjects of the three armies. For them? Lin Chuan said. Naturally, I practiced, but with this amount of time, I simply can't achieve proficiency. I can't help it. I've got to pull it out first since I'm being tested at headquarters. As for grades, take this opportunity to test and find out. Li Hao suddenly came over and smiled as he rushed Lin Chuan. Old Lin. Ah, the first stage. Your own side. Which subjects did you take? Lin Chuan sniffed and instantly became alert, cursing with a laugh. I knew you three fellows came over together to find me. You must be holding back something bad. What? Trying to set me up and then hold bad blood against my 31st? Li Hao rolled his eyes. If you just gave us 10 more guts, we wouldn't dare to clamor with a pervert like you. Yuan Shan laughed bitterly. We just want to know which subjects you took. The three of us, so we can avoid you. We've got to get some results to answer to the military too, don't we? If we run into you, how do we even have a chance at first place? That's right, Zhang Jiajie said. Old Lin, how can I say? Once we were also comrades who lived and died together abroad. You don't want to leave us even a mouthful of soup, do you? Lin Chuan looked at the three of them and burst into tears. Look at you three bears. If you let your military commander know that you look like this, you must not die of anger. But after all was said and done, Lin Chuan still told them which three subjects he was taking. The three listened, and then smiled with satisfaction. The next day, with the sound of an emergency assembly, a loud trumpet sounded throughout the island. All Army Special Forces, Phase 1, Single Subject Test. Starting now, all troops participating in the examination are requested to assemble at the designated place for each subject according to the time of the examination. When the members of the troops heard the voice, they quickly began to prepare. When they had finished assembling outside, they were able to see a row of staff members standing in the large square. They held signs with the names of the individual subjects in their hands. All those taking this subject test will gather behind the appropriate staff member. Chapter 35. No, boss, you're not really going to abuse me together, are you? There. Go on. Lin Chuan looked toward the group of members and waved his hand, shouting, do your best. Yes. With a roar, the members spread out in a slightly nervous and excited manner, quickly running in the direction of the appropriate subject. Lin Chuan, on his side, also came directly to the three-gun integrated shooting range. It's a subject that those without some shooting prowess really don't dare to participate in. But other than them, the Sky Wolves, all the other troops, were outnumbered. In addition to the one drawn by the referee's team, all sent 3 additional men, all 4 of them, and on the Skywolf side, besides Lin Chuan, only one more person could be squeezed out. Zhu Hanlin. The subject that Zhu Hanlin was drawn for was nighttime high-altitude parachuting, an examination that took place at night. In addition to night parachuting and 3-gun synthesis, Lin Chuan had also arranged for him to swim across the river, a total of 3 subjects. After coming to stand in the appropriate subject orientation, Zhu Hanlin smiled and rushed at Lin Chuan. Boss, in the competition later on, you don't want to let go of the water. Although, during the pre-selection, Zhu Hanlin looked at Lin Chuan with super displeasure. But the second half, and the time he spent together, made him have a more comprehensive and deeper understanding of Lin Chuan as a person. Well, this is an extremely attractive man. After exchanging a few times, Zhu Hanlin were unconsciously. His attitude towards Lin Chuan's speech had completely changed. It was as if he had completely regarded him as his superior and comrade in arms, and was treated with awe and respect. Lin Chuan glanced at him and said indifferently, don't worry, I won't. Zhu Hanlin, no, boss, I'm just being polite. You won't really abuse me together, right? Lin Chuan said, on the field of play, going all out is the greatest respect for your opponent. What? You've been thinking of taking me on during the selection phase. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, you don't dare? Zhu Hanlin bristled. At that time, it wasn't that I didn't know your strength yet. Now, cootie, only then would I be willing to fight you. Lin Xuan glanced at him and smiled faintly. I told you guys that we came to take the test not just to fight for honor for the military. The real reason for this is to set the benchmark. The concept of special forces, even now, has only a vague direction across the army. We need to give them a complete, standardized concept. Let's make it clear to them what kind of strength the special forces should have and what the standard should look like. Only then, in the future, can the armies refer to this standard when training special forces. It's in the face of future specialty battlefield showdowns that you have a better chance of winning. So, zoom out a little bit and don't all limit yourself to your own army. If we have it, we should set an example in front of the whole army. We are not only soldiers of the 31st Army, but also soldiers of China. This is the real reason why I'm going to make all of you who participate in the examination take the rankings. When Zhu Hanlin heard this, his heart shook and his expression became grave. Yes, I understand. 10 minutes later, the referee of each subject conducted a roll call according to the list, and after making sure that the personnel had all arrived, he waved his hand, allowing all the people to get on the big truck at the back, transported directly to the assessment site. At this time, inside a huge building on the island, here, on the walls, there were dozens of projected images densely packed. The projected image, which is the monitoring of the competition venue for each subject. In the very center, the head of the headquarters, as well as the bigwigs of the group armies, were seated. All were staring at the test that was ready to begin. The head of the headquarters rushed the 30 or so group army bigwigs below and said, "All right, the test will be open soon. The state has invested so much money for your units to form special forces. Now, too, the time has come to test the results. As the saying goes, if it's a mule or a horse, let's pull it out. The good grades, no pun intended, will definitely be honored at headquarters, but poor grades," the head of HQ grunted. "Accountability is also rare. I hope you won't let headquarters down." The 36 or so bigwigs of the group army's coloring was corrected when they heard this. The heart was expectant and apprehensive. The formation of the special forces was a key project assigned from headquarters. Do it right, and all of them, the leaders, will have this painted on their political record. There are great considerations for the future. Stepping further into that certain position at headquarters that seems so close, but is out of reach. But if it doesn't work, and disappoints HQ, then it will also be a great hindrance to the path of future promotion. 3-gun comprehensive assessment field. More than 400 members gathered here. The good thing is, there are 4 assessment sites here. It was not too crowded. The referee scanned the field and exclaimed, "Now, let me announce the rules. Although you've all read them, I'm going to emphasize them live. Combine 3-gun fire, which is a rifle/pistol/submachine gun exchange. Even if you have to exchange shots, you also need to move forward. The distance is 100 meters. For those 100 meters, there will be dozens of obstacles behind which the target will hide, but it's not certain which obstacle it will pop out from behind. The first 50 meters is rifle fire, the middle 30 meters is with pistols, and the last 20 meters is with submachine guns. Rifles and pistols alike have 10 targets each. The targets are all red ping-pong balls, tied by springs that wobble when they bounce. The requirement, however, is that the shot must be completed within 2 seconds of the target popping up, with one and only one shot. If it times out or doesn't hit, consider this target shot a failure. Remember, in addition to red ping-pong balls, there are also green ping-pong balls. The green ping-pong ball is the hostage target and may be attached to a spring with the red ping-pong ball or separated. It's all random. All you have to do is quickly distinguish between red or green in 2 seconds and knock out the red. If you are not careful and accidentally hit the green ping-pong ball symbolizing the hostage, you will be considered to have failed the test and will directly withdraw from the test. Everyone only gets one chance to play. Rear submachine gunfire. All red ping-pong balls will pop out from behind 2 of the 10 obstacles altogether. Require, in 2 seconds, a burst of fire on these 10 targets. Requirement, within 1 minute, complete all shots. If the number of targets hit is the same, it will be judged based on the length of time it takes. Did you hear everything? The referee asked loudly. Understood. More than 400 people responded at the same time. Great, the head referee said, starting with the players in the First Army and working backwards in order. Now, you have 3 minutes to familiarize yourselves with and check your firearms. In 3 minutes, the test will begin. Competition guns, it's mandated. The official side has prepared 20 each. Members of the first 5 groups, acclimatize and check their guns first. When the first group is done, Give the gun to the group behind them, and so on. The members listened to the head referee and looked at the obstacle course in front of them. Everyone's face was covered in gravity. Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin stood side by side in the middle of the group. Zhu Hanlin gulped slightly and whispered, "Boss, this is really difficult. Not only do you have to quickly switch between firearms at different stages, you also have to accurately distinguish and hit the target within 2 seconds. A slight mistake and you'll lose everything." Lin Chuan faintly swept him a glance. "When I trained you guys, the goal was much harder than this. What? Once you get to the track, you can't?" Zhu Hanlin smiled bitterly. "The training ground is different from the playing field after all. There are so many people here. And the head of the headquarters and the army chiefs, they're all watching. You think everyone has a big heart like you?" Lin Chuan turned back and leisurely said, "No matter how they watch, they are still just comrades in arms. If this is a battlefield, across the street, it's the enemy. If you can't overcome this point, you'll die a horrible death when you get to the battlefield." Zhu Hanlin's heart fluttered at his words. Looking at the shooting obstacle course in front of him, he took a hard breath and hurriedly adjusted his mind. With the order of the chief referee, the shooting test officially began. The first group's player was the first to take the field, rifle in hand, and he quickly rushed forward. When the first red ping-pong ball target popped up, however, his fingers trembled slightly, and the shot slowed slightly by half a beat. Although it eventually hit the target, it clearly overshot the time limit. Obviously, haven't gotten used to the rhythm yet. And on the sidelines, there are referees all following the clock, pen and book in hand, making notes on all of them. He also made a couple of mistakes due to nervousness in the subsequent pistol and submachine gun shooting sessions, and his final score was not satisfactory. The members of the other 3 ranges, on the other hand, moved smoothly and performed well in the first half of their rifle shooting. However, some were in the pistol firing phase when a green ping-pong ball popped up at the same time as the hostage target, and he mistook the green ping-pong ball for a red target in his panic. Instantly, a sigh of regret escaped the room, and he was left with no choice but to bow out. Some are making mistake after mistake and missing the target. The test is fast-paced, basically a minute, to complete a set, and after each set is completed, the head referee announces the score on the spot. More than 200 people were on the field, and less than 1/10 of them were able to hit all the targets, and the best time, by far, was 38 seconds. There's one more chapter. The site is still reviewing it, so please wait a bit. Chapter 36, Lin Chuan takes the stage, shocking the entire arena. At this moment, in the monitoring room of the island, dozens of projection screens on the walls were showing the competition of each subject in real time. The gazes of the head of the headquarters, as well as the bigwigs of the various group armies, were watching 1 or 2 of the races at random. The shooting side, however, did attract a lot of military bigwigs to watch. Li Chonghai, commander of the 7th Group Army, frowned and shook his head. The difficulty of this 3-shot combined shooting is indeed beyond imagination, and it seems to demand an extremely high level of psychological quality and shooting skills from the competitors. The chief of staff of the 15th Army Group picked up. "Yeah, I'm afraid there aren't too many people who seem to be able to do it perfectly at the moment." The head of the headquarters looked grave and nodded slightly. This is the kind of test that the special forces should face, and only in this way can the true elites be screened out. Just as the crowd was discussing, it was the turn of Tianlang's Zhu Hanlin to take the stage. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, was relegated to the next game because of the number of people in front of him. Seeing the 2 appear in front of them, it also attracted the attention of many bigwigs. The head of the headquarters chief's gaze fell on Lin Chuan, who was about to take the field, and turned his head to Wang He, asking curiously, "Military Commander Wang, is this young man your chief instructor of the Sky Wolves?" Lin Chuan? Wang He was filled with pride as he straightened his back and replied, "Yes, Chief. The reason why there are only 40 people in Skywolf is also Lin Chuan's suggestion. He believes that the core of the special forces lies in the elite rather than the many, and after layers of screening and intense training, each of these 40 men is an elite among the elite." The other bigwigs of the group armies heard this and cast their gazes of surprise and curiosity, and began to speculate on the strength of Lin Chuan as the chief instructor. The commander of the 12th Army Group was puzzled. This young man looks young. Is he really that powerful? Able to create a special forces unit in a short period of time? For his part, the commander of the 28th Army Group said expectantly, "We'll find out later, and judging by the way he's looking, he might really have a couple of tricks up his sleeve." The head of the headquarters wondered. "Army Commander Wang, do you trust this major so much?" Wang He said, "Chief, I think saying too much is better than seeing it with your own eyes. Everyone at Skywolf was practiced by his hand. So, I asked the chief to be patient for a moment." In the morning, there were a total of 17 subjects that our Skywolves participated in. Chief Instructor Lin Chuan also participated.
I believe it will take less than half an hour for all the results of some of the subject tests to come out. In time, you will know. But although the words say so, but Wang He heart also panicked then After all, of the 100 special forces in the entire army, they were the ones with the smallest number of sky wolves. It's still a triple amphibious combination. If he couldn't deliver a passing grade, he would have to be scolded by the head of the headquarters later. Lin Chuan, Lin Chuan, you kid must fight for me. Don't screw me over. The head of headquarters nodded slightly. Good, then I will wait and see. Let's see if you, sky wolves, are really as small and lean as you say. On the scene, it was finally Zhu Hanlin's group's turn to take the stage. As Zhu Hanlin steadily walked towards the shooting range, the surrounding competitors from the other group armies were suddenly talking. These are the people from the Skywolf force? With just a few dozen of them, they still dare to come for the examination. They really don't know themselves. A player from the 12th Army Group skimmed his lips, a look of disdain on his face as he turned his head to his companion beside him. That's right, I've heard that there are female soldiers in their unit. I don't know what their military commander thinks. What kind of combat power can they have with just this amount of people? The companion chimed in, his face equally full of mockery. This one called Zhu Hanlin is probably just here to go through the motions. I'll see what he can hit later. As if he hadn't heard, Zhu Hanlin took a deep breath and stepped into the shooting range. Standing firmly on both feet, his gaze was like a torch, instantly locking onto the obstacle ahead that hid an unknown challenge. At the moment, the only thing left in his world was the rifle in his hand and the target he was about to eject. Start! With a crisp order, Zhu Hanlin instantly started like a cheetah. The figure sprinted forward with such agility and speed that it brought up a breeze. His reaction was lightning fast when the first red ping-pong ball target popped out without warning. Almost at the same moment the target popped out, the rifle in his hand was raised to his shoulder. Aiming, pulling the trigger. The action is a snap. With a muffled bang, the bullet was wrapped in a powerful force, hitting the target with unerring accuracy. The red ping-pong ball burst into pieces directly after being hit. In the first 50 meters of rifle shooting, Zhu Hanlin was incredibly fast, light and swift on his feet, and every time he crossed an obstacle, it was smooth and natural, without the slightest pause or hesitation. And his accuracy is amazing. Whenever a red ping-pong ball target popped up, his gun was always pointed at the target with the first precision. The bullets hit one after another as if they had eyes. 10 red ping-pong balls under his gun. None of them were spared. I'll go. That speed. That accuracy. Awesome. The spectators of the players outside the arena were dumbfounded. Compared to those contestants in front of him, Zhu Hanlin was much stronger with the naked eye, whether it was in terms of speed, stance, or gun accuracy. Entering the pistol shooting phase, Zhu Hanlin made a sharp turn, and the rifle in his hand had been exchanged for a pistol. The movement was so swift that it was almost too late to see it. In the complicated situation where the green ping-pong ball and the hostage target appeared at the same time, he was always able to decisively distinguish the red target in a very short period of time of 2 seconds and shoot it quickly. Each shot was accompanied by the answering fall of a red target. The rhythm of his shots was tight and steady, without the slightest hint of panic or error. In the last 20 meters of submachine gun shooting, Zhu Hanlin's strength was shown to the fullest. The submachine gun in his hand instantly roared as 10 red ping-pong balls popped out from behind the barrier like fireworks at the same time. A tongue of fire erupted from the muzzle of the gun. His arm was steady as a rock, his grip on the submachine gun tight, his finger on the trigger fast and strong. Bullets poured out like a rain, completing a burst of 10 targets in the brief span of 2 seconds. The 10 red ping-pong balls shattered under the intensive bullet attack, turning into pieces of red debris that floated to the ground. 31 seconds and 14 seconds to hit all targets. The voice of the head referee carried through the loudspeakers throughout the arena. There was a hint of undisguised surprise in both voices. Those players who were originally laughing at Zhu Hanlin were all frozen in place at this moment. The mockery on his face instantly solidified, and was replaced by a face full of shock and disbelief. How is this possible? That. The famous 12th group player who was previously full of disdain stammered, eyes as wide as brass bells. This achievement. It's too much better than all of us. I was laughing at them before. This is really a slap in the face. His companion was filled with embarrassment and lowered his head in remorse. This guy is open, right? This score, it's already number 1. Perhaps, he was purposely arranged to fight by Skywolf, who is just an individual with this strength. If it was randomly selected by the referee team, I'm sure it would be an absolute mess to fight. We'll see about that later. In the next round, they Skywolf's people have on too. However, I see how that person looks a bit familiar, as if he's the chief instructor of the Sky Wolves. Crowd, are the people down here that good? Then, chief instructor, isn't that even more perverted? At this moment, in the monitoring room on the island,
Seeing Zhu Hanlin's results, Wang Yi excitedly jumped up from his seat and shouted excitedly, "Good job! This is the strength of our Sky Wolves, ha ha ha." 7th Group Army Commander Li Changhai was shocked and couldn't help but say, "This achievement, it's unbelievable. It seems that I really underestimated this unit before." The 15th Army Group's Chief of Staff also exclaimed, "Yes, this is the true strength of the Special Forces, and Skywolf has made a good start." A hint of surprise also flashed in the eyes of the head of the headquarters, nodding his head slightly and saying, "Army Commander Wang, this unit of yours is really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger, and this Zhu Hanlin's performance is truly stunning. No wonder you dare to be so calm and confident." Wang He was no longer modest this time and laughed, "Chief, the good part is still to come. It's almost time for our chief instructor to take the field." The head of headquarters sniffed and the anticipation in his eyes grew even more. "Good, then I'll wait and see. The chief instructor who can train such a powerful soldier, his own strength, will it be as powerful as you say?" When Zhu Hanlin heard the results, a proud smile spread across his face as he quickly walked over to Lin Xuan. Smiling, he asked, "Boss, what do you think of my grade?" He was filled with the thought that he would receive compliments from Lin Xuan. After all, this achievement was enough to make him stand out from the crowd. Lin Xuan, however, just said indifferently, "It's average. Your speed and adjustments when shooting are still slow, or it could be faster." His tone was calm, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. When the people around them heard Lin Xuan's words, their jaws dropped in shock. To hit such an impressive score and still be just average? This chief instructor is too strict. A player muttered in a low voice. "That's right, if I could play like that, I'd be happy, and he's still picking holes in it." Another player chimed in. Zhu Hanlin was slightly lost. Lin Xuan, however, said, "Watch carefully, I'll show you what speed and accuracy are." After that, it was Lin Xuan's turn to take the stage. The gazes of the crowd were focused on him, their eyes filled with suspicion and anticipation. After all, Zhu Hanlin's accomplishments were stunning enough. And Lin Xuan, as the chief instructor of the Skywolf unit, the pressure on his shoulders could be imagined. Lin Xuan stood at the start of the shooting range, his stance erect and calm. He moved his wrists slightly, keeping a close eye on the obstacle-strewn track ahead of him and the target hidden within it. "Begin!" As soon as the referee's voice fell, Lin Xuan was as fast as lightning, as if he was doing a 100-meter sprint. That windy speed caused the surrounding runners to suck in a breath of cold air. No, is he crazy? At this speed, when the target appears, will he have enough time to stop and stabilize himself to aim and shoot? Maybe he was going to shoot in motion. Nuts! Shooting in motion? You're telling me he's going to shoot at this 100-meter sprint? Do you think it's possible? But as soon as the man's words fell, the first target appeared. Shockingly, Lin Xuan really didn't slow down. The gun in his hand, he had raised it almost the moment the red ping-pong ball popped up. Bang! It takes almost no time to aim and just pull the trigger. Immediately afterward, the target burst into flames. The entire crowd and all the bigwigs in the monitoring room were almost shocked by this scene. Chapter 37, Time of 1432. The whole audience is in an uproar, questioned by the entire room for cheating. This guy, how did he do it? This speed and still maintaining such high accuracy. Unbelievable. It's incredible. Worthy of being the chief instructor. Not only is his own strength tough enough, the soldiers he brings out are also so powerful. The entire room was stunned and dumbfounded by the strength Lin Xuan had displayed, including the head of the headquarters and the bigwigs of the various group armies in the monitoring room. Even Wang He was seeing this kind of perverted marksmanship of Lin Xuan with his own eyes for the first time. And Zhu Hanlin, who was on the scene, couldn't help but smack his lips and call out perverted. Now, he finally knew why Lin Xuan was disdainful of his strength. His own little level is not even half of Lin Xuan's awe. While everyone was shocked, Lin Xuan still continued. The rifle in his hand quickly roared as soon as each red ping-pong ball target popped up. The bullet was like a precise meteor, and the gun hit the target. His movements were smooth and natural, without the slightest pause or hesitation, as if he was one with the weapon in his hand. When it entered the pistol shooting phase, Lin Xuan was sprinting and his left hand darted to his waist holster. The moment he gripped the pistol, his wrist flicked, and the gun drew a harsh arc in the air. At the same time, his thumb snapped precisely on the gun's trigger and pulled back hard. With a crisp metallic click, the bullet was steadily cocked. The whole action was done in one go, as natural and smooth as flowing water, not even slowing down the running pace because of the complicated action of loading the gun. The contestants at the scene only saw Lin Xuan reach for his gun and start shooting in the blink of an eye, and couldn't even see clearly how he loaded his pistol. A small murmur rang through the crowd. This loading action of his is also too fast. I didn't see it at all. It can't be cheating, right? A 12th Group Army player frowned and whispered with a face full of skepticism. That's right, According to the rules, a pistol can't be loaded in advance. His maneuver is too weird. There must be something wrong. Another player next to him chimed in, his eyes filled with doubt. And in the monitoring room of the island, this scene caused the head of the headquarters as well as the bigwigs of the various group armies to instantly widen their eyes. Unbelief written all over their faces. What kind of operation is this? Single-handedly completing the loading of a gun while moving at high speed? 7th Group Army Commander Li Changhai directly stood up and said in shock, never seen such skillful techniques before. This Lin Chuan's strength is too terrifying. The 15th Group Army's Chief of Staff was also filled with awe. The head of the headquarters looked grave, but there was a glint of excitement in his eyes, and he immediately turned his head to the technician and said, quick, play back that scene in slow motion just now. The technician quickly maneuvered, and on the monitor screen, Lin Chuan's action of loading a bullet with one hand was displayed by slowing it down several times. Only his every movement was precise and powerful, with a sense of power between the contraction and expansion of his muscles, and every detail was infinitely enlarged for the crowd to see. Immediately afterward, Lin Chuan quickly raised his hand to shoot. The pistol was like a living thing in his hands, quickly and accurately knocking down one target after another. The rhythm and speed of that shooting dazzled everyone in the room. The final stage was the submachine gun shooting. Lin Chuan gripped the submachine gun with both hands, like a king on the battlefield. Without hesitation, he swept toward the target area. The submachine gun spat out a tongue of fire in his hand, and the bullets poured out like a storm, instantly hitting all the targets. The whole process was done in one fell swoop, without the slightest hint of procrastination. The players were stunned by Lin Chuan's performance. They were still confident in their own strength, but when they saw Lin Chuan's performance, they realized that the gap between them and him was like a world of difference. Is this still human speed? How did he do it? A 5th Army Group player stammered, shock and disbelief written all over his face. Yeah, I feel like he's not competing, but performing an unmitigated stunt. Compared to him, we are simply amateurs. The other player was filled with frustration and shook his head helplessly. The head of the headquarters as well as the bigwigs of the group armies were deeply shocked by Lin Chuan's performance. Their gazes were locked onto the surveillance screen, and the expressions on their faces gradually changed from initial surprise to shock and admiration. The headquarter chief's eyes glittered with surprise as he couldn't help but say, this Lin Chuan, he really lives up to his name. His speed and shooting skills are beyond imagination. Wang He was filled with pride and straightened his back and said, Chief, I told you that Lin Chuan and the Skywolf troop led by him will never let you down. Li Changhai, the 7th Army Group's military commander, stared wide-eyed with a shocked expression and said, is this still something that can be done? This achievement, I'm afraid it's going to break all records. The 15th Army Group's Chief of Staff also exclaimed, yes, I was skeptical of the Skywolf force before, but now it seems that we were too narrow-minded. The strength they've shown is the true level of special forces. After Lin Chuan finished shooting, a brief silence fell over the scene. Everyone was still immersed in his mind-blowing performance and couldn't come back to their senses. That is, until the head referee announced the score, 14-32. Hits all targets. This achievement was like a heavy bomb, instantly causing a furor in the whole room. The other 3 shooting ranges had only run less than halfway at this point. In stark contrast to Lin Chuan's results, the entire audience first froze, then erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. 14-32? How is that possible? That's an unbelievable time. He is simply a god. With a score like that, I'm afraid it will be hard for anyone to break it in the future. The players' exclamations of surprise rose and fell as they looked at Lin Chuan with awe and admiration in their eyes. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, just glanced faintly at the reactions around him and steadily walked down the shooting range. Lin Chuan walked down the shooting range, originally thinking that this examination had come to an end. But the voices that questioned the goodness of his pistol being loaded ahead of time came in like a tidal wave and grew stronger. There's no way this is normal operation. There must be something fishy. The referee must not have seen it clearly. A lanky 18th Group player reddened and shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice stood out in the cacophony of chatter, drawing nods of agreement from many around him. Yes, demand a re-examination. There can't be any unfairness in this kind of competition. Another pointy-faced player followed suit, his eyes filled with resignation and skepticism. The referee also looked a bit grave. He's not stalking the referee, he's just monitoring all aspects of it from the back. Nor did he look closely at Lin Chuan's maneuvers. But now, with so many people on the scene questioning him, he couldn't just ignore it. He turned his head to the referee who had been following Lin Chuan closely for observation and asked seriously, you were beside him the whole time. Was there any problem with his pistol cocking or not? That referee looked embarrassed, hesitated, and mumbled, I didn't see it either. His movements were just too fast. The referee frowned as he took a deep breath and walked towards Lin Chuan with a steady pace. At this moment, the eyes of the entire arena were focused on the two.
and the entire shooting range was so quiet that it was as if you could hear a pin drop.
Comrade Lin Chuan, right now there are questions about the operation of loading your pistol.
Because it was so fast that people didn't see it clearly.
I hope you can explain.
The referee tried to keep his tone calm. We are not suspecting you of cheating either.
But, you know yourself that in this situation, no one can be sure. So, I hope you cooperate.
Lin Chuan looked calm and said frankly, I just load bullets with one hand.
This is the result of my daily training. However, instead of quelling the crowd's skepticism,
his answer sparked a cacophony of laughter.
One-handed bullet loading? Easy for you to say. Who'd believe it? That's right. We'll never be convinced unless you do it again. Zhu Hanlin, who was on one side, sniffed and became furious on the spot,
and directly stood out and roared,
Disobedience your mother. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Taking a step back,
even if our instructor's pistol bullets are loaded well in advance,
so what?
At the rate he's going, the pistol rounds are loaded in that extra third of a second at best.
I'll count it for 1 second and the time will be 15 seconds.
This performance can even abuse your mom to the point that she doesn't even recognize you guys.
How dare you gabble here?
With this strength of our instructor,
do we still need to cheat? Brains are in the ing water, aren't they?
The crowd sniffed and reacted in a daze.
It seems, really, that's the reasoning. Still, a rookie shouted, I admit he's strong,
but that's no reason for him to cheat.
Right, it has to be proved. Otherwise, we are not convinced. Those ranked players yelled,
especially that second place.
Screamed the most. If they could get Lin Chuan out, they could only secure their current roster spot.
But if it works,
the current third-place finisher, who is going to be out of the race, will get a commendation at best. Not even close to third class.
Players, you a word I say,
emotional.
The scene order nearly out of control. The chief referee had no choice but to say to Lin Chuan,
Comrade Lin Chuan, in order to dispel everyone's doubts, would you please demonstrate the operation of loading a bullet with one hand once more?
The various bigwigs in the monitoring room all smiled helplessly and bitterly.
They can understand how these players feel.
They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it carefully through the surveillance.
Chapter 38, Luciero then fighting, this time, not a good show.
Lin Chuan frowned slightly. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes, but he still nodded. His left hand quickly reached for the holster at his waist and gripped the pistol with precision.
Immediately afterward, with a sharp flick of the wrist, the gun appeared in the air, and once again, just as it had done when he ran ahead of him,
he once more demonstrated the process of loading a bullet with one hand.
This time, everyone stared wide-eyed and deadpan at Lin Chuan's every movement.
The scene was dead silent, and everyone was too shocked to speak by the scene in front of them. Those contestants who were originally the most skeptical also had their mouths open at this moment, with shock and disbelief written all over their faces.
How is this possible? His speed and skill are simply inhuman.
The 18th Army Group player who had yelled the most earlier stammered at the moment, his voice filled with awe.
Yeah, it's us who are short-sighted.
This is the real strength. The pointed-faced player was also filled with shame and lowered his head. A hint of marvel also flashed in the eyes of the main referee as he stepped forward and said to Lin Chuan,
Comrade Lin Chuan, thank you for your cooperation. Your operation proved to be fully compliant. Your strength is admirable. Lin Chuan nodded slightly and didn't say anything more.
His figure stood out in the sunlight, while he proved himself with his strength and made the reputation of the Sky Wolf Troop even louder in the hearts of the crowd. At this time, the examination of other subjects is also in full swing, and Lin Chuan's storm has undoubtedly become the most eye-catching focus of the entire examination field.
After Lin Chuan's amazing performance and strength verification, the atmosphere on the shooting range remained as warm as a burning flame. Everyone was still immersed in that shocking scene. However, the test continued, and the remaining competitors walked onto the shooting range in turn with apprehension and nervousness. Every contestant was energized and tried to show their best in this test. Their eyes were filled with both the desire for victory and scorn for Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin's staggering achievements. As the match progressed, one contestant after another finished shooting, but their scores were nothing compared to Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin, not to mention surpassing Lin Chuan's near-mythical 14:32. Even Zhu Hanlin's 31-second time seemed like an insurmountable chasm that no one could reach. After the assessment, the head referee walked up to the high stage with the final score sheet in his hand. The room was instantly quiet and everyone knew who would take first and second place. This three-gun comprehensive shooting test. First place, Lin Chuan from the 31st Army's Tianwolf Triamphibious Special Forces, with a score of 14 seconds and 32 seconds, hitting all targets. Second place, Zhu Hanlin from the 31st Army Skywolf Triamphibious Special Forces, with a time of 31 seconds, hitting all targets. Third place, Zhao Chang from the 13th Army's Black Eagle Special Forces, with a time of 38 seconds, hitting all targets. The voice of the head referee was clear and loud,
echoing throughout the shooting range. They had known in their hearts for a long time about this result.
Looking at the two of them, Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin,
who they had been questioning before, the players were filled with frustration. Their original self-confidence completely shattered. Some of them were filled with envy, convinced of the strength of the Skywolf force. Looks like there's still a long way to go between us and the true top level, a player from the 5th Army Group said with a bitter smile. The tone was full of helplessness. Is this the strength of the Skywolf force? It's too shocking. We have to work hard in the future or we won't even be able to see their taillights. The comrade next to him also lamented. And in the monitoring room of the island, the head of the headquarters and the bigwigs of the group armies were equally shocked by the result. The head of the headquarters nodded slightly, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. This serious unit, it really lives up to its name. Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin's performance is perfect. Wang He was full of pride and his back was straight. Li Changhai, the commander of the 7th Group Army, couldn't help but exclaim, "This achievement! One has to be impressed. The Skywolf troops have set an extremely high benchmark for us." The 15th Army Group's Chief of Staff followed suit. "Yes, it seems we need to learn more from Skywolf's experience when it comes to the training and cultivation of our special forces." At this time, the head of the headquarters turned his head to look at the referee team and asked, "Other than this subject, what were the results of the other Skywolf Special Forces competitors?" The person in charge of the referee group hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully replied, "Chief, there are already 6 subjects that have been assessed, and the performance of the Skywolf Special Forces was outstanding. 5 of the subjects have had contestants take first place, and there are still 4 subjects where the top 3 are all from the Skywolf Special Forces." The surveillance room instantly exploded at this news. This score is unbelievable. The commander of the 3rd Army Group slammed the table and stood up. His face was filled with astonishment. Within a short period of time, the Skywolf force has achieved such excellent results. This strength is too terrifying. Previously, I only knew that the Skywolf force had potential, but I didn't realize that it had already grown to such an extent. It's really unexpected. The 11th Army Group's Chief of Staff held up his glasses, eyes full of appreciation and inquiry. It seems that the Skywolf force is really going to shine in front of the entire army this time. Their strength has far exceeded our imagination. Another Chief of Staff followed suit and sighed. "Old Wang, you Sky Wolves, how exactly do you train?" The crowd of bigwigs were like monks fetching scriptures, looking at Wang He with eager anticipation. Wang He said with slight embarrassment, This, actually I'm not very clear. I am fully authorized to Chief Instructor Hayakawa. The exact method of training is up to him." The crowd was stunned and looked at each other, but they didn't question Wang He's words either. After all, special forces, China has not had. The armies are making initial attempts. In the end, the main thing to rely on is the chief instructor. His thinking determines the thinking of the soldiers below him. His standards, too, determine the standards of the soldiers below. And now that Lin Chuan's strength was so strong, then the standard he set on training special forces would naturally not be low. It seems that after the test is over, all of our armies will have to go to the 31st Army to learn from the experience. A host of bigwigs said, "Losing, perhaps, is frustrating, but if you lose to someone much more powerful than you are, it's only by heart. The rest is a matter of humility and learning. After all, troops don't just appear overnight. There is still a long way to go in the future. What they want is to learn from the experience and improve quickly." This, too, is the reason why the headquarters asked all the special forces of the entire army to come over for the test. It's all about seeing the difference and comparing the gaps. The head of the headquarters' eyes, at this time flashed with the light of surprise. "Army Commander Wang, you have brought out a marvelous troop. Keep up the good work, and expect them to create more miracles in the next examination." Wang He stood at attention and saluted, saying firmly, "Please rest assured, Chief, the Skywolf Special Forces will not let you down." The head of the headquarters nodded in satisfaction and rushed the technicians. "Come, tune out all the footage of the remaining Skywolf Special Forces players. I want to take a good look." Yes, soon. On the technician's side, the picture was pulled up. To their surprise, the remaining subjects, 3 of them, had female soldiers from Skywolf participating. "Old Wang, the female soldiers of your Skywolves aren't as powerful as the male soldiers, are they?" A group army bigwig couldn't help but ask Wang He. The other bigwigs also looked at him. After the first few subjects seeing the grades that Sirius got, nowadays, they no longer dared to have the slightest bit of underestimation towards Skywolf, even female soldiers. Right now, no one could guess to what extent the overall battle power of the Skywolves had become strong. Wang He laughed. Of course not. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. If the female soldiers were as powerful as the male soldiers, then it could only be said that the Tian Lang, in the whole army, was only really the existence of a crane. It would be a real disgrace if the special forces trained by their various units through great pains were no match for others' female soldiers. But when Wang He saw the expressions on the faces of the crowd, his heart was bursting with joy. What he said he wouldn't, indeed, was not the same as the male soldiers, but that one wasn't. It was an indication that the female soldiers were better than many of the male soldiers of Sirius. Of course, this is what Lin Xuan told him. He had never seen it himself. According to Lin Xuan, it is more dangerous to consider the future situation of female soldiers on the battlefield than male soldiers. So, when it came to selection and training, he was even more strict with the female soldiers. The standards will also be higher. If anything, the current female soldiers had all reached the standard that Lin Xuan demanded. Then they might actually be stronger than the male soldiers. Before, he had some doubts that Lin Xuan was exaggerating. But now, after seeing Skywolf's accomplishments, he was convinced of Lin Xuan's words. At the moment, the head of headquarters rushed the technician. Save the picture emphatically for the female soldiers of Sirius. I'd like to see what kind of female soldier that can come over for the test with the male Skywolf soldiers and stand on the stage of the all-army test is like. Saying that, the head of the headquarters looked at Wang He and smiled. Army Commander Wang, I believe that you, Sky Wolves, will continue to open the eyes of us old guys, right? Wang He laughed. Chief, it's still the same thing. No matter how much I say, it's not as good as you taking a look. You'll see in a moment. Ha ha ha. The head of headquarters laughed and pointed at Wang He. You old thing. You like to show off. Okay, then let's see them all. On the scene, after Lin Xuan finished his examination, he directly took Xu Hanlin and left. They have a test in the morning. On this subject, boss, where are we going? Xu Hanlin asked. Lin Xuan said, this place isn't far from the fighting examination ground. Go over there and take a look. Xu Hanlin laughed. On the fighting side, it seems like Lu Xiaoro is also participating. Lu Xiaoro? Lin Xuan was stunned. In his mind, involuntarily surfaced, before the selection, this chick scolded his words, instructor. You are bad. Think of this chick squirming, shy and soft standing on the battlefield competition stage, opposite the big, burly man. The surrounding audience is a dumbfounded look. At that moment, Lin Xuan couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. Now that's a good show. There will be another update in the evening, asking for a wave of gift rewards. Chapter 39, A Kick in the Pants. When they arrived at the scene, Lin Xuan and Xu Hanlin were stunned. The entire fighting test arena, the number of people who came to watch, really wasn't normal. Many other special forces soldiers from various units who had not been drawn by the referee team and had not been scheduled by their units to participate in the test went to watch as spectators. And fighting, as opposed to other subjects, is more appealing to viewers. And if there are fights involving female soldiers, it's even more appealing, as it is now in one of the fighting match venues. By this time, it was surrounded. There are a total of 20 fighting bout venues here, 20 meters between each. A 15-meter diameter circle is used as the boundary line. The rules are also relatively simple. On the chest of each player, a round white cloth 15 centimeters in diameter will be attached, and the player's back will be pre-stained with a bit of black ink. During the contest, as long as the ink in the hand can hit the white cloth on the opponent's chest, leaving a mark of the whole fist, the opponent is eliminated. This can be seen as a fatal position for an opponent to be hit by. Another is that if you are knocked to the ground once, with your butt or back on the ground, you are ruled to have lost. Because the competition is based on the elimination system, the number of participants is large, and after a fight, another fight has to follow. It's more physically demanding. If you follow the normal competition, you can't judge the winner until you're completely out of the fight. Not only will the players not have the stamina to support themselves at the back, but they may also suffer serious injuries, making it impossible for them to continue to participate in the following advancement matches. That's why the officials chose to award winners and losers in this way. It's a bit simpler, but it's a quick test of a fighter's fighting prowess, and it drastically reduces physical exertion for the player, yet avoids major injuries. This way, it won't affect the later promotion rounds. Lin Xuan and Xu Hanlin managed to squeeze their way to the front row of the fighting test arena. Both of them had expectant smiles on their faces as they looked at Lu Xiaoro, who was standing at the edge of the martial arts venue. At this time, Lu Xiaoro's petite figure contrasted sharply with the tall and strong male contestants around her, and nearly 100 people at this test center had come for her, a female soldier, and there was a murmur of exchanges and chatter. Look, does the 31st Army have no one left to send a female soldier to fight? Isn't this purely for laughs? That's right, just this small body, a gust of wind can blow down, go up to the estimated 3 seconds to be down. I think it is just to make fun of us. If this is a win, I'll eat this field. The 31st Army is really making a joke this time. taking female soldiers to fill up the numbers, and not taking the test too seriously. When the people around them heard this, they all followed and laughed, with contempt for Lu Xiaoro and the Sky Wolf Force written all over their faces. The smile on Zhu Hanlin's face grew even wider as he listened to the snarky comments. He was very clear. Although Lu Xiaoro's body plate and character are placed here, it seems out of place. However, her fighting prowess was stronger than many of the male soldiers of the Sky Wolves. This girl, the surface is soft, but the bones? I do not know how many male soldiers then much harder it. In terms of training, she has the willpower and the talent and the potential to be in front of the whole team, and willing to practice hard. Fighting strength, put in the whole team, is an existence that can be ranked in the top 10. Lin Chuan, who was on the side, was even less worried. There was no one who knew Lu Xiaoro's fighting strength better than him. Perhaps she can be described in one sentence: quiet as a mouse, moving as a rabbit. Lu Xiaoro's opponent was a tall and powerful northeastern man, more than a head taller than her, with broad shoulders and a broad body, exuding a heroic aura. The referee stood in the middle of the two, looking at the disparate combination in front of him, shook his head helplessly, with a hint of doubt in his expression, and muttered in a small voice, "This match, it's not even a scale. Isn't this little girl going up there losing out for nothing?" The northeastern man, on the other hand, was relaxed, with a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth, his hands clasped in front of his chest. Lu Xiaoro stood there, her hands unconsciously gripping the corners of her coat, her heart beating frantically in her chest. Why are so many people coming to see this? Shame on you. Shame on you. It wasn't so much that she was afraid of not being able to fight, but she was nervous at the thought of competing against a strange male soldier in front of so many people. When she raised her eyes to see Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin in the crowd, her heartbeat steeply accelerated a few more points. Her face instantly reddened to the roots of her ears, and she was so nervous that she almost suffocated. Why are the instructor and Zhu Hanlin also in? Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the island, Lu Xiaoro's image appeared on the big screen. The head of the headquarters frowned slightly, looked at Wang He, and said in a slightly flirtatious manner, "Army Commander Wang, is this female soldier of yours planning to come and perform a dance for everyone? This gap is also too big. It's a bit unattractive if this loses too badly." Li Changhai, commander of the 7th Group Army, followed suit and laughed. "Old Wang, your move is a bit unintelligible. Letting such a little girl compete with male soldiers in combat. Let's see. You're missing the mark." Wang He just smiled mysteriously and said unhurriedly, "Chief, don't jump to conclusions yet. Look again. Look again. I have confidence in our soldiers. This little girl is not as simple as you see." At this time, the referee stepped forward and loudly introduced, for this match, the red player, Lu Xiaoro from the 31st Army Skywolf Tri-Amphibious Special Forces, and the blue player, Zhao Handong from the 20th Army's Fierce Tiger Special Forces. Ready to get right to it. The match started. Zhao Handong's face was full of disdain. He took a step back, spread his hands and laughed. "Little girl, I'll let you make the first move. Ladies first. I don't want people to say that I'm bullying you. With this small body of yours, I can take you down with a single finger." Lu Xiaoro's face turned even redder, her head lowered almost to her chest, and her 2 feet scuffed uneasily on the ground. She looked up at the referee in a slightly raised voice and mumbled in a nervous whisper, That, Chief. The referee was stunned when he heard the word chief and subconsciously looked at his own rank of corporal and then at Lu Xiaoro's rank of lieutenant, and immediately emo. "Little girl, are you sure you're not showing off? What's wrong?" The referee suppressed his inner helplessness and opened his mouth to inquire, "Can that stop fighting?" Lu Xiaoro whispered. The referee was stunned. "You mean you're going to surrender and admit defeat voluntarily?" The surrounding audience, for a moment, was stunned. "That's not even a fight, and you're admitting defeat? I'm sure it's here to fill up the numbers." The crowd couldn't help but laugh. Not that there was any mockery. It all feels normal. After all, the gender and size of the two were there. Whether we fight or not, the result will be the same. Might as well surrender and admit defeat voluntarily to save a beating for nothing. While Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin outside the field frowned. "No way. This girl won't be so scared and nervous that she's really going to quit, right?" Zhu Hanlin was instantly anxious and was just about to open his mouth to remind him, but Lin Chuan pulled him back. "What's the hurry? This chick won't be so uninhibited." And at that moment, Lu Xiaoro heard the referee's words and reacted, immediately raising her head and waving her hands in a row and shouting, No, I am not surrendering. I mean, that one can." Saying that, Lu Xiaoro pointed at Zhao Handong. "Can you make him admit defeat and surrender?" Wrath, opponent, Hayakawa, Zhu Hanlin, the whole audience, all the bigwigs in the monitoring room? The whole room was dumbfounded at that statement.
What kind of tiger wolf talk is that? You don't want to fight, and instead of admitting defeat and surrendering, you let your opponent admit defeat and surrender? Is this chick out of her mind? The referee reacted, confused, and slowly turned to Zhao Handong. Zhao Handong saw the referee looking over and couldn't help but scream. What are you looking at me for? What do you think, Raf? The referee sniffed and thought, what's wrong with admitting defeat and surrendering when people are so cute? But on the surface, he still forced himself to resist the urge to laugh, and rushed Lu Xiaoro. Comrade Lieutenant, you've heard it, he doesn't want to. Oh, Lu Xiaoro lowered her head and answered softly, then raised his head, timidly looked at Zhao Handong, red-faced. Is you yourself, who are not willing to admit defeat, and later on I will hit the pain. You are not allowed to scold me, Zhao Handong? Raf? The whole audience? Moments later, ha ha ha, this female soldier is so cute, ha ha ha, you're not allowed to scold me, ha ha ha, no I can't stand it, let me laugh for a while, I say brother, people are so cute, when they get hit and hurt later, you really aren't allowed to scold them, or else we won't even agree to it, ha ha ha. The audience, on the spot, couldn't help but cover their stomachs and laugh, and Lu Xiaoro, even more shy, murmured in a small voice, it is. The other people in the team were hit by my pain, all scolded me for being too heavy, but I can't control the force. Inside the monitoring room, the head of the headquarters was even laughing. Rushing Wang, he said, Army Commander Wang, this female soldier of yours, interesting, ah ha ha ha. The other syndicate bigwigs are also laughing. Wang He also can only be embarrassed to compensate for the smile. Zhao Handong heard Lu Xiaoro's words, but he couldn't laugh, just the muscles on his face, pumped and pumped. The referee smiled and enlightened. Comrade Lieutenant, do it, I promise. If you beat him, he won't dare to curse you. Otherwise, we referees won't agree, and neither will the entire crowd. When Lu Xiaoro heard this, she nodded slightly and answered, oh. After adjusting for a moment, Lu Xiaoro took a deep breath and violently raised her head. A hint of determination flashing in her eyes, she suddenly moved, with amazing speed, like a black lightning bolt, and stomped her foot out at Zhao Handong. Zhao Handong originally had a face full of concern, and when he saw Lu Xiaoro attacking, he casually stretched out his arm to block his chest, thinking in his heart, a soft girl, how powerful can she be? The words were still on his lips, come, let me see how capable you are. Don't let me down too much if you dare to make me admit defeat and surrender. However, in the next second, when Lu Xiaoro's tiny feet hit his arms that were blocking his chest, he felt that a huge force instantly traveled from his arms to his limbs. It was like being hit hard by an elephant. Then, like a kite with broken strings, the whole person was stomped out by Lu Xiaoro's kick, traced an arc in the air, and smashed heavily on the ground. There was even blood coming out of the corners of his mouth. The scene instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open, their mouths were open, and shock was written all over their faces, as if time had frozen. Here it comes. Here it comes. Chapter 40, Reversal. The amazing strength of a soft female soldier. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone was shocked by the spectacle of Lu Xiaoro kicking Zhao Handong. It's like being under a stasis spell, not daring to utter a single breath. In the monitoring room, the head of the headquarters and the bigwigs of the various group armies were originally still laughing because of Lu Xiaoro's soft and adorable appearance. But now the smile directly froze on their faces, and their eyes stared like bronze bells. The headquarter chief's mouth opened wide and stuttered. Is this the same little girl who was too shy to make a move just now? This kick is like a tank coming out of the mountain. Li Chonghai, commander of the 7th Group Army, stood up in shock and shouted at the top of his voice, Old Wang, you can hide too well, still saying that you're not here to perform hard kung fu. This kick, it directly overturned all of our perceptions. Wang He laughed so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits, with a smug look on his face. I told you earlier that this girl is not simple. You guys don't believe it, now you believe it. On the side of the fighting test arena, those spectators who had been sneering at Lu Xiaoro before were all frozen in place at the moment as if they had been struck by lightning. A big and burly special forces soldier, with his mouth so wide open that he could stuff down an egg, muttered, what's going on here? Is there a Tyrannosaurus Rex hiding in this small body? He just kicked someone away. Another special forces soldier standing next to him vigorously slapped his shoulder and said, you're still saying that? We both bet that she wouldn't last more than a minute before, but this is great. Her face is all swollen. I was just laughing at people being taken down in 3 seconds, and now I'm getting slapped in the face, and it hurts like hell. The other man's face was red and he wanted to find a crack in the ground. Not far away, 2 female communication soldiers in charge of reception and guidance got together, and one of them excitedly took her companion's hand. Did you see that? That kick of hers? It was fast and hard. It was so cool. I want to be as good as her in the future. My companion nodded vigorously. Yes, I really didn't think that our female soldiers could be so strong. This is simply a great honor for us. Zhao Handong was lying on the ground, his eyes staring at the sky listlessly, his entire body confused, with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. His heart was so stifled. How could he not have imagined that he would actually be ruthlessly cleaned up by a weak-looking female soldier? This is definitely not real. I must be dreaming, he murmured breathlessly. The referee rushes over to Zhao Handong and crouches down to check. He gently touched Zhao Handong's right arm, and Zhao Handong hissed in pain. His features distorted. The referee's face fell as he stood up and shouted, "Dislocated right arm. Where's the hygienist? Quickly, take him to the infirmary." This voice was shouted out, and the scene was instantly like an explosion. What? Dislocated your arm? That kick had to be 1,000 pounds. This Lu Xiaoro, who usually looks soft and weak, didn't expect to have so much power. Let's see. This is a real person. People must not have worked hard in their spare time. A veteran next to him said thoughtfully. This little girl's strength is simply heaven-defying. Zhao Handong lay on the ground, his eyes empty, the sharp pain in his arm and the frustration in his heart making it difficult for him. He gritted his teeth and regretted in his heart. He should have known not to be so gullible. Lu Xiaoro came back to her senses and panicked as she looked at Zhao Handong, who was lying on the ground in pain. She trotted over and carefully helped Zhao Handong up. Her mouth kept chanting, "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I really didn't mean to lay such a heavy hand. I've told you to admit defeat. You just don't listen. Handong Zhao, big sister, if I had known you were so strong, I would have admitted defeat long ago. Why did you lose an arm? Besides, who the hell would have thought that you, a weak little woman, could have such strength? No one would believe this, right?" Zhao Handong was supported by her. His face was a shade of green and white. He was in pain and shame, and he couldn't say a word. His right arm hung limply, and every movement was a sharp pain. The entire audience looked at Lu Xiaoro's appearance and their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. The contrast was also too big. One second it was a domineering fighting master. The next second it became a pathetic little sheep. This girl, what the hell is going on? This strength and character are simply two extremes. It's too puzzling. Ha ha ha. I'm kind of looking forward to the opponents behind her now. Let's see if the other opponents still dare to underestimate her. I suspect that when word of this gets out behind the scenes, the whole army of participants in the fights will have to tighten a string. Ha ha ha. After Zhao Handong was taken away, the referee then loudly announced, "This round of fighting confrontation, 31st Army, Skywolf Special Force Lu Xiaoro wins." After that, the referee smiled and rushed Lu Xiaoro. "Comrade Lieutenant, you have half an hour of rest on your side. You have another match in half an hour. The opponent is from the 3rd Army. It's still the same test center, so make sure you're here 5 minutes early to report." Lu Xiaoro nodded politely. "Okay, Chief." Ref. Lu Xiaoro had a red face and walked down the martial arts arena with her head slightly lowered, not even daring to look at its audience. But the audience, at that moment, was spontaneously giving her a warm round of applause. At this moment, almost all of the male audience in the scene recognized the phrase, "Women are not a good thing." Lin Chuan and Zhu Hanlin had long been waiting at the stage, and Zhu Hanlin rushed over excitedly like a little fan. "Xiao Rou, you're too good. That kick just now directly conquered the entire arena." Lu Xiaoro drooped her head, like a child who made a mistake. "Am I too ruthless?" He dislocated his arm. "Will he be crippled? I really didn't mean it." Lin Chuan smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, it's a competition. He'll be fine. You did exceptionally well. Keep it up. With your strength, taking first place in fighting is not a problem. When the time comes, I'll buy you durians for a week straight." Hearing that there were durians to eat, the little girl had a face that instantly became excited like a little child. "Really? Thank you, Captain. I'm sure I'll put up a fight." The surrounding audience sniffed and looked at each other. "A few durians and you're so happy? Also, what do you mean by desperate? Did you say you didn't use your full strength just now? So what would it be like to fight for your life back there? To use your full strength?" Thinking about this, everyone felt a chill run down their backs. However, it was also Lu Xiaoro's words that made the audience present unwilling to leave. All of them wanted to take another look and wait for Lu Xiaoro's next fighting bout. Is it also like just now, just crushing the opponent? This fighting match is from morning to night. With one-on-one matchups, the field is naturally larger. It took 3 days and was barely able to finish the competition, but that's fair to all. If you meet a flagging opponent, it uses up more energy or leads to injury, then you have only your own bad luck to blame. The news that Lu Xiaoro had kicked Zhao Handong away quickly spread throughout the entire examination grounds like it had wings.
Many soldiers who were originally in other assessment areas rushed to watch when they heard about such a powerful female soldier. For a time, the surroundings of the fighting test arena were surrounded by 3 layers of water. There was a lot of chatter in the crowd. A burly soldier clasped his hands on his chest and said with a disdainful face, "Humph, I think that Zhao Handong was just careless. This little female soldier is just a bit stronger, but when it comes to fighting skills, how strong can she be? Which one of us who can advance to the next round doesn't have some real skills?" A tall skinny guy next to him quickly nodded his head in agreement. "That's right, she won't be so lucky if she meets someone who knows how to do it in the next game." However, as soon as these words were uttered, there was an immediate rebuttal. A veteran frowned and said seriously, "You can't say that. You guys didn't see the speed and power of that kick. Can it be done without hard work behind it? You can't do it with strength alone." "Yes," another soldier picked up the conversation. "The fact that people can stand on this examination field means that they have real skills, so don't underestimate them." At this moment, in the monitoring room on the island, the gazes of the head of the headquarters and the bigwigs of the group armies were still locked onto Lu Xiaoro's screen. Li Changhai, commander of the 7th Group Army, stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "This little female soldier's next match will be something to watch. Let's see if she can keep up this stunning performance." The 15th Group's chief of staff smiled and picked up. "Regardless of the outcome, she's already opened our eyes. I'd like to see how long the next opponent can hold out." The head of the headquarters nodded slightly, his eyes full of anticipation. "Yes, let's see what other surprises await us from the female soldiers of the Skywolf unit." Half an hour of rest time passed by in a flash, but the audience on the scene was getting bigger and bigger, and the original examination venue could no longer accommodate so many people at all. The referee had no choice but to change the test venue to a test site that was further to the side and had a better view. Lu Xiaoro looked at the surrounding crowds, her small face reddened, and she became even more nervous. Lin Xuan could see her nervousness and comforted her with a light smile. "Xiao Rou, don't be nervous. Just treat this as your usual training. Relax and follow your own pace. Don't forget, you're durian." Hearing the word durian, Lu Xiaoro raised her head and nodded heavily. "For the sake of durian, fight to the death." Lin Xuan, Hanlin Zhu, surrounding audience. People go to the ring to compete in martial arts to get a ranking, to get war credit. You're good. For durian? On the other side, Lu Xiaoro's opponent, Zhang Yu from the 3rd Army, was standing on the side of the field with a grave expression. Having witnessed Lu Xiaoro's brilliant performance in the last match, he knew in his heart that this seemingly weak female soldier was by no means easy to deal with, and did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He took a deep breath and moved his muscles, secretly cheering himself up. "Definitely don't take this lightly. You must go all out." Once the time arrived, the referee stepped forward and loudly announced, "For this fighting contest, the red side contestant, Lu Xiaoro from the 31st Army's Tian Wolf Triamphibious Special Forces, the blue side contestant, Zhang Yu from the 3rd Army's Cheetah Special Forces. There's one more chapter between 12:30 and 1 o'clock or so, asking for a wave of gifts and good reviews and rewards." Chapter 41, Morning Test Results announced, 8 subjects, 7 firsts, shocking the entire army. The referee finishes and the two walk up. Then, the referee subconsciously looked at Lu Xiaoro, wanting to say something. Lu Xiaoro also looked at the referee with a puzzled face and whispered, "Chief, do you have anything else to explain?" Referee, do you have anything else to say? Lu Xiaoro, am I supposed to have something to say? Ref, audience, what's the situation? The referee hesitated for a moment, but still stretched out his finger, pointed at Zhang Yu, and rushed Lu Xiaoro hesitantly. "Just that line, Once the referee said this, the audience who had seen Lu Xiaowei and Zhao Handong sparring before reacted instantly. Both couldn't help but laugh, and Lu Xiaoro obviously reacted as well. Her small face flushed and she subconsciously looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was jolted and hurriedly waved his hand and shouted, "I will not surrender." Lu Xiaoro sighed slightly. Ref, the entire audience. The entire audience heard Zhang Yu's categorical "I will not surrender." Instantly exploded. This kid has backbone. Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. A burly Special Forces soldier shouted at the top of his voice. Yes, but against Lu Xiaoro, he has enough courage to be able to hold up. The last Zhao Handong is not a warning. The people next to him chimed in, with smiles on their faces as they watched the fun. Maybe he has some trick up his sleeve. Otherwise how would he dare to be so tough? Someone in the crowd speculated. Why don't you just admit defeat and save yourself another broken hand later? Zhang Yu was also embarrassed at this moment. Quiet. The referee forced a laugh and shouted. When the scene quieted down, the referee then looked at the two men and said, "Both, since they don't surrender, it's time to start." As the referee's whistle blows, the match begins. Zhang Yu was not as careless as Zhao Hanong before him, and any thoughts of ladies first had long been thrown out of his mind. He flicked his feet, like an agile cheetah, instantly bulldozing up. A straight punch with a whistling wind sound, pushing Lu Xiaorou's face. The punch was extremely fast, with a flashy stance and even some punch shadows. A hint of calmness flashed in Lu Xiaorou's eyes, and she advanced instead of retreating. Her figure flickered like a ghost, avoiding Zhang Yu's powerful strike. Immediately after, she tapped the ground with her toes, and her entire body rushed towards Zhang Yu like an arrow off the string. Her moves were not the least bit fancy, and every move was a special forces killing move, a deadly move, only to see her sidestepping. Her elbow blasted at Zhang Yu's chest like an iron cannon. If this was hit, a few ribs would have to be broken. Zhang Yu's face changed drastically as he hurriedly sidestepped while raising his arm to block. However, Lu Xiaorou's attacks came like a raging storm, not giving anyone a chance to catch their breath. She followed up with another sweeping kick, aiming for Zhang Yu's lower body. Zhang Yu's reaction was not slow as he leapt backward to avoid the kick. However, Lu Xiaorou did not pause for a moment as she quickly adjusted her stance and rushed towards Zhang Yu once again. In those few short seconds, the two had exchanged several moves. Zhang Yu's fighting skills were truly exquisite. His moves were magnificent, and every parry and counterattack was filled with a sense of power. But Lu Xiaorou's killing moves were even more chilling to him. Each move looked like it had been honed from the battlefield of life and death, carrying an aura that made people tremble. Only less than 10 seconds had passed. Lu Xiaorou saw a break in Zhang Yu's defense. She rushed up with an arrow step, her left hand probed out like lightning, and grabbed Zhang Yu's throat in reverse. Lin Chuan, who was off stage, saw this scene and turned pale with fright as he hurriedly shouted, "Xiaorou, stop it!" After shouting, he added sharply, "This is a competition between comrades, not a battlefield killing." The referee instantly blackened his face and shouted at Lin Chuan, "Spectators should not interfere with the match." Lin Chuan grunted, "If I hadn't spoken, the knot in Zhang Yu's throat would have been broken by now." The whole room was in an uproar at those words. Lu Xiaorou then reacted. She hurriedly let go of her hand and took a few steps back, her face filled with panic and guilt. I'm sorry. When I fight, I just remember fighting for my life. I remembering the durian that the captain promised me, forgetting to control my moves, and forgetting that you're a troop comrade. I didn't mean it." The entire audience. "Big sister, this is a competition. It's okay for you to fight to the death, but in your head, why are you thinking about durians? You're going to kill your army comrades for a durian." "Ha?" Zhang Yu sat paralyzed on the ground, stunned and gasping for air. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. In that moment just now, he truly felt the threat of death. Inside the monitoring room, the head of the headquarters and the bigwigs of the group armies were stunned speechless by this scene. This Lu Xiaorou's strength is simply terrifying. 7th Group Army Commander Li Chanhai couldn't help but marvel. Yes, if this was on the battlefield, Zhang Yu would have been accounted for. The 15th Army Group's Chief of Staff followed suit and sighed. "This girl, she is ridiculously strong. It's this brain, it's still really lacking." The headquarter chief laughed and shook his head, but his face was full of admiration. The entire audience was also talking. "This Lu Xiaorou, she's too fierce, isn't she? Zhang Yu isn't an opponent at all. Yeah, the gap is too big." It's lucky Lin Chuan shouted in time, or else something really bad would have happened. "This woman, her strength is terrifyingly strong. Who would dare to underestimate her in the future?" Zhang Yu sat on the ground and slowed down for a while before standing up. He looked at Lu Xiaorou, his voice still trembling a little. I concede." His voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in this quiet examination ground. Upon hearing Zhang Yu admit defeat, the entire audience was first stunned before a heated discussion erupted. Alas, it can't be helped. The difference in strength is too obvious. Yes, this Lu Xiaorou is simply a female god of war. It seems that in the future, if you participate in fighting competitions and run into the Skywolf forces, you'll have to weigh your strength. The various bigwigs in the monitoring room nodded in understanding. After all, anyone could see that Lu Xiaorou was too much stronger than Zhang Yu, and when this girl gets into a fight, she really doesn't care. If Lin Chuan hadn't stopped it just now, there might have been some real consequences. Army Commander Wang, the head of the headquarters, turned his head and called out at Wang He. "Here." Wang He hurriedly responded. The head of the headquarters said with a serious face, "Hurry up and emphasize to your Skywolf soldiers that this is a competition, not a war. Do not cause any deaths." Wang He nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, yes." The head of the headquarters looked at the time and realized that it was already 12 o'clock noon, and asked the officer in charge of statistics, "How many of the morning subjects are out of the final results?" The statistician stood up and responded, "Report. There are already 8 subjects out with final results."
Head of HQ, what's the score on the serious side? Statistician, in 7 of these 8 subjects, Sirius took first place, and in 5 of them, the top 3 places were all wrapped up, and 1 wrapped up the top 2 places. There was another subject that was taken second and third. When the head of the headquarters and the bigwigs of the group armies heard the statistician's report on the Skywolf's achievements, they fell into a breathless silence. Everyone's eyes were wide and their mouths slightly open. How is this possible? This strength, it's beyond imagination. The 15th Army Group's Chief of Staff also stood up, his face filled with awe as he shook his head and said, "Before, I only heard that the Skywolf troop's strength was extraordinary, but I didn't expect that it had already gotten so strong as this. This is nothing short of a Special Forces miracle." The other bigwigs of the group army also exchanged words and murmured, "That's an achievement that's going to leave all the other troops in the dust. This is the rhythm of the Skywolf Force to dominate the entire Special Forces of the army. It seems that in the future, we really need to use the Skywolf Force as a benchmark and study their training methods." Old Wang, you've made us old things lose face. What a way to not even get a mouthful of soup. Let's hope that in the later subjects, this Sky Wolf isn't that perverted. Still don't hold out hope. So many subjects in the morning can be wrapped up. Behind, the probability will not have much variation. Be mentally prepared. When Wang He heard the words of the crowd, he kept comforting them on the surface, but inwardly, he had long been happy. The head of the headquarters even directly took Wang He's hand and praised him repeatedly. Half an hour later, and a large wall outside the camp was densely packed during the midday break. The final scores of the finished subjects were announced on the wall, and when the various special forces of the entire army saw the dazzling scores of the Sky Wolf, the scene instantly exploded. Is this still something people can do? The Sky Wolf troop is openly hung. A special forces soldier from the 12th Group Army said with wide eyes and a face full of incredulity. Before, they were mocking them for having fewer people, but now their faces have been slapped. People have proven with their strength that numbers are not a problem at all. The other Special Forces soldier was filled with shame and lowered his head in remorse. This achievement, I don't think we'll be able to catch up even if we practice for another 10 years. A special soldier from the 5th Group Army smiled bitterly, his tone filled with helplessness and envy. Yeah, I was originally thinking of emerging in the examination, but now it seems that it would be good to keep up with the tail lights of the Skywolf Force. Inside the Skywolf camp, Wang He's mouth was grinning up to his ears, and his face was beaming with an incomparable smile of pride. He looked at Lin Xuan and the Skywolf crowd and praised them loudly. You guys are fantastic. Simply the pride of our 31st Army. In this examination, you have shown the entire army the strength of the Sky Wolves. When the Skywolf crowd heard this, each one of them was also extremely happy. Suddenly, he remembered the instructions of the headquarter chief, and with a straight face, he said seriously, however, the headquarter chief specially explained that this is a competition, not a war, and it is important not to cause any deaths. Everyone must keep that in mind. When the crowd heard this, they all looked at Lu Xiaoro before bursting into a fit of laughter. Lu Xiaoro's face instantly turned red. She lowered her head and muttered in a small voice, I didn't do it on purpose either. That shy look was something to behold. The laughter subsided and it was Lin Xuan's turn to speak. The crowd was full of anticipation, thinking that they would be able to receive Lin Xuan's compliments. After all, they had achieved such excellent results. However, Lin Xuan's face was extremely serious. His gaze was like a torch as he swept over the crowd and gave a loud order. The 17 members who didn't get the first place in those 8 subjects, step out. The crowd was stunned, and the smiles on their faces instantly disappeared, replaced by a look of shock. Those 17 members were filled with doubt and uneasiness as they slowly walked out of the queue. Lin Xuan looked at them and said in an icy tone, Go outside the camp and prostrate yourselves in a low position around the beach for an hour, and reflect on why the others were able to take first place and you couldn't. Wang He was stunned and quickly opened his mouth to plead for them. Xiao Lin everyone has worked very hard and has achieved very good results. Lin Xuan, however, was unmoved and said seriously, Army Commander, if this is a battlefield, them taking second or third place means they've already been taken out by the enemy. If you want to survive in the battlefield, then you have to maintain the sense of having to finish off the enemy at every turn for a long time, or else, you'll be taken out by the enemy. Wang He opened his mouth and wanted to say something else, but looking at Lin Xuan's eyes, he eventually swallowed his words. Outside the camp, many members of other troops who were paying attention to the Skywolf camp were puzzled to see the Skywolf members prostrate themselves in a low position on the beach. What's going on with the Skywolf force? It's still training in the middle of the day. It's too desperate. This is the source of the strength of the Skywolf force, isn't it? People don't relax their training at all times. No wonder they're so powerful. However, when they heard that the group was being punished with drills because they didn't get first place, they were instantly stunned. second and third are penalized? Wouldn't they, then, who don't even get a chance to play, or who can't even finish in the top 3, be pulled out and shot? What? You have to be punished for not getting first place? This Skywolf Force's requirements are too strict. If our troops were like that, I don't think many of them would be able to carry it off. The standards of this Skywolf Force are simply ridiculously high. However, it's no wonder they can be so strong. The various Special Forces bosses were also overwhelmed with emotion when they heard the movements on the Skywolf side. It's no coincidence that the Skywolf troops have gotten to where they are today. This strict requirement and training is something we should learn from. It seems that the gap between us and the Skywolf Force is not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of philosophy and requirements. This chapter is 4,000 words. The climax continues. Ask for a wave of gift rewards and 5-star reviews. Tomorrow. It may not update until the afternoon or evening. Chapter 42, Strategic Sniping. Shocking start. Lin Chuan is back on the field. In the afternoon, Lin Chuan, on his side, also had subjects. Not that he chose to participate. Of course. Instead, they were drawn by the referee team. Because of the large number of subjects, inside the Sky Wolves, more than 2/3 of the members were directly drawn to participate in 2 subjects. And the second subject Lin Chuan was drawn for was strategic sniper shooting. Inside a conventional unit, there will basically be no strategic snipers, only regular snipers. But within Special Forces, if it's a Special Operations Commando unit, they usually only train strategic snipers. But in logistics or support units, regular snipers, too, are essential. The biggest difference between a strategic sniper and an ordinary sniper is the difference in the nature of the mission and its capabilities. The regular sniper is primarily responsible for tactical missions, such as supporting infantry, eliminating key targets, and reconnaissance, and usually functions in company or battalion level operations with a relatively limited mission area. Training focuses on shooting accuracy, concealment and tactical coordination. Those that are equipped, however, are standard sniper rifles and conventional equipment such as 7.62mm or 12.7mm caliber rifles. Strategic snipers, on the other hand, perform strategic missions, such as assassination of enemy executives, sabotage of key installations, intelligence gathering, etc. The missions have a wider scope of influence and often involve strategic targets. In terms of training, in addition to basic sniper skills, advanced reconnaissance, intelligence analysis, infiltration and other skills need to be mastered, and training is more rigorous and comprehensive. In terms of equipment, it is equipped with more advanced weapons and gear, such as high-precision sniper rifles, night vision devices, laser rangefinders, etc., and may also carry communications and intelligence equipment. Since it was now a Special Forces competition test, it was natural that the strategic sniper was the main focus. They say that sharpshooters are fed with bullets. The reference, however, is only to gunmen of a general nature. At best, the sharpshooters everyone talks about. Talent is the most important thing when it comes to achieving elite-level marksmanship. The next step is to train day by day. Therefore, even when Lin Chuan utilized his penetrating eye skill, the batch that he picked out were all highly gifted and high-potential talents. In the end, the testing and long training only resulted in just 3 people standing out as having the potential to be strategic snipers. Of course, it's not that the others can't. It's just that their talent isn't strong enough for the bottle top to be there. There are still some gaps in trying to accomplish high-level strategic target sniping on future battlefields. On the Skywolf side, besides Lin Chuan, he had also arranged for Tang Lin and Chen Zhao to attend together. Inside the monitoring room, the head of the headquarters was holding a list about the list of participants in the examination on the side of the Skywolves. Oh, your chief instructor, Lin Chuan, has another subject this afternoon. The head of the headquarters looked at Wang He. This Lin Chuan, judging from the morning's 3-shot comprehensive shooting, his strength far exceeds that of the other troops. Before Wang He could say anything, the other military bigwigs couldn't help but spit out. I say, old Wang, you Skywolves are almost ready. It's okay if the soldiers below are good. There's no excuse for letting them participate. But the chief instructor's breakneck crushing strength, and you're still letting him on the field. You're really planning to shave us old things and not give us a chance at all, aren't you? That's not true. Killing is only a nodding of the head. So at least leave us some clothes to cover up. No, Wang He said with an innocent face. We can't do anything about it. Who let us Skywolves have a small number of people? The chief instructor doesn't go on. There aren't enough people? Besides, Lin Chuan was drawn to participate by the referee team. It's not like he volunteered to go up there himself. The head of the headquarters had a stern face, coldly scanning the group of group army bigwigs, his voice low but loud. You guys, don't always look like frosted eggplants, staring at the Skywolf Force's achievements and sighing. The ultimate purpose of this test is to let everyone see the gaps, learn from the experience, and improve the level of special operations across the army. For the Sky Wolves to be where they are today, that's because they practiced for real. You guys need to reflect on your own troops' training methods and philosophies instead of complaining here. The assessment, without showing the real level of each unit. How to judge the gap. How to judge the standard of special forces. Does it mean that you guys are happy that the Skywolf side is all purposely hiding? When the bigwigs heard this, they all lowered their heads slightly and were filled with shame. Indeed, the purpose of the assessment is to bring people together to look at achievements and gaps. Taking scripture. But even though they were saying that, everyone was feeling empty at heart when they saw the gap between their troops and the Skywolves. We all crossed the river by touching the stones, and before the selection, the average, comprehensive strength of the soldiers of each army, the gap is not big. How come the gap is so big again after the selection? This Skywolf special forces, how come every one of them is just like they've been turned on? In the afternoon, the large wall outside the camp, where the subjects and lists of participants were announced, was again filled with a dense crowd. Soldiers from all units were scrutinizing them, picking out subjects that interested them to watch. The crowd instantly exploded when they saw Lin Xuan's name on the entry list for strategic sniper shooting. Isn't this Lin Xuan, the chief instructor of the Skywolf unit? His performance in the 3-shot comprehensive shooting this morning was simply divine. And this strategic sniping? Surely it can't be any worse. Yes, just based on that strength of his in the morning. This strategic sniper examination. I have to watch it. Maybe I can learn a lot of things. In the crowd, a small soldier anxiously jumped up and tried to cross over to the people in front of him so that he could get a clearer look at the list. Mumbling, it's really Lin Xuan, so I can finally see what he can do with my own eyes. There were a few veterans standing on the sidelines, exchanging words, and one of them stroked his chin and slowly said, "This Lin Xuan, that handful of shots in the morning." But it shocked everyone. I don't know what kind of surprises will be brought to us this time with the strategic sniping. Another veteran nodded slightly, his gaze full of praise. The Skywolf troops he brought out are so powerful. His own strength must be even more unfathomable. This examination, it's something to see. For a while, many soldiers flocked towards the strategic sniping test site, all wanting to witness Lin Xuan's wonderful performance in this test. Lin Xuan, Tang Lin, and Chen Zhao arrived at the sniping test site. It was only that the site was extremely vast, with one side adjacent to the sea, and the waves lapping against the shore with a roar. On the other side is a large, flat clearing, and beyond that a dense mountain forest, a complex terrain that creates excellent conditions for a wide range of long-range shooting. By this time, several hundred participants had long been ready in the venue. When they saw Lin Xuan walk into the venue, the originally relaxed atmosphere instantly became tense. Many of the players' faces became grave, their eyes revealing great pressure. How come Lin Xuan is also participating in this subject? This is hanging by a thread. His performance this morning was amazing. I don't think we have much hope this time. A 12th group army player was filled with frustration, muttering in a low voice, his shoulders drooping. But there are some players who don't see it that way. Sniping and other firearms shooting is not the same, relying on accurate judgment and unique talent. Even if Lin Xuan is great in the sniping piece, I'm not sure I'll lose to him. The audience at the scene was even more talkative and emotional when they saw Lin Xuan. Wow, that's Lin Xuan. The real person is even more handsome than the rumors. I'm really looking forward to his performance in this test. A young female soldier in charge of communication work and statistics was flushed with red, her eyes glittering with admiration, her hands unconsciously covering her cheeks. He's the soul of the Skywolf unit. That achievement in the morning was simply out of reach. This strategic sniping, it's sure to be another great show, a veteran exclaimed, admiration written all over his face. I bet this subject, it's going to be another Skywolf all-around top 3. That's not necessarily true. Sniper shooting, unlike other subjects, is about talent. The other armies also have super talented snipers, and they may not be worse than the Tian Wolf. I'm afraid you'll be waiting in a hurry, so I'll update the 2,000 plus words first. One more chapter before 11 p.m. plus more today. Requesting a wave of 5-star reviews and rewards. Thank you all. Chapter 43, Lin Xuan comes on. Stuns the entire audience with a half-second shot. Next, a few words on the rules of the test. The main referee swept his gaze over the group of test specialists. In the afternoon and evening, we'll start with 3 rounds of elimination, the last 25 remaining. The finals will take place tomorrow. Round 1. It's 800 meters of fixed head target and wobbly head target shooting. 5 rounds per target. Full 100 rings. Requirements: 1 minute to shoot. Top 100. Advance to the next round. If the rings are the same, it's all about the length of the shot, and the one with the shorter time wins. Did you hear everything? Understood, the crowd answered loudly. Good. Now start grouping. 30 people per group. Lin Chuan was placed in the penultimate 9th group. Tang Lin and Chen Jiao are both in group 8. On the assessment field, the staff issued Type 79 semi-automatic sniper rifles to the first 2 groups of competitors. This Type 79 semi-automatic sniper rifle, born in the late 1970s, was modeled after the semi-automatic sniper rifle of the Woolly Bear Nation, adopting the gas-guided automatic principle. The semi-automatic firing method, using 7.62 by 54 mm are ammunition. The effective range can reach 800 meters. Because of its simple structure, reliable action and better accuracy, it has become the right partner of many snipers. The assessment began with the first group of players quickly getting into the swing of things. They slumped into their firing positions, eyes focused on their targets through the sights. Most of the players showed exceptional strength, with many shooting 80 rings or more. A few of them were even stronger, directly hitting a full ring score, causing the surrounding audience to let out a burst of amazement. With a distance of 800 meters, hitting the head target would have required ultra-high precision and accurate calculation of wind speed, distance and other factors, and having to deal with a target that swings from side to side at the same time, the difficulty skyrockets. This not only requires snipers to have a stable psychological quality, but also requires a precise grasp of the timing of the shot. The slightest deviation, you may lose touch with the high score. After the 7th set was played, the scores were quickly tallied. The current ranking for the 100th place is 89 rings, which means that in order to squeeze into the top 100, you have to exceed that number of rings, and the competition is fierce. It was finally Tang Lin and Chen Jiao's turn to take the stage. As members of the serious force, they attracted the attention of many spectators as soon as they appeared. Isn't this someone from the Skywolf troupe? The performance of the Sky Wolves in the morning was amazing. I wonder how strong these two are. A burly soldier said with a face full of anticipation. Yeah, Skywolf's strength is obvious to everyone. Their people are definitely not simple. Maybe another full ring. A tall and thin man next to him agreed. In the monitoring room on the island, the head of the headquarters and the bigwigs of the group armies also focused their eyes on Tang Lin and Chen Jiao. These two Skywolf soldiers, they look composed. I wonder what the sniping level is like. The serious force always surprises us, and I don't think these two are any worse. The strength of those who can make old Wang arrange for them to go up will definitely not be bad. Wang He, who was on one side, smiled only heatedly and said modestly, average. It's really average. Oh. Tang Lin and Chen Jiao took a deep breath and lay down on their shooting positions, adjusting their breathing and sights. With a command from the referee, the two men quickly began to shoot. Bullets whizzed out, hitting their targets with precision. In the end, both men hit full ring scores. However, in terms of duration, they are slightly longer than the current number 1 and number 2 ranked players. Hearing this result, Lin Chuan frowned slightly. The two of them stood up with a slightly nervous and frustrated look on their faces, their eyes dodging, neither of them daring to look at Lin Chuan. The surrounding spectators were talking when they saw that they were not happy despite hitting such a full ring score. That's a full ring and you're still not happy? That's too much to ask. I guess it's because of the length of time. The Skywolf force has always had high standards. They must not be happy with themselves. A veteran analyzed. If I could hit a score like that, I could be so excited I couldn't sleep for 3 days. So you'll never be a strategic sniper. Ha ha ha. When it was Lin Chuan's turn to take the stage, the room instantly quieted down and all eyes were focused on him. Lin Chuan walked calmly to the shooting position and picked up the Type 79 semi-automatic sniper rifle, the familiar movement as if the gun was part of his body, while the others were still nervously aiming, trying to find the best time to shoot. Lin Chuan had already started shooting. He was shooting so fast that it was almost like he was firing a shot in half a second, moving in a single motion without the slightest pause. This is too fast. Doesn't he have to aim? A spectator couldn't help but exclaim in shock, disbelief written all over his face. With such a fast speed, it would be good if the bullets could hit the target, let alone hit it accurately. I don't believe he can have a good score. Another spectator bristled, his face full of skepticism. That's right, this isn't hitting a moving target. What's the use of pursuing speed? Steady aim is the key. Someone beside him nodded in agreement. I think he's just showing off. When the results come out, he'll have a good time. A player muttered in a low voice, his tone filled with jealousy. You guys really shouldn't question it. In the morning, people were shooting a 3-shot combination, and they were fast, and their scores were blowing up. How could someone who can shoot like that mess up? I also think he can shoot well. Maybe it's just a piece of cake for people to shoot at this distance. Inside the monitoring room, the head of the headquarters and the bigwigs of the group armies were also shocked beyond words by Lin Chuan's performance. This Lin Chuan, every time he can refresh our knowledge. This shooting speed, it's horrible. Li Chonghai, The 7th Group Army commander, stood up violently, his face full of shock. Yeah, can you really guarantee accuracy when you shoot that fast? I kind of can't believe it.
The 15th Army Group's Chief of Staff frowned, his eyes filled with doubt.
It was even Wang He who was a bit worried. This kid, can't he just play it safe? Tang Lin and Chen Jiao, they're not number 1. Even though it's only the first round of elimination advancement, we can't be so careless. And when the 10 shots were done, the fastest of the others in the same group had only made 3 shots.
Lin Xuan stood up and calmly looked around as if the shocking scene just now was not his doing.
Tang Lin and Chen Jiao glanced at each other, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of their mouths.
They absolutely trusted Lin Xuan's strength. This shooting speed was just normal for Lin Xuan.
He could even speed it up again if he could.
No one understood the perversity of Lin Xuan's shooting strength better than they did.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Over 8,000 words of updates today. Asking for a wave of gift rewards big guys. Chapter 44, My Day. Again? It's not going to be another full ring, is it? The head referee took the score sheet, looked grave, his voice trembling slightly, and announced to the room. Group 9 results. Target position number 1, 28th Armies. Target position number 2, target position 27, 31st Army Lin Xuan. Full ring, time 5 seconds.
This achievement was like a heavy bomb that instantly exploded in the room. Everyone was frozen on the spot, as if they had been cast under a stasis spell, with shock and disbelief written all over their faces.
5 seconds? How is this possible? Is this still something a person can do?
A big and burly Special Forces soldier shouted at the top of his voice.
Previously, this person was full of disdain, saying that Lin Xuan couldn't possibly play well. At this moment,
his face turned red, as if he had been slapped hard a few times. The best full ring scores in front of him took 37 seconds, and he only took 5 seconds.
This is simply heaven-defying.
The other Special Forces soldier was filled with shock. His voice was somewhat toned.
Earlier he had echoed the questioning, but now,
he could only keep shaking his head and muttering,
"It's me who is short-sighted. This is the real expert."
I said before that he was showing off and that he'd have a good time when the results came out, and now his face has been slapped.
1. The audience mingled and murmured, and the scene was a mess. Inside the monitoring room,
the head of the headquarters and the bigwigs of the group armies were also stunned by this achievement.
This Lin Xuan is simply born to create miracles. The head of headquarters couldn't help but marvel, his eyes glittering with excitement. Yes, such an achievement is simply out of reach. No wonder you can train the soldiers below so brilliantly. It seems that the gap between us and the Sky Wolf Force is even greater than imagined. The 15th Army Group's Chief of Staff shook his head with a bitter smile. 10 minutes later, the first round was all over. The chief referee once again walked up to the high platform, holding the list of advancement personnel in his hand, and loudly announced, "This strategic sniper shooting first round advancement personnel list. First place, Lin Xuan. Second place, Tang Lin and Chen Jiao. Finished 4th and 6th, respectively. Of course, this is not the final ranking. And, with this score, there are no points to speak of. It's just a simple advancement tournament. The final tiebreaker will still be tomorrow's final." The faces of those who didn't advance were filled with frustration and loss. The players who had advanced, looking at Lin Xuan and the others' results, felt a tremendous pressure, and they knew deep down that it would be as hard as hell to stand out in the later matches. The next round of assessment, 100 into 50. The assessment method is sport sniping. The voice of the main referee sounded again. Within 1 minute, run through 400 meters, quickly enter the sniper position, and shoot at the human head shaking target at 800 meters, requiring that the shooting be completed within 10 seconds. If the number of rings is the same, refer to the length of the shooting time to determine the winner. As soon as this assessment method was announced, the entire audience exploded. This is too hard, right? 1 minute to run through 400 meters, and also quickly enter the sniper state and finish shooting within 10 seconds. Who can do this? A spectator said with a face full of shock. Yes, not only do you have to be fast, but you also have to quickly adjust your state after a strenuous exercise to ensure shooting accuracy, which is a great test for both the physical and psychological qualities of the contestants. If that's strategic sniping, then I guess I can't do it even after practicing for 10 years. At this point, an experienced scouting veteran stepped forward and explained, "Actually, this mode of assessment is mainly to cater to real battles. On a real battlefield, snipers rarely have the opportunity to be able to shoot from a fixed position and without interference. It is often necessary to quickly find a suitable sniping spot after moving quickly and to complete the shooting task in a short period of time. Snipers are required to have this ability when encountering emergency support for teammates, or when they need to quickly shift their sniping position to avoid enemy detection. So this test, as hard as it looks, is actually necessary.
The crowd listened and nodded in agreement.
The head referee went on to announce the groupings, 5 in each group. Immediately,
the names of the members of each group were read out.
Lin Chuan is in the 18th group. Tang Lin and Chen Jiao are in the 17th group.
The test began with the first group of runners stepping onto the track. They gritted their teeth and ran hard, and after running 400 meters, they panted and lay down on the sniper position,
trying to adjust their breathing and aiming to shoot at the target. Some competitors' hands kept trembling because of excessive physical exertion,
resulting in the shooting accuracy being greatly affected. Some competitors barely finished their shots, but their scores were not good. There's no way to run 400 meters in 1 minute,
averaging 15 seconds for 100 meters.
That's a speed that only the more physically fit pointers can run. Not many people can manage to run 400 meters while maintaining the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Often running 200 meters is exhausting. And the reason for such an assessment is, as the scout veteran said earlier, that strategic snipers, when conducting sniping missions, are expected to make runs from time to time.
It may even take 100 kilometers of penetration behind enemy lines before the target is quickly eliminated. Therefore, the strategic sniper not only requires very impressive marksmanship, physical fitness requirements is also extremely important.
It was Tang Lin's and Chen Jiao's turn to take the stage, and the two of them rushed out like arrows off the string with determined gazes. This time, they were significantly faster than in the previous round and were like a whirlwind on the 400-meter track.
After arriving at the sniper position,
quickly adjust your state and raise your rifle to fire. The two men moved smoothly and naturally,
and in the end,
one finished in second place and one in third.
The entire audience applauded their performance,
marveling at the strength of the Skywolf force.
Finally, it was Lin Chuan's turn to take the stage. The eyes of the entire room instantly focused on him,
and the scene was so quiet that it was as if you could hear a pin drop.
Lin Chuan took a deep breath and rushed out like a cheetah.
He was incredibly fast,
maintaining almost 11 seconds per lap, drawing gasps from the crowd. Is he out of his mind?
The referee asked for 1 minute to finish, but he desperately sprinted and finished 400 meters in 50 seconds,
which is completely unnecessary.
The rings are the same in the back. The statistic is the time spent shooting in those 10 seconds.
It's not like the time spent sprinting 400 meters,
a spectator said with a puzzled face.
In their opinion,
Lin Chuan's sprinting so quickly would surely bring consequences.
For example, shortness of breath, a thunderous heartbeat,
and a slight trembling of the body due to intense movement.
This is all a big no-no when shooting.
But it only took him a very short time to quickly adjust his state, as if the strenuous exercise just now had not affected him in the slightest. When it came to the shooting phase, Lin Chuan still picked up his gun and shot quickly, shooting at the same speed as the first round before him,
almost shooting a shot in half a second. My day. Again? Not another full ring? There's no telling. Just look at the first round in front of us.
This guy's marksmanship just isn't comparable to the other contestants. Look at his shooting speed. The other players can't even compare.
Yeah, if you really hit a full ring,
it's a descending blow to the other players.
It's awesome.
Chapter 45, the first day's results are out.
The Skywolf troop is too perverted. 5,000 words big chapter.
The chief referee's hands trembled slightly as he took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound smoother.
Then he announced loudly to the entire room
the list of those who advanced in the second round of this strategic sniper shooting. First place, Lin Chuan of the 31st Army's Skywolf Special Forces, with a full ring and a shooting time of 3 seconds.
Second place.
Third place,
Tang Lin,
with a 48 ring score and an 8-second shooting time.
Fourth place,
Chen Jiao, with a 47 ring score and a shooting time of 9 seconds.
This result was announced, and the whole arena instantly boiled over. The audience's exclamations and murmurs were intertwined and deafening. This Lin Chuan is simply not human.
Another crushing first place.
With this score, we can't even look at it.
A soldier's face was filled with shock as he shouted at the top of his voice.
Yes, his shooting speed and accuracy completely exceeded our knowledge. The gap, it's like a heavenly rift. The comrades next to him echoed,
their eyes filled with helplessness and envy.
Those contestants were even more desperate. Many people lowered their heads,
frustration written all over their faces. They had thought that they had worked hard enough and their strength wasn't bad, but in front of Lin Chuan, they looked so small.
In the monitoring room of the island,
the head of the headquarters and the bigwigs of the group armies were once again stunned speechless by Lin Chuan's achievements.
This Lin Chuan, every test seems to challenge the limits of humanity. Just how many more surprises can he bring us?
The head of the headquarters couldn't help but sigh.
Li Chonghai, the 7th Group Army's military commander,
stared wide-eyed and said with a face full of shock, I'm kind of convinced, this Tian Wolf force, under Lin Chuan's leadership,
is simply heaven-defying in its strength.
We'll have to study and research their training methods.
The 15th Army Group's Chief of Staff nodded along. Yeah, before, I was still lucky. thinking that I could compete with the Skywolf force in certain subjects, but now it seems that the gap is too big. The chief referee waited for the scene to quiet down a bit, and once again announced loudly, the third round of elimination assessment will be conducted at night, and the content of the assessment will be night sniping, using a night vision scope to shoot at the 500-meter outside human head bobbing target. With this announcement, the scene exploded once again. With a distance of 500 meters, sniping in the daytime is already difficult, not to mention at night, but also to face the shaking head target. It not only requires players to have superior shooting skills and skillful use of night vision scopes, but also requires strong psychological quality and the ability to adapt to the environment. The slightest mistake could be off the mark. 3 hours later, night fell, and the assessment site was shrouded in darkness, with only the distant head bobbing target looming in the faint light. Lin Chuan, Tang Lin and Chen Jiao stood in front of the shooting position, their bodies radiating confidence. With the referee's command, the contestants quickly got down on the ground and searched for their targets through night vision scopes. Lin Chuan's movements remained smooth and natural as he quickly adjusted his night vision scope, his eyes firmly locked on the target. Just seeing his finger gently pulling the trigger, the bullets whistled out like meteors, hitting the target accurately with each shot. One shot in half a second. This familiar shooting speed once again shocked the whole audience. I knew it. He must still be this fast. This shooting technique, it's too great. A spectator shouted excitedly. Yeah, to be able to perform like that even at night, Lin Chuan is simply a born sniper. Another spectator chimed in. Other contestants struggled a bit. Many were hesitant to shoot because of the dim light and wobbly targets, and even when they did, many were off target. Inside the monitoring room, the bigwigs of the various group armies stared intently at the screen, shaking their heads in exclamation as they watched Lin Chuan's breathtaking performance. This subject's final tomorrow. The first place will definitely be Lin Chuan's. There's no suspense, the third group army commander said. Yeah, he stands out too much, but second and third place are still somewhat up for grabs for the other players. The 11th Army Group Chief of Staff responded. Soon, Lin Chuan was the first to finish shooting and stood up, his face still having that same unperturbed expression. The chief referee quickly tallied the scores and then announced, third round of night sniping scores, first place, Lin Chuan, full ring, time 2.3 seconds. This achievement once again triggered a sensation in the room, and everyone admired Lin Chuan's strength. And Tang Lin and Chen Jiao also won the third and fourth place with their excellent play. Everyone knew that Lin Chuan was undoubtedly the biggest favorite to win in tomorrow's final, and his performance had convinced everyone that he was the king of this strategic sniper test. The other contestants, however, were left to battle it out for second and third place. After the first day's assessment competition passed, and the referee team side tallied and sent out the results of all the subjects that were finished today, the entire army was once again silent. On the first day, a dozen subjects had been compared. On the other hand, on the wolf side, all but 3 subjects didn't get first place, and the subjects that didn't get the first of the 3 subjects also had members of the Skywolves getting the top 3. And, for all the subjects that were randomly selected by the panel of judges as having to be attended, without exception, all of Skywolves were in the top 3. The other armies, the one with the best record, only got 2 top 3 finishes. How is this possible? The Skywolf troops are too perverse. A soldier from the 12th Army Group stammered, shock and disbelief written all over his face. After comparing a dozen subjects on the first day, Skywolf didn't take first place in all but 3 subjects. This gap, it's simply a chasm. The comrade next to him was filled with frustration, shaking his head helplessly. Those contestants, one by one, were also dumbfounded. They all originally harbored a desire for victory and were confident in their own strength, but after seeing the Tian Lang's results, the flame in their hearts was instantly extinguished. We're still trying our hardest. Another Skywolf is acting like he's hung up. How can we even compete? A player laughed bitterly, his tone filled with helplessness. Inside the monitoring room, the head of the headquarters and the bigwigs of the group armies were equally shocked by the achievement. The head of the headquarters frowned, but there was a complex glint in his eyes. The performance of this Skywolf force is really beyond everyone's expectations. The strength they have displayed has far exceeded our initial assumptions. Li Chonghai, the 7th Group Army's military commander, slammed the table and stood up. This is simply a crushing of strength. It seems that there is still a big problem with our previous training and cultivation of the special forces. Yeah, for a single subject test competition, there's simply no troop that's a match for the Sky Wolves. The 15th Army Group's Chief of Staff followed suit, lamenting, now, one can only place their hopes on the second stage of small team synergistic combat later on as well as the third stage of the group rivalry competition. And only then will the special forces of the various military branches have the opportunity to utilize their specialties. Let's see. This all-army examination is almost becoming a performance show for the Sky Wolves. Another group army bigwig couldn't help but spit out. Wang Yi sat on the sidelines with a proud smile on his face. There was also a lively discussion among the audience at the examination venue. This Skywolf force. It's too awesome. At this rate, what suspense is there in the later examinations? Who says it isn't? However, with the squad synergy and group confrontation matches later on, maybe the other troops still have a chance. After all, it's not just a contest of individual strength, but also a test of teamwork and cooperation. Yes, I hope the other troops can bring us some surprises in the later matches. Otherwise, this test will be too meaningless. Although everyone was shocked and admired the strength of the Skywolf force, they were all looking forward to the later matches. They were eager to see other troops break the dominance of the serious force in the examination in the team synergy and group confrontation matches. On the second day of the final, as everyone expected and guessed, Lin Xuan got the first place without any surprise, but Tang Lin and Chen Jiao, in this subject, do lack some experience, especially Chen Jiao. Tang Lin was a bit better, his shooting prowess was already good before, and was also a squadron leader in the Marines, with some relative experience, so he got third place. Chen Jiao, on the other hand, just got fifth place. It also has to be said that sniper shooting, even if Lin Xuan teaches it well, is not as good as the others in terms of talent. The final result will not change much because the chief instructor teaches it well. In the whole army unit, there will always be some shooting great demons present. This is different from other subjects. Lin Xuan could also use all sorts of extreme means to force his potential out. And in the next single subject test, Skywolf still played well. There were still subjects that didn't get first place, but in the top 3, there was definitely a presence of Skywolf's name. At the end of the first stage of the examination, Skywolf almost won a full house with a complete victory posture and became the idol of the whole army. Lin Xuan looked at the list of the rankings of each subject in his hand and saw the subject that didn't belong to his own Tian Lang first place, and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zhang Jiajie, you guys are really something. Avoiding the subjects I participated in and running to grab the cake and eat it from my soldiers' other subjects. That's right, those subjects that didn't get first place were basically taken by these 3 former comrades of his. There were also 2 or 3 that were indeed gotten on merit by other outstanding players from other armies of people, but Lin Xuan didn't feel anything either. His purpose, again, was not to take first place in all of them, but to show the entire army the strength of their Sky Wolves, so that they would understand what was the standard of what a special force should be. Now that the goal is achieved, how many firsts? It doesn't matter. After the maneuvering subject competition, everyone was also given a 2-day rest buffer. The referee team also finished drawing the list for the second phase of squad synergy ahead of time and handed it to the units, as well as giving them 2 days to gel. After Lin Xuan made the arrangements, Zhou Xian couldn't help but ask, "Boss, this second stage, aren't you going to participate?" Lin Xuan shook his head slightly. "The strength is too disparate. If I participate, it will only affect their play. They will subconsciously listen to my orders and won't be able to get the exercise. Let them try it themselves." Zhou Xian sniffed and nodded in agreement. That is indeed the reasoning. If you go up there, even if you don't use the rest of the squad, by yourself, you'll be able to finish a squad. That won't be necessary. Report. At that moment, a voice sounded outside their camp. "May I ask if Major Lin Xuan is here? I'm a correspondent for the head of headquarters." Lin Xuan sniffed. His complexion straightened, and he quickly walked out. A captain waited outside the camp, and when he saw Lin Xuan walk out, he immediately saluted. "Comrade Lin Xuan, the chief and the heads of the various armies would like to see you. Please go to the monitoring room." Lin Xuan was stunned. "We haven't even finished the test yet, and you want me to go over there and pass on my experience? It's too fast, isn't it?" Lin Xuan followed his correspondent into the surveillance room. As soon as he stepped in, the head of the headquarters and the bigwigs of the various armies, who were still talking in low voices, instantly focused their gazes on him. The head of the headquarters was the first to stand up. His face filled with an approving smile as he greeted him in stride. "Comrade Lin Xuan, I've finally gotten you here. The performance of you and the Skywolf troop in the past 2 days has really opened the eyes of the entire army." Lin Xuan was flattered. In the face of this top military bigwig, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and disrespectful, hurriedly jogged forward, stood at attention and saluted. "Good day, Chief. Tian Lang Triamphibious Special Force Captain Lin Xuan reports to you." The head of the headquarters he little said. Good. It's all about seeing you on the surveillance screen. Now I finally see you alive, ha ha ha. Oh little Lin, whether it's your personal strength or the strength of the soldiers you've practiced, it's truly unbelievable to us old guys." Li Changhai, the 7th Group Army Commander,
also hurriedly walked up and patted Lin Chuan's shoulder hard.
Yes, little Lin. This strength of your Tian Lang. It's simply unconvincing.
I've led troops for so many years,
but I've never seen such an outstanding unit.
Lin Chuan said humbly. The chiefs are flattered. The head of the headquarters waved his hand and asked with a serious expression.
Lin Chuan, just tell us how exactly did you train the Skywolf force to be so powerful?
This training method, there must be something unique about it, right?
Lin Chuan frowned slightly, revealing a hint of difficulty. Chief,
this training method can't really be explained at once.
It involves a lot more, but I've done a detailed text program before. If the chiefs don't mind, I can put it out for everyone to see now.
That's great.
Hurry, Shaolin. We can't wait to find out.
The head of headquarters' eyes were filled with anticipation as he hurriedly urged.
Lin Chuan walked to the computer and skillfully operated it. Soon,
a training program was displayed on the big screen.
In the program,
from the ultra-high-intensity weight-bearing long-distance running in the basic physical training, to the brutal confrontation of near-real combat in the fighting skills training, to the extreme requirements for precision and speed in the shooting training, each item made the bigwigs present stare in awe, their mouths slightly open, and they could not say anything for a while. This training intensity, it's too perverse. The 15th Army Group Chief of Staff was the first to break the silence and said with a face full of shock, for the weight and distance of this weighted long-distance run, the standard for our troops is not even half that.
Li Changhai, commander of the 7th Group Army, was also in awe.
There are also more than a dozen kinds of subject training such as this fighting and shooting, directly simulating life and death battles,
which is not something that ordinary people can carry.
This standard is fully more than 2 or 3 times that of our various troops. No wonder the Sky Wolves can have such amazing strength.
Yeah, I thought our training was strict enough before.
Compared to the Sky Wolves,
it's nothing compared to this. Another group army bigwig couldn't help but exclaim.
Lin Chuan stood aside and said seriously, Chiefs, the special forces will face extremely complex and dangerous battlefield environments in the future. Only by raising the training standards to the highest level in normal times and stimulating all of the potential of the warriors will they be able to have enough ability to deal with all the challenges on the battlefield. The head of the headquarters nodded heavily.
Comrade Lin Chuan, you're thinking too right.
This program has great significance for the training of all of our Army's special forces.
Yes, it seems that when we go back,
we'll have to do some research and incorporate these training methods into our own troops.
The bigwigs of the various armies chimed in.
The head of the headquarters waved his hand and said,
We'll look into it more closely after the assessment.
Or,
he looked at Lin Chuan and said, I asked you to come over here, and aside from briefly understanding your way of practicing, I have another idea. See if you want to try it.
Lin Chuan's complexion straightened.
Chief, please speak.
The head of the headquarters said,
the assessment and competition is only on the surface. The training ground and the battlefield are two concepts.
Whether or not it can really be on the battlefield and play a significant role,
it still needs to be confronted by war maneuvers to see. When all the tests are done, we'd like to have another confrontation drill straight away.
Regular troops, draw some of the elites from the special forces of each army,
and all of you Skywolves, form the red and blue forces.
Conduct the kind of maneuvers against each other in the past.
Let's test it out with a real-life battle of maneuvers. How's that?
Lin Chuan nodded his head and said,
This I agree with. To practice is to fight.
The test is just a way to get an idea of the individual's display of strength.
But battlefield emergencies are changeable,
and factors such as the number of troops,
equipment, tasks, and environment on all sides can't be reflected in the assessment.
Whether or not this unit can fight and win battles has to be tested with real battles to see.
The head of headquarters sniffed and slapped the table. Well said. Since you agree, then it's settled. When the test is over, let's pull 2 armies and have a maneuver against each other. Let's all see if your heavenly wolf, on the battlefield, can be as stunning as the test. Lin Chuan, yes. 5,000 word chapter. Ask for a reward. Ask for a favorable review. There will be an update before the wee hours of the night. Chapter 46, here comes the final. Skywolf against all the special forces of the entire army? 2 days later, the second stage of the examination began.
For this stage of the test,
in fact, everyone knew it by heart,
but it's also just a performance show for Skywolf.
Individual subjects. People can pull out just anyone and crush them. If this were to form a squad, wouldn't the battle power skyrocket geometrically?
So, and as one would expect, all of the subjects in the second stage, except for a few that lost their first place, were all taken by the Sky Wolves.
Now, the only thing to look forward to is this final stage of the rivalry.
The rivalry matches are separate for the special forces of the 3 branches of the Army,
Navy and Air Force, special forces of each branch of the military,
sending 10 men to participate in the confrontation.
5 people will be randomly drawn by the referee team and the remaining 5 people will be arranged by each troop. In other words, like on the Tian Lang side, the referee team randomly selected 15 people, and then, Lin Xuan would have to arrange another 15 people to participate in the confrontation. The day before the confrontation, on the side of the referee team, the list of names drawn had been given to the troops. The rules, too, are all decentralized. Lin Xuan looked at the list in his hands and smiled slightly bitterly. He, Zhou Xian, and Sun Ying were all drawn. Moreover, different branches of the military are involved in the confrontation. He was in the army branch, Zhou Xian was in the Air Force branch, and Sun Ying was in the Navy branch. After the 15 people who were drawn were determined, Lin Xuan arranged 15 more people separately. Well, take your men away and give them a good lecture on the rules, Lin Xuan said at Zhou Xian and Sun Ying. Yes, after the 2 men left with their men, Lin Xuan, on his side, also gathered the 9 men on the army side, together. Okay, now, tell everyone the rules of the Army Special Forces match. Lin Xuan looked at the 9 people. These 9 people, Zhu Hanlin is in here. In addition, Lu Xioro, Chen Jiao, and 3 female soldiers, Su Mei, were also present. Chen Jiao was drawn by the referee team, but Lu Xiaowu and Su Mei, he arranged them to come in. The army's confrontation is quite a bit more intense than either the Navy or the Air Force. It's also a way to get a few of them female soldiers, a little more honed. After all, the battlefields where conflicts will really erupt in the coming decades still belong to the Army, Air Force and Navy, mostly helicopter gunships, fighter jets, warships, etc. And the Army is tasked with urban counterterrorism, guarding long border lines, arming drug lords and dealers, and even out-of-country rescues. It could even be argued that there could be no Navy or Air Force Special Forces, but definitely not without Army Special Forces. Lin Xuan said, the rules of the confrontation. They're simple. The area is a mountain forest with a diameter of 20 kilometers. Each troop of 10 men will draw lots to determine the area before entering the field. Once that was confirmed, everyone was anesthetized. The anesthesia time limit is 1 hour, but the official helicopter to get everyone into the designated location. Half an hour is enough. At this point, it's all about who has the strongest willpower and resistance to carry through the effects of the anesthetic and wake up early. I won't go into the benefits of waking up early. You all know it in your hearts. The 9 nodded seriously. This, naturally, is clear to them all. Whoever wakes up first can take advantage of the favorable terrain for an ambush. It's also possible to quickly find opponents and take them out while they're still awake, etc. It's like 2 people fighting against each other. I've launched an attack, and you haven't even gotten up yet. So tell me, who's going to die first? 20 kilometers in diameter sounds big, but at 10 men per unit, there are 3 dozen special forces units in each branch of the military, adding up to, well, over 300 men. Hundreds of people were randomly placed in various areas on average, and the distance between them, in the 4 directions of southeast, west, north and southwest, was only a few hundred meters, up to 1 kilometer. This distance, if you can wake up half an hour earlier, is enough to take out at least 5 or more opponents. Lin Xuan continued. The confrontation match, divided into 2 stages. Stage 1, for the elimination round, more than 300 people, advance to 100. At this stage, there is no weaponry in the player's hands. You have to take out at least 1 person with your bare hands and take away the shoulder patch from their training uniform to qualify for a promotion spot. The time limit is 24 hours. After 24 hours, the first 100 people to grab the most shoulder patches advance. If the number of shoulder patches is the same, who advances first will be determined by who gets their opponent's shoulder patch first. This prevents the status quo from happening in the first phase, where a player chooses to touch the fish. At this time, Zhu Hanlin asked, Boss, how do we notify the referee team when we get the shoulder patch? Could it be that the referee team is spread out in the confrontation area? Lin Xuan said, Of course not. The referee's team is equipped with tons of exposed cameras in all areas, spaced no more than 100 meters apart. The wires are exposed between the trees and easy to find. After grabbing your opponent's shoulder patches, if you're in a camera's blind spot, just go straight to where the camera can monitor them and show them to the surveillance team. The crowd nodded in disbelief at the words. Phase 2. Lin Xuan continued. Then we enter the final stage. Officials will use airdrops to airdrop weapons and equipment to the players' areas. In the equipment, there will be a map. The map marks the extent of the final round. 5 kilometers in diameter. Requirements. All players must be in the final round within 2 hours. If you exceed the time, you are considered eliminated. Once you enter the final round, it's melee mode. Whoever survives to the end is the champion. In order to advance the battle, the official side deliberately set up 2 ranking modes, kill rankings, and final place rankings. Whoever takes out the most opponents throughout the confrontation from start to finish will be ranked first and will be awarded an additional second-class merit. The top 5 all get third place. The final ranking is to see who can survive to the end, whether you hide or charge. As long as you are not killed by the enemy, as long as you can survive to the last place. It is also your ability to prove that your camouflage and hiding ability is very powerful. But it is important to note one thing, the entire confrontation lasts for half a month. During this half-month period, it is forbidden for all contestants to eat anything, even animals or barks or weeds inside the mountains and forests, except for the water sources they can find. None of it is allowed. It's also to test the special forces' ability to fight under starvation. If they are discovered, they will be directly eliminated, not to mention that they will be disciplined for it, and their unit, too, will be notified and criticized. Although the time period is half a month, in reality, it will not be more than a week. Nobody makes it through a week without eating anything. If there was, even one more day of staying up, then congratulations. You might just have gotten first place with your top-notch camouflage hiding skills and resistance to hunger. If you can't do that, then you'll have to take a gamble and rush out to do it with your opponent, so that the chances of getting the first place, on the contrary, will be greater. As for the final ranking rewards, second-class merit for first place, and for the top 5, third-class merit, kill rankings, and final place rankings, as well as the rewards for the previous individual subjects, and squad synergy, can all be earned at the same time. Upon hearing the last sentence, the eyes of the 9 people instantly lit up. Now, the entirety of them, the Sky Wolves, had all gotten first place in individual subjects or in small team synergy. Everyone, they've already got a second degree. If anything, a second or third in the rivalry game would have gotten a second or third as well. That's not to mention how great it was. Boss, I have a question. Chen Jiao raised her hand and asked, when we get to the final round, if we meet someone from our own unit, can we join forces? Lin Chuan smiled slightly. Within the rules, it's not forbidden, so it's allowed, but 5 kilometers in diameter, 100 men, if that means being lucky enough to run into fellow combatants in the same unit. The crowd's eyes lit up at the words, but before they could be happy for a moment, Lin Chuan added, the rules don't prohibit it, but I do. The 9, Lin Chuan said, your strength is quite a bit stronger than most of them. You can take this opportunity to play with less and sharpen up. Chen Jiao hesitantly asked, then boss, in that case, if we don't make it into the top 10, will we still be punished? Lin Chuan sneered, what do you think? Chen Jiao, crowd. Lin Chuan rushed the 9. There is one thing that I must remind you of. With the first stage and second stage of the test ahead of us, we, the Sky Wolves, have become a thorn in the side of every troop. In the rivalry game, they're definitely going to find ways to band together against us. Maybe, before it even started, they had an alliance. As soon as these words came out, the 9 felt the pressure skyrocket. Serious? Is this a confrontation with all the special forces of the entire army? And while Lin Chuan was making arrangements on this side, the other side of the island, 3 figures sat furtively in the corner. If Lin Chuan was there, he could tell at a glance that it was his old comrades Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zhang Jiajie. Li Hao revealed a sinister smile. Then let's make a deal. Let's 3 troops unite and Lin Chuan's Skywolf. Otherwise, if we fight on our own, no matter who encounters that pervert Lin Chuan, we'll all be finished. When we finish off Lin Chuan first, the 3 of us, then we'll compete. Yuan Shan and Zhang Jiajie nodded. Yuan Shan laughed. What do you guys say? If Lin Chuan knew that we made a private alliance, would he beat us up afterwards? Ha ha ha. Zhang Jiajie said. It can't be helped. Who made him so powerful and practice soldiers that aren't much worse than us? If we don't join forces, we really can't even have a mouthful of soup. Ha ha ha. Here we go. Update first with a 3,000 word chapter. Trying to update the next chapter by 4 p.m. tomorrow. Ask for a bounty. Chapter 47, Lin Chuan, those present are trash. Have the guts to come together. 2 days later in the early morning, the sky had not yet broken. The thick ink-like night color still covered the entire camp, and the distant mountains only showed a vague outline, as if they were hibernating huge beasts. The quiet of the entire camp was then broken by a busy clamor. The participants in the rivalry match gathered early in the cafeteria, which was dimly lit. The sounds of plates clashing against cutlery were intertwined and unrelenting. Brothers, eat more. We won't have anything to eat for the next half a month. This meal will have to top a week. A lanky Special Forces soldier slurred as he gulped down his food. A week? Not half a month? A tall, skinny guy next to him chimed in, his mouth stuffed full and his cheeks puffed out like little leather balls. Are you stupid? Who the hell can last half a month without eating?
The officials made this time for the very few players with super strong willpower.
And, even if a player like that could carry a week, he would never be able to resist for 8 days. So, in order to prevent this from happening, the officialdom came up with this starvation battle, just to make sure that the contestants don't think about just relying on camouflage to hide from fighting and lose part of the meaning of the test confrontation. At this time, a dark-faced player frowned, placed the chopsticks in his hands heavily, and sighed. Not eating for half a month. Who can carry this? Let's see. It's considered impressive if you can last 1, 3 or 4 days. I also think that this rule is too outrageous. Man is iron and food is steel. 1 meal is not enough to make you hungry, let alone half a month. The other player nodded his head in agreement in a hurry. Poor. After breakfast, everyone quickly assembled and boarded the transports in an orderly manner under the command of the instructors. Outside the camp, the wind howled, blowing sand and gravel around the transporter. The huge 2 transports took off slowly, heading for the area that they had never touched before. Through the porthole, looking at the gradual disappearance of the island, under the cloudy sky, the island looks particularly lonely. Everyone's mood is particularly complex. I don't know what the area will be like this time. I hope it's not too outrageous. What the hell? Soldiers come with water to cover the earth. At this time, you guys are still thinking about the environment. It's better to think about what to do when accidentally bumping into those perverts from Skywolf. God forbid. Let me live for 1 or 2 more days. Don't ever run into them. Even if we run into them, at least let us enter the final round first, with a weapon situation, so that we might still have a bit of a chance. Don't be afraid. When we meet the Skywolf's people, we'll make an alliance and finish them off first. Right. That's the way it should be. Hey, we're still here. Zhu Hanlin really couldn't listen anymore and shouted at them with a speechless face. The crowd was stunned. Immediately afterward, one person laughed at Zhu Hanlin. It's fine. I'm just saying it on purpose for you guys to hear. Serious crowd. At this time, Lin Chuan, who had been silent all along, was suddenly saying, "Don't worry, our Skywolf warriors have never cared to take a shot at trash." The Skywolf crowd's faces changed. "Boss, what kind of tiger and wolf words are you using?" As for the person who spoke, when he heard Lin Chuan say that, he instantly became furious and pointed at Lin Chuan and shouted, "What do you mean? You're calling me trash? No. Lin Chuan hurriedly waved his hand and smiled slightly. "That's not what I meant." Saying that, Lin Chuan swept his gaze toward everyone in the cabin except for the Skywolf's people. "I mean, everyone present is trash." Lin Chuan's words instantly triggered the anger of the players in the room. The atmosphere, which was already tense because of the upcoming brutal confrontation, was instantly ignited and became tense. "What the did you say?" That Special Forces soldier who was angered by Lin Chuan's words. His face turned red. Veins rippled on his forehead. Like an enraged bull, he violently stood up and rushed towards Lin Chuan. His fists were clenched, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, and he couldn't wait to beat Lin Chuan up immediately. However, once they thought of Lin Chuan's incomparably perverted strength, they didn't dare to take any chances. His companion hurriedly pulled him back, and at that moment, the other players around them also revealed angry looks and shouted in a variety of ways. "Too arrogant. Thinking that you're great just because you have a bit of strength? The serious troop is great, isn't it? When we get into the tournament, we'll have your ass. That's right, when the time comes, let him know what it means to be someone else." The atmosphere inside the transporter was tense to the extreme, as if the slightest spark could start a melee. As for the people of the Skywolf force, they were all helpless at the moment. What is the boss doing? Isn't this intentionally pulling hate on us? This is great. Everyone is treating us as enemies. Can't you see? The boss is intentionally arching the fire to make us all enemies and make the match more difficult for us. 10 of us, over 300 opponents. I can imagine how tough we'll have to go when we get into the tournament. Lin Chuan saw the expressions on the faces of the crowd, but he was unimpressed and said, "What qualifications do you have to clamor with me here? Think about the previous 2 stages of the test, how you were cleaned up by my soldiers. If you really have that ability, you wouldn't be talking about an alliance against our Sky Wolves. Of course, even if the alliance, we are not afraid. If you have the ability, come together. But, in my opinion, there's really no difference between a piece of trash and a pile of trash." When the crowd heard this, the anger in their hearts increased. But one also has to admit that people are telling the truth. Who made them less skilled? Good. Then let's see who's trash and who's a hero when we get to the ring. The crowd gnashed their teeth and glared angrily at Lin Chuan and the other members of the Skywolves. A look that even if he died, he would pull on the backs of Skywolf's people. Just then, Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zhang Jiajie squeezed through the crowd. Li Hao, with a smirking expression on his face, sat down next to Lin Xuan, gave a thumbs up and flirted. Lin Xuan, it's still you who's bullish. With this opening, you've offended everyone.
Worthy of being the Lin Xuan we know.
Yuan Shan followed suit. That's right. You're planning to let the 10 of you Sky Wolves single-handedly take on the entire field?
Lin Xuan looked at the three of them, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked,
and said indifferently, you three, just stop pretending here. Even if I don't say anything, don't you Alliance intend to deal with me together?
When the three heard this, the smiles on their faces instantly froze, and they looked at Lin Xuan with a confused expression.
How does this guy even know that? On the surface, however,
they continued to snort. Li Hao hurriedly waved his hand and pretended to look innocent.
Lin Xuan, don't talk nonsense. How could we be in an alliance against you? We are good brothers. Yuan Shan followed suit and nodded. That's right, don't wrong us. We're counting on you to be merciful in the tournament. Zhang Jiajie, on the other hand, snorted. Oops, we're all here to compete.
So how can we have so much heart to engage in these little maneuvers? Lin Xuan looked at the three of them and didn't break it down.
Just smiled. Alright, I hope that when you're on the field at that time, you'll be able to be as articulate as you are now. At that moment, the transporter lurched slightly, signaling that it was about to reach its destination.
The crowd also stopped arguing for the time being, and each returned to their own positions,
preparing for the upcoming brutal confrontation match. In a tense atmosphere, the transporter slowly landed in that area full of unknowns. The hatch slowly opened and a damp, grassy breeze hit the air. Updated chapter first. 2 more chapters in the evening. Chapter 48, entering the arena. Lin Xuan woke up quickly and stunned the entire arena. The crowd disembarked in turn.
On an open flat area where the wind was still raging and blowing people unsteadily on their feet.
The staff had already prepared the device for the drawing of lots. The drawing of lots to determine their respective areas will now begin.
The referee's voice echoed through the empty field,
only to be quickly drowned out by the wind. The players went up in turn and drew lots, and once they had done so, they were asked to keep quiet immediately and not to communicate with anyone.
Once you are told which area you have drawn,
you are immediately taken away by the staff and prepared to be anesthetized and sent into the area you are in.
Lin Xuan walked forward, reached out and pulled out a slip of paper from the lottery box,
unfolded it, and it read Area C3. Before he could think much about it,
a staff member came quickly and took him aside to the preparation area.
Here, the staff dressed Lin Xuan in clothes with a special device that would emit smoke whenever he was hit by a bullet, representing elimination. At the same time, he was handed a distress signal gun. Comrade Lin Xuan, this is a distress signal gun. Once you're in danger or feel like you're not going to make it, you can fire it and we'll go over to rescue you right away. But that also means you're giving up on the race. Understand?
The referee said seriously. Lin Xuan took the flare gun and nodded,
pinning it to his waist.
He double-checked the devices on his suit to make sure everything was in order.
At this moment, in the monitoring room,
the lights were bleak, and the head of the headquarters and the bigwigs of the group armies were staring intently at the screen,
watching the players' every move. This confrontation is a real test for these special forces,
the head of the headquarters said with a grave expression.
The previous subject tests are just determining their basic abilities. Whether these abilities, when applied in confrontation, can still be maintained is a key point. Practice for war. What is the use of practicing, but not being warlike on the battlefield?
Yes, especially the Sky Wolf troop.
Their performance over the past few days has been amazing. I'm looking forward to their play in this confrontation. The 7th Group Army's military commander, Li Chonghai, had a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. However, the other forces won't easily admit defeat, and they'll definitely try to respond in any way they can. The 15th Army Group's Chief of Staff added, what I'm thinking about now is what the units will do in the face of the Skaven. When these words came out, the crowd looked at each other, and then, all of them couldn't help but laugh. Apparently, they thought the same way as the soldiers in the units below them. In the face of Skywolf's soldiers, there was no other way but to make an alliance. It wasn't fair to Skywolf's soldiers, but that's how war works. Knowing that I can't beat you, then of course I'm going to pull your enemies together in an alliance against you. Otherwise, why would I fight you?
Wang Yi on one side just grunted with a stern face when he saw the smiles of the crowd.
But it's hard to say anything. After all, the strength is too disparate. If this still does not allow people to alliance, then this confrontation match, there is no any meaning. Why don't we just give the awards to the soldiers of Skywolf? Of course, he also wanted to see if the Skywolf soldiers, too, would be able to apply their individual strengths up in the confrontation matches, and exert themselves normally or exceedingly. The crowd discussed it with you and me, never taking their eyes off the screen. And in the preparation area, Lin Xuan saw the paramedics walking over with syringes, ready to inject him with anesthesia. There was dead silence all around. with only the sound of the whistling wind echoing in his ears. He took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeve, and looked calmly at the syringe. The moment the needle pierced into his skin, Lin Chuan only felt a slight tingling, followed by a coolness that quickly spread throughout his body. He could feel his consciousness beginning to fade and his body becoming heavier and heavier. At the same time, all the players were receiving anesthetic injections and were then fast-tracked into the confrontation area. Lin Chuan was in a state of chaos, his brain drowsy, as if he was enveloped in a thick layer of fog. Vaguely, Lin Chuan felt himself being lifted onto a helicopter. The roar of helicopters, now and then, and he was no longer conscious. In just 15 minutes, all the players had been sent inside the confrontation area. However, just as the others were still immersed in the slumber brought on by the anesthesia, just less than 20 minutes had passed when Lin Chuan's brows furrowed slightly and his fingers subconsciously moved. His consciousness slowly began to return, a strong force of will sustaining him as he broke free from the darkness. Finally, Lin Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Blinding sunlight poured onto his face through the dense branches and leaves as he squinted his eyes. Adjusting to the change in light, there was silence all around, not a soul in sight. Almost at the same moment Lin Chuan opened his eyes. Inside the monitoring room, the image on the screen left everyone stunned and speechless. A bigwig of a group army stood up violently, his hands propped up on the table, his eyes glaring round, disbelief written all over his face. How is this possible? It hasn't even been 20 minutes and Lin Chuan woke up? 7th Group Army Commander Li Changhai's jaw almost fell off in shock, his face full of shock, his voice unconsciously raised an octave, and a shocked voice with a broken tone echoed in the monitoring room. This willpower, it's too terrifying. How on earth did he do it? The 15th Group Army's Chief of Staff, on the other hand, kept shaking his head, muttering, Lin Chuan of the Skywolf Force, refreshing our perceptions time and time again. If this were to be on the battlefield, how much of an advantage would early awakening mean? The main referee of the referee team was originally holding a cup of tea, ready to take a sip. At this moment, the cup of tea stopped at his mouth. The tea almost spilled out. He froze for several seconds before he slowed down, murmuring in a low voice, asterisk 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 asterisk. This chief instructor of the Heavenly Wolves, going against the heavens, waking up directly 40 minutes early? In other viewing areas, huge projection screens likewise showed the scene in real time. Outside the observation area, the wind was still bleak, as if it was also marveling at this amazing scene. The members of the various forces that did not participate were still talking easily, and when the image of Lin Chuan's awakening appeared on the screen, the entire observation area instantly quieted down, as if time had frozen. A second, 2 seconds, then erupted into a gasp of surprise. I'm not mistaken, am I? Waking up so soon? Is this still human? A young soldier's eyes widened with disbelief, knowing that the Skywolf Force is powerful. I didn't expect Lin Chuan to be this strong. How can we compete in this match? Another soldier shook his head with a bitter smile, his face filled with helplessness and admiration. No wonder people can lead the Skywolf Force to achieve so many good results. This willpower, it can't be denied. A veteran exclaimed heartily, his eyes filled with appreciation. Inside the monitoring room, a bigwig of the group army hurriedly shouted at the monitoring technician, quickly, tune in the screen to see what troopers are in this Lin Chuan's neighborhood. Ask for a bounty and a 5-star review. Then, you can follow the author's account, and when it's time for an update, there will be an alert for you to watch. Chapter 49, Lin Chuan Strikes. Surprising first kill of the tournament. 3,000 words. The monitoring technician heard the command and his fingers flew across the keyboard. The screen switched rapidly, with quick flashes of different angles. In just a few seconds, the situation within a 500-meter radius of Lin Chuan was precisely located. In the scene, 3 players from other armies are lying on the ground, falling into a slumber brought on by anesthesia. Found it, the technician shouted. Within 500 meters of Lin Chuan, there is a player from the 3rd Group Army's Cheetah Special Force, a player from the 9th Group Army's Tsanying Special Force, and a player from the 11th Group Army's War Wolf Special Force. Inside the monitoring room, the commander of the 3rd Army Group was originally sitting calmly in his chair. Hearing this, his face instantly became grave, his body leaning forward, his hands gripping the handrail tightly. The 9th Army Group Chief of Staff jerked to his feet, his brow furrowed and his eyes filled with worry. For his part, the deputy commander of the 11th Army Group kept pacing in place, mumbling, "Don't go in the direction of our people. Don't ever ah." The bigwigs of these 3 group armies were so tense that they didn't dare to utter a single breath, their eyes staring at the screen with a deadpan gaze, as if this would change Lin Chuan's trajectory of action. They all knew in their hearts that with Lin Chuan's strength, these 3 players who were still asleep, even if they woke up, were simply powerless to fight back.
Lin Chuan stood up and moved his somewhat stiff body. At this moment, the sunlight struggled to pass through the dense branches and leaves, shedding dappled light and shadows on the ground. The surrounding trees were tall and dense, like a natural barrier that cut off the clamor of the outside world. There was only a breeze rustling through the leaves. The occasional cries of unknown birds added to the stillness and mystery. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, and the air was filled with the scent of damp earth and the fresh scent of grass. His eyes lingered briefly in several directions before finally locking onto one and striding towards the location of the 3rd Group Army Cheetah Special Forces player. When the commander of the 3rd Group Army saw this scene, he jumped to his feet in a hurry and shouted, "Wake up! Hurry up and run!" However, his cries were destined not to be heard by the sleeping contestant, as surveillance cameras of this era did not have voice communication capabilities. When the bigwigs of the other group armies saw this scene, they were first stunned, then they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Li Changhai, the commander of the 7th Group Army, smiled and comforted. "Old Zhang, don't be anxious, it can't be helped. Who let Lin Chuan wake up so early?" The 15th Army Group's chief of staff followed suit. "Yes, this Lin Chuan is a variable. Anyone who touches him will have a headache." Lin Chuan quickly traveled through the dense jungle, the thick fallen leaves on the ground rustling as he stepped on them. His footsteps were light and steady, making little extra noise. From time to time the bushes around him cut across his arm, leaving a tiny scratch, but he didn't care. A squirrel, startled by his footsteps, quickly climbed a nearby tree and watched him warily. At this moment, the observation area outside had long been filled with spectators from other troops, all tilting their heads and looking at the huge projection screen, and the scene was silent. After only about 10 minutes, Lin Chuan found the 3rd Group Army Cheetah Special Forces player who was still huffing and puffing. "This is too fast. Lin Chuan is simply a god. Finding someone in 10 minutes. This reconnaissance and search and tracking ability. It's horrible. Looks like Lin Chuan is going to create another miracle in this confrontation match." The audience murmured. While in the monitoring room, the bigwigs of the other group armies were also shocked, shaking their heads in exclamation. "This Lin Chuan, every action is unexpected. And this has only just begun. So he's giving us a hard time. Yeah, there's going to be a good show in the next match. I just don't know how the other players should deal with an opponent like Lin Chuan." Inside the surveillance room, everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the screen without blinking. The commander of the 3rd Army Group looked helpless. "It's over. It's over." Lin Chuan walked over to the contestant, crouched down, and without the slightest hesitation on his face, reached out and easily removed the shoulder patch from his training uniform. "Brother, don't blame me. Blame it on your bad luck." After saying that, Lin Chuan took the epaulette, walked directly to one of the cameras, raised it up, and shook it. Lin Chuan didn't stop for a second after taking the shoulder badge, continued striding toward the front. At this moment, in the dense jungle, the sunlight was shining through the layers of branches and leaves, shedding fine light and shadows on the ground, like a piece of golden scales. Inside the surveillance room, the atmosphere was once again tense. The surveillance technician's fingers flew across the keyboard like a nimble dancer, quickly accessing the situation in front of Lin Chuan. The screen quickly switched and soon locked onto a player who was lying on the ground in a deep sleep. Report! A player from the 5th Group Army Special Forces has been spotted 200 meters ahead of Lin Chuan. The technician's voice broke the brief calm. The commander of the 5th Army Group was originally still secretly glad that his player had not been targeted by Lin Chuan for the time being. Hearing this, the smile on his face instantly disappeared without a trace, replaced by a face of tension and worry. His body unconsciously leaned forward, his eyes fixed dead center on the screen, as if he was trying to wake up the sleeping player with his eyes. The monitoring room was miserably lit, and the wall clock ticked on the wall, each sound seeming to strike at the heart of the 5th Army Group's commander. Just when everyone thought that the player would continue to sleep for a while, the picture in the screen changed. That 5th Group Army Black Panther Special Forces player first moved his fingers slightly, as if he was unconsciously grasping something. Immediately after that, his brow furrowed lightly and a hint of pain appeared on his face, as if he was making a last stand against the lingering strength of the anesthetic. His eyelids fluttered slowly, his eyeballs turned uneasily underneath them, and with a faint groan, he finally opened his eyes slowly. When he first woke up, his eyes were still a bit disoriented, as if they were shrouded in a layer of mist, and he was filled with a sense of unfamiliarity with his surroundings. His gaze was a little lax, staring blankly at the sky overhead that was divided into small pieces by branches and leaves, and it took several seconds before he gradually focused, as if he finally realized where he was. The 5th Army Group commander was relieved to see this scene. The words kept coming out of his mouth. "It's good to be awake. It's good to be awake. Run for it." However, the next scene made him so angry that he almost turned his back. After that player woke up, he didn't have the slightest intention to run away. Instead, he greeted Lin Chuan's direction with a big stride.
The commander of the 5th Army Group was furious and stood up violently, cursing at the screen. "Where are you going, you bastard? Hurry up and run. Are you stupid?" The bigwigs of the other group armies laughed out loud at this scene. Li Chonghai, the commander of the 7th Group Army, laughed and teased. "Old Zhang, this subordinate of yours is really interesting. It's too late for others to avoid him, and he's still moving up to him." The 15th Army Group's chief of staff followed suit. "Yes, this young man has great courage. I just don't know if he can still be so calm after seeing Lin Xuan in a while." Outside the viewing area, spectators from all the troops saw the scene. The scene instantly exploded. What is this dude thinking? Doesn't he know how powerful Lin Xuan is? Still taking the initiative to welcome him. You silly ah. Of course he knows Lin Xuan's power, but he doesn't know that it's Lin Xuan in front of him ah ha ha ha. Maybe it's because he knows that it's because he wants to compete with Lin Xuan ha ha ha. We'll have a good show to watch in a while, just to see how he'll react when he runs into Lin Xuan. A few minutes later, Lin Xuan and that player met in an open field. The clearing was surrounded by tall pine trees with straight trunks. That player recognized Lin Xuan at a glance and his face instantly turned as white as paper. His eyes rolled back in his head, fear and shock written all over his face. Without saying a word, he turned and ran. When Lin Xuan saw the scene, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he let out a light smile, not slowing down as he chased after them. His speed may not seem fast, but he always found the best path to slowly shorten the distance between the two. That player saw Lin Xuan getting closer and closer and shouted as he ran, "Big brother, give me a chance. Don't chase after me ah. I just want to live one more day ah." There was a hint of a sob in his voice, and he sounded very funny. The audience couldn't help but laugh at that, but there was no hint of ridicule in this laughter. After all, if anyone else came across an opponent like Lin Xuan, the first thought in their mind would definitely be to run. This dude is too funny, but it's no wonder. Who can run into Lin Xuan and not be scared? Yeah, Lin Xuan's strength is obvious to everyone. This match is too difficult for the others. Inside the monitoring room, the 5th Army Group commander slumped in his chair with a helpless face. This kid, he's really going to piss me off. Wait. At that moment, the surveillance technician suddenly shouted, "There are 2 more people in front of us." Those 2 ran into each other, from the 6th and 5th armies, respectively. What? The bigwigs instantly came to their senses at these words. The 6th Army Chief of Staff blushed. Our 6th Army's in? Instead, the 5th Army commander's eyes lit up. Quick, show me who it is. If there were still people from their army, maybe the 2 of them would have a bit of a chance if they joined forces. The surveillance tech quickly pulled the footage out. Upon seeing the person inside the screen, the 5th Army commander was instantly delighted. It's Tan Yen, the king of fighting in our troop. Tan Yen? The other bigwigs were stunned. I remember. In the fighting test, he was the 2nd place, second only to that female soldier from Skywolf. At that time, that Skywolf female soldier also took a lot of effort to barely defeat Tan Yen. When the 6th Army Chief of Staff saw his own army's man, he also shouted, "That's our army's Lei Hu. The fighting strength is also good." And in the examination, got the 5th place. Speaking of which, the 2 bigwigs of the 6th and 5th armies looked at each other and said almost in unison, "There's a chance." The other military bigwigs heard them too. Yes, there is indeed a chance. If the 3 of them joined forces, there was a chance that they could defeat Lin Xuan. And at that moment, it was the turn of Wang Yi on the side to get nervous. 1 fights 3, and 2 of them are also fighting masters. Lin Xuan, Lin Xuan, don't fall in the gutter. There will be an update before 5 p.m. asking for a wave of gift rewards and 5-star reviews. Chapter 50, Freeing Battle Lin Xuan. Easily ed over. The entire audience froze. The dense jungle was dappled with light, and the surrounding area was so quiet that the only sound that came from it was the occasional insect chirping. Tan Yen of the 5th Army and Lei Hu of the 6th Army confronted each other in a clearing, their gazes closely intertwined. The atmosphere as tense as a fully drawn bowstring, ready to explode at a moment's notice. Tan Yen moved his wrist, making a crisp sound, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly with a hint of confident provocation. Lei Hu, it's fine if you lost to that female soldier from Skywolf in the fighting test before, but today, it won't be that easy for you to slip out of my hands. Tan Yen has always been conceited about his own strength. Losing to the Skywolf female soldier in the fighting test has always been a thorn in his heart, and at this time, facing Lei Hu, whose strength is slightly inferior to his own, he is determined to win. Lei Hu tightened his fists and snorted coldly. Tan Yen, less talking big words here. The test is a test. Now it's a real battle. The deer is still not certain. Although Lei Hu was clear that he was only ranked 5th in the fighting test, and there was a gap between him and Tan Yen, who was 2nd. He didn't want to concede easily in this battlefield full of variables. The 2 of them went back and forth, testing each other,
their feet moving over the fallen leaves with a slight rustling sound.
Just then, a panicked footstep came from not far away, breaking the tense standoff.
Lin Xuan was not slow in chasing after the Fifth Army's runners. The runner panicked and dove headfirst into a relatively open forest clearing.
Coincidentally, Tan Yen and Lei Hu were facing each other. Both of them, whose originally taut nerves were disrupted by this sudden intruder,
were confused for a moment and looked at the visitor with puzzled faces. Tan Yen fixed his eyes and shouted in surprise,
"It's you guy! Ha ha, Lei Hu, this is the end of you."
Lei Hu's face changed when he heard that.
Originally,
his own fighting strength was a bit worse than Tan Yan's. Of course, it wasn't impossible to defeat Tan Yen if he put up a bit of a fight or got a bit lucky.
But then,
there's another opponent.
It's over. It's over.
This is big trouble. He knew in his heart that he had very little chance of winning against Tan Yen, and if the other two joined forces, he would have no chance of survival.
Thinking of this, he shifted his feet slightly, ready to seek an opportunity to escape.
But at that moment, Lin Xuan also chased after him from behind, his figure appearing at the edge of the clearing. The moment they saw Lin Xuan, the three people's faces instantly turned as white as paper, their eyes glaring round.
Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chief Instructor of the Sky Wolves. Tan Yen couldn't help but curse at that player from his own troop. "You kid is sick. What's the point of luring him here?"
the Fifth Army player gasped.
"You think I want to?" As soon as I woke up, I hadn't even been gone for a few minutes before I ran into this bogeyman. I turned and ran. Who the hell knew you were here too?
Lin Xuan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the three of them,
and then couldn't help but laugh.
Good. 3 people, and it saves me from running around looking for someone. He had already gotten one shoulder patch himself, and with these 3, that would make 4. 4,
which is totally enough to get into the top 100.
The 3 of them stared vigilantly at Lin Xuan while discussing in whispers. Tan Yen was the first to speak.
"This Lin Xuan is too perverted. We're definitely no match for him alone. Why don't we make an alliance and finish him off first?"
Lei Hu hesitated, and before he could speak, the player who was being chased by Lin Xuan hastily agreed.
"Right, only then will we have a chance to live. I don't want to be eliminated just like that."
Lei Hu frowned. His heart was very torn.
"I'm just one person. Even if we take out Lin Xuan together, what will I do if you guys make a move on me afterward?
I don't want to get out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth again."
Tan Yen glanced at Lei Hu, knowing his concerns, and hurriedly said,
"As long as we solve Lin Xuan first,
we promise not to make a move against you, or else everyone will be doomed. This is a life and death situation. We have to be united."
Lin Xuan looked at them, the corner of his mouth hooked into a teasing smile.
"He's right. If you guys don't join forces, none of you can run away. But even if you join forces, you guys think you can win against me?"
When Lei Hu heard this, he hesitated and struggled for a while, gritted his teeth, and finally nodded his head in agreement.
"All right, then we'll join forces first. I hope you guys don't go back on your word."
The 3 slowly approached towards Lin Xuan,
trying to surround him.
Lei Hu was sharp-eyed and noticed a thick wooden stick next to him, picked it up in passing and held it tightly in his hand.
"Now there's a guy. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant." Inside the surveillance room, the atmosphere was instantly ignited.
The commander of the Fifth Army stood up excitedly, clasped his hands together,
and shouted, "Good, this is something to see. Tan Yen, give me a hard fight. Squash Lin Xuan's arrogance."
The Sixth Army's chief of staff followed suit, his eyes staring unblinkingly at the screen.
"Lei Hu, but don't drop the ball. This is your only chance to survive. Make sure you capitalize on it."
Wang He looked at the screen and grunted in anger.
"What's this? 3 beating 1. Be shameless."
The Fifth Army commander and the Sixth Army chief of staff laughed when they heard this. The Fifth Army commander spoke up.
"We can't do anything about who made your people so powerful.
This is called strategy.
Understand?" The Sixth Army's chief of staff also chimed in.
"That's right. The battlefield only looks at the results,
not the process." However, 7th Group Army Commander Li Changhai shook his head. "I don't think that's necessarily the case. Judging from Lin Xuan's demeanor, he didn't even put these 3 in his eyes. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't necessarily be his match. Lin Xuan is not something that ordinary people can deal with." The viewing area was also in an uproar, with the audience talking. "These 3 people are joining forces. Can Lin Xuan carry it off? I think it hangs. It's hard to say
although Lin Xuan is powerful,
these 3 people aren't weak either. After all,
during the previous test, we only saw how powerful that female soldier from Skywolf was.
This Lin Xuan is only powerful in other subjects. Fighting may not really be good either. This is going to be a good one."
The 3 of them finally surrounded Lin Xuan in the center and made their moves almost simultaneously.
Tan Yen took the lead,
rushing forward with an arrow step,
making a powerful straight punch. aiming straight at Lin Chuan's face. The wind of the fist whistling, bringing out a vicious force. Lei, who was also not willing to show weakness, waving his wooden stick and sweeping it across from the side, trying to block Lin Chuan's space to dodge. The player being chased by Lin Chuan then carefully circled around behind Lin Chuan, found the right moment and raised his leg to kick Lin Chuan's back, muttering, "I don't believe that 3 people can clean you up." Facing the 3 people's siege, Lin Chuan did not panic, his body slightly sideways, easily avoiding Tan Yan's straight punch, and at the same time stretching out his arm, accurately blocked Lei Hu's sweeping wooden stick. Bang sound, the wooden stick hit his arm, but did not hurt him a bit. Immediately afterward, Lin Chuan's body quickly rotated, a roundhouse kick, directly hitting the chest of the player behind him, who screamed miserably, "Ah!" The whole person flew out backwards and fell heavily on the ground, unable to get up for half a day, his mouth still shouting, "How is this possible? How is he so strong?" Seeing this, Tan Yan was shocked, but his attack did not abate as he jumped up and made a flying kick, shouting, "I don't believe you can still dodge." The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth rose slightly, without dodging or flashing. He directly stretched out his palm and steadily caught Tan Yan's flying kick, and then threw it with such force that Tan Yan was thrown out like a kite with broken strings, and rolled several times when he landed, and it hurt so much that he screamed, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk, is this ing strength a human can have?" Lei Hu took advantage of Lin Chuan's gap in dealing with Tan Yan to grip the wooden stick with both hands, and with all his strength, he smashed it towards Lin Chuan's head, his mouth roaring, "Go to hell!" Lin Chuan's eyes flinched as he sidestepped the wooden stick, then quickly bullied his way forward and struck Lei Hu's abdomen with a heavy punch. Lei Hu only felt a huge force come, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels all seemed to have moved. He foamed at the mouth. His hands loosened the wooden stick. The whole person collapsed on the ground. Breathless, "I admit defeat. This gap is also too big." In just a few minutes, Lin Chuan had beaten all 3 of them. Lin Chuan stood in front of the 3, his expression calm. He first walked over to the 5th army player he had kicked off, who was still moaning in pain on the ground, and Lin Chuan leaned down and ripped off his shoulder patch in one clean motion. Then, he walked towards Tan Yan, who was filled with resentment, but was powerless to resist, and could only watch as Lin Chuan ripped off his epaulets. Finally, Lin Chuan came to Lei Hu, who closed his eyes with a look of despair. Lin Chuan smoothly ripped off his epaulets, stood up, and held the 3 epaulets in his hands. Inside the surveillance room, everyone was stunned and silent for a moment. After several seconds, the commander of the 5th Army stammered, "How is this possible? 3 fighting 1 and being easily defeated. Tan Yan, what the hell did they do?" The 6th Army's chief of staff was also shocked and muttered, "Lin Chuan's strength, it's simply not human." Lei Hu is also too useless. He can't even carry a single move. Ha ha ha. So what if 3 people go together? Still not being seconded? Ha ha ha. Wang He laughed triumphantly. The head of the headquarters was also smiling helplessly and bitterly. When it comes to perverts like Lin Chuan, you guys might as well admit it. The bigwigs of the other armies, too, shook their heads helplessly, and at the same time, in their hearts, they were secretly praying that their soldiers would never encounter Lin Chuan, survive the first level and get to the second, and you might have a chance. The crowd at the viewing area exploded even more. "I told you Lin Chuan could do it. He's the chief instructor of Skywolf. A wolf product is a masterpiece. Too powerful. This strength is simply heaven-defying. 3 people aren't enough for him to fight. Lin Chuan is simply the god of war descending to earth." Chapter 51, entering the final. Lin Chuan climbs a cliff and is shot at by a sneak attack. Big chapter of over 6,000 words. Lin Chuan took the 4 shoulder patches and contentedly found a comfortable seat under the big tree. Leaning against a tree trunk, he stretched out, a cozy smile on his lips. 4 shoulder patches is enough to get into the top 100. Take the rest of the day off. Eyes slightly closed, enjoying the rare tranquility. A few hours passed quietly, and Lin Chuan indulged in this moment of rest. The surrounding jungle was quiet and peaceful, with only the rustling of the leaves in the breeze. However, this tranquility is shattered by an unexpected visitor. A player cautiously approached. A hint of joy welled up in his heart as he saw Lin Chuan's eyes closed and mistakenly thought he had a chance to take advantage of it. "Humph. Lin Chuan, you have your moments of carelessness. Let's see if I don't take your shoulder patch off this time." He placed his footsteps extremely lightly and slowly approached towards Lin Chuan. Meanwhile, the spectators at the observatory watched the scene clearly on the big screen. Someone is trying to sneak attack Lin Chuan. A sharp-eyed spectator was the first to shout out. In an instant, the entire observatory exploded. "This dude has too much guts. He actually dares to sneak attack Lin Chuan." "Yeah, Lin Chuan isn't one to be messed with. He's just asking for trouble." "That's not necessarily so. Didn't you guys see Lin Chuan resting with his eyes closed? What if his guard is down?" A spectator grunted and laughed. Big brother, if it were you, resting in such an environment, would you dare to let your guard down? Not to mention an expert like Lin Xuan? Just watch. That guy, for sure, will regret touching the ass of this tiger Lin Xuan. The audience murmured, their faces filled with surprise and curiosity, all wanting to see what would happen next. Inside the surveillance room, the atmosphere was also instantly tense. The army commander of that player's army was furious when he saw this scene. He stood up violently, slapped his hand on the table and cursed loudly. Is this kid out of his mind? Taking the initiative to find trouble with Lin Xuan. Doesn't he know Lin Xuan's strength? It's simply nonsense. The bigwigs of the other group armies also cast astonished glances. This player from your army is bold enough. When people see Lin Xuan, they can't wait to grow a third leg and run away. He's good. He took the initiative to send it to the door. Do you really think that a snoozing tiger has no fighting power? A group of bigwigs shook their heads and sighed, while others wore expressions of watching the show. Although Wang He on one side had confidence in Lin Xuan, he more or less carried worry in his heart. What if this guy, Lin Xuan, got careless? And on the spot, Lin Xuan had actually noticed someone approaching a long time ago, but he still maintained the posture of closing his eyes and resting his mind, with a leisurely and confident and relaxed look on his face. Just let you get carried away for a little while longer and see what tricks you can pull. The player was getting closer and closer. His breathing became rapid and his eyes flashed with a greedy light. When he was only a few steps away from Lin Xuan, he lunged up. The dagger in his hand stuck towards Lin Xuan's neck. Just at the moment when the dagger was about to reach Lin Xuan's neck, Lin Xuan moved. His movements were as fast as lightning, only to see his body quickly sidestep, easily avoiding the fatal blow. At the same time, his arm was like a hard iron pincer, tightly grasping the opponent's wrist. You think I would be so easily sneaked up on by you? The corner of Lin Xuan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a teasing smile. The player's face instantly turned pale as he desperately struggled, but he realized that his wrists were gripped by Lin Xuan and he was unable to break free. No, it's impossible, the player shouted in horror, his voice filled with despair. Lin Xuan didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. He twisted hard, only to hear a click. The player's wrist came with a sharp pain, and the dagger also fell to the ground. Then, Lin Xuan kicked his opponent's knee, and the player fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Xuan looked at him condescendingly and said coldly, if you don't have enough strength, don't think about speculation. With that said, he reached down and removed the other man's shoulder patch before pushing him to the ground. Ugh, damn, missed the boat. The player sat paralyzed on the ground with a face of remorse. Lin Xuan looked at his faraway back and just smiled, changed his seat and sat back down under the tree to continue enjoying his time of rest. At this time, the other side of the confrontation area, the surrounding jungle was lush and leafy, and the sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, showering the ground with fine shards of light and shadow, like a sheet of golden scales. Chen Jiao was cautiously making her way through this jungle of light and shadow, her eyes alert, not missing any corner. Suddenly, there was a slight rattle from the front, and Chen Jiao immediately stopped in her tracks, her body clinging to a large, thick tree. The rough bark pressed against her back, making her more and more alert. The two male players came out from the bushes, and the moment they saw Chen Jiao, a slight contemptuous smile appeared on their faces. Yo, if it isn't the female soldiers of the Sky Wolves, one of the taller players scoffed. A girl? What's the point of coming along? Be a good boy and hand over your shoulder patch, and we can still let you off. Although the words were said, the two did not dare to be careless. After all, during the individual subjects, they had heard that the female soldiers of the Sky Wolves were even fiercer than the male soldiers, though the one who got the fighting championship was not the female soldier in front of her. But that doesn't mean this female soldier can't do it. Chen Jiao snorted coldly, her eyes instantly becoming sharp. With just the two of you, you're not good enough. With that, she moved her wrists and assumed a fighting stance. Inside the surveillance room, the crowd saw this scene and talked about it. The commander of the third group army frowned and said, this Chen Jiao is a female soldier after all, even though she's from the Sky Wolves. Can it work against two male players? For his part, 7th Group Army Commander Li Chanhai laughed and shook his head. You can't underestimate the Skywolf soldiers. It's not like you didn't see their strength in the previous test. Not really. One of the other group army bigwigs said. Up ahead, Lu Xioro, that soft girl, was able to show a fighting strength that was even fiercer than the male soldiers. This female soldier named Chen Jiao may not be worse than that Lu Xioro. At this time, the head of the headquarters asked the commander of the army in which these two players were from. What is the fighting strength of these two men from your army? That military commander said. One of them participated in the fighting test and took 8th place. The other one, I don't know much about. 8th place? Wang Yi's eyes narrowed. If Chen Jiao also possessed the same fighting prowess as Lu Xiao, she should be fine. But what if it doesn't? Old Wang. It seems that one of your armies, finally, is in big trouble. 7th Army. Li Changhai laughed. Wang Yi forced himself to calm down and said, we, Sky Wolves, are best at fighting many with few. It's just 2 male soldiers. Our female soldiers of the Sky Wolves may not lose. Ha ha ha, so let's see. The crowd at the viewing area exploded as well. This Chen Jiao looks skinny and small. Can he beat those 2 big men? A young soldier said with a worried face. I think it's hanging by a thread. Those 2 male players don't look like they can be messed with. The people next to him agreed. On the spot, the taller player took the lead as he bellowed and stormed forward, slamming a straight punch towards Chen Jiao's face. The wind of the fists whistled with a vicious energy, as if they wanted to knock Chen Jiao down in one blow. Chen Jiao's eyes flinched as her body slightly sidestepped, easily avoiding the powerful strike. She took advantage of the fact that her opponent's old strength was gone and new strength was yet to be born, and quickly raised her knee and slammed it hard into the taller player's abdomen. The taller player stifled a grunt and his body arched involuntarily. How is it possible? How can this woman react so fast? The taller player's face was filled with shock as he looked at Chen Jiao incredulously. There was a hint of panic in the originally contemptuous eyes. Another short player saw this and immediately rushed over from the side, waving his thick arms as he tried to hold Chen Jiao and wrestled her to the ground. Chen Jiao reacted extremely quickly as she pushed the taller player with both hands, and with the help of the reaction force, her body quickly rotated and delivered a beautiful roundhouse kick to the shorter player's head. The short player hastily raised his arm to block, only to hear a bang sound. Chen Jiao's foot heavily kicked on his arm. The huge force made the short player retreated several steps, and his arm also came with a burst of severe pain. This power. Is this still a female soldier? The short player rubbed his sore arm, shock and fear written all over his face. He and the taller player exchanged glances, and a flicker of wanting to escape flashed through both of their eyes. The taller player slowed down and rushed towards Chen Jiao again. This time he changed his strategy and used a continuous attack, his fists raining down towards Chen Jiao. Chen Jiao was nimble, dodging left and right in the midst of his attacks, looking for a chance to counterattack. Suddenly, seeing a gap between the taller player's punches, she stepped forward with an arrow and slammed her elbow into the taller player's throat. The taller player suddenly turned red, had trouble breathing, and staggered back with his hands over his throat. No, this woman is too powerful. We're no match. Withdraw. The taller player shouted to the shorter player while panting hard. Seeing his companion suffer, the shorter player, red-eyed and defiant, charged again. The corners of Chen Jiao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a confident smile. She waited for the shorter player to get close and suddenly crouched down, then slammed her shoulder hard into the shorter player's stomach while grabbing his arm with both hands and pulling hard. The short player's entire body was pulled by Chen Jiao and flew up, arcing through the air and landing heavily on the ground, causing him to roll around in pain. Big brother, I can't move. This woman is a monster. Right, the short player shouted with a crying voice, completely losing the courage to resist. In less than a minute, the 2 male contestants were knocked to the ground by Chen Jiao, unable to move. There were also gasps of amazement from the audience at the observatory. Chen Jiao is too good. This strength, it's better than many male soldiers. Yeah, it was a mistake to underestimate her before. This is too powerful. Inside the monitoring room, the commander of the 3rd Army Group was so surprised that he couldn't keep his mouth shut. What did I say? None of Skywolf's soldiers are weak. Ha 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 ha. See, you guys are still complacent. See how powerful our Skywolf female soldiers are? Wang Yi couldn't help but laugh smugly. The army commanders of these 2 players' armies were smiling bitterly, not realizing that the soldiers of their own armies were so untouchable in front of the Skywolves. The head of the headquarters rushed the monitoring technician and asked, "What's the status of the other battles in front of Sirius?" After the monitoring room technicians contacted the referee team, they hurriedly reported to the chief. Reporting to the chief, after our monitoring statistics, none of the other members of the Skywolves have been eliminated so far, and all of them have taken out at least one person and gotten at least one shoulder badge. The head of the headquarters nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. The Skywolf Force, it really lives up to its name. The commanders of the other armies were shaking their heads in helpless bitterness. In the first stage, it was hard as hell to take out one of the Skywolves. Now, they can only pin their hopes on the second phase. Unconsciously, night fell, and the sky, which was still quite calm, suddenly changed in wind and clouds. The gale was like an angry beast, rampaging through the mountains and forests, emitting a mournful whistling sound and blowing the trees to the ground. Bean-sized raindrops poured down, smashing on the ground and splashing high, and soon the ground accumulated a thick layer of puddles, and the entire mountain forest was shrouded in a curtain of rain. What the hell kind of weather is this? A player was freezing and cursing. The officials must be doing this on purpose. Knowing that there is this kind of weather at this time of the year, they are still organizing some kind of rivalry match at this point in time. Isn't this intentionally making things more difficult for us? That's right, we haven't eaten for a day. Plus this damn weather. Who can carry it? Another player followed and complained. Inside the surveillance room, the crowd was also discussing the inclement weather. The 15th Army Group's Chief of Staff frowned and said, "This weather is also changing too fast for the players." Li Chonghai, the commander of the 7th Group Army, sighed. Yes, this not only tests their physical abilities, but also their willpower. The audience at the observatory was also talking. It's also raining too much. It must not be good for the contestants to be inside. A spectator frowned and said with a worried face, "That's right. The wind is blowing so loudly that it feels like the trees are going to be uprooted. How can those players still compete?" The people next to him agreed. This weather is just adding insult to injury. They're cold and hungry. I really don't know if they'll make it. A veteran wearing a hat shook his head and sighed. The first stage slipped by in the wind and rain, and the weather showed no signs of improving. The wind was still howling and the rain was pouring down. At this time, the wired loudspeakers set up in various locations sounded the voice of the referee team. The first stage of the examination is over, and the names of the players from each troop who made it to the top 100 are now announced. After reading out the names, the referee team then informed, within 10 minutes, there will be an airdrop of weapons and equipment. Due to the weather, there will be an error of 100 to 200 meters in the positioning of the airdrop, so please track and pick up your weaponry based on the nearest airdrop. This notification instantly caused an uproar in the monitoring room and at the observatory. This bad weather can be too much for airdrops, the 5th Army Group commander said worriedly, and it's impossible to fly that many transports at the same time. There's bound to be players who get their airdrops late. Getting your weaponry late can be too much of a disadvantage in this competitive rivalry. The 6th Army Chief of Staff chimed in. The players who get their weapons first might all be able to use that time to take out a few more opponents. At this time, even though it was already nearly 7 in the morning, but in the winter in the north, it usually takes 7:30 before it gets light. And with this inclement weather, the sky was still dark. 10 minutes later, the airdrop started. The huge transport plane struggled to move forward in the raging storm, its fuselage being blown from side to side by the gusts of wind, making creaking noises as if it would fall apart at any moment. The hatch slowly opened and boxes of weaponry were pushed out. Some of the drop boxes were about 100 meters off their intended position due to the wind and landed next to a muddy swamp, with one corner of the box sinking into the mire. Some had an error of up to 200 meters and fell directly into a fast-flowing stream, where they were instantly swept out of sight. Others landed on relatively flat ground, but the surroundings became very muddy and slippery because of the heavy rain, and the runners had to be careful with every step if they wanted to get it, and they would slip if they were not careful. Those players who were farther away from the drop box could only watch with anxious hearts, secretly praying in their hearts that they could find the right weaponry as soon as possible, so that they would not fall behind in the next match. Drop boxes are landing in droves. Instantly, rolling red smoke rose from multiple places on the ground. The bright red color stood out in the gray, depressing rain, like a warning light burning in the darkness. The wind is still raging. Bean-sized raindrops are wrapped by the wind, like bullets crackling on the ground, stirring up layers of water. The entire world seemed to be covered by a thick curtain of water, and the vision became extremely blurred. The crowd at the observatory instantly exploded. What's with this red smoke? Isn't it clearly revealing everyone's position? A young soldier said. Yeah, what's this official thinking? Now everyone has to be careful. There's bound to be a lot of people who'll go along with the red smoke and look for trouble. The camera turns to Lin Chuan's side. The wind howled, and the valley echoed with the wind's fury, as if a ferocious beast were roaring. Due to the complicated terrain and the harsh effects of the raging storm, an airdrop box landed impartially right on the branches of an extremely steep mid-mountain cliff. The cliff was near vertical, with a gut-wrenching 70 to 80 degree slope. The cliffs were covered with sharp rocks that glistened with an icy light under the rain, as if they were countless sharp blades. The surrounding rocks had been eroded by the rain for a long time, becoming unusually slippery and covered with moss, so that stepping on them was like stepping on ice, with no friction to speak of. The trees on the edge of the cliff swayed violently in the gale, their trunks being blown into a weird arc, as if they would be uprooted at any moment and fall into the bottomless valley. The valley was filled with a thick fog, so deep that you couldn't see the bottom. Occasionally, a few unknown birds chirped, adding a bit of eeriness and terror to the stormy environment. My goodness, how can we take this? The spectators at the observatory let out exclamations of shock when they saw this scene. Wang He's face instantly turned white, his hands gripping the armrests of the seat tightly, his knuckles whitening from the force. Lin Chuan, don't take any chances. His mouth kept chanting, his eyes filled with tension and worry. This is too dangerous. Climbing a cliff in this weather. If you fall down accidentally, you'll be finished. A spectator shouted in horror. Yeah, it's too difficult. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to go up at all. The people next to him concurred. Lin Chuan looked up at the mid-mountain cliff and then looked around at the harsh environment. The rain continued to run down his cheeks and poured into his collar, bringing a stinging chill. The gusts of wind pulled hard on his body, as if to drag him into an endless abyss. He shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile spreading across the corners of his mouth. Looks like we'll just have to climb up. When the spectators saw Lin Chuan preparing to climb the cliff, the entire viewing place fell into a dead silence. A heated discussion ensued. Is he really going to climb? That's crazy. It's playing with your life. It's too dangerous to climb a cliff in this weather. Worry was written all over everyone's faces, their eyes glued to the screen without blinking for fear of missing a single moment. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away, a runner quickly got his gear. He was about to look for his next target when he suddenly noticed red smoke rising in the direction of Lin Chuan's side. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. A target has been delivered to my door. He quickly ran in the direction of the red smoke, his feet splashing high on the muddy ground, each step bringing up large swaths of mud. Inside the surveillance room, the technicians quickly spotted the fast-moving player and quickly pulled up the footage. When the crowd saw this scene, they all revealed expressions of surprise. When the commander of the 5th Army saw that it was a player from his own unit, he burst out laughing in excitement. Ha ha, this is a good show. Lin Chuan, let's see how arrogant you can still be this time. This is a good opportunity for revenge. Wang He was on fire when he saw the scene. He angrily pointed at the screen and cursed loudly. You guys are taking advantage of people. So shameless. If you have the ability to compete openly and honestly, what kind of ability is it to engage in this kind of sneak attack? Ha ha ha. Lao Wang. What are you talking about? Sneak attack. This is the special forces to be proficient in the skills otherwise we practice what behind enemy lines combat the commander of the 5th Army said with a smile. Wang He grunted. Don't be too happy. In this kind of weather, your soldiers, the shooting may not be accurate. Some of the heads of the other group armies shook their heads and sighed, while others showed dissatisfaction. The spectators at the viewing area outside also saw the scene, which once again sparked a buzz. It's so unfair. People are climbing the cliffs and he's going for a sneak attack. Yeah, how can this race be like this? It's so unethical. What if this hits and Lin Chuan is unsteady, causing him to fall halfway down the mountain? Lin Chuan took a deep breath and began to climb the cliff. His hands gripped the bumps in the rock so tightly that the cold rock cut into his palms, and the rain continued to slide down his arms, making his hands more and more slippery. Feet were quick to find support on the slippery rocks. This cliff, with other runners, might be hard to climb, but in Lin Chuan's case, it was no different from climbing an ordinary cliff. So, the speed with which he climbed also caused the whole audience and the bigwigs in the monitoring room to gasp. Seeing Lin Chuan's extremely skillful and stable climbing technique, they finally knew why Lin Chuan dared to take risks. The wind howled and slapped him hard, trying to blow him off the cliff. The audience at the observatory held their breath, a heart in their throats, their eyes staring at the screen as if time had frozen. When that 5th Army player arrived, he instantly recognized that the one who was climbing on the cliff was Lin Chuan of the Sky Wolves. A flash of madness flashed in his eyes, and he trembled with excitement. He quickly found a hidden position, set up his weapon, and started aiming at Lin Chuan. Finger slowly pulls trigger. Chapter 52, Cliff Dancing. Lin Chuan amazed the entire audience. Lin Chuan's hands gouged tightly into the rocks on the cliff. The cold rock seemed like ice, making his palms almost lose consciousness. The rain gurgled down his arms, chilling his bones. The gale was like a wild horse out of control, roaring uncontrollably. Rolls of bean-sized rain crackled down on him, each drop seeming to carry the force of 1,000 pounds. The sky was dark and cloudy, so thick that it seemed to press down, shroud the entire world in darkness and depression. The surrounding mountains and forests shook violently in the gale, and the trees made crunching noises. It was as if they would be uprooted at any moment. Just as he was fully concentrating on climbing, the system skill danger alarm suddenly sounded in his head. The sharp sound instantly caused his face to change abruptly. Almost at the same instant, he felt a deadly threat come over him. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chuan's body twisted violently, leaping out towards the side like an agile ape. He only saw his waist powering up and his body arcing through the air. At the same time, his arm quickly stretched out and grabbed a nearby raised rock to stabilize himself. Right where he had just left off, a bullet whizzed by and grazed the corner of his coat into a nearby rock. My God! Inside the monitoring room, the commander of the 3rd Army Group stood up violently. The eyes were round and full of disbelief. This is too close. Li Changhai, the commander of the 7th Group Army, couldn't help but exclaim in shock as well. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare a player from your army shoot like that? Wang He cursed at the 5th Army commander. Lin Chuan is still halfway up the mountain. What if he accidentally falls off? The commander of the 5th Army mumbled. This is not a test. Besides, Lin Chuan is not falling down. Wang He. The spectators at the observatory were even more in an uproar, with gasps of surprise. How dare he dodge like that? Isn't he afraid of falling? It's too scary. A young soldier covered his mouth, his voice trembling a little. Lin Chuan's reaction is also too fast. If it were anyone else, he would probably have been hit and eliminated long ago. The veteran next to him said with palpitations. I wonder how many more shots he could have dodged. That 5th Army player saw the first shot fall short, and a hint of resignation flashed in his eyes. He quickly adjusted the muzzle of his gun and aimed at Lin Chuan again, his finger pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang bang bang! Gunshots rang out one after another, echoing across the stormy valley. Intertwined with the sound of wind and rain, it added to the tense atmosphere. Facing the bullets that came one after another, Lin Chuan showed amazing reaction speed and physical quality. The moment he heard the second shot, his knees bent and he stomped hard into the cliff face. The body bounced diagonally upward like a cannonball. In the air, he twisted his body smoothly, letting the bullet fly past his side. Immediately afterward, his feet landed precisely on a narrow platform of rock. Tapping his toes, he used the force to jump again, curling his body into a ball and dodging the third bullet. As he landed, he dropped to one knee and quickly stomped backward with his other foot, dodging like a cheetah towards the side behind a rock. The bullet struck where he had just been, sending debris flying. Lin Chuan dodged left and right on the cliff. His movements were like ghosts, thrillingly dodging bullets time and time again. With each dodge, the hearts of the heads of the armies in the monitoring room and the spectators at the observatory were in their throats. That dodging maneuver. It's just not humanly possible. The 9th Group's chief of staff marveled. That 5th Army player was furious as he watched the bullets he shot fall short over and over again. The veins on his forehead were bulging. How is this possible? He roared in exasperation, his heart filled with shock and frustration. Lin Chuan's sense of danger awareness is also too terrifying. This succession of bullets can be dodged. The spectators at the observatory began to discuss it passionately. Yeah, it feels like he can predict the trajectory of a bullet. This would be horrible in a real battle. Everyone said something to each other, marveling at Lin Chuan's ability to sense danger. Facing the enemy's frantic shooting, Lin Chuan knew that it was no longer realistic to continue climbing to get the airdrop at this moment. He made a snap decision to abandon the airdrop and began to quickly crawl down the cliff. The rain hit his face and blurred his vision. The rocks underfoot were wet and slippery, and every step was fraught with danger. But with tenacity and skill, he moved swiftly downward. It soon disappeared over the edge of the cliff and into the dense mountain forest. In the mountain forest, the gusty wind blew the branches of the trees to the ground. Intertwined vines fluttered wildly in the wind and rain, and the ground was covered in mud. 1 foot in and you're sunk. Lin Chuan traveled through such a harsh environment, but this same harsh environment is also his natural umbrella. The 5th Army players behind them were in hot pursuit, constantly firing at Lin Chuan's shadow, but Lin Chuan always seemed to be able to predict the trajectory of his bullets, and all of them were able to make a dodge at the critical moment. It made all his bullets hit nothing. Grass. Is this guy loaded with radar? How did they all manage to dodge so promptly? The 5th Army player cursed under his breath as he continued to fire, but all to no avail. In the end, they could only give up shooting for now and speed up to catch up. Intending to finish off Lin Chuan at close range, Lin Chuan spotted a thick bush and quickly dug in. The bush grew extremely messy, with its branches and leaves twisting around each other, forming a natural barrier. The rain kept dripping down the branches and hitting him. Instead, he remained motionless, holding his breath, waiting for the enemy to make a move. The wind howled, causing the bushes to shake violently and the branches to rustle. It did a good job of masking Lin Chuan's slight breathing and heartbeat. The ground was thick with fallen leaves and rotting vegetation that mixed with the rain and gave off a pungent odor, interfering with the possible olfactory tracking of the 5th Army players. And the dim light, even with night vision, became fainter with the branches and leaves. It made the range of vision considerably narrower, all of which made the search by the 5th Army players extremely difficult. The 5th Army runners chased them into the neighborhood, stopped, and began searching around. The wind howled and blew him unsteadily. The rain blurred his vision and made his search more difficult. He squinted, trying to make out everything around him in the dim light. The gun in his hand moved slowly with his vision. His feet shuffled through the mud, each step making a plop, plop, plop sound, interfering with his ability to catch the slightest movement. Inside the surveillance room, the technicians captured Lin Chuan's hidden position through the surveillance camera. When the commander of the Fifth Army saw this scene, he shouted anxiously, in front there, blind eyes you. His voice was shrill with excitement. The bigwigs of the other armies saw this and flirted. Don't get so worked up. It's not like you can be hurt on the spot. Yeah, there's no use in rushing. Let's see what your men do. Everyone's teasing made the Fifth Army commander even more anxious, and his face turned red. Wang Yi was also tense, and both his fists couldn't help but clench slightly. The current Lin Xuan had no weapons in his possession. The other side also had night vision devices, so if Lin Xuan was not hidden properly, he would easily be found by the other side. At such a close distance, even if Lin Xuan's skills were great, it would be difficult for him to dodge the other party's shots. The head of the headquarters also held his breath and watched closely. If this Lin Xuan can still dodge through this time, then he's really something. In to attack, out to defend. I can't think of any other way to beat him. The big brother of the group army next to him nodded his head and agreed. Yes, this kind of stature, wherever you put it, it's an invincible existence. Outside at the observatory, Lin Xuan's camouflage hiding ability is truly impressive. This can be hidden so well, but this player of the Fifth Army's observation skills are too weak to notice it this close. The crowd began to discuss Lin Xuan's camouflage and hiding ability and the Fifth Army player's observation ability. You think it's that easy to find? Inside, it's not like what we see here. Such inclement weather, coupled with human factors such as mental stress and psychological pressure, can affect observational judgment. The Fifth Army players searched back and forth around the bushes where Hayakawa was hiding. It even passed by only 5 meters away from Lin Xuan without noticing Lin Xuan's presence in the slightest. The gusty wind was still blowing and the rain was still falling, as if it was aiding Lin Xuan's hiding. The commander of the Fifth Army saw the scene in the monitoring room and became furious. Waste! You can't even see it this close. What are you doing? His roar echoed through the surveillance room. Next chapter. Updated by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Ask for a reward and a click to follow it. Chapter 53. The forces begin an alliance against the Sky Wolves. 4,000 words big chapter. The players of the Fifth Army circled around the bushes several times and never found any trace of Lin Xuan. Curses kept coming out of his mouth as the rain slid down his cheeks, mixing with his sweat and chagrin. His steps became heavy and shuffling, and the gun in his hand dropped unconsciously, his vigilance minimized. Just then, Lin Xuan moved. Like a long dormant cheetah, he burst out of the bushes, too fast to react. His figure flashed through the storm and instantly came behind the Fifth Army players. Lin Xuan's arm was like a hard iron vice, tightly strangling the other party's neck and pulling his entire body backward. At the same time, the sharp wooden pitchfork in his hand was accurately pressed against his opponent's throat, and the cold touch caused the Fifth Army player to instantly freeze his body. You're hung up. Lin Xuan's voice rang out in the storm. The eyes of the Fifth Army players were glazed over, horror and despair written all over their faces. His body instantly stiffened, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground with a snap, splashing a patch of mud and water. No! This can't be! He broke down and screamed, his voice thick with resignation. How did I get caught by you? I'm not happy. He struggled desperately, his feet stomping about, his hands wrenching Lin Xuan's arms so hard that his nails were white from the force, but it was all in vain. Why should I bother with you? I'm such an idiot. He cried out in remorse, his face twisted into a ball, the rain hitting his face as if it were his tears of remorse. Inside the monitoring room, when the commander of the Fifth Army saw the scene, his entire body was struck by lightning, and he directly stood up from his chair, slapping his hands on the table with such force that the documents on the desktop were shaken and flew up. How is this possible? How can this kid be so useless? His face turned red, veins rippled on his forehead, and his eyes almost spewed fire. Falling off the wagon at a critical moment. It really pisses me off. The heads of the other group armies were also shocked, and some couldn't help but let out a gasp. This reaction speed and timing of Lin Xuan's strikes are too absolute. The 7th Group Army's military commander, Li Chonghai, stared with wide eyes, his face full of admiration. Yeah, this 5th Army player was subdued before he could react. Lin Xuan is too good. The 15th Army Group's chief of staff nodded along. The audience at the observatory was exploding with exclamations of surprise and admiration. Lin Xuan is too awesome. This move to stop the enemy is so cool. A young soldier jumped up excitedly, waving his hands. That 5th Army player was so arrogant just now. And now that he's been easily handled by Lin Xuan, it's really a great joy. The veteran next to him also had an excited look on his face. After Lin Xuan subdued the 5th Army player, he quickly collected all the equipment on him and carried it on his back. He checked the condition of his equipment to make sure it was correct and prepared to evacuate this dangerous place. However, the moment he turned around, a few hundred meters away on a high point, a player was cautiously approaching this way. This player had heard the intensive gunfire over here earlier and was curious. so he touched over. The moment he saw Lin Chuan from a high point 300 meters away, with the help of the faint light and the binoculars in his hand, his face instantly turned pale. It's actually Lin Chuan. His voice held a touch of excitement. Before the confrontation began, their troop boss had repeatedly emphasized that unless they had teammates, once they encountered someone from the Sky Wolves, they must run for their lives first. Don't get tough with them. That player subconsciously wanted to turn around and leave, but was unwilling to do so. After all, right now he was in the dark and Lin Chuan was in the light. Lin Chuan didn't notice himself either. Then, if I snipe at him, even if I don't hit him, I can still evacuate without any danger, right? Thinking of this, the player's eyes crossed and he immediately began to find the best position. He didn't dare to approach hastily and only dared to snipe at Lin Chuan tentatively at this distance. A fluky look crossed his face. He won't necessarily be able to spot me from this distance anyway, so let's try that first. He quickly set up the gun, adjusted the sights, and eased his finger on the trigger. At this point, in the surveillance room, the surveillance technician also quickly pulled up this image. Reporting to the chief, another player has locked onto Lin Chuan at a distance of 300 meters. The technician's voice broke the short-lived calm in the monitoring room. When the commander of the 5th Army heard this, a hint of anticipation actually appeared on his originally angry face as he stared intently at the screen, muttering, "Make sure you hit it, make sure you hit it." They, the 5th Army, already had 3 people, all of whom had been taken out by Lin Chuan. Right now, he was filled with thoughts of which unit of special forces he could have to avenge their 5th Army. The other chiefs were also looking nervously at the screen, with very grave expressions on their faces. This Lin Chuan just solved one. Another one is coming. This is troublesome. The 3rd Group Army commander frowned with a worried expression. The audience at the observatory also noticed this scene, and the scene instantly quieted down, with everyone holding their breaths and staring at the big screen with dead eyes. It's over. It's over. Lin Chuan is going to be in danger again. A spectator whispered, his face filled with worry. There's no need to look forward to it. Just now, Lin Chuan was halfway up the mountain and didn't even get hit. Now on flat ground. Do you guys think it's possible? That can't be said. A person's sense of danger awareness is not always that accurate. Someone retorted. At the scene, that player had a smug smile on his face. Lin Chuan, let's see how you can dodge this time. Humph. They say you're good. I'd like to see if you can still dodge my bullets at such a distance. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. On Lin Chuan's side, he had just packed up his equipment and was ready to evacuate when the danger alert provided by the system's skill rang in his head. Without the slightest hesitation, his body reacted like lightning, only to see that he first took a posture that almost defied human mechanics, and his body violently twisted to the left side, with his upper body and lower body almost forming a bizarre angle. At the same time, his legs stomped hard on the ground, and his entire body was like a spring that had been sprung up, catapulting out toward the diagonal back. In mid-air, his body was like a nimble swallow, lightly adjusting its posture. His right hand quickly flung the backpack of equipment he had just captured aside, using the weight of the backpack and the force of the fling to alter his flight path, allowing the whistling bullet to brush past his side by mere centimeters. The moment he landed, he didn't pause for a moment. His toes lightly tapped the ground, and with the help of the rebound force, his body once again jumped up high. This time, he did a 360-degree spin in the air, like a high-speed spinning gyroscope, making it difficult for the enemy to catch his position. During the spinning process, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's eyes, quickly capturing information about his surroundings while listening to the sound and quickly locking on to the enemy's approximate location. Inside the surveillance room, the crowd was stunned by Lin Chuan's series of perverted evasive maneuvers. The 5th Army commander's anticipation instantly turned into shock. His mouth opened as if he could stuff an egg into it, disbelief written all over his face. Is this still an action that a human can do? 7th Group Army Commander Li Changhai muttered in shock, his eyes as wide as bronze bells, staring at the screen without blinking. This dodging skill, it's simply beyond human limits. The Chief of Staff of the 15th Army Group could not help but exclaim as well, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his body leaning forward as if he wanted to see Lin Chuan's movements from a closer distance. The spectators at the observatory were even more blown away, and the rising and falling cries of surprise were still clearly audible in the sound of the wind and rain. Oh my god! Lin Chuan is open for business. This action can even be done? A young soldier's face turned red with excitement, his hands waving non-stop, his voice becoming shrill from shock. This reaction speed and body coordination is too terrifying. How on earth did he do that? The veteran next to him was also shocked and kept shaking his head, his eyes filled with awe. Asterisk. Is this guy a monkey reincarnated? The player was shocked when he saw that one shot missed,
But he quickly calmed down and hurriedly continued to aim and continued to shoot continuously. Lin Xuan jumped and rolled and dodged with such perverted to incomprehensible movements while determining the exact location of the enemy. His figure was like a ghost in the wind and rain, dazzling people with every movement. At times he slid sideways. At times he leapt high into the air. At times he ambled and rolled, each movement full of the beauty of power and speed, and perfectly avoiding the enemy's bullets. Lin Xuan decided to launch a counterattack after determining the exact location of the enemy. The moment he rose from one of his amble rolls, he dropped to a smooth half-kneeling position, leaning his body back slightly to form a stable shooting stance. His left hand quickly rested on the gun. His right hand held the handle steady, and his index finger rested lightly on the trigger. His eyes were firmly fixed on the direction where the enemy was. The wind was howling and the rain kept hitting his face, blurring his vision, but it was as if he was not affected at all. He took a deep breath, letting his breathing and heartbeat level out, and it was as if the entire world was nothing but the enemy and the gun in his hand and his eyes. Just at the moment the enemy pulled the trigger again, Lin Xuan decisively pulled the trigger as well. His fingers moved gently but firmly, as if they were fused with the gun. A flame erupted from the muzzle of the gun, standing out in the dimness. The bullets were subjected to the powerful thrust of the gunpowder in the chamber and whistled out at great speed towards the enemy. Almost at the same time, the player let out a muffled grunt. His body jolted and the gun in his hand fell to the ground. He looked at his chest with a face full of shock, where there were white spots that the rain couldn't wash away. Immediately afterward, the elimination device on his training suit was sensed and began to emit thick white smoke. Indicates that he has been eliminated. How is this? How is this possible? His mouth muttered, his eyes full of disbelief. How can he still hit me? Inside the monitoring room, the scene instantly boiled over when they saw Lin Xuan successfully counterattack and finish off that player. The 5th Army commander fell on his butt in his chair, his hands hanging feebly at his side, his face full of bitter smiles. Got to be. Revenge is hopeless. This Lin Xuan is simply the god of war descending to earth. Li Changhai, the commander of the 7th Group Army, stood up violently and waved his hands vigorously, his face full of excitement and thrill. Such a soldier. If only he could be in my troop. How wonderful it would be to be able to shoot accurately in such a harsh environment and in such violent movement. This strength, it's simply unbeatable. The chief of staff of the 15th Army Group also followed suit and stood up, his eyes glittering with amazement as he kept applauding. In this confrontation, if there are no more people fighting against Lin Xuan in the back, the first place, there is absolutely no doubt that it will be him. Nonsense. In terms of one-on-one singles ability, in the entire arena, who can be his opponent? Now it's time to see if the players from the other units, in the latter stages, can come to a consensus to join forces and take this guy out first. At the observatory, the audience was completely lit up. Too powerful. This is Lin Xuan's strength. No one can beat him. This is the real powerhouse. Let's hope we, the troops, don't run into him. If it's me, I might as well stay alive for a while, so that I can avoid an early encounter with the Sky Wolves people and still live for a while longer. Ha ha ha, that's what I think too. With this strength of the Sky Wolves, who the hell would dare to fight against them? You can't hit them, and your sneak attack was unsuccessful. Instead, he was given a second by someone else with a single shot. On this strength, if you run into it, in addition to admitting defeat, is there a second choice? On the scene, Lin Xuan quickly came to the contestant that he had killed and eliminated, and didn't bother to talk nonsense, taking away the ammunition from him. Then, rush to the final round area according to the map shown above. By the time you drop from the airdrop, the final circle has been determined, marked on the map. It was 8 kilometers away from his current location. This distance, for them, was an hour, at most, to get there. Now, there's still an hour and a half to go. Unbeknownst to Lin Xuan, not long after he had just left this place, 2 people were lying on their backs in a high point of grass more than 300 meters away. It's not good to mess with. Li Hao smiled bitterly. This guy Lin Xuan, he seems to be even more powerful. Yuan Shan, who was next to him, nodded. It seems that it won't work with just the 3 of us joining forces. Got to get our troops together. Li Hao was stunned. You're thinking, a group of us, beating him up? Yuan Shan sneered. You think those soldiers he practiced are for show? If they run into each other as well, not to mention the people from our 3 units combined, even the people from the rest of the other units combined, I'm afraid they just can't win. Li Hao said in a deep voice. So, what you're saying is that we're going to take out the rest of their Sky Wolves first? Exactly. Yuan Shan nodded. First, cut off his feathers. Then, go back and deal with him. Li Hao pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. I agree. Since this guy Lin Xuan intends to let his Skywolf soldiers practice in this confrontation match to fight more with less,
Let's fulfill him and help him out. Ha! The three of us, and we're not going to fight. Let our guys fight. Gotta show Lin Chuan some mercy, don't you? Ha ha ha. Good. It's settled then. Let's go. Find old Zhang and start making preparations for deployment. Chapter 54, The Final Showdown. Here it comes. Almost 8,000 words big chapter. The storm was still raging, as if it wanted to swallow the whole world. In this hostile environment, the other members of the Skywolf force went full steam ahead towards the final round after getting their equipment. Zhu Hanlin was soaked to the skin, and rainwater kept sliding down his face. He gripped his newly arrived weapon tightly as he carefully made his way through the muddy hills. Suddenly, there was a slight rattle from ahead, and he immediately stopped in his tracks, his body clinging to a large, thick tree. Only 2 players from other units appeared from the bushes, their eyes alert and their weapons ready to fire. The corners of Zhu Hanlin's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. He quickly adjusted his breathing, his mind calculating his countermeasures. Just as the other party was still looking around, Zhu Hanlin was like a black lightning bolt, snapping out from behind a large tree. His movements were agile and decisive. The weapon in his hand pointed precisely at one of the players. Bang! A gunshot rang out, extraordinarily harsh in the storm. Before that contestant had time to react, he was hit by Zhu Hanlin, and white smoke instantly rose from his training suit, declaring him eliminated. The other player's eyes widened in horror at the sight, and he panicked as he raised his weapon and fired wildly towards Zhu Hanlin. Zhu Hanlin's body flexibly dodged left and right, using the surrounding trees as cover to quickly close in on his opponent. His figure drifted like a ghost in the wind and rain, making it impossible for his opponents to catch his trail. When he was only a few steps away from his opponent, Zhu Hanlin rushed forward with an arrow step and smashed his opponent's head hard with the butt of his gun. Dang! With a muffled sound, that player directly fell to the ground, losing his ability to resist. Zhu Hanlin quickly stepped forward and removed his opponent's epaulets before continuing towards the final round. Inside the monitoring room, the heads of the armies saw this scene, and a look of surprise appeared on their faces. This Zhu Hanlin's reaction speed and fighting ability is too amazing. The 7th Group Army's military commander, Li Chonghai, was also in awe. The Skywolf force's soldiers, every one of them really isn't simple. If this were to be on the battlefield, it would be too terrifying. The spectators at the observatory also exploded with gasps of surprise. Zhu Hanlin is too good. This strength, bull. Yes, facing 2 opponents and still being able to resolve them so easily. The Skywolf's soldiers are just different. Chen Jiao ran all the way after getting her equipment. Her eyes were determined, with one goal in mind, the final round. Suddenly, she sensed something strange in the atmosphere around her and immediately stopped in her tracks, observing her surroundings vigilantly. Just then, one player rushed down from the side hill. They shouted loudly and attacked towards Chen Jiao. Chen Jiao snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. She quickly went prone on the ground, using the mud and rain on the ground as cover to shoot towards her opponent. She was a precise shot, and every bullet carried a deadly threat. That player was caught off guard by Chen Jiao's counterattack, and they rushed to find cover to hide. Chen Jiao took the opportunity to stand up and charge towards them like a cheetah. Her speed was extremely fast, and she arrived in front of her opponent in an instant. She brandished her weapon in her hand and engaged her opponent in a fierce close combat. Her movements were clean, each move hitting her opponent straight in the gut. In less than 20 seconds, that contestant was paralyzed and incapacitated by Chen Jiao. Chen Jiao looked at them and said coldly, "Just with you, you want to stop me?" Then she turned and continued to run towards the final round. After Lu Xiaoro got her equipment, she carefully advanced towards the final round. Her eyes were animated, like a wary deer. When she was almost within the area of the final round, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Intuition told her there was danger ahead. She slowly crouched down, hiding her body in a thick patch of grass. She scrutinized her surroundings, not missing a single detail. At that moment, on the edgeline of the final round area, 2 players from the 6th Army were in a cross ambush. Their eyes were fierce and their weapons were loaded in their hands, just waiting for some other troopers to come in from this direction so that they could take advantage of the attack to finish them off. I don't know who I'll run into this time. It better be someone from the Sky Wolves. Let them know how powerful our 6th Army is. One of the tall, stubble-faced players whispered, with a bit of conceit in his voice, just thinking about what his chief instructor said on the transport. I hate my guts. Yeah, it would be a big profit if we can take out the Sky Wolves people. Another slightly shorter player with shrewd eyes agreed, and rubbed his hands together from time to time. Just as they were discussing in whispers, they suddenly saw a looming silhouette. They were immediately alerted, and upon closer inspection, realized it was a female soldier. They instantly recognized that this was the contrasting female soldier from Skywolf who was soft and weak, but got the fighting championship by kicking the male soldiers. It's actually her. Let's see how we can clean her up. The taller player sneered, his laugh filled with contempt. Don't be careless. Don't forget her strength in fighting. That's fighting. Everyone stood there in the light. Right now, it's her in the light and us in the dark. And with weapons in hand. If we can't get rid of her like this, then why don't we all just go home and raise pigs? That's true, but we have to be a little more careful. We can't afford to get caught in the gutter. When she gets a little closer, we'll make our move and catch her off guard, the short player said in a deep voice. Lu Xiaoro sensed the approaching danger, and her heartbeat accelerated slightly. She quietly pulled a smoke grenade and a flashbang from her backpack and held them in her hands, her fingers expertly fiddling with the safeties. When the two players saw Lu Xiaoro getting closer and closer, they glanced at each other before standing up at the same time and shooting wildly towards Lu Xiaoro. Lu Xiaoro's eyes flinched and her body instantly tightened like a string. She threw the smoke and flashbangs out with great speed, moving in a single motion without the slightest delay. Bang! The smoke instantly filled the air with a loud bang, and the intense flash of light made the two contestants' eyes go blank. Taking advantage of this brief confusion, Lu Xiaoro rushed into the smoke like a black phantom, crouching low. Her footsteps were light and agile, each step splashing tiny splashes on the muddy ground. Her eyes were like cold stars flickering in the night sky. Quickly catching her opponent's position in the smoke, she gripped her assault rifle tightly in her hand, the gun swaying slightly with her movements, but her muzzle was always firmly pointed in the direction of a possible enemy. Her index finger was on the trigger, ready to be pulled. The two players were dazed by Lu Xiaoro's sudden attack, and they groped around in the smoke in a panic, blindly sweeping the weapons in their hands. What's wrong with this girl? Moving so fast? The taller player shouted in alarm, the confidence in his voice no longer there before. I don't know. Don't panic. Just stabilize. The shorter player responded, but his voice also carried a hint of trembling. Lu Xiaoro heard their conversation and the corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible sneer. She used the cover of smoke to move quickly in an S-shaped route, constantly changing her position so that her opponents could not lock onto her. As she moved, she also shot in the direction of her opponents from time to time, each bullet carrying the sound of whistling wind and accurately brushing past their sides, scaring them into a cold sweat. Where the hell is she? That's a hell of a shot, the taller player shouted in panic. How was I supposed to know? The short player broke down a bit as well. Lu Xiaoro gradually approached the two players, her figure looming in the smoke like a ghost. When the distance was right, she lurched out of the smoke and did a nice roll to get behind the taller player. Her movements were as fast as lightning, and before the taller player had time to react, the gun in Lu Xiaoro's hand was already pressed against the back of his head. Don't move! Lu Xiaoro's voice was crisp and icy, like the north wind in the cold winter. You're eliminated. When he finished speaking, he did not forget to use his dagger to gently scratch at his neck, and a line of blood surfaced. The taller player's body instantly froze and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground. How? Did you do it? He asked in horror, his voice filled with doubt and resignation. Lu Xiaoro didn't answer him, but quickly turned around and looked for another player. The shorter player saw this and tried to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. Lu Xiaoro's eyes turned cold. The gun in her hand turned quickly and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The sound of the gunshot hit the short player's back, and white smoke rose directly from his body. Lu Xiaoro quickly stepped forward, then looked at him. You also lost. Inside the monitoring room, the heads of the armies were stunned when they saw this scene. The 6th Army commander's face instantly turned ironic as he violently stood up and slammed his hands on the table with force. How is this possible? 2 players from our 6th Army were actually countered by a female soldier. The 7th Group Army commander, Li Chonghai, was also shocked. This Lu Xiaoro is too powerful. Her strength doesn't match her appearance at all. The contrast is too great. I watched her fight in front of me and knew she was powerful. I didn't realize that this was such an extraordinary stance even in the all-weapons match. The audience at the observatory was exploding with exclamations of surprise and admiration. Lu Xiaoro is too good. This strength, it's unbelievable. Yeah, she looks soft and weak, but I didn't expect her to be so tough in battle. It's really impressive. After Lu Xiaoro cleanly disposed of the 2 6th Army players, she quickly leaned down and pocketed some useful equipment from her opponent, and then without hesitation, he rushed towards the final round. However, the sound of gunshots from the fierce exchange of fire just now, like an alarm bell ringing in the silent wilderness, instantly attracted the attention of the other troops. At this time, players from the 18th and 22nd Armies were coming in the direction of the sound of the gunfire. The 18th Army is now left with 6 players, including Li Hao, while the 22nd Army is left with 5 players who have reached an alliance. Not all the troops came this time, with a vanguard of 8 men arriving first. On the other hand, Li Hao and Yuan Shan were carefully setting up traps in another place, waiting for the final moment of showdown. These 8 players followed the trail left by the battle and quickly analyzed Lu Xiaoro's approximate location. Just as Lu Xiaoro was preparing to deal with the upcoming crisis, Chen Jiao and Zhu Hanlin from the Sky Wolf Force, like timely rain, found their way over and successfully met up with her. "Xiaoro, are you alright?" Zhu Hanlin gasped and asked with concern. Lu Xiaoro shook her head and whispered, "I'm fine, but looking at the situation, the gunshots just now attracted quite a few people, so I guess I'm being targeted." Chen Jiao frowned and looked around warily. "That's right, and it's likely that the other troops have already joined forces and are just waiting to deal with us. The Sky Wolves." Zhu Hanlin's gaze was cold as he gripped the weapon in his hand. "Humph, no matter how many people come, we'll just recruit them." Inside the monitoring room, the military chiefs were staring intently at the screen, watching the 3 forces about to collide as the atmosphere became extremely tense. The commander of the 18th Army Group frowned slightly, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the desktop. This 18th Army and 22nd Army are united and have numerical superiority, so we'll see how these 3 Tian Lang respond. The commander of the 22nd Group Army, on the other hand, had a confident look on his face. "If our 2 armies join forces, we still can't deal with 3 of Skywolf's men? There shouldn't be any suspense in winning or losing this duel." There was also a lively discussion among the spectators at the observatory. The Skywolves are in a bit of a bind this time. Not only does the other side have a large number of people, they've also joined forces. Yeah, but the Skywolves people aren't easy either, so maybe they can work a miracle. The 3 of them, Zhu Hanlin, quickly adjusted their state and prepared for the upcoming battle. Soon, 8 players from the 18th and 22nd armies were in their sights. "The other side is coming. Prepare to fight," Zhu Hanlin shouted in a low voice. A player from the 18th Army licked his dry lips and lowered his voice to the 22nd Army player beside him. "Hey, I heard that the Skywolves can't be easy to deal with. Are you afraid?" The 22nd Army player skimmed his mouth and sneered. 8 against 3. The advantage is on my doorstep. Charge up in a while and take them down directly. Ha ha ha, let's do it then. They had a little contempt in their eyes. In their opinion, the absolute advantage in numbers was enough to crush the Skywolf trio. Both sides instantly entered into battle, with the players from the 18th and 22nd armies utilizing the surrounding terrain and spreading out in a fan-like formation in an attempt to surround Zhu Hanlin's trio. Cross cover and advance steadily. A leading player of the 18th Army commanded loudly. They were seen working in groups of 2, cooperating with each other, one shooting to suppress while the other moved quickly to find a better position to attack. Seeing this, Zhu Hanlin calmly said to his companion, "We can't be surrounded by them. Chen Jiao, you detour from the left side to attract their firepower, while Xiao Rou and I will break through from the front." Chen Jiao nodded his head and like a black lightning bolt, he quickly ran towards the left side. She ran and shot towards the other side at the same time, and managed to draw most of the enemy's fire. Zhu Hanlin and Lu Xiaoro then took the opportunity to attack from the front. They used the trees as cover, constantly shifting positions as the weapons in their hands spat flames. Pay attention to the rhythm of the opponent's firing and look for gaps in their firepower, Zhu Hanlin said to Lu Xiaoro while firing. Lu Xiaoro's eyes were focused, closely following Zhu Hanlin's rhythm. She skillfully used smoke bombs and flashbangs to create confusion and cover her in Zhu Hanlin's movements. "Throw flashbangs," Zhu Hanlin shouted. Lu Xiaoro quickly threw the flashbang into the middle of the enemy, and the intense light blinded the opponent briefly. The two took the opportunity to launch a charge, closing in on the enemy at breakneck speed. Their shots were precise and each bullet carried a deadly threat. "No good. They're throwing flashbangs," a player from the 22nd Army shouted, his voice filled with panic. The glare stung their eyes and they could only instinctively duck around. When their vision gradually returned, they realized that the 2 Sky Wolves had rushed over, bullets whistling past their ears, and several of them were nearly hit. How can the Sky Wolf's people shoot so accurately? The 18th Army player's heart tightened, and he hurriedly found a large tree to hide behind, his hands tightly gripping his gun. However, the other side was outnumbered and had ferocious firepower, so Zhu Hanlin and Lu Xiaoro gradually fell into a predicament. Just then, Chen Jiao launched an attack from the enemy's rear and managed to disrupt the opponent's position. "Front and rear attack. Charge," Zhu Hanlin shouted, leading Lu Xiaowei and Chen Jiao, launching a final charge towards the enemy's encirclement. In a fierce firefight, Zhu Hanlin and Chen Jiao take out 6 opponents in one breath in order to cover Lu Xiaoro, but they are also unfortunately hit by the enemy, with white smoke coming out of their training uniforms, and are declared eliminated. "Leave us alone. Xiao Rou, charge out," Zhu Hanlin shouted with his last ounce of strength. Lu Xiaoro finally revealed a look of anger. With her excellent sports shooting and athletic evasive stance, she faced the 2 remaining enemy shots and weaved her way through the gunfire. She kept throwing smoke bombs and grenades and managed to break through the enemy encirclement by utilizing the smoke and fire from the explosions. But that wasn't all. After rushing out, she quickly found the best sniping spot, a quick shot to take out the remaining 2 directly as the other man came after them. And at that point, all 8 players from the 18th and 22nd armies were eliminated. Inside the surveillance room, there was silence. The heads of the armies were stunned by the scene before them. The commander of the 18th Group Army stood up violently, shock written all over his face. How is this possible? Skywolf fought 3 against 8 and managed to break out. Although he sacrificed 2 people, he eliminated all of his opponents. This combat power is too amazing. The commander of the 22nd Army Group also sat frozen in his chair, unable to speak for a long time. The audience at the observatory then erupted into a round of applause and cheers. And in a patch of grass not far away, Lin Chuan quietly lurked there, witnessing the entire battle. He hadn't come to his aid because he wanted to let the Skywolf's team members continue to hone themselves in the brutal battles. Being eliminated is inevitable, but at least from what I've seen so far, these soldiers of the Skywolves have been qualified for the confrontation. Lin Chuan is there. At this time, in the monitoring room, the monitoring technician also found Lin Chuan in the monitoring screen and pulled the screen out. When the group of chiefs saw it, they were all stunned and filled with confusion. No, if he's there, why isn't he making a move? A bigwig of a group army asked in disbelief. Li Changhai sighed slightly. His ultimate goal is not to take this confrontation. Rather, it's to train Skywolf's soldiers. His individual strength, it's too strong. In that situation just now, if he had appeared and led the team, these 8 men from the 18th and 22nd armies would not have been able to carry out an effective siege attack on them. The final result may be that all 8 of these people are eliminated, and the 4 of them, the Sky Wolves, are left unharmed. But, to him, it doesn't make much sense with this result. He's thinking about the war ahead. He can't be there for the team all the time. The crowd sniffed. Alas, after hearing you say that, I finally realize where our troopers really lose. A group army bigwig shook his head and smiled bitterly. We're just thinking about getting good grades in this all-army test. But the other Lin Chuan has already thought of all the possibilities of future wars, and he's using every available method to keep honing the soldiers under his command so that they can gain as much combat experience as possible. The other bigwigs also nodded slightly. In the blink of an eye, this intense military rivalry has entered its 4th day. Since the beginning of the tournament, every inch of the battlefield has been filled with tension and austerity. The remaining members of the Skywolf force always remembered the orders given by Lin Chuan before the opening match. Lin Chuan's instructions were clear. Everyone had to eliminate at least 3 people, and they weren't allowed to lurk for long periods of time, which required them to be constantly vigilant and proactive. Whether it was Lu Xiaoro or the rest of the Sky Wolves, their bodies were already very tired, but they always gritted their teeth and persisted, following Lin Chuan's request and constantly searching for enemies that could be eliminated. And the players from all the other armies are having an equally bad time. For 4 days they had not eaten a thing except water. Hunger and exhaustion followed, and every step seemed to take all the strength in the body. But they're all hanging on strong with tenacity. The number of players in each army is decreasing every day as time goes by. Intense confrontations make this battlefield even more brutal, and every firefight may determine whether a player stays or goes. On the referee's side, the staff is busy tallying up the match data. Afterwards, the head referee personally reported the personnel situation to the head of the headquarters. Reporting to the head, there are still 24 people left in the final round. Among them, there are 4 people left from the Skywolf force plus Lin Chuan, and 20 players from the other armies are left. Among these 20 people, 4 of them are in a state of solitary lurking and hiding, while the remaining 16 people have formed an alliance led by Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zhang Jiajie. The headquarters chiefs were deep in thought when they heard this debriefing. Li Changhai, the commander of the 7th Group Army, frowned slightly and said, "It seems that this game has entered the decisive stage. Although the Skywolf forces are small in number, their strength should not be underestimated, and the alliance formed by the other armies will also bring a lot of pressure on the Skywolves." The commander of the 5th Group Army nodded and continued, "These remaining 24 people are all the elite of the elite. The next match should be the showdown between the Skywolves and your other various army alliances. Now, it's up to Lin Chuan at this point, whether or not he'll come down and lead the remaining 3 of the Skywolves to fight against the alliance of armies. In these 3 days, Lin Chuan hasn't made a move since he entered the final round. Obviously, it's all about giving his Skywolf soldiers a chance to practice. But if he still doesn't make a move in the final duel, with just these 3 people from the Skywolves, it's impossible for them to be a match for the 16 people from the allied armies. Not to mention, there are still 4 other players eyeing them from the shadows." The head of the headquarters looked at the time and said in a faintly hushed voice, "It should be about time. The physical state of the various contestants have all reached their limits. Next, let's see who can accomplish the final reversal under the limit."
The spectators at the viewing gallery were also enthusiastically discussing the situation of the match. There are 4 of the Sky Wolf troops left. Can they hold their own against all the other armies? It's hard to say. There are too many people in the alliance formed by the other armies, and they'll definitely target the Sky Wolves. But the Sky Wolves people aren't simple either. Everyone has seen their performance in the past few days, so they might be able to create a miracle. At this time, Lin Xuan had been in the shadows, inciting everything around him. Never showed up. The sky was darkening, and the night was like a huge black curtain that slowly fell, covering this battlefield full of smoke and fire. Tang Lin, Lu Xiaoro, and Su Mei had a hard time converging in a hidden mountain pass. Their faces were full of fatigue, and their clothes were scratched by branches and stained with mud, each of them dragging their heavy steps as if each step took the strength of their entire body. Tang Lin sat on his butt on the ground, panting heavily, his dry and cracked lips trembling slightly. These past few days are really going to wear me out, and I'm almost out of water, so I really don't know how much longer I'll be able to hold out. Lu Xiaoro leaned against a tree and slowly squatted down, rubbing her sore calves. Yeah, I feel like my legs aren't even my own anymore, but we have to hurry up and discuss what to do next. Su Mei took out the crumpled map from her backpack and spread it out on the ground, her fingers somewhat trembling as she pointed at the markings on it. We've mapped out so many places in the past few days. You guys, based on the traces of the other troopers we encountered earlier and our observations, I feel that the area of the duel has a high probability of being right here. Her voice was husky and thick with exhaustion. Tang Lin came closer to look at the map and frowned. I also think it's around here, and having fought with the other troops over the past few days, I can feel that they should have already allied themselves. The waves we encountered before were so well coordinated that they didn't look like they were improvised. Lu Xiaoro nodded her head slightly, worry in her eyes. With their alliance, they have an absolute advantage in numbers, so we won't be able to deal with them. I also don't know if the captain will show up and lead us in battle. Tang Lin sighed and looked into the distance. The captain hasn't made a move in the past few days. He should be wanting to let us experience on our own. But the enemy is too powerful this time. If he doesn't show up again, it'll be really hard for us to resist. Meanwhile, at the Alliance's camp, Yuan Shan, Li Hao, and Zhang Jiajie were also sitting around discussing tactics. Yuan Shan's face was dark and full of exhaustion and haggardness as he said breathlessly, "Brothers, these 4 days have worn me out, and if it continues like this, I feel like I won't be able to hold on." Li Hao rubbed his reddened eyes and his voice was hoarse. Yes, everyone is exhausted to the limit, but we still have a great advantage in numbers when we allied up. There are only a few people left in that Sky Wolf troop. We have a great chance. Zhang Jiajie patted the dust on his body and coughed a few times. Great chance? Not necessarily. That guy Lin Xuan, he doesn't even seem to have appeared since entering the final round. Just these soldiers under him have tossed us around enough. Yuan Shan frowned and pondered for a moment. Lin Xuan has been quiet these past few days. I guess he wants his soldiers to break in on their own. As long as he doesn't intervene, the few people left in Skywolf are no match for us. There's no way it won't show up. We have to be prepared. At least, until this Lin Xuan fellow doesn't show up. The 3 of us, we have to save our strength. Of all these people here, only the 3 of us combined can barely move him. Never mind. Let's not talk about it. Hurry up and grab some rest. I'm guessing that at most tonight. They're coming. Right now. Everyone's bodies are at their limits. And if we can't make it through, they can't make it through. In the mountain pass, Tang Lin's 3 men were still discussing nervously. Su Mei clenched her teeth, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. Whether the captain shows up or not, we can't give up. We've also eliminated quite a few opponents in the past few days. We have the strength. We can definitely fight them. Tang Lin stood up and gripped the weapon in his hand, though his body was exhausted. Right. We can't let the captain down. Even if we die, we'll die on the way to the charge. Lu Xiaoro also stood up and organized her equipment. Good. Then we'll follow the plan and move towards the dueling area, and see what happens. The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded before dragging their tired bodies and walking slowly towards the unknown dueling area. Unbeknownst to them, after the 3 of them had left, Lin Xuan appeared at the spot where the 3 of them had been before. Looking in the direction of the trio, the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth revealed a touch of relief. Then, stretched hard. After 3 days of rest, it's time to move your muscles. Chapter 55, the duel begins. Lin Xuan strikes. A big chapter of over 4,000 words. Between the mountains and forests, moonlight poured through the gaps in the branches and leaves, creating patches of light. Lin Xuan was like a viper hidden in the darkness, weaving through the mountains and forests. His figure fluttered like a ghost in the dappled light, each step light, barely making a sound. Inside the monitoring room, the heads of the armies saw Lin Xuan's actions and were once again in disbelief. What is this Lin Xuan up to?
The dueling area is all set up. Why is he going in the opposite direction? The 11th Army's chief of staff was filled with rage. His face reddened, veins rippled on his forehead, and he couldn't help but curse. This isn't fooling around. It's no wonder he's so angry. Because not far from the direction Lin Xuan went, there were soldiers from their army, and it's the only one left at the moment. The commander of the 17th Army also frowned. Yes, what does he want at this critical moment if he doesn't head for the decisive battle area? At this time, Li Changhai laughed as he leaned slightly on the back of his chair with a relaxed expression and slowly opened his mouth to explain. Aren't you guys asking questions knowingly? Lin Xuan isn't acting blindly. He's not wanting to waste time looking for these 4 hidden people after the duel is over. He's planning to take them all out first, and then go participate in the duel without any worries. I can't believe that with your brains, you couldn't think of that. The 11th Army's chief of staff was still a bit unconvinced when he heard this, and he skimmed his lips, still with an angry look on his face. Even if that's the case, we can't drop the ball at this point. What if this delays the decisive battle? Isn't he afraid that those 3 pawns of his Sky Wolves will be beaten to a pulp by the players of the various military alliances? It's fine if he doesn't go to save his own soldiers. What's he doing moving that little shrimp from our army? He's missing this head. Ha! The other group army bigwigs laughed straight. He knows what's in his heart. Lin Xuan, you guys have seen his strength. It shouldn't take too much time for him to solve these 4 people. It's not too late to take out those hidden 4 before going to the dueling area. At this moment, Lin Xuan locked onto the location of the first hidden player. The player was hiding in a patch of grass behind a large, thick tree, covered in dead grass and leaves, perfectly hiding himself in the darkness of the mountains and forests, observing his surroundings with full concentration, not realizing that danger was creeping up on him. At this time, his demeanor was as tired as it could be. He's been a motionless cat for 3 days now. The stored water is also finished. Good thing. He's not too bad at starving. Even after 4 days had passed, he was currently in much better shape, relative to other players who fought entangled with their opponents in the sport, because they're all saving their strength. The calorie burn is nowhere near as much as those runners. Only, unbeknownst to him, at this moment, a figure had slowly approached towards him. Lin Xuan was catatonic, his footsteps gently approaching the target. The soles of his shoes were as if they were equipped with silencers. Stepping on the ground full of fallen leaves, he didn't even make a single rustling sound. His eyes were glued to the player's back. When he was only a few steps away from his target, his figure instantly solidified like a statue, waiting for the perfect moment. Suddenly, Lin Xuan moved. His movements were as fast as lightning, yet silent. He took an arrow step forward and was behind the player before he could make any reaction. The player seemed to have sensed something strange behind him, and just as he wanted to turn around, Lin Xuan's hand had already steadily covered his mouth, while the other hand pressed the muzzle of his gun against the back of his head. You're hanging. Lin Xuan's voice was low and cold, as if it came from hell. The player's eyes widened in horror, his mouth covered so that he could only make whimpering noises. How did you find me? The player managed to squeeze out a few words, his voice filled with confusion. The corner of Lin Xuan's mouth rose slightly as he sneered. You're hiding it well, but it's still too obvious in my eyes. It's you, Chief Instructor of Sirius. After that player saw Lin Xuan's face clearly, a strong sense of frustration was born, but he still cursed unwillingly. I say, I didn't mess with you Sky Wolves either. I'm staying in my field. Can't you just let me live for a while longer? Lin Xuan rolled his eyes. On this battlefield, you and I are enemies. In your place, would you let your enemy live a little longer? That player. After resolving this player, Lin Xuan didn't stop for a moment as his figure merged into the darkness once again, running towards his next target. Inside the duel area, the thick fog was like a thin veil, gently shrouding this battlefield where victory and defeat would be decided, and the surrounding trees were shadowed in the fog, permeated with a murderous aura. The members of the various military alliances looked grave. Yuan Shan, Li Hao, and Zhang Jiajie gathered around, the map spread out at their feet being slightly tossed by the wind. Yuan Shan crouched down and used a branch to slowly gesture on the ground, his brows locked, his voice hoarse and dry from days of exhaustion. Listen, I'll repeat it again. Let's set up this area as a core ambush circle. He lifted his head, his eyes sweeping around him, and reached out to point to where the ground was low and the steep hillsides on either side stood like silent guards. The terrain here is low-lying, with steep hillsides on both sides, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Let's arrange 2 teams of men on the hillside in a crossfire, and once the Skywolf's men enter, we'll give them a pot shot. Saying that, he clutched the branch tightly, his eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness, and even though his figure was slightly hunched over from exhaustion, the dormant fighting spirit blazed up again at the thought of the upcoming duel. Li Hao rubbed his bloodshot eyes, which were filled with exhaustion and tenacity, then added, On the path we must take to enter the ambush circle, we plant trip mines and booby traps. As he spoke, he heaved his hand over the path on the map a few times. If they make the slightest mistake, they'll be blown up and eliminated outright. Also, arrange for 4 men to detour around the back to prevent them from escaping. Zhang Jiajie nodded, the dust on his face lifting slightly at his nodding motion. He looked around at his teammates and raised his volume. Does everyone understand? This is our last chance. We must defeat Skywolf completely. The players nodded their heads, exhaustion written all over their faces, dry cracked lips, messy hair, all telling of the grueling game. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, bright lights shone on the huge screen. The heads of the various armies and the special forces of the observation office were staring intently at the screen, and the atmosphere was so tense that it seemed as if they could wring out water. When they saw the tactical layout of the various military alliances, the crowd instantly exploded. The third group army commander said with a look of admiration, "This tactical layout is exquisite, utilizing the terrain to set up a crossfire, coupled with the mines to block it, the front and back attack. Once the Tian Lang stepped in, it will be very difficult to get out." The 9th Army Group's chief of staff pushed up his glasses, his eyes narrowing behind the lenses as he calmly analyzed. Not bad, and the distribution of personnel before and after this is reasonable, allowing for an all-out attack while preventing the Skywolves from breaking out and escaping. It seems like they really put in a lot of effort to deal with the Skywolves. The head of the headquarters gently tapped his fingers on the desktop and said with an expectant expression, "Now, it's up to those 3 people from Skywolf to see if they can hold out until Lin Xuan comes back." There was also a lively discussion among the special forces at the observatory. This trap and ambush are too perfectly coordinated. I'm afraid that Skywolf will be in deep trouble this time. Another special forces soldier from the 12th Army frowned. He shook his head slightly with a hint of worry on his face. That's true, but the Skywolves people aren't simple either. Their performance over the past few days has been obvious to everyone, so they might be able to think of a way to deal with it. The gusty winds raged in the empty dueling area, raising layers of sand and dust, causing the entire heaven and earth to become dim and chaotic. The moment Tang Lin, Lu Xioro, and Su Mei stepped into this area, the wind wrapped in gravel poured into their collars, bringing a piercing chill. What was even more chilling was the strong smell of gunpowder and the tension that seemed to materialize in the air, like a big invisible net that enveloped them tightly. Something's not right. It's too quiet here. Watch out everyone. Tang Lin alertly whispered a reminder, while gripping the weapon in his hand, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The words did not fall. Dense firepower from all sides surging attack. Bullets whooshed to graze the corner of the coat flew by. Sharp whistling sound and the wind sound intertwined together. Let a person's scalp numb. Dodge! Tang Lin shouted, the wind almost drowning out his voice. He quickly pulled Lu Xiaowei and Su Mei, and took an arrow step to hide behind a huge bunker, which appeared mottled and worn under the erosion of the wind and sand, but became the only thing they could rely on at this moment. Su Mei frowned, and at this time, she also slightly saw the opponent's tactical layout. The gusty wind blew her hair wildly as she spoke with anxiety. This firepower suppression from the other side is too fierce, and the tactical coordination is terribly tight. It's hard to break through for a while. Tang Lin calmly observed the surroundings, the streaking gravel constantly hitting her face. Analyzing, they've used the terrain to set up all sorts of traps and ambushes, and the distribution of personnel is very subtle. A frontal strong attack is not the way to go. Must break through an opening first, disrupt their tactical layout. Meanwhile, in the command center of the Alliance players, the corner of Li Hao's mouth hooked up with a smug smile. Humph, the Skywolves are considered to have fallen into our carefully laid trap this time. Let's see how they can escape. This ghostly weather has helped us add a few points to our chances of victory. Yuan Shan chimed in. Yes, this is a tactic that our alliances of armies have spent a lot of effort to develop. And today is the end of the Skywolves. With the wind and sand so strong, their field of vision is limited and we have an even greater advantage. Zhang Jiajie clasped his hands on his chest, confident, as long as we push forward according to the plan, it's easy to take them down. They won't be able to hold out for long in this harsh environment. The battle process, however, has to be pulled faster. Maybe by now, that guy Lin Xuan will be arriving soon. Tang Lin took a deep breath. The gusty wind choked him and he coughed a few times, and said in a deep voice, we can't just sit back and wait for death. Let's observe their fire distribution first and look for an opportunity to tear through the defense. This wind is strong. It's not good for us and it's also affecting them. So let's see who can seize the opportunity. The trio moved cautiously through the gunfire, the wind and sand blurring their vision, and they could only rely on instinct and experience to avoid the enemy's attacks. With excellent marksmanship and tacit cooperation, they finally tore a hole in the enemy's tight defense. Charge! Widen the breach! Tang Lin shouted, his voice becoming hoarse as the wind and sand poured into his throat.
he took the lead and rushed out, his figure hidden in the wind and sand. However, they hadn't advanced very far when the Alliance's defenses quickly adjusted, and a new network of firepower once again trapped them in a dead heat. The enemy figures were becoming clearer through the smoke and sand, fanning out and rapidly approaching them. Not good. They're surrounding us. Lu Xiaoru's face changed slightly, and the gun in her hand fired even faster. Each pull of the trigger was accompanied by flames spewing out of the muzzle, which was particularly blinding in the dimly lit wind and sand. The three of them frantically engaged in fire suppression, bullets pouring from their chambers like a torrential downpour. Inside the surveillance room, the atmosphere was so stagnant that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. The chiefs stared intently at the screen, which was filled with snowflake dots interrupted by the wind and sand, the expressions on their faces constantly changing with the situation on the battlefield. Wang Yi's hands gripped the armrests of the seat tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, his eyes staring deathly at the position of Tang Lin's trio, and his mouth kept chanting, "Make sure you hang in there, and don't let anything happen to you. This damn weather. I hope it doesn't affect them too much. And, Lin Chuan, where the hell have you been? Come out." At the spectator viewing area, soldiers from various army units cheered excitedly, a glint of excitement in their eyes. Although the wind and sand blew their eyes open, it did not diminish their enthusiasm at all. The Skywolves won't be able to escape with their wings this time. Let's see how arrogant they can still be. A soldier waved his fist and shouted, his voice quickly swallowed by the wind. The surrounding soldiers chimed in. That's right, we'll finally be able to finish off Skywolf. Tang Lin's trio looked at the approaching enemy and realized in their hearts that the tide had turned. But they didn't flinch in the slightest, and there was determination in their eyes. Even if I die, I'll pull in a few cushions. Charge out and take out one for one. Tang Lin roared, taking the lead and rushing out from behind the cover, the wind and sand forming a blurry trail behind him. Lu Xiaowei and Su Mei followed closely behind. The three of them were like three sharp blades, killing towards the enemy's camp. Just as they were in a desperate situation, where life and death were on the line, a crisp sniper shot rang out from a few hundred meters away. The sound was abrupt in the midst of the fierce battle and the whistling wind, followed by a teammate beside Alliance player Zhang Jiajie being hit by a shot, white smoke instantly rising from his body, announcing his elimination. The entire battlefield instantly fell silent, and everyone was shocked by this sudden turn of events. The Tang Lin trio, the various chiefs in the monitoring room, and the tens of thousands of spectators at the observatory all let out a gasp of surprise. Li Hao's face suddenly changed and he shouted in panic, "What's going on? Who's up to something? There are actually variables at this time." Yuan Shan also panicked. Nonsense. Needless to say, it must be that guy Lin Chuan coming out. As for the Tang Lin trio, the chiefs in the monitoring room, and the spectators at the observatory, a name popped up in their hearts, Lin Chuan. They all knew that it was Lin Chuan who had made the move. One more chapter before 12 p.m. Chapter 56, Peak Showdown. Lin Chuan shows his might. 3,000 words big chapter. Lin Chuan's sniper shot rang out as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves on the battlefield. The entire battlefield instantly fell silent, and everyone was shocked by this sudden turn of events. Players from all the armies of the Alliance have been hiding quickly. They all heard the gunshots coming from how much distance away? This distance, in this weather, in these conditions, and a shot. Its sniping strength can be extremely terrifying. Anyone who dares to venture out at this point will surely be greeted with a bullet. Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zhang Jiajie smiled bitterly. This guy didn't come sooner or later. This is great. The plan is all messed up. In the monitoring room, the originally taut nerves of the military chiefs were once again pulled hard because of the gunshot. Wang Yi's hands, which were originally gripping the armrests, slowly loosened, and a hint of a pleased smile appeared on his face. This kid finally made a move. The 7th Group Army's military commander, Li Chonghai, nodded slightly, his eyes full of appreciation. Once Lin Chuan makes his move, this situation is going to change again. There was a stunned silence from the spectators at the observatory, followed by a deafening outburst of discussion. It's really Lin Chuan. He's finally appeared. This is going to be a good show. Once Lin Chuan comes on, the situation will definitely be different. Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zhang Jiajie quickly gathered together, their faces so gloomy that it seemed as if they could drip water. Li Hao gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't expect Lin Chuan to pop up at this time. Everyone knows this guy's strength well. We can't let him have his way." Yuan Shan frowned tightly and said after a moment of contemplation, "His sniping is too powerful. We'll definitely suffer in a head-on fight. I see it this way. We'll each take one person and from 3 directions, we'll encircle behind him in a roundabout way and encircle Lin Chuan. The rest of us, continue to deal with those 3 from Skywolf. Never let them have a chance to catch their breath." Zhang Jiajie nodded his head in agreement.
Let's do it. Although Lin Chuan is powerful, the six of us may not have no chance of winning when we join forces. As long as we pester him, we can focus on the rest of the Sky Wolves. The action started quickly. The six people split into three groups, like six vipers hidden in the darkness, running quickly towards the direction Lin Chuan was in. Their footsteps were light and hurried, weaving through the dense jungle and bringing up a slight rustling sound. Pay attention to concealment. Don't let Lin Chuan find out. Li Hao lowered his voice and said through the communicator. Understood. Keep your distance and approach slowly. Yuan Shan responded. In the monitoring room, the army chiefs nodded in disgust when they saw the tactical operations of Li Hao and the others. It seems that Li Hao and the others are planning to split a portion of their forces to pester Lin Chuan. The third group army commander exclaimed. This is a good tactic. Encircling from three directions will distract Lin Chuan's attention and also limit his movements. The 9th Army Group's chief of staff pushed up his glasses and analyzed. They're trying to use their numerical advantage to disrupt Lin Chuan's rhythm. There are a few feasible points. Now let's see how Lin Chuan's side responds. And those three from the Sky Wolves, although the pressure in terms of numbers has been reduced, without Lin Chuan's long-range sniping assistance, they may not be able to beat the remaining players from the various armies of the alliance. Li Hao led his teammates, catatonic, and cautiously meandered from the left side. Their bodies stayed close to the ground, using the bushes and fallen tree trunks as cover, taking each step with extreme caution. Yuan Shan and his companions, on the other hand, encircled from the right side, their eyes as sharp as a falcon's, not sparing any detail that might reveal their target. Zhang Jiajie's group then approached quietly from the rear, their footsteps like ghosts, barely making a sound. On the other side, the other army players of the remaining alliance, seeing that Lin Chuan was being held back, were instantly boosted in morale, and once again launched a new round of attacks on Tang Lin, Su Mei, and Lu Xiaoro. Dense bullets poured towards the trio like rain, hitting them so hard that they could only keep looking for cover to dodge. Everyone hold on, the boss is helping us, Tang Lin shouted, while raising his gun and returning fire in the direction of the enemy. At this moment, Lin Chuan had already detected the surroundings of Li Hao and the others. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer. However, he did not intend to engage the six in a head-on firefight, nor did he engage in melee combat, but began to constantly shift and dodge, as nimble as an agile ape. Want to surround me? You guys aren't qualified, Lin Chuan whispered to himself while quickly running towards the high ground. Seeing this, Li Hao and the others accelerated their steps. Don't let him get away. Speed up, Zhang Jiajie shouted. The six people gradually approached Lin Chuan from three directions and launched their attacks at the same time. Fire! At Li Hao's command, 6 guns simultaneously spewed out their tongues of fire, bullets whistling towards Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's body flashed quickly, dodging left and right in the rain of bullets. Each dodge was incredibly precise, as if he could predict the trajectory of the bullets. How can this guy's reaction speed be so fast? Yuan Shan exclaimed. Don't panic, keep attacking. He can't keep hiding, Zhang Jiajie shouted. Lin Chuan's body was like a willow in the wind, weaving through the gaps of bullets. He rolled sideways at times, leapt high in the air at others, and did the best he could with every move. As he dodged the attacks, he kept looking for the best time to counterattack. This is not a solution. We have to think of a way to hold him back, Li Hao said anxiously. I'll attract his attention from the front, and you guys will flank him from both sides, Yuan Shan said decisively. Yuan Shan raised his gun and shot wildly towards Lin Chuan, trying to attract his attention. Lin Chuan frowned slightly. He knew Yuan Shan's intentions, but he didn't care. He utilized the surrounding terrain and kept changing his position, causing Yuan Shan's shots to fall short time and time again. Li Hao and Zhang Jiajie took the opportunity to quickly approach from both sides. Lin Chuan, let's see where you're going to run this time, Li Hao shouted. You Sky Wolves, you can't win this time. The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. He suddenly turned around and rushed towards Li Hao's direction. Li Hao was shocked and hastily raised his gun to shoot. Lin Chuan's body flashed quickly, easily avoiding Li Hao's bullets. The moment he was close to Li Hao, Lin Chuan suddenly made a sideways turn, extended his arm, and knocked the gun out of Li Hao's hand. What? Li Hao shouted in horror. Just then, Yuan Shan and Zhang Jiajie arrived. They raised their guns and aimed them at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, however, didn't panic as he quickly rotated his body and kicked at the gun in Yuan Shan's hand. Yuan Shan hurriedly dodged, and Lin Chuan took the opportunity to take an arrow step and rush towards Zhang Jiajie. Zhang Jiajie shot in a hurry. Lin Chuan's body dodged and the bullet grazed the corner of his coat. Lin Chuan rushed to Zhang Jiajie and punched him in the stomach. Zhang Jiajie stifled a grunt as his body fell backwards. After Lin Chuan resolved the close-quarters threat of the three, he had wanted to finish them off first in one breath, but at that moment, Several bullets, once again, were fired towards him. There was no other way. Lin Chuan could only give up for now and run towards the high ground again. He's going to look for the perfect spot, and without hesitation, raise his gun and shoot. Bang! Gunshots were fired. Immediately after that, it was the contestant over there who was the biggest threat to Tang Lin's trio who was hit by a single shot and directly eliminated. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This guy Lin Chuan. Awesome. To be chased by so many people and still be able to separate his mind and provide fire assistance to his comrades. The tens of thousands of spectators at the viewing place were stunned when they saw Lin Chuan's perverted maneuver. Not good. He's giving cover to Skywolf's people. Li Hao shouted. After him. We have to keep him at bay. We can't let him shoot again. Yuan Shan roared. Lin Chuan ran while dodging the shots from Li Hao and the others. His figure quickly traveled through the woods like a ghost. Finally, he found an excellent sniping spot. He quickly went prone, raised his sniper rifle, and aimed at the enemies who were surrounding Tang Lin's three. Bang! Another crisp shot rang out, and an alliance player fell to the ground in response, white smoke billowing from his body, and was declared eliminated. Asshole! Li Hao's trio was about to collapse, and the bullets in their hands poured out as if they didn't need money. However, Lin Chuan's sniping was like a ghost, making the alliance players over there unable to defend themselves. He kept changing positions, each shot precise and accurate, as one league player after another was eliminated by him. Inside the monitoring room, the military chiefs were shocked by Lin Chuan's perverted strength. 7th Group Army Commander Li Chonghai marveled. This Lin Chuan, he's simply not human. To be able to snipe the enemy with such precision while under siege, this strength is too terrifying. The 15th Army Group's Chief of Staff also couldn't help but sigh. Yes, his reaction speed and shooting skills have reached heights that are difficult for ordinary people to reach. On the other side, Tang Lin, Su Mei, and Lu Xiaoro all understood what was going on when they heard the bursts of intense gunfire coming from behind them, as well as the opponents that were constantly being sniped away on this side. However, the three of them did not have any joy, but instead, they had a look of shame on their faces. Boss is now surrounded by enemies and has to cover us. Let's cheer up. Hurry up and finish off the rest of these people and go over there to help boss. Don Lin growled. Su Mei also shouted. Old me will get you all killed. Lu Xiaoro's temper was up at this time, and she grunted and shouted. Beat these bad guys to death. Chapter 57, Final Chapter Prelude. Big brother, don't take you to insult people like this. Lin Chuan nimbly weaved through the rain of bullets, and that ghostly figure made Li Hao and the other 6 people frightened and angry. Every time they felt they were about to hit Lin Chuan, they were always dodged by him with incredible movements. On the other side, Tang Lin, Su Mei and Lu Xiaoro were covered by Lin Chuan's precise sniping. Their pressure was reduced and their morale was boosted. The players from the various armies of the Alliance were filled with trepidation at the moment. The players of the 11th Army, while frantically searching for cover to avoid Lin Chuan's sniping, cried out in horror. Why is this Lin Chuan's marksmanship so evil? There's nowhere for us to hide. Shock and exhaustion were written all over his face, and beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. The teammate beside him looked pale and his voice trembled. If this continues, we'll all be eliminated. Inside the monitoring room, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, and the gazes of the military chiefs were locked onto the screens. Li Chonghai, the 7th Group Army commander, couldn't help but murmur. This Lin Chuan's strength has exceeded our imagination. To be able to be distracted from helping his teammates under such an intense siege is truly terrifying. Wang Yi was full of complacency and he laughed. I knew that the situation would inevitably be reversed once this kid made his move. The commander of the 3rd Group Army frowned and shook his head slightly. These few people from Skywolf, they work well together, and coupled with Lin Chuan's bravery, the other alliance players are afraid that they will have a hard time resisting. The spectators at the observatory were also completely ignited by this thrilling battle, with cheers and exclamations. Lin Chuan is so handsome. This is a real master. Skywolf is going to create a miracle this time. With such a disadvantage in numbers, they still managed to win with less. It's awesome. Excitement and excitement were written all over everyone's faces, and their eyes were glued to the big screen without blinking. Apparently, at this moment, they had forgotten what camp they were in. There's even a hint of a road trip down. It couldn't be helped. Who let the strength shown by the Skywolf side be too shocking and convincing? It simply made it impossible for them to feel the slightest bit of indignation over the elimination of their unit's comrades. In such a situation, to still be taken out by the Skywolf's people, that could only prove that the skill was not as good as the others. The sniper rifle in Lin Chuan's hand continued to spit out tongues of fire, and every time a shot rang out, it was accompanied by the elimination of an alliance player. Li Hao and the others frantically shot towards Lin Chuan, but Lin Chuan was like a gust of wind, always eluding them. Is this Lin Chuan a human or a ghost? Why can't he hit? Zhang Jiajie roared angrily, his voice full of resignation and helplessness. Under Lin Chuan's cover, the Tang Lin trio gradually took the initiative. Tang Lin shouted, "Charge over and finish them off. We can't let the boss down." Like a tiger descending a mountain, the three launched a final charge towards the enemy's camp. They utilized the chaos created by Lin Chuan, cooperating with each other and alternately covering each other, the weapons in their hands continuously spewing out tongues of fire. Lu Xiao's eyes, which were originally as soft as water, also became fierce and stern at this moment. With excellent marksmanship, he hit several enemies in succession. Su Mei, on the other hand, nimbly weaved through the battlefield, providing support for Tang Lin and Lu Xiao. The players of the alliance armies were getting more and more flustered, their coordination completely disintegrating under the attack of Lin Chuan and Tang Lin's trio. As time passed, the alliance players gradually lost under the double blows of Lin Chuan and Tang Lin's trio. Finally, the last alliance player was hit by Tang Lin, white smoke coming out of his body, and was declared eliminated. Inside the surveillance room, there was an uproar. The heads of the armies were so shocked by the scene that they could not speak. This is unbelievable. Skywolf defeated many alliance players with the strength of 4 people. This fighting strength is too terrifying. Now that's a disgrace. So many people, and they're still being hung. The bigwigs of the various armies were all shaking their heads in dismay. Wang He, on the other hand, was smiling from ear to ear. Fine. So what if the alliance is up? It's still not destroyed by our sky wolves? Ha ha ha. The audience at the observatory was also abuzz, shocked, and applauding. It goes on and on, ringing through the sky. However, the intense fighting had left both sides with rapidly depleting ammunition. Li Hao and the others realized that the guns in their hands gradually became heavy and ran out of bullets. On Tang Lin's trio's side, the situation wasn't optimistic either, and they had run out of ammunition. Li Hao's face was full of disheveledness, and he said with a bitter smile, "I didn't expect that with so many of us. We still lost to Skywolf, and now the ammo is gone as well, so it's completely over." Yuan Shan let out a long sigh. This guy Lin Chuan, he's too perverted. We're not his match at all. Zhang Jiajie also shook his head helplessly. It seems that in this match, we have lost completely. Just then, Tang Lin's trio arrived at Lin Chuan's side. The scene was silent as the 9 people looked at me and me at you. Everyone's out of ammo. How can we fight this? Suddenly, Lin Chuan walked out with a faint smile on his face. Boss. When the 3 Tang Lin people saw Lin Chuan, they all ran over excitedly. When Li Hao and the others saw Lin Chuan, they smiled helplessly and bitterly as Li Hao spoke. Lin Chuan, we admit defeat. You won. Yuan Shan also chimed in. Yes, we're not as skilled as the others, and we've lost convincingly. Lin Chuan smiled and didn't say anything as he slowly stepped aside and raised his rifle. While the crowd thought that Lin Chuan had finished off Li Hao and the other 6 with a single shot, they didn't expect him to remove the magazines. Then the gun was pulled and the bullet, already loaded, flew out. Finally, just toss the gun aside. The move stunned everyone. Li Hao and the others were wide-eyed and filled with incredulity. What is he doing? Obviously winning. Why did he return the bullets and throw away his weapon? The 3 Tang Lin people also looked at Lin Chuan with puzzled faces. Inside the monitoring room, the military chiefs were also confused by Lin Chuan's behavior. Li Chonghai, the commander of the 7th Group Army, said in surprise, "What is Lin Chuan doing? Does he want to end this battle in a weaponless state?" Wang He also frowned. This kid, what's he up to again? The crowd at the viewing area exploded as well. Why did Lin Chuan throw away his weapon? What kind of operation is this? Does he feel the need for weapons anymore? The audience was murmuring, confusion and curiosity written all over their faces. The scene was silent. Everyone was waiting for Lin Chuan's next move. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, just stood there quietly and said indifferently at Li Hao and the others, "Actually, if, in the end, you're not all united, or just in groups of 3 or 5, I'm not too keen on making a move, but it can't be helped. An alliance like yours is far beyond what my soldiers can handle. Not exactly the effect I was looking for in an adventure. So, there was no choice but to step in and force the situation back into my intended orbit." Li Hao laughed bitterly. "We're not the roundworms in your stomach, so how can we know what you're thinking at every moment?" Yuan Shan said, "Alright, in this situation, whether you have a weapon or not, we are no match for you. This fight, it's over." "No, you still have a chance." Lin Chuan laughed. "Actually, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter much whether I want the rewards of this confrontation or not. After all, the first and second phases, we got enough." "Too." Li Hao laughed and scolded. "Big brother, don't take you to insult people like this." Lin Chuan said, "Then you guys can just prove that I'm not worthy of humiliating you. You all know yourselves well. Facing me, Even if the three of them don't make a move, the six of you, you're no match for me. But I'm also very tired after so many days of starvation. Lazy tosser. Now, here's your chance. Beat all three of them and it's on you. How? Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zhang Jiajie 6, Tang Lin, Lu Xiaoro, and Su Mei, heads of group armies? All viewers? One more chapter of a couple thousand words before 12 o'clock. Chapter 58, Lu Xiaoro, I'm going to beat you all to death. 4,000 words big chapter. In the monitoring room, the heads of the various armies looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing how to react for a moment. Li Changhai, the 7th Group Army's military commander, frowned tightly, his eyes full of doubt, and couldn't help but mutter, "What the hell is this Lin Chuan thinking? To come up with such a peculiar proposal when he's already winning." He couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up violently, slapped his hands hard on the table, and cursed furiously. What the hell is this kid up to? Obviously, he has won the game, but he has to do all these fancy things. A sure win, he has to toss it. Can't he just end this match honestly? For his part, the commander of the 3rd Group Army slowly shook his head and said helplessly, "This Lin Chuan's style of behavior is really inscrutable, but since he said so, he definitely has his intentions." At this time, the 8th Group Army commander, who had been silent all this time, took over the conversation with a few moments of admiration in his eyes. "I figure that this Lin Chuan kid is drunk. He's probably doing this because he's thinking of taking this opportunity to sharpen Tanglin and the three of them. After all, there aren't many chances for a confrontation like this. Everyone is under immense pressure, and the actual battle is the best practicing ground." The 10th Group Army commander chimed in. "I think so too. The pressure Tanglin's three have been facing in this match has not been small. Lin Chuan must be trying to get them to inspire their maximum potential in this desperate situation." But when Wang He heard this, he immediately retorted, "Honing? There will be plenty of opportunities later. Why do we have to do it now? This is a rivalry match, not daily training. If something goes wrong, the cooked duck will fly away." The 8th Group Army commander, however, shook his head and said nonchalantly, "Old Wang, that's not right. Think about it, how rare this situation is now. The opponents are all elites among elites. That Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zhang Jiajie, I've heard, are also the same as your army's Lin Chuan, who participated in the international intensive training, and their strengths, although not as powerful as Lin Chuan's, are still very strong. Such opportunities for actual combat don't come every day. Moreover, we've all seen the strength of Tang Lin, Lu Xiaoro, and Su Mei, so even if they face 6 people, they should have a good chance of winning. Don't forget, Lu Xiaoro is still a fighting champion." He sniffed and grunted without saying anything, but apparently, he still doesn't agree. From his standpoint, it's normal to disagree. What army commander doesn't want his troops to win the championship quickly for fear of a change? At this time, the audience at the observatory even exploded, and the originally enthusiastic scene instantly boiled to the top. What kind of show is Lin Chuan singing? Beating Tang Lin and the three of them is considered a win. This is too outrageous, a young soldier said loudly with a face full of surprise. Beside him, a veteran frowned and analyzed. This Lin Chuan must have complete confidence in his teammates, but this is too risky. In case he loses, it will be a lost cause. Some people also skimmed their mouths and muttered in a low voice, too conceited. Who does he think he is? So play sooner or later to turn over. This is not to give away the victory. The crowd spoke to each other, their faces full of doubt and curiosity, their eyes glued to the screen for fear of missing a single detail. "Lin Chuan, are you that confident in these 3 soldiers of yours?" Li Hao stared. "You know the strength of Yuan Shan, Zhang Jiajie, and I. It's not as good as you, but deal with your pawns." Yuan Shan took over and said, "Lin Chuan, I admit that your Skywolf soldiers are all elites. We are really convinced by this examination. Like, for example, this seemingly soft girl next to you." Yuan Shan said and pointed at Lu Xiaoro. When Lu Xiaoro saw the gazes of the crowd focusing on her all of a sudden, her small face, which was full of pallor due to exhaustion and too much physical exertion, instantly turned red from nervousness and shyness, directly subconsciously retreated behind Su Mei, slightly lowered her head, and tugged at Su Mei's sleeve. "What are they all looking at me for?" Su Mei rolled her eyes and said breathlessly, "They are looking at you because they like you." "Ha?" Lu Xiaoro sniffed and her face turned even redder. Shame on you, Su." Yuan Shan continued. "We've all seen her fighting strength. To be honest, one-on-one, I'm not really confident that I can beat her, but there are only 3 of them, and even if the fighting strength of the other 2 are not inferior to her, Old Li, Zhang Jiajie, and I will be able to completely suppress all 3 of them. But don't you forget, there are 6 of us." "On the side," Zhang Jiajie said. Lin Chuan, actually, we all know what you're thinking. Grinding. There are plenty of opportunities. Not this one. But if you insist, we agree. But think about it, we're not going to let up.
Lin Chuan sighed slightly.
You guys, do you really think that I'm just trying to sharpen them?
Li Hao and the three of them were stunned and looked at each other.
Full of doubts, isn't it? Lin Chuan said. If it's just a matter of refining, after the examination,
I'll take them on a trip to the border and stay for a small half a year. More than enough opportunities for real-world refining.
Why bother being here? I want. Lin Chuan's fingertips traced the top of his head a few times.
Li Hao and the three of them glanced at the upper part of Lin Chuan's pointing, and after freezing for a moment,
they finally reacted as well. Moments later, Li Hao smiled bitterly. Lin Chuan, is this really necessary?
Lin Chuan smiled faintly and stepped back a few meters.
I've given you guys a chance.
It's up to you guys whether you can grab it or not. The bigwigs of the various armies at the spectator viewer's office,
at the monitoring office,
all had question marks on their faces.
No, the Lin Chuan won. A bigwig of a group army followed Lin Chuan's example and scratched the top of his head, asking with a puzzled expression, what does it mean? Can't see it. Doesn't he want to hone his handlers? What other reasons are there? It was even Wang He, the top leader of the Sky Wolves, who didn't understand. At that moment,
the head of the headquarters was suddenly smiling.
Slap.
The head of the headquarters couldn't help but applaud, and a group of group army chiefs looked at him in disbelief.
Chief, you know?
The head of the headquarters pointed to Lin Chuan in the picture and laughed.
What this kid really wants is to show us what a desperate situation is. What is special operations, including, from the very beginning, more than anything else,
besides the fact that he's trying to hone his soldiers, is doing his best to get his soldiers to simulate for us the kinds of adversity that special forces soldiers encounter in fighting behind enemy lines.
Extreme survival, iron willpower, fighting with less, special tactics, desperation, and more. Saying that,
the head of the headquarters swept a circle around all the bigwigs of the group army at the scene. He is telling us what kind of situation the special forces will face when they are behind enemy lines,
and in the face of these situations, how to resolve them. He's given us the answers in this test.
The bigwigs of the conglomerate army sniffed, and then it dawned on them.
All of our armies, for the first time,
have formed special forces, are crossing the river by touching the stones,
and have only simulated concepts, not practiced, for special operations. This kid, he's teaching us.
One's eyes were filled with shock and admiration. The head of the headquarters waved his hand.
Alright, focus on Skywolf's last dance. On the battlefield,
Lin Chuan can't appear like a savior every time and save every member of his team.
Everything, it's up to them. Well, come on then.
After Li Hao and the others were silent for a moment, they finally nodded their heads and began to move their muscles.
Tang Lin, Lu Xiaoro,
and Su Mei looked at Lin Chuan,
looking a little nervous.
Lin Chuan just gave them a faint look and said,
you guys understand what I mean. More words, I don't want to say anymore.
There's only one thing to say: if you can't win the fight,
leave Skywolf. Tang Lin and Su Mei nodded heavily. Guarantee to complete the mission. On the contrary, Lu Xiaoro on the side timidly said, do we really have to fight? Su Mei said, what are you afraid of? Haven't you fought so many fights in the first stage of the fighting test? Lu Xiaoro murmured, but I'm afraid. I can't control myself. No need for control. Lin Chuan said, fight as you should. There's no need to hold back. Ha! Lu Xiaoro was shocked. Then what if it kills?
Lin Chuan's eyes flashed.
This is a battlefield. It's normal for people to die.
Lu Xiaoro froze for a moment, then grinned happily.
That's good.
Tang Lin and Su Mei snapped their eyes to her. Lin Chuan sat directly under a big tree in the back, patted his shoulder badge, and rushed Li Hao and the others.
Grab my shoulder badge, and it counts as a win for you guys. Li Hao laughed. Lin Chuan, you'd better bless your soldiers and protect you. Ha ha ha. Both sides, men and horses, stood up. Li Hao smiled at Lu Xiaoro. Maisie, you're fighting. I've seen it. Don't keep your hands. Let me see the real skills that your chief instructor taught you. Lu Xiaoro nodded her head earnestly. Aha! I know it. No hands left behind. Desperately beat you all to death. Li Hao and the others. It's not. Do you have to play so big? Do you have to kill someone? Su Mei tugged on Lu Xiaoro's sleeve. Don't talk nonsense. It doesn't have to be beaten to death. It's okay to be maimed. Lu Xiaoro nodded and rushed at Li Hao again. Then I'll cripple you.
Li Hao's 6 people had black lines on their faces. With Lin Chuan's command,
the curtain officially opened on this peculiar final showdown. Above the battlefield, the atmosphere instantly froze, tense to the extreme. Li Hao, Zhang Jiajie, Yuan Shan, and the other 6 were the first to strike, and like a pack of hungry wolves, they pounced towards Tang Lin, Lu Xiaoro, and Su Mei. After these days of intense confrontation, everyone was exhausted. Their stomachs had long been hungry to the point of grumbling, and their stamina was nearly depleted. But at the moment, the last of the fighting spirit was burning in their eyes. Yuan Shan roared, his voice hoarse from hunger and exhaustion, as he took the lead in rushing towards Tang Lin. A straight punch slamming towards Tang Lin's face with a whistling wind sound. Tang Lin hastily dodged sideways as Yuan Shan's fist grazed his cheek. Tang Lin was well aware that Yuan Shan was strong from having gone through the foreign intensive training experience with his boss, and did not dare to be careless. He utilized his nimble footwork to constantly maneuver around Yuan Shan. Despite the fact that his footsteps were so weak that every step felt like he was stepping on cotton, he still clenched his teeth and held on. Humph, after starving for so many days, let's see if you can carry it as well as I can. Yuan Shan snorted coldly and attacked again. This time, he changed his tactics and took another player with him, using continuous attacks and not giving Tang Lin a chance to catch his breath. Tang Lin fought to resist, each block shocking his arm. On the other side, Eric Sang and another player took on Sumei. Sumei may be small in stature, but there is a toughness in her eyes. Zhang Jiajie rushed forward with an arrow step and raised his leg to kick Sumei in the abdomen. Sumei reacted quickly and dodged sideways while extending her arm, trying to grab Zhang Jiajie's ankle. Seeing this, Zhang Jiajie immediately retracted his leg and took a few steps backward with his body. On Lu Xiaorou's side, she faced a siege from Li Hao and another player. Li Hao was the first to attack as he swung out a punch towards Lu Xiaorou's shoulder. Lu Xiaorou's body slightly sidestepped the punch with ease. Just then, another player attacked from the right side at the same time, trying to force Lu Xiaorou into a corner. Lu Xiaorou's eyes were flabbergasted. She didn't panic in the slightest. Her body was like a nimble swallow, weaving in and out of the two men's attacks. She blocked one of the men's punches with her arm, then kicked the other's knee in the process. The kick was fast and hard, and the man screamed as his body fell backwards. This is not a female soldier. It is clearly a tigress. The player who was kicked down covered his knee, grimacing in pain, and couldn't help but curse. Lu Xiaorou ignored him and continued to circle Li Hao. The battle entered a white-hot phase, with both sides going back and forth. As time passed, everyone's stamina had been depleted, and their moves gradually became messy. They no longer spoke of any techniques, but just kept swinging their fists and feet with instinct and tenacity. Inside the monitoring room, the heads of the various armies were staring intently at the screen, the expressions on their faces constantly changing with the situation on the battlefield. Li Changhai, commander of the 7th Group Army, frowned, his eyes revealing a hint of worry. This battle is too intense. Both sides have reached their limits. It's up to who can hold out until the end. Wang Yi's hands gripped the armrests of the seat tightly, his knuckles white from the force. Brat, I know your intentions, but you can't lose the match. The audience at the viewing area also held their breath, their eyes glued to the big screen without blinking. The scene was silent, with only the sounds of the battle echoing on the big screen. It's so intense. This is the real battle, a spectator shouted excitedly. Yeah, they're all so exhausted already and they're still able to keep fighting like this. That kind of willpower is so admirable. Another spectator chimed in. Chapter 59, Crazy Melee. Situation out of control. Any more fighting is going to kill people. On the battlefield, the gale was still howling, rustling the surrounding trees, as if it was also making a mournful sound for this cruel battle. Lin Chuan sat under a tree and quietly watched everything in front of him. His legs were folded, one hand resting casually on his knee, the other gently tapping the ground beside him. His expression relaxed and calm, as if the bloody battle in front of him had nothing to do with him. Seeing that he couldn't suppress Tang Lin, Lu Xiaorou, and Sumei on Li Hao's side, his heart became more and more anxious. In order to win quickly, he gave a hard look in his eyes and gave a wink to one of his companions beside him. That player understood and took advantage of the gap in the crowd's fight to charge towards Lin Chuan like a cheetah. His goal was clear, to grab Lin Chuan's shoulder patch. Tang Lin had been keeping an eye on the movements around him, and when he saw this scene, his face suddenly changed. He struggled, trying to break free from Yuan Shan's hold on him. Yuan Shan wouldn't let him get away with it so easily. His hands were like iron pincers as he held onto Tang Lin's arms with a death grip. Tang Lin's heart raced as he slammed his head down and rammed his forehead hard into Yuan Shan's nose. With a muffled bang, Yuan Shan's nose instantly bled, and he subconsciously loosened his hands under the pain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You crazy person. Yuan Shan covered his nose, his eyes tearing up from the pain, and cursed in a broken voice. Tang Lin seized this opportunity and rushed out like an arrow off the string, and the moment the player was about to get close to Lin Chuan, he dove and pounced, knocking the player to the ground. The two tumbled to the ground a few times, raising a cloud of dust. Yuan Shan also quickly rushed over. He couldn't care less about the pain in his nose, only anger and unwillingness in his eyes.
Lin Chuan looked at the figure that was rushing over. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile with a bit of certainty. It seemed to have been expected that Tang Lin or the two female soldiers would come over to intercept. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Stop him. Don't let him get close to Lin Chuan. Tang Lin shouted at the top of his voice as he wrestled with the player. The three surrounded Lin Chuan in a fierce melee. Yuan Shan took the lead as he swung his fist and smashed it towards Tang Lin's head. Tang Lin sidestepped and Yuan Shan's fist grazed his cheek. Before Tang Lin could get his footing, the player also got up from the ground, and he kicked towards Tang Lin's abdomen. Tang Lin couldn't dodge and was hit by a solid kick. He grunted and his body took a few steps backward. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just with you dare to touch my boss? Tang Lin forced himself to endure the pain in his abdomen and charged up again. No one can get through with me around. He knew that he absolutely couldn't let these two get close to Lin Chuan. The moment Lin Chuan said that he himself was a hostage, the Tang Lin trio understood very well the meaning of Lin Chuan's words. Special forces, rather than die in battle themselves, they absolutely must protect the hostages. This, then, is their mission. Tang Lin blocked left and dodged right, constantly fending off the two men's attacks while also looking for a chance to counterattack. However, the other two were well coordinated, and Tang Lin gradually fell into a predicament as his body was constantly being hit and his clothes were torn, revealing a trail of blood. As Lin Chuan watched Tang Lin fight in blood to protect himself, a trace of imperceptible relief flashed in his eyes, but his expression remained as calm as water. At the same time, Li Hao, Zhang Jiajie, and the others also sensed the situation over here, and they began to consciously draw the fighting distance towards Lin Chuan's side, trying to find an opportunity to grab Lin Chuan's shoulder badge. When Lu Xiaoro saw this, her heart tightened and her originally clear and soulful eyes instantly glared round. Her cheeks, which usually always carried a shy blush, were now red from anger. Fine beads of sweat seeped out from her forehead, and a few strands of sweat-dampened hair were pasted next to her cheeks, which were slightly trembling from excitement. Her breasts rose and fell violently, and her sharp breaths came out in spurts, as if she were a small beast about to choose her own. Zoe, don't let him pass. Fight to the death. Sumei shouted as she fended off Zhang Jiajie's attacks. Li Hao had also lost his mind at this point. He ignored Lu Xiaoro's attack and just rushed towards Lin Chuan's direction. Damn it, all of you. Get out of my way. Li Hao cursed as he charged. Lu Xiaoro gritted her teeth, her cheeks bulging high from the exertion, and the expression on her face was so fierce that it was somewhat hideous. She tried her best to repel Li Hao again and again. Beat you to death. Beat you to death. Don't even think about taking a step near the boss. Lu Xiaoro was like a furious little beast, each attack carrying the sound of whistling winds and deadly moves. There is also tremendous pressure on the Sumerian side. Zhang Jiajie and another player kept attacking her, and she already had several bruises on her body and a trace of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. But she still didn't retreat. She gritted her teeth and had only one belief in her heart, which was to protect Lin Chuan. Su Mei. Hold on. Tang Lin took the time to yell out. Don't worry, old me won't fall down that easily. Su Mei spat a mouthful of blood foam and responded loudly. As the battle continued, both sides had reached their physical limits. On Li Hao's side, other than him, Yuan Shan, and Zhang Jiajie, the other three could no longer carry them. One man directly collapsed to the ground, his consciousness blurred, because his physical strength was exhausted. The other man, with a broken arm, grunted and howled from the side. There was another person who had been hit by Lu Xiaoro on the bridge of his nose. His nose bone had been broken, and blood kept flowing out of his nostrils. His face was filled with a pained expression. Why are these two female soldiers so fierce? They're even harder to deal with than men. The player whose nose was broken covered his nose and lay on the ground in pain, trying to continue to get up. He realized that two of his ribs were broken along with him, and the pain made him unable to support himself any longer, and he collapsed once again. And the remaining six had fought their way out of their minds. They no longer spoke of any techniques, but simply relied on their instincts and tenacious willpower to frantically attack towards each other. It didn't matter if the other party was a man or a woman, or if they were hit in a critical fatal area. They only had the enemy in their eyes. Inside the monitoring room, the heads of the armies were stunned by the scene in front of them. 7th Group Army Commander Li Changhai's eyes were wide open, shock and anxiety written all over his face as he shouted, "What's going on here? How did the fight come to this? If it continues like this, people will really die." Wang Yi's face was also very ugly. His hands were clenched tightly, his knuckles white from the force. His lips trembled slightly as he muttered, "This kid, he had to make such a big mess. These are all good soldiers. If something happens to them, how can it be?" He couldn't help but look at the calm Lin Chuan again, his heart furious and anxious. What the hell was this kid thinking? The headquarter chief's brow was tightly furrowed into a Chuan character. and his eyes revealed a hint of worry and helplessness. He knew very well that these soldiers were the elite of the army, and if they were put on the battlefield, they would all be valiant and fearless warriors. But now such a situation was really disturbing. An accident would undoubtedly be a great loss to the troops. The spectators at the observatory were also dumbfounded by the bloody scene in front of them. The originally noisy scene instantly quieted down. Everyone held their breath and stared unblinkingly at the big screen. A young soldier's face was pale, his body trembled slightly, and he stammered, This is too terrible. How did they fight like this?" One of the team members beside him also looked grave as he shook his head and sighed. "All of them are fighting too hard. They're all fighting for honor. But if this continues, something will really happen." Another spectator couldn't help but cover his eyes, not daring to look at the picture on the screen again. His voice carried a hint of trembling. "It's too brutal. This is not like a match. It's simply a battle of life and death." Other viewers couldn't help but marvel. Those two female soldiers, Su Mei and Lu Xiaoro, are too ruthless. They're even more fierce than men. This fighting power is absolutely amazing. The gazes of the audience also swept towards Lin Xuan from time to time, feeling very puzzled by his calmness. The fight at the scene grew more intense and bloody. Li Hao frantically lunged towards Lu Xiaoro, his eyes filled with madness and determination. Although Lu Xiaoro was flexible, she was also exhausted at this point. She couldn't dodge and was hit by Li Hao's punch on her shoulder. She sucked in a breath of cool air from the pain, and her eyes instantly filled with tears, which flickered strangely under the flames of her anger. But the fierceness in her eyes had not diminished in the slightest, as if they were burning with two clusters of flames. "You bad guys, see if I won't beat you to death today," Lu Xiaoro cried out while kicking at Li Hao's knee, who ate the pain and shook his body. Yuan Shan and Tang Lin twisted and fought together. Both of them had lost their minds, their fists falling on each other's bodies like rain. Tang Lin's forehead was struck by Yuan Shan. Blood flowed down his cheeks, and his eyes turned red, as if he was an angry beast. "Come on, I'll fight you today." Tang Lin hissed and slammed his fist into Yuan Shan's chest. Su Mei and Zhang Jiajie also fought hard. Zhang Jiajie kicked Su Mei in the chest. Su Mei was kicked back and forth. A large mouthful of blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth. But she didn't fall. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and charged again. Lin Xuan watched the tenacity of his players. The rhythm of his fingers gently tapping on the ground remained unchanged, as if everything was under his control. But at that moment, at the surveillance office, the bigwigs of the various groups of armies could no longer sit still. The commander of the Third Army Group hastily stood up. He looked at the head of the headquarters and said anxiously, "Chief, we can't go on like this. We have to call it off in a hurry, or else there will really be a big accident." The other bigwigs of the group army chimed in, their faces filled with worry and anxiety. The head of the headquarters looked at the tragic images on the screen, and his heart was torn. He knew that if he called it off at this point, the fight would end in an imperfect way, but if he didn't, there could really be casualties. In the end, the head of the headquarters couldn't help but sigh as he said to the referee team, "Hurry up and intervene to make this fight stop." The referee team was ordered to move quickly. They shouted through megaphones, "Stop the fighting! Stop the fight! The fight is suspended." However, at this moment on the battlefield, both sides had fallen into a frenzy. They didn't hear the referee team's voice at all and were still fighting desperately. When the referee team saw that the fight was still going on, they became anxious and continued to shout, "Stop fighting! Stop the fight! The fight is suspended! Stop fighting! Stop the fight! The fight is suspended! Stop fighting! Stop the fight! The fight is suspended!" But after shouting several times in a row, there was no response. All 6 of them, at this point, had fought out of their minds. It's even all just instinctive to see each other as enemies. They can only live if they take out the enemy. Where are the ears to hear what's going on outside? Chapter 60, the end of the battle shook the whole place. On the battlefield, the gale was like a frenzied beast, roaring uncontrollably and blowing the surrounding trees to the ground. The dry branches crunch against each other, making a crunching sound. The dust on the ground was swept up high by the gusty winds and intertwined with the pungent blood and gore that filled the air, forming a thick and oppressive layer of haze that enveloped the entire battlefield, making people almost breathless. The 6 fighters were already in a state of complete insanity, their silhouettes looming in the mist of dust and blood. Tang Lin's left arm hung limply, obviously broken, but it was as if he was oblivious. His right fist still carried the sound of whistling wind and smashed into Yuan Shan again and again. His forehead was covered in blood, and the blood continued to flow down his cheeks, blurring his eyes but unable to stop his eyes that were filled with crazy battle intent. Blood also hung from the corners of his mouth, and every breath he took was accompanied by a violent cough, coughing up bloody foam that splattered into the air. Lu Xiaoro's situation wasn't much better. Her sleeve was torn and tattered, revealing a shocking wound where the flesh rolled outward and blood gurgled. Her hair was strewn about in a messy fashion. A few strands of it stuck to her face by the blood, her eyes were full of madness, and her mouth kept shouting, "Beat you all to death." Sume's ribs felt like they had broken several times, and every breath she took was accompanied by a sharp pain, but she continued to grit her teeth. Her eyes were black and blue, and her nose was knocked askew to one side, and blood continued to gush from her nostrils, but she was oblivious to the fact that she was just mechanically swinging her fists and attacking the enemy in front of her. Li Hao's face was covered in bruises. The bridge of his nose had been broken and crooked to one side, and blood continued to flow from his nostrils and the corners of his mouth. One of his eyes was also swollen to the point that he could barely open it, but he was still staring at Lu Xiaoro with a deadpan expression. He also had multiple wounds on his body, blood staining his clothes, and his breathing was rapid and heavy, each gasp like he was pulling on a bellows. There was a long wound on Zhang Jiajie's arm, deep enough to see the bone, and the blood kept coming out. Instead, he couldn't care about that and just frantically attacked towards Sume. Yuan Shan's situation was the most miserable. His forehead had been smashed out by Tang Lin, and blood kept pouring out. One of his ears was also half torn off and hanging by his cheek. His body staggered as if he would fall at any moment, but he still held on strongly and continued to tangle with Tang Lin. Inside the surveillance room, the atmosphere was tense to the core. The headquarter chief's face turned red, veins rippling on his forehead as he violently kicked over the chair beside him and roared at the referee team. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and make them stop." His voice echoed in the surveillance room, full of anger and anxiety. 7th Group Army Commander Li Qinghai's hands gripped the edge of the table tightly, panic and worry written all over his face. "This is insane. If this continues, they will all die." Wang Yi's lips trembled as he kept shaking his head, muttering, "How could this happen? How could it turn out like this? Lin Chuan, Lin Chuan, you're playing a bit big here." The members of the referees team had their hands full as they kept calling out through their megaphones, "Stop the fight! Stop the fight immediately!" At the same time, several referees quickly ran towards the battlefield, their faces filled with anxiety and tension. Just in the nick of time, Lin Chuan finally stood up. His rippling, unmarked eyes did not change in any way due to the injuries of these 6 people. He picked up the gun at his side, slowly reloaded the clip, and then fired a volley of shots around the 6 men. Bullets splattered the ground in a cloud of dust, and the loud gunfire finally pulled the 6 fighters who had fallen into a frenzy back from their out-of-control emotions. "The battle is over. Sky wolves gather." Lin Chuan's voice was not loud, but it echoed across the battlefield like a flood bell. Tang Lin, Lu Xiaoro, and Sume were shaken when they heard these words. Tang Lin's body swayed and almost fell. He gritted his teeth and used what strength he had left to support his body as he struggled to stand up. Lu Xiaoro's legs went weak and she fell to her knees, but she soon braced herself on the ground again with her hands and slowly stood up. Her face was covered in blood and dust, and her hair was disheveled, but she still struggled to straighten her clothes, trying to look neat. Sume's body was almost at its limit, the pain of her broken ribs making it almost impossible for her to breathe. But after she heard Lin Chuan's order, she still forced herself to endure the pain and stood up. Her eyes were filled with trust and dependence on Lin Chuan, and she used her last ounce of strength to walk over to Lin Chuan. The 3 of them relied on their strong willpower to hold their bodies together, standing in formation as best as they could in front of Lin Chuan. On the side of Li Hao, Zhang Jiajie, and Yuan Shan, they couldn't support themselves anymore, and they fell backward, staring at the sky in a lax and confused manner, their chests heaving and gasping for air. At the audience observatory, the originally noisy scene instantly quieted down, and everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. A young soldier's mouth opened wide, his eyes staring like bronze bells, his body trembling slightly as he stammered, "Is this still human? How can they fight like this?" A veteran beside him who was responsible for maintaining order was also shocked. His lips trembled slightly and he sighed, "These kids, they are too hard. This is no longer a competition. This is a battle of life and death." A female staff member couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes filled with horror and intolerance. Her voice carried a hint of trembling. "It's too cruel. How can they be so badly wounded and still fight?" There were also spectators who marveled. "Look at those 3 people from Skywolf, all injured like that and still able to stand up when they heard the captain's order. What kind of willpower is that?" But no, look at those 3 from the Alliance again. They can't get up anymore. This gap, all of a sudden out. Alas, through this last scene, the winner is actually quite obvious. The one who can still stand is the winner, isn't it? The serious force is really teaching us a lesson. Inside the monitoring room, the head of the headquarters anxiously yelled, "Hurry, hurry up and send military doctors over. Mustn't let anything happen to them. Then, prepare a helicopter for me. I want to go to the scene." His voice was filled with anxiety and concern, and when he finished, he quickly turned around and walked out quickly. "I'm going too."
I'm going too. Wang He, as well as Li Hao, Yuan Shan, Zhang Jiajie, and a few other bigwigs of the group army in their units, followed suit. At the scene, Lin Chuan walked up to Li Hao's 3 people, revealing a smile if nothing else, and faintly asked, 3 people, what do you say? Li Hao spat out a mouthful of blood froth with bright red, and cursed with a breathless laugh. Say you sister. At this moment, his face was covered in blood and dust, the broken bridge of his nose had begun to swell, one eye was completely covered in bruises, and he could barely see, and there was a bitter smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, a complex look of both helplessness and admiration. Zhang Jiajie was lying on the ground, his eyes were full of unwillingness and despair, his lips were dry and cracked with blood stains on them, exhaustion and pain were written all over his face, his body was trembling slightly, and it seemed that he didn't even have the strength to speak anymore. Yuan Shan's face was pale, the blood from his forehead wound had dried up and formed a dark red scab, his eyes were empty and lifeless, his whole body seemed to have lost its vitality, his body lay limply on the ground, with only his weak breathing proving that he was still alive. Lin Chuan grinned, didn't say anything else, but instead walked straight to a grass bush not far from the side, reached inside, and actually pulled out 3 snakes that spat out their letters and kept wrapping around his arm, then threw them directly in front of Tang Lin's trio. Eat it, it's a reward for you guys. Days of high-intensity fighting, coupled with a long period of time without adequate food supplies, Tang Lin 3 people at this time has long been hungry chest to back, intestines and stomach as if by a pair of invisible hands clenched tightly. Every bout of hunger attacks are like a knife strangling like unbearable. On this edge of life and death, the instinct to survive is infinitely amplified, only to see Tang Lin's eyes instantly glaring round, his eyes revealing the madness of a hungry beast. He stretched out his hand like lightning and grabbed a snake, completely ignoring the snake's struggling and twisting, directly stuffing the snake's head into his mouth, his teeth biting hard. With a click, the snake's head was bitten off, and the warm snake blood splashed onto his face, but he didn't care. He devoured the snake's meat and tore it apart, making a whimpering sound in his throat, as if he was afraid that someone would take away his food. Lu Xiaoro was equally impatient. Her hands gripped the snake's body tightly like pincers, her knuckles glowing white due to too much force. She opened her dry, cracked and oozing blood lips, bit down on the snake, tore off a large piece of meat with all her strength, and swallowed it directly without chewing, choking her neck veins, but she still kept stuffing the snake meat into her mouth, shouting indistinctly, eat up and continue to beat them to death. That ferocious appearance, as if Li Hao and the others on the opposite side were still enemies who did not share the same fate. Even if the battle had ended at this moment, the fighting spirit in his heart had not dissipated by half. Su Mei was also reckless. She grabbed the snake with both hands and wrapped it around her arm, tearing frantically with her teeth. The snake's skin was ripped off by her, and the shredded flesh was torn out by her, as she swallowed it in a big gulp while making slurred sounds of satisfaction. That look, as if this was not a creepy snake, but the most delicious delicacy in the world. The various chiefs at the monitoring and observing office were stunned when they saw this scene, with shock and incredulity written all over their faces. They're eating snakes? This is crazy. The audience viewing area was in an uproar. Oh my god. They're eating raw snakes. That's too barbaric. Is this the same soldiers I knew? How did it come to this? Look at those 2 female soldiers. My ass. Are they really women? How come they're completely different from the female soldiers I remember? The scene was chaotic, and everyone was completely stunned by the crazy and shocking scene in front of them. Chapter 61, Recognition Ceremony. Lin Chuan was honored with first-class individual merit. Nearly 7,000 words big chapter. The gale was still howling over the battlefield, swirling with the scent of dust and smoke, as if whimpering for the grueling battle. At this moment, a rush of footsteps broke the dead silence of the battlefield, and the head of the headquarters and Wang He, as well as several other army commanders and military doctors arrived at the scene almost simultaneously. As soon as Wang He got off the plane, his face turned blue, veins rippled on his forehead, and he took big steps towards Lin Chuan. His eyes seemed as if they were about to spew fire as he pointed his finger at Lin Chuan, his voice trembling with anger. Lin Chuan, look at what you've done. What have you gotten this match into? This is a confrontation match, not a life and death duel. How could you let them fight like this? The head of the headquarters also frowned and followed with a grave expression. His eyes revealed worry and dissatisfaction. Lin Chuan, what you did this time is indeed a bit too much. The well-being of the warriors is something we must consider. How can you put them in such a dangerous situation? Several other military commanders also nodded their heads, their faces filled with a serious look. Lin Chuan looked calm and unhurried as he looked at the crowd, his gaze sweeping from the faces of Wang He, the head of the headquarters, and the other army chiefs one by one, and replied lightly, fellow chiefs, Couldn't it be? Isn't this exactly the result you want to see? The crowd was stunned at his words. The result we want? When did we ever say we wanted to see such a tragic outcome? When Wang He heard this, he was even more furious. What are you talking about? What we want to see is a safe and orderly confrontation match. Not this near-crazy killing. Look at them. What kind of injuries have they sustained?
Lin Xuan raised his head slightly, looked firmly straight into Wang Yi's eyes,
and continued. Army Commander, I don't understand what you mean by safe and orderly. This is a battlefield for special forces. Special forces, not conventional forces. The battlefield they are going to really face in the future is fraught with danger itself, much less in an orderly fashion. What is the purpose of our special forces? Isn't it to cope with more brutal wars in the future? This is the adversity that special forces will have to face at any time in the future. If we can't do it on the playing field, what about the future in the even more brutal real battlefield? The enemy won't show mercy just because we're hurt.
Wang Yi wanted to say something else, but he was stopped by the head of the headquarters raising his hand.
Looking at Lin Xuan,
the head of the headquarters nodded his head slightly thoughtfully, but his brows remained furrowed. That said, this scene is just too out of control. These are good soldiers. It's not easy to train them. If this really goes wrong, it's a big loss for the country and the troops.
Lin Xuan, however, said, Chief, I understand what you mean.
But if we don't go through such a test,
how can we know where the warriors' limits are? How can we allow them to truly grow into special forces soldiers who can hold their own on the battlefield? Yes, anyone who is afraid of accidents. But if you don't practice because you're afraid of an accident, you don't play. Then is it also understandable that when they go to war in the future,
for fear of their sacrifice and bloodshed,
they can consider not letting them go?
The crowd fell silent, and Wang Yi's face gradually eased.
He sighed slightly. You, always so stubborn, but I have to say, you have a point.
The head of headquarters sighed slightly.
Accountability and explanations, later. Let's see what's going on with them and if they're in any danger first. Saying that, a group of heads gazed at the 9 people fighting.
Seeing the wounds on their bodies that were visible to the naked eye and shocking to the eyes, one could not bear to look at them. It's hard to imagine how they forced themselves to endure when they were so badly injured. The head of the headquarters quickly walked over to the injured soldiers and first checked Li Hao's injuries. Seeing Li Hao's broken nose, multiple facial fractures, bruised and swollen eye sockets, almost unable to see, the head of the frowned deeper, eyes full of pain and concern, softly asked, How is it? Can you still hold out? Li Hao nodded weakly, forcing himself to endure the pain and said, It's okay, Chief, I can do it. Then the chief came to Tang Lin's side. The chief gently patted Tang Lin's shoulder, his voice carrying a hint of huskiness. Child, suffered. Tang Lin tried to squeeze out a smile. It's not bitter, Chief. Afterward, the chief looked at Lu Xiao and Su Mei. You 2 girls, you're too heartbreaking, said the man, looking at the 3 and asking curiously, Children, why do you fight so hard? Aren't you afraid of death and pain? The crowd and all the viewers outside the monitor screen were also curious. In their opinion, the awards that they should have taken were all taken. It wasn't that bad. There was no need to fight for their lives. At the time when everyone thought they would say something about fighting for the Sky Wolves in honor, Tang Lin calmly replied, Because the captain didn't let us lose. A very simple and unexpected statement. The scene was instantly quiet to the point of a pin drop, and everyone froze. A hint of shock flashed through the chief's eyes. They didn't expect Tang Lin to give such an answer. In their perceptions, warriors might fight for honor, for the sake of the collective, but Tang Lin's simple yet powerful words made them understand that this was a belief engraved in their bones, a stubbornness that would never admit defeat. For Tang Lin, from the moment he stepped into the Skywolf force, the word lose was erased from his dictionary. No matter what kind of predicament he faced, no matter how much injury he endured, as long as the captain didn't let him fall, as long as there was still a breath left in his body, he would never fall down. What conviction and courage that takes. The head of headquarters glanced at Lin Xuan, who just returned a naive smile. Looking back at Tang Lin again, the chief once again gently patted Tang Lin's shoulder and smiled. Son, your captain, will be proud of you, and we, the people, are also proud of you. After saying that, he looked at Su Mei and smiled. What about you guys, comrade female soldiers? The performance of a few of you female soldiers in this confrontation has really put us big men to shame. Su Mei's voice carried a bit of toughness. The fundamental reason is to prove that our female soldiers are not inferior to their male soldiers. The audience was stunned at first. All along, in the male-dominated field of special forces, female soldiers bear more questions and pressure. Su Mei is to take action to tell everyone. Female soldiers can shine in the battlefield, as well as to carry the mission and responsibility. They are not worse than male soldiers. The chiefs nodded, their eyes full of approval. Good. The woman has done it. You did it.
the head of headquarters affirmed. Then looking at the last person, Lu Xiaoro, what about you, Comrade Lu Xiaoro? Are you also like Comrade Sumei? Lu Xiaoro shook her head with a droll face, then replied seriously, Captain promised me that if I win the fight, I'll have durian to eat. This abrupt yet adorable answer instantly lightened the mood of the scene, breaking the originally heavy atmosphere. The chiefs were first stunned, then they couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the audience also erupted in a burst of laughter. Laughter filled with love for Lu Xiaoro. Who would have thought that in this fierce and cruel battlefield, Lu Xiaoro still had such a simple and pure goal in her heart. Ha ha ha. The head of the headquarters laughed out loud. Good. You kid. Interesting. In this way, not only your captain rewards you with durians to eat, but on the official side, he also rewards you with 300 pounds of durians, so that you can eat enough of them in the future. Okay? Lu Xiaoro just wanted to say yes, but she saw Lin Xuan's stern eyes sweeping over, and hurriedly shook her head in aggravation. Not good. The captain said the durian stinks too much and to take care of the other comrades who don't eat durian. Head of headquarters. Others. Audience. After the scene was quiet for a while because of Lu Xiaoro's answer, bursts of laughter erupted. The military doctors were busy, carefully questioning and examining the wounded soldiers. After a busy time, the main military doctor came to the head of the headquarters with a grave expression, cleared his throat, and began to report. Chief, the situation is like this. Tang Lin's left hand is fractured. His arm has multiple scratches that are deep enough to see through to the bone, and there's also a serious impact injury on his forehead, and the wound has begun to swell and bruise. Lu Xiaoro's arms and legs have large lacerations, her right shoulder is dislocated, and she has multiple bruises and suspected minor bone fractures in her ribs. Sumei has 3 broken ribs and suffered a hard blow to her abdomen with signs of internal bleeding, as well as a contusion to her head with blood still seeping from the wound. Speaking of the alliance side, the military doctor paused and continued. Li Hao has a broken nose, multiple facial fractures, bruised and swollen eyes, almost unable to see, and multiple scratches on his arms and back. Yuan Shan had a long gash on his forehead, a wound deep into his skull, a lacerated ear, and severe kicking and punching injuries to his abdomen. Sang's arm is fractured. Other wounds have become infected and inflamed, and there are multiple areas in his leg that have caused severe soft tissue contusions. Of the other 3, one has a fractured arm and 2 broken ribs. One has a broken nose and various degrees of contusions to his internal organs, and the last one has a broken leg and a severe wound to his waist, making it almost impossible for him to move. After hearing this, the head of the headquarters and the various military commanders who were present at the meeting, the expression on their faces became more and more grave, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. That's a bone fracture at the ing lowest. The group of chiefs looked at Lin Xuan with a gloomy face again. Lin Xuan just spread his hands lightly and indifferently. It's not that life is still there. It should be able to end happily, shouldn't it? Crowd. The head of the headquarters hurriedly ordered, quickly, take them back for treatment. However, on the Skywolf's side, he was drank in by Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan expressionlessly threw Tang Lin, Lu Xiaoro, and Sumei a medical bag and said with extreme indifference, take care of your own trauma. The 3 understood Lin Xuan's meaning, and after eating the snake, they also recovered a little bit of strength, struggling to open the medical bag, taking out the disinfectant as well as the suture needle and thread inside. Seeing this scene, the military doctor quickly reacted and hurriedly spoke up to stop it. No, they're too badly injured. They can't be allowed to treat their wounds themselves. It'll get infected. The head of the headquarters and the army commanders also persuaded. The confrontation is over. Lin Xuan, there's no need for you to still be so strict with them. They're already very extreme and very good now. Lin Xuan, however, coldly replied back. If this were a battlefield behind enemy lines, would there be a military doctor to come and treat their wounds so quickly? They must learn to save themselves in the toughest situations. Otherwise, by the time the military doctor came, they would have died from infected wounds or excessive bleeding. Special forces must learn to deal with wounds that can make them fatal in any environment, always preserving the ability to have a fighting chance to prevent an enemy from reappearing. After saying that, without waiting for the military doctors and chiefs to retort, he coldly shouted, Tang Lin, Lu Xiaoro, Su Mei, why haven't you started yet? Are your ears all ing deaf? The 3 of them sniffed without any hesitation and hurriedly began to move. Tang Lin's left hand was fractured and his entire body was exhausted, as if every inch of his muscles were protesting. He picked up the disinfectant with difficulty with his trembling right hand. His arm could not stop shivering from overwork, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, which slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground at his feet. He braced himself and poured the antiseptic solution over the wound, and in a moment that should have been excruciatingly painful, he didn't feel much of it, just completed the action mechanically. Immediately afterward, he picked up the suture needle and thread, the thread wobbling around in his uncontrollable hand from exhaustion several times before it barely fit through the hole. He took a deep breath and began to sew up the wound. Each stitch was like fighting against the limits of his body. His movements were sluggish and difficult, but there was a resilience in his eyes, and he didn't flinch in the slightest. Lu Xiara was covered in blood and her clothes were torn and tattered. Her hands were covered in blood and dust as she trembled and picked up the disinfectant, her movements looking extremely clumsy due to the long hours of fighting and exhaustion. When the antiseptic touched the wound, she didn't show pain, just a flash of exhaustion in her eyes. She bit her lower lip and began to stitch up her wound, the fine stitches weaving in and out of her wound, her body swaying slightly from exhaustion, but she continued to complete each movement steadily without making a sound, as if this was all just a normal operation for her. Sumei's ribs were suspected to be broken, and every breath was accompanied by a vague pain, but she seemed to be numb. She struggled to pick up the sterilizing solution, and just as her hand touched the bottle, it nearly slipped off from exhaustion. Taking a deep breath, she reached out again and poured the antiseptic solution over the wound, not frowning at the pain, only her eyes revealing a deep exhaustion. She picked up the needle and thread and began to sew up the wound. Her movements were slow and heavy. Each stitch seemed to exhaust her whole body. Beads of sweat kept rolling down from her forehead and dripping on the wound, but she was oblivious to it, just concentrating on completing the action in her hands. The movements of the three, that pain of sterilizing with disinfectant, the pain of suturing, did not make them move in the slightest. Obviously, they had long been immune to this kind of pain during their previous selection training, or rather, the pain tolerance had been very human. The people on the scene, as well as the remaining heads of the armies at the monitoring office, and all the spectators watching the battle at the viewing office could not bear to look at them. A young soldier covered his eyes, not daring to look any further, and muttered, "It's brutal. How can they withstand such exhaustion and still hold on?" Another spectator was shocked and said, "This is the soldiers of the Skywolf Force. Their willpower is too terrifying. If it were me, I would have been paralyzed long ago." Li Hao and the others were lying on the ground, looking at this scene, their hearts filled with shame and admiration. "Look at the people of the other Skywolf. We're really ashamed of ourselves." Yuan Shan also sighed. "Yeah, their will. It's too strong. This guy Lin Chuan is perverted. I didn't realize that his soldiers are just as perverted as he is." Finally, the three of them finished treating their wounds. Only then did Lin Chuan allow the Tang Lin trio to follow the military doctors to the hospital for treatment. Only after the wounded were all transported away did the head of the headquarters look at Lin Chuan once again. "The Army Special Forces confrontation is kind of over. Don't you want to ask the Air Force and Navy side of your serious situation?" Lin Chuan smiled faintly. "Chief, when you said that, you were already telling me the result, weren't you? Ha ha ha." The head of the headquarters pointed at Lin Chuan and cursed with a laugh. "You brat. You really don't know how to chat. Well, now that you've guessed it, I don't want to say anything else." After saying that, the head of the headquarters announced on the spot, "This confrontation match, Skywolf wins completely." 3 days later, an on-site commendation meeting will be held to give recognition to the individuals, teams, and units that got the rankings and performed outstandingly. On the battlefield, the wind gradually stopped, and the sunlight pierced through the clouds and sprinkled on this land that had experienced a brutal battle. All of them were pulled back to the camp for settling and resting. It is even Lin Chuan. The chiefs cannot say anything else. Even after they went back, they carefully recalled Lin Chuan's words and felt that they made perfect sense. The spectators of the military units that did not participate, on the other hand, are still enthusiastically discussing the excitement and incredulity of the confrontation. Of course, all the discussions could not bypass the Skywolf Force and Lin Chuan. What interested them the most was how Lin Chuan had practiced Tianlang's soldiers so well. 3 days had passed in a flash, as if it were only the interval of a dream, while the whole camp had gradually awakened from the aftermath of that brutal battle. During these 3 days, the wounded soldiers received careful treatment in the hospital, and their wounds slowly healed under the careful care of medicines and medical staff. The rest of the camp, too, was in the midst of intense preparations for a grand recognition ceremony. On this day, the sun shone exceptionally brightly, and the warm light poured unreservedly on this land that carries honors and dreams. The huge podium, with red flags fluttering and flowers flanking it, looked particularly solemn and warm. Below the stage, soldiers from various units lined up neatly, their gazes full of anticipation and admiration, all waiting for the opening of this commendation meeting, waiting to witness those heroes ascending to the pinnacle of glory. The head of the headquarters slowly swept his gaze over everyone on the stage, his eyes filled with relief and pride. The whole place was instantly quiet, and the only sound heard was the rustling of the flags as the breeze ruffled them. "Comrades," the voice of the head of the headquarters was loud and powerful. echoing throughout the venue. After a fierce competition and hard work, this all-Army Special Forces examination comes to a successful conclusion. In this game, we saw the fervor and struggle of every soldier involved in the test, and the unity and progress of the units. You are all the pride of the army and the backbone of the country. A round of applause rang out from the stage, and the soldiers' faces were filled with excitement and pride. Here, I would like to recognize one team in particular, who showed unparalleled strength and tenacity in the match, and they are the Skywolf Force. The voice of the head of the headquarters once again sounded, his tone full of appreciation and affirmation. In the first and second stages of the examination, the Skywolf Force was unstoppable, occupying the top 3 places in more than 95% of all examination subjects. They proved their excellence with strength and wrote a brilliant chapter with sweat. The soldiers on the stage nodded their heads, their eyes filled with admiration. These days, they had witnessed the wonderful performance of the Skywolf troops in the examination through the surveillance screen, and for every subject and every challenge, the Skywolf's team members had gone all out, displaying amazing strength and tenacity. And in the third stage of the final confrontation, the Sirius Force was even more impressive. They took first place in all 3 branches of the military in a match race. Whether it was a fierce encounter on land, a thrilling contest in the air, or a valiant fight in the ocean, the Skywolf Force defeated all of their opponents by an absolute margin and became the well-deserved king of this confrontation. The applause was thunderous and enduring. Cheers rose from the soldiers, and their faces were filled with recognition and admiration for the Skywolf troops. At this moment, the glory of the Skywolf troop illuminated the entire camp and became a model in everyone's heart. Wang He, the commander of the 31st Army, the army where the Skywolf unit was located, was laughing so hard that his mouth was grinning to his ears. His face was beaming with pride, and his eyes were sparkling with excitement. These days, his mood was like riding a roller coaster. From his initial worry and dissatisfaction with Lin Chuan, to his surprise and shock when he saw the Skywolf troop create miracles time and time again in the competition, to the immense pride he felt now. He knew that the brilliance of the Tian Wolf unit and the honor of the 31st Army could not be separated from the efforts of every member of the unit, and even more so from Lin Chuan's careful training and excellent command. Well, without further ado, let's move on to the most anticipated recognition segment. The voice of the head of the headquarters resounded again, and the whole room instantly quieted down. Everyone held their breath and waited for the moment of glory to come. First, the citation is awarded. The host's voice was crisp and loud, echoing throughout the venue. The presenter then began to read the names of the people who received the awards. Those who received commendations were the most numerous, with the top 10 in each section, immediately followed by the 3rd degree. However, still, none of the members of the Skywolf Force went up to the stage. Everyone knew in their hearts that with the outstanding performance of the Skywolf unit in this examination, their lowest award would be a second-class merit. They knew that the members of the Skywolf unit were fully qualified for higher honors. Next, awarding the second-class honors, the host's voice rang out again. This time, the members of the Skywolf Force, with the exception of Tang Lin, Lu Xioro, and Su Mei who were still being treated in the hospital, all neatly walked up to the podium. Their faces were beaming with pride and joy. Each one stood straight, as if proclaiming their honor to the world. One by one, they received awards and medals from the head of the headquarters. The applause from the stage came in a tidal wave, and the cheers from the soldiers were deafening. At this moment, they were the center of attention and a symbol of glory. However, Lin Chuan's figure was not seen in the crowd. There was a lot of mumbling and a puzzled look on everyone's face. In this confrontation, Lin Chuan's performance was undoubtedly the most amazing. His command was like an arm's length, his strength was unfathomable, and he led the Tian Wolf Force to break through the difficulties time and time again, creating one miracle after another. But why? He didn't show up on the podium? Does it mean that he is not a second class, but a first class? That's it. He's been so amazing, especially in the rivalry games. Although he didn't participate in the final duel, it was clear to anyone that if he did, the first would, without a doubt, be him. Just as everyone was speculating, the voice of the head of the headquarters once again rang out. Now, I would like to commend one person in particular, and that is the captain of the Skywolf unit Lin Chuan. The room instantly quieted down, and all eyes were focused on the head of the headquarters. Comrade Lin Chuan, with his excellent leadership skills and outstanding military qualities, has raised an extremely outstanding special forces unit like the Tian Wolf. In this examination, not only did he personally participate in the battle and display extraordinary strength, but he also led the Skywolf Force to achieve brilliant results with his unique training methods and tactical concepts. His contribution has not only won honor for the Skywolf unit, but also set an example for the development of the entire Army's special forces. A loud applause rang out from the stage, and the soldiers' eyes were filled with admiration and worship. In view of Comrade Lin Xuan's outstanding performance in this examination and his outstanding contribution to the construction of the army, it has been decided by the headquarters that Comrade Lin Xuan will be awarded first-class merit. The whole place was abuzz. First-class honors. In this period of relative peace, there are only a handful of people in the entire army who can get first-class honors, but they could understand if they thought about it. Individuals get so many broken first-place finishes. Another elite unit like the Sky Wolves, which far surpassed other special forces, had been trained. If it's just a second-class honor, it's really sorry for all these battles he's had. The room applauded. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Xuan ran out from the group and headed towards the podium. Chapter 62, Returning to the Troops. Skywolf's first actual battle is here. 6,000 words big chapter. At the site of the commendation meeting, the atmosphere was as warm as a burning flame, and all eyes were focused on the podium. Lin Xuan stood upright on the podium. The head of the headquarters personally took the first-class military medal and slowly walked over to Lin Xuan. The chief's eyes were full of appreciation and gratification as he gently picked up the military medal and wore it for Lin Xuan with solemn and slow movements. While wearing it, he whispered, "Lin Xuan, this is an honor you deserve. We all see the contributions you've made to the army. I hope you can continue to lead the Skywolf force and create more glory." Lin Xuan stood at attention, gave a standard military salute to the chief, and replied in a loud voice, "Please don't worry, Chief. I will live up to this honor and lead the Skywolf unit to contribute more to the army and the country." After the awarding of the medal, the head of the headquarters patted Lin Xuan's shoulder and said, "Lin Xuan, say a few words to everyone, and let everyone hear your heart." Lin Xuan walked to the microphone in large strides. His eyes swept the entire room, and he said loudly, "What I'm going to say is all inside the Skywolf troops parade slogan before the parade in front of them. Now, all the warriors of the Sky Wolves, repeat it again. Tell them what we are." Lin Xuan asked in a loud voice. The Tianlang's warriors' chests rose high as they roared in unison. Dragon Kingdom's triamphibious special forces, the Republic's most elite warriors. The sound was deafening, as if it was going to break through the clouds. Below the stage, the special forces of the various armies originally wore a slightly contemptuous look. When they heard the same slogan before the previous parade, they had secretly laughed at it, thinking that it was nothing more than self-aggrandizement on the part of the Skywolf force. However, at this moment, after going through the examination and seeing the amazing strength of the Skywolf force, the disdain in their eyes was no longer there, and was replaced by recognition and admiration. The bigwigs of the armies on the stage also recalled their disbelief when they heard the slogan earlier. At that time, they felt that the slogan was shouted loudly, but they did not know what the actual success was. But now, the outstanding performance of the Skywolf force in the examination had convinced them. "What are the Dragon Kingdom Special Forces?" Lin Xuan shouted immediately afterward. "Dragon Kingdom Special Forces, warriors from hell. We perform, always, the toughest, most dangerous and difficult missions in the entire army. What are our duties?" Lin Xuan continued to ask. "Hold on to the first line of defense of the Republic and die in the last line of defense." Hearing this sentence, a wave of respect welled up in the hearts of the special forces of the various armies. They understood that this was not just a slogan. It was a belief that the Skywolf force had always stood firm on. The toughness and tenacity shown by the Wolf force during the test is undoubtedly a vivid interpretation of this duty. What are our principles? Blood for blood, tooth for tooth. What is our resolve? Better to take one step forward and die than to take half a step back and live. Anyone who offends me in China will be executed even though he is far away. Anyone who offends me in China will be executed even though he is far away. Anyone who offends me in China will be executed even though he is far away. The stirring slogans echoed through the venue for a long time. The recognition ceremony came to a successful conclusion, and a stirring atmosphere still permeates all around the camp. The head of the headquarters and the bigwigs of the group armies couldn't wait to make another appointment to meet Lin Xuan. The spacious conference room was brightly lit, and there was a solemn and expectant air in the air. The gazes of the crowd of bigwigs focused on Lin Xuan in unison. Li Chonghai, the commander of the 7th Group Army, was the first to break the silence, his body slightly leaning forward, his face carrying complete sincerity as he said eagerly, "Lin Xuan, the performance of the Skywolf troop in the examination and the confrontation match this time has simply stunned us all. You have to talk to us about what tricks you've used to train your soldiers so well. We're all eagerly waiting to learn from you." Lin Xuan sniffed and stood up without panic, owing slightly, "Army Commanderly, all the chiefs, this training result is not something that can be determined by a certain factor. It is inextricably linked to the chief instructor, the way of practicing, and the innate conditions of the soldiers. You guys are making me talk, and it's really hard for me to peel it back for you a little bit. In this way, the back of the training, each army can send the chief instructor to Skywolf. I'll give them a period of time to train and learn,
I'll do my best and unreservedly teach them my experience in practicing. After half a year, Skywolf this side, you can appropriately transfer some manpower over to your various units to assist in training. The bigwigs of the various armies sniffed and were extremely agreeable. After all, there was only one chief instructor in the entire army like Lin Xuan who could train a unit like the Skywolves. Now, with 100 special forces in the entire army, you can't expect Lin Xuan to go and train your troops one by one. It's not realistic. The commander of the third group army threw out a question right after. Lin Xuan, do you think our armies need to learn from the Skywolves and centralize all three armies, Navy, Land and Air Force, into one unit? Would this consolidation of forces make a qualitative leap in combat power? Lin Xuan smiled and patiently explained. Army Commander, I don't really recommend this. Currently, the armies generally lack an instructor who is proficient in both triple amphibious individual strength and tactical command. Different military services operate in very different environments and ways, and without such an all-round instructor to coordinate, it's very easy to get messed up, and when the numbers are high, there will be constant trouble in integrating the different branches of the military, and differences in combat concepts and training styles can be a trigger for internal conflicts. Therefore, I suggest that keeping the original establishment and making steady improvements is the more prudent approach at this time. The crowd murmured, recognizing Lin Xuan's words. At this time, the head of the headquarters gazed at Lin Xuan and asked in a concerned tone, Lin Xuan, regarding the arrangement of the number of special forces, do they need to be the same as the Sky Wolves? You're experienced in this area, so you can show everyone the way. Lin Xuan pondered slightly for a moment and said, Chief, in fact, the Sky Wolves will be expanding in the back, and their numbers will definitely be expanded to over 1,000. There are only a few dozen now because I'm focusing first on getting the special combat fighters that are most needed at the moment. According to the regular full special forces establishment, there should be 2 to 3 special assault operation squadrons, which are the sharp force of the force and are responsible for carrying out the toughest missions, 5 to 8 reserve assault squadrons, which are always on standby as a reserve force. In addition, there must also be a logistical supply team to guarantee the supply of materials, a psychological squadron to pay attention to the mental health of the fighters, an armored squadron to enhance the armor squadron, to enhance fire support, the transportation squadron, to ensure the mobility of the troops. And then there's the intelligence and information communication squadron, responsible for intelligence collection and transmission. Only when all parts work together can a complete and efficient combat system be formed. The crowd listened intently while constantly taking notes of key information. Finally, talking about the previously mentioned exercise confrontation, the head of the headquarters looked serious and his voice was steady and strong. Give everyone 3 months of preparation time. When the time comes, the Sky Wolves will be organized into the Red Army team, and each of the other armies will send out 3 of their most elite special forces soldiers to be organized into the Blue Army team, and cooperate with the Red and Blue armies to carry out confrontation exercises with each of the units. Does everyone have any opinions on this arrangement? The crowd looked at each other, exchanged glances, said they had no objections, and this important meeting was dissolved. After the dissolution, the bigwigs of the various group armies instantly surrounded Lin Xuan, offering tantalizing conditions in an attempt to poach Lin Xuan into their own armies. Lin Xuan, come to our army. The treatment will be favorable and the resources will be at your disposal. As long as you nod your head, everything is fine. A military commander was full of enthusiasm and gestured with his hands. Lin Xuan, we have a bigger platform over there, and we're better able to utilize your talents. There are countless opportunities for development. Follow us and you'll have a bright future. The other one was also not willing to show weakness. His tone was full of recruiting sincerity. The other bigwigs of the various armies also scrambled to speak, throwing out tantalizing offers. There was no way. Lin Xuan was just too good. If he could be scooped up, surely he could create a unit like Skywolf in their group army as well. He looked at the chaotic scene from the side, so angry that his face turned into a pig's liver color. The veins on his neck rippled, and he pulled his voice and cursed loudly. You old things, what kind of plane are you on? I'm Lin Xuan's top boss and I'm still here. You all one by one are digging in my face. Do you want to lose face? The 8th Army Group commander sneered and disliked him nonchalantly. Wang He, can you blame us for this? Talents aren't bound by positions. A talent like Lin Xuan should go to a place where he can better utilize his abilities. If you can't keep them, don't blame others for robbing them. The commander of the 10th Group Army followed suit. That's right. We're doing this to improve the strength of our troops. It's not like we're doing anything unseemly. If you're capable, you should also show some real skill to keep Lin Xuan. He was so disliked that his face turned red, pointing his finger at them, so angry that he couldn't speak properly. You bastards. Lin Xuan is our 31st Army's treasure. Don't try to take it away from us. Lin Xuan, always wearing a smile, quietly listening to the crowd's solicitations and quarrels. Neither agree nor refuse. As if all this has nothing to do with him, just watch this farce with interest. Only when everyone dispersed did Wang He, with a nervous face, carefully walk up to Lin Xuan with a hint of apprehension in his voice. Lin Xuan, you won't really be moved by their words and consider jumping ship, right? But you can't. The 31st Army can't leave you. Lin Xuan smiled mysteriously and deliberately sold the idea. Guess? These two simple words can make Wang He anxious and stomp his feet, and his heart is in a state of confusion. At noon, the armies packed up and returned to their respective units. After returning to the Tian Wolf base, Army Commander Wang He couldn't hide his excitement and pride, and praised the Tian Wolf troops fiercely. This time, you guys really gave our 31st Army a long face. Every test, every confrontation, you have fought out the prestige of our Sky Wolves and the momentum of the 31st Army. You guys are. Wang He spoke at length for several minutes before pausing briefly and raising his volume to order. Everyone has worked hard during this period of time. All of us will take a 3-day break to relax and recuperate. After Wang He left, the group of Skywolf members looked at Lin Xuan with anticipation, their eyes glittering with longing, all looking forward to hearing Lin Xuan praise them. However, Lin Xuan's expression remained serious as he spoke coldly. Don't think that I will praise you. Your scores in the test are just the minimum standard you're required to meet as Skywolf Special Forces. Just past the passing line and you want to get words of praise from me? A small, insignificant achievement makes you so complacent? When the crowd of Skywolf members heard this, they all immediately put away their happy and expectant looks, and one by one, they all became serious all of a sudden. Lin Xuan coldly grunted and continued. Now, I'm announcing something. Over at the headquarters, in order to test out our Skywolf's combat power in real combat, we have specially requested for a confrontation exercise. At that time, it will still be our Sky Wolves against the elites of all the special forces of the entire army. For the purpose of the maneuver confrontation in 3 months, I will conduct special training for you for the next 3 months. The location, the southwestern borderline, will be focused on fighting criminal gangs with real-world missions. A special forces soldier who hasn't experienced a real battle or killed an enemy can't be considered a qualified special forces soldier. Also, I'm telling you all to be ready to sacrifice. Take these 3 days off when you need to, and call home when you want to. Otherwise, coming back from the borderline, you may not have the chance to make that call that you regret. Dismissed. After saying that, Lin Xuan, Zhou Xian, and Sun Ying left. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, complex expressions instantly flashed across the faces of the Skywolf members. 3 days later, the morning light was bright, the sky was white. The members of the Skywolf troop had neatly lined up at the borderline of the southwestern mountains and forests. With its rolling hills, dense forests shading the sky, and the smell of humidity, it was the perfect venue for coordinated squad special operations training. Lin Xuan's gaze was like a torch as he scanned the team members in front of him and said in a loud voice, "From today onwards, we will be conducting actualized squad coordination training here. This is a crucial stage in improving your combat abilities. Every detail and every coordination is a matter of life and death." Zhou Xian, Tang Lin, and Zhu Hanlin were appointed as squad leaders. Sun Ying, on the other hand, is the captain of the Women's Special Forces team. Tang Lin, Lu Xioro, and Su Mei were more seriously injured and couldn't return for the time being. It didn't come back until a month and a half later. It was only because Lin Xuan had used a large amount of points to exchange a bottle of medicinal liquid to assist in their recovery in order for them to come back earlier that they were able to recover so quickly. Otherwise, it will take at least half a year before you can act normally. For the next nearly 2 months, the sound of rapid footsteps and whispered tactical exchanges rang out from time to time in the mountains. Zhou Xian led the team through the jungle. They used the terrain, silently close to the target. The team members worked together. A gesture, a look, will be able to understand each other's intentions. Tang Lin's squad, on the other hand, quickly dispersed, sought cover, alternated cover advances, and matched firepower in simulated encounters. Sun Ying's Women's Special Forces team is no less impressive. They move flexibly in the mountains and forests, utilizing women's unique and delicate observation skills to accurately discover hidden enemy traces. During this period of time, Lin Xuan kept in close contact with the Southwest Province Drug Enforcement Brigade at all times. His communication device is always on, ready to receive information from the front line of drug enforcement. In order to do so, it was to find the right opportunity to lead the members of the Skywolves in a real combat honing. A month flew by in a flash, and Chen Ping, the brigade commander of the Southwest Province Drug Enforcement Brigade, arrived in a hurry. He looked grave, and when he saw Lin Xuan, he gripped his hand tightly. "Captain Lin, this time we've really met a tough opponent." The two walked into the makeshift command tent. Chen Ping sat down, drank a cup of water, slowed down and said, This drug trafficking armed group has been entrenched in the Golden Triangle Zone for a long time,
and is a real tumor. Over the years,
they have continuously transported drugs from the borderline into the cities of Southwest Province and then spread them across the country.
We cracked down on them many times,
but it was difficult to wipe them out completely.
These guys' personnel are well armed and equipped,
and they are also ruthless. And there are a lot of Boy Scouts from Southeast Asian countries in there.
And they don't take human life seriously.
We, the Anti-Narcotics Brigade, have had many comrades die at their hands.
Lin Chuan frowned and asked, "Can you figure out their specific activity patterns and strongholds?"
Chen Ping sighed and said,
"We have been tracking the investigation and they are acting very cautiously.
However, we have recently received reliable intelligence that this drug trafficking armed group may carry out cross-border drug transportation again in the near future, most likely in the stormy weather in 3 days. The rainstorm could cover their tracks and wash out some of the tracking clues. They must have thought this was the perfect time."
Lin Chuan pondered for a moment and said,
"The stormy weather is also a challenge for us,
but it's also an opportunity.
They think we're having trouble moving and will let their guard down.
We have to capitalize on this break."
The two then began to formulate a plan of action. Lin Chuan circled a few key locations on the map and said, "We can set up an ambush on the path they must take. Here, the terrain on both sides of the valley is treacherous and easy to conceal. Arrange for 2 squads to ambush them in advance.
Wait for them to enter the encirclement,
and cut off the front and back retreats." Chen Ping nodded his head in agreement and added, "I'll arrange for people from the Anti-Narcotics Brigade on my side to monitor the perimeter,
and inform you as soon as we find their advance scouts."
The two went over the details,
leaving no stone unturned. After Chen Ping left, Lin Chuan immediately blew the assembly whistle. The members of the Sky Wolf troop quickly assembled and neatly lined up, gazing at Lin Chuan.
Lin Chuan stood in front of the group,
looking serious, and said loudly, "Comrades, we have received a difficult and honorable task.
The Southwest Province Drug Enforcement Brigade has requested our assistance in combating an armed drug trafficking group. This group has been operating in the Golden Triangle Zone for a long time, transporting large amounts of drugs into our country and jeopardizing countless lives and families." His gaze slowly swept across each young and resolute face as he continued,
"This is the first time we've truly stepped onto the battlefield of actual combat. I know that some of you may be nervous, or apprehensive, and that's all normal, but you have to remember that during the countless grueling training sessions in the past, each of you shed all that sweat and effort just for this moment. With the stormy weather in 3 days, it's highly likely that they'll be transporting drugs across the border. Our mission is to set up ambushes on their drug transportation routes and eliminate them."
Then, Lin Chuan called the captains of the teams to come forward,
spread out the map,
and began to arrange the tasks of each team. Lin Chuan looked at Tang Lin and said,
"Tang Lin,
your squad will serve as the assault vanguard.
When the enemy enters the encirclement,
immediately launch an attack and tear apart their defenses.
Remember, be fast, accurate, and ruthless."
"Yes,"
Tang Lin responded loudly.
"Zhou Xian, your squad is in charge of fire support. Suppress the enemy with powerful firepower. Ensure the safe advancement of the assault squad, and never let the enemy have a chance to catch their breath. Promise to finish the job."
Finally,
Lin Chuan said to Li Sun Ying, "The mission of the female special operations team is crucial. You'll detour from the flanks and utilize your concealment and infiltration advantages to locate and destroy the enemy's communication equipment. Make them headless flies, unable to support each other and flee."
Women's Special Forces, determined to complete the mission.
Lin Chuan continued to arrange tasks for several other squads before saying,
"This is just a preliminary plan. Later on,
it will be adjusted again based on the intelligence received. For the next 2 days, you will first follow your respective tasks and undergo intensive training in the appropriate training subjects."
Dismissed. The night before the operation,
the sky darkened and inky clouds rolled in like raging waves,
quickly engulfing the entire sky. Bean-sized raindrops crackled and fell, soon weaving into a rain curtain.
The entire camp was shrouded in a hazy and depressing. Lin Chuan walked into the resting area of the team members with a grave expression and said loudly,
"Comrades, tomorrow we will be going into battle. In accordance with the usual practice, everyone write a suicide note and uniformly hand it over to me for safekeeping."
As soon as the words left his mouth,
the camp instantly fell silent, the only sound being the raindrops pounding on the tents. Tang Lin sat in his tent,
the pen in his hand trembling slightly. He looked at the white paper in front of him and his parents' faces came to mind. Thinking of the unknown dangers he was about to face, his heartbeat steeply accelerated, and he took a few deep breaths before slowly putting pen to paper.
"Dad, Mom, this is the first time I've ever participated in a real battle. I'm nervous in my heart, but I'm not afraid. If I can't come back, don't be sad. I am fighting to guard the peace of more people." As he wrote, his eyes reddened slightly and his handwriting was a bit scribbled. Zhu Hanlin, on the other hand, frowned and bit his pen, trying to organize his thoughts. He thought of his unfulfilled dream, and those comrades who sweated together in training, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. After a moment of hesitation, he wrote, "Brothers, if I fall, you must complete the mission and eliminate those drug dealers. I believe that our sacrifice is worthwhile." Sunning sat around with the female soldiers, who looked slightly nervous. Liang softly comforted the somewhat shivering team member beside her. "Don't be afraid. We'll complete the mission together and go home together." Just then, there was a sound of vomiting not far away. The crowd followed the sound, only to see a member of the team, his face pale, was squatting in the corner, desperately vomiting. The team members around him cast concerned glances. No one laughed at him, there was only understanding and comfort. Zhou Xian quickly stepped forward and gently patted his back, whispering, "It's fine. It's normal to be nervous the first time you go into battle. Adjust your breathing." Lin Chuan made his silent rounds through the camp, a smile spreading across the corners of his mouth as he watched the team members earnestly write their suicide notes. "Boys, after this actual battle, you will truly understand the meaning of the words. Special Forces, Chapter 63 Siege of Drug Dealer Arms, a fierce firefight. 6. 500 words big chapter." The wind raged through the night like a trapped beast, frantically banging against the windows with a chilling whine. Bean-sized raindrops were wrapped by the gusty wind and smashed hard into the ground, splashing up layers of water like dense bullets exploding on the ground. Lightning cut through the dark night sky like a silver snake, briefly illuminating the world shrouded in torrential rain, followed by deafening thunder, as if it were going to shatter heaven and earth. Right in the middle of this inclement weather, Chen Ping hurriedly arrived with 2 policemen from the anti-narcotics brigade. Their raincoats were still dripping with rainwater, and they brought a cold, wet odor with them as soon as they entered. "Squadron Lin." Chen Ping looked grave, his tone urgent. "There's a new situation on the drug dealer's side." Lin Chuan immediately greeted him. "You said," Chen Ping continued. "This time, the armed group of drug dealers took advantage of this hellish weather and prepared to bring in dozens of times more drugs and armed men than before. They spent a lot of money to recruit a lot of elite mercenaries from the Middle East, and there are even child soldiers who kill without blinking an eye. The transaction will take place in a deserted mountain village close to the borderline, and the armed leader of the drug dealers, Thane, will also show up." The 2 men then sat around the table and carefully finalized their plan of action once again. "Our plan was to let them in first and make the arrest when the deal was made." Chen Ping looked at Lin Chuan. "The Sky Wolves are responsible for the main attack to capture them, and the Narcotics Brigade is responsible for cutting off their support, communication, and retreat routes. Make sure to capture Tane." Lin Chuan nodded. "No problem. Just do it." After determining the plan, Lin Chuan didn't delay for a moment and quickly summoned the Sky Wolf members. The crowd looked serious under the dim light. Listening to Lin Chuan reconfirm the battle plan. "Time is running out. We'll leave overnight. We have to catch the drug dealers before they leave on their deal." However, they were faced with a tricky problem. Now there are dozens of kilometers from the destination, all mountain roads. Driving is not only inconvenient, but also easy to expose the whereabouts. Thus, Lin Chuan decided decisively to run over there overnight. At this time, along the river along the borderline, 2 consecutive days of heavy rains have triggered serious disasters. The floodwaters raged like a beast, devouring everything in its path. Landslides and mudslides have blocked roads and communications, plunging the entire region into chaos and danger. The Skywolf squads trudged through the muddy mountain roads. The rain kept pouring into their shoes, and the dirt under their feet was so wet and slippery that every step took a tremendous amount of effort. The torrential rain was pouring down, hitting their faces with raw pain, and coupled with the flooding, their traveling speed was extremely slow. "I don't know how long I'd been walking, but a road washed out by a mudslide appeared ahead. In front of us was a mess of boulders and dirt piled up in such a way that it was impassable." Lin Chuan looked up at the steep cliff next to him and decisively ordered, "Climb the cliff and go around here." The team acted quickly as they skillfully took out their climbing gear and began to climb upwards. The rain made the surface of the cliffs slippery. Suddenly, a female soldier's foot slipped, and her body instantly lost balance, falling towards the bottom of the cliff. No good. Sunning was not far below the female soldier. She was quick on her feet and immediately reached out her hand. "Grab my hand." The female soldier desperately reached out in panic and finally grabbed Sun Ying's hand, but due to the weight of the female soldier, Sun Ying was also carried downward for some distance, and her other hand gouged the rocks on the cliff so hard that her nails were broken and blood flowed. "Hold on." Sun Ying clenched her teeth and used all her strength to pull the female soldier upwards bit by bit. Other members of the team also lent a helping hand, and with everyone's efforts, the female soldier was finally pulled up. "Is everything okay?" Sun Ying asked with concern. "Nothing." The female soldier eased up a bit and said. Sun Ying nodded her head, then rushed the other members. All be careful. Keep going. Yes. After several hours of difficult trekking, Skywolf finally arrived near the drug dealer's trading base. At this point, there were still a few hours before the armed arrival of the drug dealers. Lin Chuan immediately gave the order. Each squad will conduct an all-round reconnaissance and ambush of this area. Never let a single drug dealer escape. The team quickly spread out, hidden in the darkness. In a hidden stronghold outside the country, armed groups of drug traffickers are preparing their plans for drug transportation deals in earnest. Thane, the tall, bespectacled drug dealer leader with a fierce and greedy look in his eyes, laid out the course of action to his men in the dim light. Listen up, we're moving in 3 parts. Thane took a sharp drag on the cigar in his hand and exhaled a thick ring of smoke, his voice low and husky, with an unquestionable majesty. For the first part, a couple dozen of you, first transport a small portion of the drugs into the territory to scout the way. If all goes well and there are no police ambushes, notify me immediately. He turned his head to look at a man beside him with a lean figure and cunning eyes. His eyes instantly became sharp as a knife. Ah Biao, I'll leave this matter to you. If anything goes wrong, you know the consequences. Ah Biao shrunk his neck, a pleasing smile piled up on his face, his voice carrying a hint of trembling. Don't worry, boss, are you still not assured of what I'm going to do? I promise, as long as there is the slightest breeze, I will immediately bring people to retreat back. For the second part, when Biao's side is confirmed to be safe, I'll bring the coyote mercenaries and a few core bodyguards to the trading base. Tane continued, his eyes sweeping towards a group of burly figures in the corner. You coyote mercenary corps, all of you. I spent a lot of money to hire. Don't drop the ball for me this time. At the mention of the coyote mercenary corps, a black burly man grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He was the captain of the coyote mercenary corps, Caesar. Speaking a mouthful of not-so-fluent English, he said, Boss Thane, you know well about our strength. As long as the money is in place, we guarantee that we will get the job done. Beside him stood the white sniper Jack, slender and cold-eyed, polishing the customized sniper rifle in his hand as he spoke coldly. I don't waste my bullets on useless people. Thane nodded slightly. Part 3, you guys stay back and be ready to back up. Thane looked at the remaining group of people. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Be smart. If this deal is successful, everyone will have endless glory and wealth. If it's messed up, we'll all have to meet the king of hell. The crowd responded with a greedy look on their faces. One of the junior brothers said curtly, Boss, just don't worry, we'll definitely get this done properly. At this time, a drug dealer with a beard snorted and opened his mouth. So what about the anti-drug gang in Dragon Kingdom? They still can't do anything about us. And time again, they are still fooled by us. Another drug dealer followed and chimed in. That's right, every time they say they're going to crack down on us. But what's the result? Our business is still not getting bigger and bigger. Tane also sneered. Humph, the anti-drug operations in the Dragon Kingdom are nothing but a bluff. Their police are just like that. They can't catch us at all. We'll be able to complete this deal as usual. Meanwhile, Chen Ping's side got the information about the plan of the armed drug dealers, and was so anxious that he immediately contacted Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, Tane and the others are moving in 3 groups. Don't rush to make your move first. Make sure you wait for Tane to show up and wipe them out. Chen Ping's voice came through the communication device. After hearing this, Lin Chuan nodded with a grave expression. Understood. We will act according to the plan. Never let a single drug dealer escape. The first part of the armed drug dealers, led by Biao, cautiously entered the trading place. They looked around like scared birds, scrutinizing every corner. Biao cursed under his breath as he walked. Damn, this Thai place. It feels like there are cops hiding everywhere. A little brother came over and whispered, Brother Biao, why don't we search more carefully? Biao glared at him. Nonsense. Of course we have to search. All of you be careful. If anything goes wrong, no one wants to live. After confirming that there was no danger, Biao then breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly informed Tane, who was still outside the country. Boss, it's safe. You can come over. Late at night, with the rain still pouring down, Thane finally arrived at the trading site with his men. At the same time, the other party to the deal, an internal criminal group, arrived. This group of people all have a fierce look. The leader is a fat man named Lu San, hanging a large gold chain around his neck, his stomach protruding like a small mountain, walking with a wobble. In a large house, Thane and Lu San are talking. Big brother Tane, I can finally expect you to come. Lu San's face was full of smiles and he extended his hand from afar. Tane didn't even look at his outstretched hand and grunted. Cut the crap. Did you bring the money? Then he sat down in a chair, his legs resting casually on the table, a cigar in his mouth. Lu San compensated with a smile and placed a few boxes filled with cash on the table. Brother Tane, the money is all here. Take a look. Thane didn't even look at it and exhaled a smoke ring. As long as the goods are okay, the money is yours. Lu San hemmed and hawed. That's Brother Tane's goods. We can trust it. But, the amount this time, you have to give enough. Thane's face sank. Cut the crap with me. Play by the rules. If you dare to play tricks, you know the consequences. The two men talk and laugh on the surface, but they have their own agenda. At this point, outside, the squads quickly gave Lin Chuan a report on the situation, and after hearing this, Lin Chuan decisively ordered, Zhou Xian, Tang Lin, you two squads, quickly and silently and stealthily take out the sentries on the periphery, and be careful not to expose your tracks. Understood. Zhou Xian and Tang Lin lowered their voices in response, leading their team members to approach the sentries like ghosts. The members gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, and their voices trembled slightly. It's really going to kill people. I am a little scared. Tang Lin comforted. Don't be afraid. We're doing this for justice. These drug dealers deserve what they get. That said, he was, himself, nervous. After all, this was his first time in a real battle. It was Tang Lin's first time performing such a task. His heartbeat accelerated rapidly and his hands trembled slightly. He gripped the dagger in his hand tightly and took a step closer to one of the sentries. The sentry was smoking a cigarette in a bored manner, unaware of the approaching danger. Tang Lin took a deep breath and violently rushed forward, covering the sentry's mouth with one hand and ruthlessly stabbing the dagger into his neck with the other. The sentry's eyes widened and his body struggled for a few moments before slowly collapsing. Tang Lin's hand was still trembling slightly, and he looked at the bloodstained dagger in his hand with mixed feelings in his heart. The other hidden and lurking squad members saw the scene through their night scopes, and their hearts were filled with tension and shock. Some clenched their fists, others gulped. The first time I killed someone, it's really not a good feeling. A team member couldn't help but whisper in the communication channel. Boss, I'm a bit sick to my stomach and want to vomit. Hold back. Want to die? Tang Lin whispered. Lin Chuan sensed the mood swings of his team members and immediately said through the wireless communication headset. Listen everyone, this group of armed drug traffickers transported a large amount of drugs into the country every year. And I don't know how many families were harmed by the destruction of their homes and how many anti-narcotics police officers were killed. Our action today is to act in the name of heaven, to defend the people and the motherland. Every drug dealer you kill now is saving countless families. A lot of people can be saved. Just think of these drug dealers as still afraid to kill? The captain is right. We are righteous. A team member responded, with determination in his voice. Hold back, hold back. Soon they took out all the sentries. The squads followed the battle plan and moved quickly into the combat zone. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, occupied the highest sniper position in this area, setting up his sniper rifle and carefully observing every move below him through the scope, providing all-around cover for the members of the Sky Wolves while controlling the command of the entire situation. The wind wrapped in torrential rain, like a raging wave swept over. Bean-sized raindrops smashed on the ground, splashing layers of water. The whole world seems to be covered by a layer of heavy curtains of water. Electricity flashed and thunder intertwined. A ghastly white lightning streaked across the night sky, followed by deafening thunder, adding a bit of a terrifying atmosphere to the battle that was about to break out. Lin Chuan was steadily lying on his back at the highest sniping point. The rain slid down his cheeks and wet his combat uniform, but he was as if he didn't realize it. His eyes were firmly fixed on the scope. His eyes were focused and sharp, like a falcon in a cold night, not missing a single detail. His calm and firm voice came from the communication device. His words clear and steady. Attention all squads. The operation has begun. Advance as planned. Stay low. Alternate cover and advance. Pay attention to enemy fire points. Zhou Shen and Tang Lin led the assault squad, charging swiftly towards the enemy stronghold like black cheetahs. Their silhouettes loomed over the storm, their feet swift. In the camp of the armed drug dealers, Caesar was huddled with his men, discussing coping strategies. He jerked his head up when he heard the commotion. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. It's the police. Prepare to fight. He roared as he quickly brought up his assault rifle. Beside him, Jack quickly took position as well, his icy gaze searching the darkness for a target through the scope. Caesar let out a roar, and the assault rifle in his hand was the first to spew out a tongue of fire, the bullets sweeping over like a dense rain. The other mercenaries opened fire as well, and for a time, the guns were loud and the firelight flickered in the darkness. Their firepower was exceptionally ferocious, with all kinds of advanced weapons constantly roaring. Assault rifles and machine guns intertwined into a web of death, completely blocking the assault squad's path of advance. Find cover, Zhou Xian shouted, and the team members quickly dispersed, searching for the surrounding boulders and trees to use as cover. The bullets hit the bunker, splattering pieces of debris and making a crackling sound. Hearing that there were police officers, Tane and Lu San instantly changed their faces. Quick! Finish them off! Evacuate! Thane roared. Get the support team ready. Yes, outside. Damn. These guys have too much firepower. A member of the team had just poked his head out when a bullet grazed his scalp, scaring him into shrinking back. The Sky Wolf squad was suppressed by the enemy's powerful firepower and could not advance, so they could only temporarily hide behind cover and look for a chance to counterattack. It was still raining, and the rain poured into their collars and shoes, cold and wet. But the team had only one belief in mind: to eliminate the drug dealers. Lin Chuan took it all in from high above, his eyes calm and sharp, his finger gently squeezing the trigger, his breathing steady and rhythmic. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, and a mercenary who was frantically strafing fell to the ground in response. The bullet accurately penetrated his brow, bringing out a bloody hole, and blood mixed with rainwater raged down his cheek, pooling into a puddle on the ground. After Lin Chuan shot, he quickly pulled the bolt and withdrew the cartridge. The whole action was done in one go, without the slightest delay. There's a sniper! Jack shouted as he quickly adjusted his position to try and figure out where Lin Chuan was hiding. Everyone be careful. Don't expose too much. At the same time, a sniper named Axe from the drug dealer's camp was secretly searching for Lin Chuan's location. He hid behind the ruins of a hidden house, the rain wetting his sniper rifle, but his eyes were unusually focused. With his rich experience, he kept observing the movements around him, trying to catch Lin Chuan's trail. Suddenly, Axe noticed an imperceptible reflection from the sniping spot where Lin Chuan was. With joy in his heart, he quickly adjusted his gun and aimed at Lin Chuan. Let's see where you're going to run this time, he whispered to himself. Just the moment Axe was about to pull the trigger, Lin Chuan seemed to sense danger. He rolled violently to the side. Bang! Axe's bullet grazed the corner of Lin Chuan's coat and hit the stone behind him, sending up a shower of sparks. Axe was a little annoyed to see that the blow had missed. He kept changing his position, trying to find Lin Chuan again. Just as he moved to another position, Lin Chuan finally captured his figure. The corner of Lin Chuan's mouth rose slightly as he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew towards Axe with a whistling sound. Before Axe could react, the bullet hit him in the chest. A bloody hole instantly appeared in his chest, and blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground behind him. His eyes widened and an incredulous look appeared on his face before he slowly collapsed and the sniper rifle in his hand slid aside. Caesar, in the midst of a fierce firefight, happened to catch a glimpse of a military insignia symbol peeking out from the arm of one of the raiders. His heart jolted and he rubbed his eyes incredulously, then looked more closely. Yes, that was the symbol of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers. Wait, these aren't cops, they're dragon soldiers, Caesar exclaimed in a shaky voice, his voice full of shock and fear. The mercenaries who were originally clamoring instantly quieted down, the fierce look on their faces replaced by panic. How is that possible? How could a Dragon Kingdom soldier come here? Jack's voice also carried a hint of trembling, and the gun in his hand involuntarily paused. Their fighting strength is not comparable to the police. We're in big trouble this time, a mercenary said nervously. When Thane heard this, the muscles in his face instantly twisted into a grimace. He fiercely grabbed Abiao's collar and roared. What did you say? Dragon Kingdom soldiers? You punk! What the hell? Didn't Lao Zi ask to come here for reconnaissance? So many Dragon Kingdom soldiers are here, and you didn't even realize it? Boss, I didn't expect it. Abiao was so scared that his face was pale and his voice was shaking. As soon as Tane threw Biao away, he directly snatched a machine gun and frantically swept it in the direction of the Sky Wolf squad, cursing with his mouth. I'll kill as many as come. None of them will want to go back alive. Ta-da-da-da. Bullets swept out in a frenzy. At that moment, one of the drug dealers threw out a bomb. Boom, a loud noise. Fire. The explosion of the airwaves will be broken around the trees. One of the commandos was unable to dodge and was hit by a fragment of the bomb. A huge gash was instantly torn open in his thigh. The muscle flared out and blood poured out. He screamed miserably and collapsed on the ground, his hands tightly covering the wound in an attempt to stop the blood from pouring out. But it was of no help at all. The blood continued to flow out from between his fingers. Lu Xiaoro, go support him, Zhou Xian shouted. Understood. Lu Xiaoro immediately got up and rushed in the direction of the injured team member, the gun in her hand continuously sweeping and suppressing the enemy's firepower. Hang on, I'll be right there. Xu Hanlin provided cover for Lu Xiaoro on the side as he fired his gun and shouted, Xiaoro, I'll block for you. Hurry up. At the same time, Tang Lin and Sun Ying cooperated with each other and closed in towards one of the enemy's fire points. Tang Lin lowered his voice and said, Sun Ying, I'll attract their firepower. You go around to the side and give them a surprise. Sun Ying nodded. Okay, you be careful. After saying that,
she disappeared into the rain like a ghost, her figure weaving through the trees.
Tang Lin stood up fiercely and swept wildly toward the enemy,
attracting all of their firepower.
"Come on, you assholes!" he roared as bullets continued to shoot out of his gun. "Tanglewood, hold on, I'm in position."
Sun Ying's voice came,
followed by a few screams from the enemy's firepoint. Tang Lin took the opportunity to rush up and tackle the firepoint with Sunning. Lin Xuan didn't pause for a second, quickly adjusting his gun,
and another drug dealer fell under his gun. He kept providing the assault team with information on the enemy's position.
3 o'clock, there's a machine gunner, take him out. At 7 o'clock, there are 2 enemies approaching.
Prepare to counterattack. The assault squad seized the opportunity created by Hayakawa and attacked again. They covered each other and advanced alternately, taking advantage of gaps in enemy fire and gradually approaching enemy strongholds. The squads were in full swing at this point. These armed drug dealers are trained though, but its strength, in fact, was not much stronger than the recruits inside the regular army. On the Skywolf's side, it was almost always one shot at a time, almost overwhelmingly hitting them. Of course, the people of the Coyote Mercenary Corps still had relatively strong fighting qualities. There were 2 squads, both of which were completely suppressed by them, unable to move. However, the cunning Thane tries to break out and escape under the close protection of Caesar and other mercenaries. He cursed loudly as he directed some of the drug dealers to hold fire. These drug dealers rushed towards the Skywolf squad desperately. The weapons in their hands swept wildly, the bullets shuttling through the air, making sharp whistling sounds. "Can't let them escape," Tang Lin shouted, leading his team to counterattack with all their might. One of the team members was unfortunate enough to be hit by a stray bullet, which went straight through his abdomen, and he let out a scream as his body fell backwards. A bloody hole appeared in his abdomen, and his intestines flowed out, blood staining the ground beneath him. Seeing this, Chen Zhao rushed over and dragged him behind cover. Despite the danger, "How are you?" Chen Zhao asked anxiously. "I am fine, don't mind me, keep fighting," the injured team member said through clenched teeth, as blood continued to gush out from his wounds, staining the ground beneath him. The battlefield was filled with smoke, shouts, gunfire and rain intertwined. Chapter 64 Destroying Drug Dealer Arms. Mysterious Troops Flashback. Long Yen. 6,000 words big chapter. The rainstorm was torrential and showed no sign of stopping. The rain gathered on the ground in a turbulent stream, as if it were going to flood the whole world. The squads worked closely together, utilizing skillful and coordinated combat tactics. The team communicated with simple but effective hand gestures and understood each other without the need for many words. They crossed each other to cover each other, and step by step, they burst towards the core area of the armed drug traffickers. Group 1, draw fire. Group 2, flank and outflank. Zhou Xian lowered his voice and commanded calmly through the communication device. His face was covered in rain and dirt, but his eyes were filled with an overwhelming murderous aura. The team acted quickly. One group stood up, raised their assault rifles, and fired wildly toward the enemy. The muzzle of the gun spat out tongues of fire, and the bullets shot at the drug traffickers' armies like a dense rain, hitting the branches and leaves of the surrounding trees and splattering the ground with a trail of dust. "Come on, you assholes!" a member of the team roared. Each pull of the trigger carried with it the full force of his anger. At the same time, the members of the second group approached quickly from the flanks like ghosts, and their silhouettes were hidden in the rain. "Pay attention to concealment. Don't expose your tracks," Tang Lin softly reminded his teammates. The team approached the enemy in a cat-like manner, silently, using the cover of trees and boulders. Suddenly, a team member discovered the enemy's position. He quickly made a hand signal. His teammates understood and instantly launched an attack. For a moment, gunfire was heard and fire flickered in the darkness. On the armed side of the drug dealers, Caesar watched the attack of the Skywolf squad with a hideous sneer on his face as he viciously cursed. "Damn, these little brats are quite capable of tossing and turning. I'm going to have to clean them all up today." His face was stained with rain and smoke, and his eyes were mad and fierce, like an enraged beast. Thane stepped aside, his brow furrowed, the muscles in his face twitching with anger. He spat viciously and cursed. "This group of Dragon Nation soldiers, they've spoiled my good deed. When I clean them up, I'll make sure to break them into pieces." The resistance of the armed drug traffickers was unusually tenacious, and they sent a group of brainwashed Boy Scouts. These scouts were only 11 or 12 years old, but their eyes were filled with madness and determination. Completely unafraid of death, they rushed towards the Skywolf squad with weapons in hand, shouting, and that life-threatening stance was chilling. "Watch out, it's the Boy Scouts," Sun Ying shouted. She, Zhou Xian, Lin Chuan, and Li Hao, Yuan Shan, and Zhang Jiajie, whom she had met during the All-Army Special Forces examination, had all trained intensively abroad. And such top intensive training abroad has an end-of-course practical test. The tests, all of which involve traveling to war-torn areas and taking out some outlaw armies. These unruly armed groups love to take some children and train them to become child soldiers.
Low cost and good to train as a dead soldier.
These children who are only a few years old are mentally immature and cannot distinguish between sin and justice. Just know that whoever feeds them and brings them joy is dead set on following. What is even more frightening is that these illegal armed groups will give them guns, and after training for a month or two, they will be allowed to go to the battlefield to kill people.
Little children are pressed to understand what is the difference between killing someone and killing someone. Killing, in their eyes, is just a war game. Don't even believe that getting hit by a bullet,
or getting hit by a bomb will kill you.
Just simply think that the game is over. It's just a matter of waking up and starting the game all over again.
These current scouts were not much different from the ones they had encountered when they had participated in practical tests abroad.
Suddenly, a few Boy Scouts,
with bombs strapped to their bodies under Thane's orders,
charged towards the Sky Wolf squad without hesitation, wanting to die with them. Not good. Human flesh bomb. Quickly dodge.
The sharp-eyed Chen Jiao screamed in horror as she saw the explosives strapped to the scout. The members of the Sky Wolf squad reacted quickly and dodged in all directions.
Boom! With a few loud bangs, the bombs exploded. Fire shot up into the sky,
and waves of air interspersed with shrapnel flew everywhere. The bomb was so powerful that it blew a large crater in the surrounding ground and uprooted trees. Although the team members dodged in time, a few of them were hit by bomb fragments,
and blood instantly stained their clothes.
Ah! A member of the team screamed and fell to the ground, blood pouring from his arm and a piece of shrapnel embedded deep into his flesh. Lin Chuan took it all in from high above, and his anger instantly surged to his heart. He roared through his headset,
"Listen everyone, no mercy,
especially the Boy Scouts.
Don't let them get close to you. Snipe them off directly from a distance. Leave no one behind. Remember, it's no one left behind. Surrender will not be accepted, because they don't even know what surrender means.
That's just a way for them to draw you closer and then die with you." A tremor ran through the hearts of the team members as they heard Lin Chuan's order. Although they felt sorry for these brainwashed children, they also knew that they must not be merciful at this moment.
Understood. The crowd responded through clenched teeth. Thane saw this scene, but let out a burst of crazy laughter. Ha ha, see, these dragon soldiers also have moments of fear. Keep on giving it to me and blow them all up. He laughed loudly as he slapped his men beside him hard, urging them to continue their attack. Boss Thane, we should pull out, or it'll be too late.
Let these Boy Scouts hold it off for us for a while,
Caesar murmured at Thane.
Thane nodded and instantly had all the scouts out with explosives strapped to them.
Boom boom boom. Within a moment,
there was a burst of explosions from outside. Blood and flesh splattered.
In the midst of a fierce firefight, Thane,
under the desperate cover of the Boy Scouts and his men,
actually broke out of the encirclement, jumped into an SUV,
and made a mad dash toward the mountains. The wheels spun through the mud with a big splash.
Trying to run? Can you run away?
Lin Chuan snorted coldly as he quickly rushed down and jumped into another car driven by the enemy before calling out to last week's Xian,
Tang Lin, Sun Ying, Chen Jiao, Lu Xioro, and the others to quickly chase after them.
He slammed his foot on the gas and the jeep sprinted off like an arrow off a string. Tane sat on the SUV and looked back at Lin Chuan and the others who were in hot pursuit.
A hint of panic appeared on his face, but it was quickly replaced by anger. He said viciously, "Want to catch me? It's not that easy.
All of you put the gas pedal to the metal and get rid of these guys."
As he spoke, he peeked out of the window and fired wildly toward the jeep behind him, cursing under his breath. For a while, a thrilling car chase took place on the mountain road. Thane's SUV was fleeing frantically in front,
with Lin Chuan and the others' jeeps in hot pursuit. Both sides were driving and shooting towards each other.
Bullets weaved through the air and kept hitting the bodywork. Sparks flying. Bang! A bullet hit the rear window of Thane's SUV, shattering the glass instantly. Tyne glanced back in horror and throttled up, the buggy lurching violently over the rough mountain road. ********. The bastards! Thane growled angrily. Caesar, find a ing way to stop them.
Caesar sat in the passenger seat and instantly picked up the intercom and told the other two cars to slow down to intercept. The mercenaries in those two vehicles picked up their guns, set up their vehicles, and fired wildly at the jeeps behind them. But they underestimated Lin Chuan's car skills. It also underestimated Lin Chuan's cooperation with Zhou Xian and Sun Ying. Their shots were originally aimed at Lin Chuan's car, but Lin Chuan slammed on the gas and accelerated at full speed.
Then a hard drift. The car ran off the road and into the mountain forest next to it.
And then the car drifted and slid across the road almost against the center of two large trees. And that's when the two mercenaries' cars were slowing down.
This was in a situation where they slowed down. Lin Chuan accelerated and righted the car,
so they didn't have time to react to turn their guns around.
On this side, Zhou Xian and Sun Ying had already seized this opportunity. precisely aiming at the two window openings of their car in a burst of frantic strafing. In an instant, the mercenaries in the two cars were all blown away. The car rolled right over. Asshole. Seeing his men die in battle, Caesar in front of him became furious. You guys wait for me. This revenge, we, the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps, will definitely avenge. After taking out these two cars, Lin Xuan once again ended up chasing towards the two cars of Thane in front of him. However, right in the middle of Lin Xuan and the others' pursuit, the support troops of the drug traffickers' arms arrived. They traveled in multiple modified and armed pickup trucks with heavy machine guns mounted on them and fierce firepower. Luckily, someone from the Narcotics Brigade's side arrived. For a while, the sound of gunfire once again intensified, and the two sides were plunged into an even more brutal and fierce battle. The members of the Anti-Narcotics Brigade fought bravely, but the enemy's firepower was so ferocious that many of them were injured or even sacrificed. Thane still managed to escape from the engagement area by using the cover of the supporting troops, protected by 7 or 8 mercenaries like Caesar and a dozen drug dealers like Biao. Lin Xuan didn't give up. He led Zhou Xian, Tang Lin, Sun Ying, Chen Jiao, Lu Xiaoro and the others, choosing to detour and outflank them to continue the pursuit. But woe betide them, as they were hit by floods and mudslides during the pursuit. Raging floodwaters, mixed with mud and rocks, rushed down the mountain as if to swallow everything. Watch out! Lin Xuan shouted, pulling Chen Jiao, who was beside him. Behind him, a huge rock whizzed past them and hit the ground with a splash. The team struggled through the floodwaters as they supported each other in a fight to the death with nature. Everyone hold hands, don't get washed away. Zhou Xian shouted, holding hands and forming a human wall. The team slowly made their way through the floodwaters. The impact of the floodwaters was so great that people constantly came close to being swept away, but they clung to the hands of their teammates and stubbornly resisted. Meanwhile, somewhere in a valley on this side of the borderline, a 7-member squad wearing dark camouflage training uniforms, with no military rank, and no markings representing affiliation and unit or establishment, armed to the teeth, heard the sound of gunshots that kept coming from the distance, and all of them all crawled up from their hiding places all at once. These people, with their faces heavily painted in ink, could not see the outline of their features at all. One could only see the eyes that were as cold and stern as vipers. The 7 looked in the direction the shots came from and frowned slightly, listening to the echoes of the gunfire. It should be 3 kilometers away. The direction is toward us. Listening to those shots, they should be Type 81 rifles and AKs. Dragon Kingdom troops are not equipped with AKs. Then if you look at it this way, it should be a clash between the Dragon Kingdom soldiers and the armed forces outside the country. Nope. There's another kind of gun. It's the Mini 14 light rifle. It's a rifle commonly used by Western mercenaries. This is a mercenary entering our Dragon Kingdom territory? How come we didn't get the intel, Captain? At this time, 6 of them looked towards a man in his 30s standing in the center. Judging from the sound of the gunshots, it's obvious that the number of armed people outside the country is higher, and the number of our Dragon Kingdom troops is smaller. It's probably mercenaries from outside the country. We need to go over there for backup. The captain narrowed his eyes slightly at the direction of the gunfire. The fact that we didn't receive the information means that it's not our turn to handle a mission of this caliber, but it's possible to go over there. Let's go. It's been a week on the ground here, and it's time to get your body moving. The 7 looked at each other and smiled. Then like ghosts, they quickly concealed themselves and disappeared into the mountains and forests through the night rain and gusty winds. It's as if it never existed. After some difficult trekking and pursuit tangles, Lin Xuan and the others finally caught up with Tane at the borderline. Lin Xuan looked at the enemies in front of him. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately ordered a battle plan. Zhou Xian, Sun Ying and I will be in charge of taking out those mercenaries, and the rest of you, quickly eliminate the other group of armed drug dealers. Be sure to stay safe. Yes, the team members responded in unison, their eyes filled with fighting spirit, then quickly separated, and from this direction, began to break down the group of drug dealers and mercenaries one by one. Lin Xuan took the lead in rushing towards Caesar and the other mercenaries, his figure like a black lightning bolt. Seeing this, Caesar brought 3 of his top mercenaries to surround Lin Xuan. Kid, today is the day you die. Caesar roared, the assault rifle in his hand sweeping wildly. Bullets rained down on Lin Xuan, hitting the ground around him with dust. Caesar cursed as he fired. Aren't you a good runner? Let's see if I don't beat you into a sieve today. With these child soldiers of your Dragon Kingdom, you still want to fight with our international crime syndicate? It's simply out of your depth. Thinking of his men who had been killed off by Lin Xuan and the others, his face was filled with twisted anger, veins rippling on his forehead as if he wanted to eat Lin Xuan alive. Lin Xuan was agile and maneuvered through the rain of bullets. He lay down and rolled over, skillfully dodging enemy bullets, and at that moment, 100 meters away. That kid can do it. This stance. Even we can't do it.
I didn't realize that the regular troops down there actually had this kind of expert. A man hidden in one of the bushes couldn't help but be viciously shocked when he saw Lin Chuan's side. The other team members beside him were also astonished. From the point of view of this guy's hand movements, he is obviously not a youngster. You guys see that when he faces the three mercenaries firing angles in three directions, he is always able to make corresponding tactical evasive maneuvers at extremely tricky angles.
Next to each landing point,
there will be a corresponding can block the three directions of the shooting dead angle,
so that they have enough safety buffer zone to make the next plan of action.
It is impossible for a warrior who has not participated in dozens of actual battles to make such skillful real-world maneuvers and find the best landing spots under such circumstances. You guys look at the other several people over there. Except for that one man and one woman who dealt with the other three mercenaries who also have a little bit of real-world experience.
The rest of them, their movements, looks, and condition, do not look like they have participated in real-world battles, and when they face generalized armament, they all fought so strenuously, and are, obviously, still fledglings.
Captain, that kid was surrounded by several mercenaries.
Intentionally a bit difficult to get such a good seedling, cannot be wasted. Out to help? Not far away. At a high point,
a sniper wearing a ghillie suit and holding a sniper rifle,
aiming at the battlefield, asked in a low voice. There's no rush.
The captain pinched his headset and said,
that kid can handle it. It's not a simple person who can make those tactical moves. You guys have to watch and learn as well.
His strength is probably still above many of our Dragon Amazing warriors.
Above our Dragon Amazing? What a joke. Captain, you're too high on him, aren't you? A member said disdainfully.
The captain grunted coldly.
Just watch well. His counterattack should start. If you're capable, you'll still be able to say that later.
As predicted by the captain of this Dragon Amazing squad,
on Lin Chuan's side, after performing a series of tactical evasions,
he finally found a chance to return fire.
His body, with a violent roll, as he came tumbling,
his shoulders touching the ground, his body did not lunge forward from inertia.
Instead,
using his shoulder as a pivot point,
like a spring, he violently bounced diagonally towards the back of a thick tree on one side in an extremely incongruous position. The gun, in his hand, had come to his chest just as his head had crossed the tree, and he pulled the trigger the instant he flew diagonally through the tree in a quick jump. Bang bang, 2 shots rang out,
and 2 mercenaries fell to the ground in response,
a bloody hole appearing in their eyebrows.
Bull, how did he manage to be able to use his shoulder as a fulcrum to get his body to bounce off diagonally,
and still be able to make adjustments so quickly to accomplish an accurate shot?
A member of the Dragon Amazing squad instantly widened his eyes in disbelief.
The other members, too, were filled with shock, and the captain of the Dragon Amazing squad's heart was also shaken fiercely before he spoke. People can do more than just that. See that big tree? That's a cover and an obstacle,
able to effectively block the enemy's aim and delay their shooting time, so that he himself can shoot before the enemy shoots and finish them off. To be able to make such precise calculations and judgments during such intense movements and battles.
Do you still think that this person is simple? Could either of you have been as perfect as he was? Several people shook their heads. On Lin Chuan's side, after taking out 2 mercenaries, he was quickly closing the distance with the mercenary leader, Caesar. When Caesar saw this, his heart was shocked. He brandished the dagger in his hand and lunged towards Lin Chuan.
Lin Chuan sneered and greeted him without panic.
The two wrestled instantly. Caesar attacked while mocking. With this small body of yours, how dare you come to compete with me? You Dragon Nation people are all weaklings, not worth mentioning in the eyes of us Westerners. Lin Chuan didn't show any weakness,
a sidestep to avoid Caesar's attack,
then violently kicked Caesar in the abdomen. You stupid guy, just with your unseen criminal organizations, you dare to act recklessly on our Dragon Kingdom's borders? Caesar screamed in agony and took a few steps backward, but quickly pounced again.
A cold glint flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes as he skillfully grabbed Caesar's wrist and twisted it with force,
snatching the dagger. If you mercenaries dare to set foot in my Dragon Kingdom's territory, don't you dare leave alive. With that, he viciously stabbed the dagger into Caesar's chest. Caesar's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face, before he slowly collapsed. On the other side, Zhou Shen and Sun Ying were also engaged in a fierce battle with the remaining 3 mercenaries. Zhou Shen held a submachine gun and was as brave and fearless as a tiger descending a mountain. He fired as he closed in on the enemy. Come on, taste my bullets, he roared as bullets rained down on the enemy. Sun Ying, on the other hand, utilized the surrounding terrain to cleverly hide his figure. Like a cheetah, she weaved between her enemies, looking for the best time to attack.
The pistol in her hand went off from time to time, each shot accompanied by a mercenary scream.
In the fierce battle,
Zhou Xian and Sun Ying cooperated with each other and gradually gained the upper hand. Eventually, they managed to take out the 3 remaining mercenaries. At this time, the other team members also engaged in fierce exchanges with Biao and other armed drug dealers. Biao and the others resisted, but their defense line gradually collapsed under the fierce attack of the Skywolf squad. "Fight them!" Biao shouted frantically, but it was all in vain. As the last drug dealer fell to the ground, Tane, who was already scared and weak in the legs, shaking and falling on his back, also completely lost hope, and was directly kicked to the ground by the Skywolves' men. "Run, Grandma!" Lin Chuan walked over, and the other members of the Skywolves also gathered around, laying down a cordon around them. "Is it all right?" Lin Chuan asked at a few people. The crowd shook their heads. "It's fine." Lin Chuan glanced at the blood on Tang Lin's body, and Tang Lin hurriedly said, "Boss, I'm fine. Minor injuries." Lin Chuan nodded. "Sun Ying, contact Team Chen and ask him to send someone over to take the person away. Everyone else, rush back and wrap it up. I'll just watch him from here." "Yes." After everyone left, Tane hurriedly rushed at Lin Chuan and begged for mercy. "Little brother, give me a way out. I have a lot of money. I can give it all to you. How much money can you make as a soldier in the Dragon Kingdom? As long as you let me go and hang out with me, I promise. I'll let you enjoy glory and wealth for the rest of your life." Lin Chuan didn't even bother to look at him and directly stomped on his knee. Thane let out a heartbreaking wail. Immediately afterward, it was directly fainted from the pain. After finishing, Lin Chuan then slowly turned around, looked in a certain direction behind him, and directly raised his voice. "My friend, you've been watching for so long. You have to come out and say hello if you're not going to help, right?" The 7 members of the Dragon Amazing Squad were startled. "Is this discovered?" See, a lot of readers and friends said that the problem of Long Yen produce inconsistency problems. This everyone do not rush, and there is no conflict. In the next chapter, there will be an explanation. Special Forces, just a title, does not mean that Long Yen must be Special Forces. In the next chapter, there will be a detailed explanation about Dragon Amazing. Chapter 65, War Machine, Long Yen. Almost 7,000 words big chapter. Not long after Lin Chuan's voice fell, 3 silhouettes slowly walked out of the darkness. Several blinding lightning bolts exploded in the air. The light flickered, outlining the outlines of these 3 men. The 3 people's figure and dress appearance, as if they looked at each other as if they were messengers coming out from hell, full of hostility and murderous aura. As soon as these 3 people came out, the temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees. All the way, it was like carrying a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even though Lin Chuan was separated from them by a dozen meters, he could still smell the murderous aura on them that was so thick that it couldn't be melted away. Lin Chuan's pupils suddenly shrunk, instantly becoming alert. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or in this life, he really hadn't met anyone anywhere with such a strong killing aura on them. That kind of unintentional emanation of pressure was the most terrifying. Lin Chuan was certain that if Zhou Shen, Sun Ying, and the rest of the Sky Wolves were here, they would only have to be overwhelmed by this aura pressure. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's heart shook. He scanned these 3 people with his talented perspective eye skill and suddenly realized that none of them, in terms of talent, were very good. The talents are all just at the level of elite special forces. In terms of talent and potential, it was even comparable to the rest of his own Sky Wolves. It's a step below yourself, to be sure, but it wasn't the talent potential value that shocked him, but the other physical data. Physique, strength, nerve reaction ability, explosive power, and other types of combat power data actually exceeded the level of elite special forces. It's not that far from yourself. That is to say, their personal combat power, which was higher than their talent and potential value, had hardened the upper limit. What is this concept? It's as if the limit of your strength as a human being is only able to lift a 200-pound barbell. In the future, no matter how much one practiced, it would be impossible to break through this power limit. However, you were able to lift a 300-pound barbell with the same amount of strength. That in itself is impossible, but in these people, this miracle happened. System, this gifted perspective eye, it's not broken, right? Is it possible that I've been using it too much lately and it's short-circuiting, causing the data to be inaccurate? Lin Chuan quickly asked at the system. System, please trust the host in the system's professionalism and stability. The possibility of such an error does not exist. Lin Chuan, then how do you explain the physical data of these people? System, very well understood. Combat experience pulls up the numbers. 2 people with the same speed, strength, and reflexes. One has shallow combat experience and can't participate in many battles for several years. A perennial battlefield. You say, these 2 against each other. Who will win? Lin Chuan sniffed and was suddenly enlightened.
So it is. System, the analysis of the data. Is a variety of comprehensive factors are counted up? If with the talent and potential value is not equal, then this person certainly has the ability to quickly pull up the battle power of other factors exist. Got it. Lin Xuan nodded slightly in his heart. These three people, with the hostile and murderous aura emanating from their bodies, were obviously those who had fought for many years and had experienced the battlefield for a long time. With such a heavy murderous aura all over their body, and their combat power breaking through their talent and potential values, one could imagine how powerful and terrifying they had been on the battlefield all these years. You're the first one to face us and still manage to be so calm and unperturbed. The captain of the Dragon Amazing Squad approached over and looked at Lin Xuan with a look of ulterior motives. That deep gaze, as if he wanted to see through Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan pointed behind them. Where are the other four? Not coming out to say hello? When the three of them heard this, their hearts were once again shocked. The three of them, who had been gathered together just now, were discovered, and it was understandable. But the remaining four people, respectively around them and behind them to hide and guard, have not moved a bit, but actually also found by him? This guy's powers of observation, they're too strong, aren't they? The captain looked deeply at Lin Xuan and said in a condensed voice, it's a good thing that you're a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom. If you were an enemy, even if we spelled out the lives of the seven of us, we'd still have to leave you behind. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. Each other. Oh, the captain smiled slightly. You mean, with you alone, you can also leave the seven of us behind? Lin Xuan nodded seriously. You can see how extraordinary I am, and I can see how dangerous you all are. Who dares to let the tiger go if it's an enemy? Not a friend? Exactly. The captain smiled and took the initiative to extend his hand at Lin Xuan. My name is Scythe. As for the unit, number, and where I came from, sorry. Lin Xuan also stretched out his hand and shook it with the scythe. My name is Lin Xuan, from the 31st Army. The specific identity. I think that rather than me introducing myself, you guys should go back and investigate for yourselves in detail. I know that you guys can do it, and you will definitely do it. Interesting. Scythe laughed out loud. To be honest, just now, seeing your strength amazed us. From your combat maneuvers, I can tell that you are also a warrior with a great deal of combat experience, even no less than us. I'm curious as to which other unit within our Dragon Kingdom's military possesses such real-world combat experience to be able to produce someone like you. Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Do you guys know that in May last year, the entire military forces of the Dragon Kingdom, together with the special forces to build this matter? The special forces unit that I'm in was formed just 3 months ago. The whole army is building special forces? The three of them were puzzled when they heard this. Scythe looked to the other two. Have you heard of it? Both of them shook their heads in confusion. Then whispered at him, how long have we only withdrawn from the battlefield? After coming out, entering the deep mountains and old forests to train, where could we have access to this information? Also, Scythe nodded slightly, then looked at Lin Xuan and smiled. It's us who are alone. Is it convenient to talk about it? Lin Xuan smiled. Still, no matter how much I say, it's not as clear as you guys going up on a phone call to find out. Scythe's eyes narrowed slightly. You know who we are? Lin Xuan shook his head slightly. I don't know, but I can guess some. With millions of troops in the Dragon Kingdom, there will always be special sectors that we, the regular mainstream troops, can't access. And with a special unit like that, the permissions don't have to be guessed. With all these secrets across the army, there's not a phone call for you guys that you can't handle. In his previous life, Lin Xuan was also a special forces soldier. And it's one of those secret force levels. Of course, whether it was the highest top secret unit or not, he himself wasn't sure, as there was no access to it, nor did he have the authority to investigate. However, he was clear that the military of every middle and large country had its own top secret shadow ace units that were not announced to the public, specializing in going on some top secret, top level missions. These are troops that are by no means accessible to regular people. These people in front of him, he guessed, would belong to a force like that. Otherwise, if it is a conventional mainstream force, the military cannot be confused about the concept of special forces. Directly let these people out to help form special forces is not it? Even Lin Xuan thought that these people in front of him were not special forces. Rather, it is an alternative, horrifying presence that is completely outside the military establishment. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine that there was that other unit within the conventional mainstream that had such a wealth of combat experience. Comrade Lin Xuan, there's an unkind request. Scythe said suddenly. Lin Xuan said, please speak. Scythe said, I'm a bit of a pet peeve. That is, when I see an expert, I always can't help but want to have a few fistfights. How about that? Lin Xuan smiled. What's the matter? You just watched a few glimpses of my fighting process. Sparing your talent, And want to test me and pull me in?
Scythe rolled her eyes and bristled.
Why is that so inviting from you? To fight or not to fight? Give a quick word. Lin Chuan said. You fight me? Scythe raised an eyebrow. What? I'm not good enough?
Lin Chuan waved his hand and said,
change someone else. With the injuries you have,
it's not advisable to fight excessively intensely.
Scythe's face changed in shock. You can still tell that I have injuries on my body?
Lin Chuan pointed to the location of his heart.
Uneven breathing, although you've been adjusting it, you still can't hide it from my ears. With a well-trained warrior like you, you shouldn't have this kind of problem. It was hit by the bomb blast, wasn't it? From the way you're walking, there's no trauma.
It seems that the bomb,
at least,
was mortar grade,
and the shockwave from the grenade, a few meters away, wasn't enough to jar the internal organs that have kept you from recovering even now. Is it covered by enemy fire? Great comrade sniper? On the battlefield,
snipers are a kind of ghost killers,
making the enemy afraid to come near. Generally, in this situation, in order to reduce losses, the enemy will cover the sniper's location with artillery fire, using the simplest and most brutal way to take out the enemy sniper. The three of them changed their faces again and again, all of them being surprised by Lin Chuan's observation and judgment. Just based on a breathing and walking posture, he actually guessed the location of the other person's injury, the cause of the injury, and so on. What kind of real-world combat experience does it take to do that? You cow! I'm getting more and more curious about you. Now!
Scythe gave Lin Chuan a thumbs up before shouting,
Tarzan! Here!
A small, lean man of about 6'6" suddenly came running through the darkness from behind.
Scythe rushed Lin Chuan. He's codenamed Tarzan,
and he's the most capable fighter in our squad besides me.
Let him go through a few moves with you?
Lin Chuan looked at the soldier who was a head shorter than himself.
Tarzan? Scythe laughed. Don't look at him. He's a 5th-degree black belt in Yakuza. He's also well-versed in Sanshou Gekijutsu, and he's involved in Taekwondo. Tarzan looked at Lin Chuan. Although he was small, the aura on his body was not the least bit weaker than the scythe. I have always struck out at the enemy's vitals. Even if it's a cut, it's still easy to accidentally injure them. You be careful.
Lin Chuan nodded.
Understood. Come on. After that, the two took up a contest position. Tarzan took a deep breath and was the first to attack. He was a 5th-degree black belt in Black Hand Dao,
and his strikes were as powerful as they could be.
His body shape was like electricity.
His feet moved quickly on the muddy ground without leaving the slightest trace of dragging, and the muddy water he brought up splashed in all directions. His first move was the extremely vicious bone-breaking fist in the Yakuza, aimed directly at Lin Chuan's throat. The fist was wrapped in a whistling wind sound with amazing power,
and if it was struck, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Lin Chuan's eyes flinched as he quickly sidestepped to avoid it, and the wind of that powerful fist grazed his cheek, bringing up a trace of coldness.
Great move. Lin Chuan couldn't even help but applaud. With just this move, if it were someone like Zhou Xian or Sun Ying, they would only have difficulty dodging out of the way. It made him more interested in the unit than anything else. Immediately after that, Tarzan turned around and used the life-snatching whip leg. His leg was like a hard steel whip, which was drawn towards Lin Chuan's chest. This leg was full of power, and if it was struck, the ribs could be broken by several kicks.
Lin Chuan didn't panic and crossed his arms to block the fierce blow.
The powerful impact shook him back a step, and 2 deep footprints were made in the dirt under his feet. This kid has some skills. Scythe, who was standing on the sidelines watching the battle, said in a low voice as a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. His teammates beside him nodded their heads as well, their eyes fixed on the battlefield. This Lin Chuan's defense is airtight,
and all of Taishan's attacks were actually easily diffused by him.
A member of the team couldn't help but open his mouth. Don't worry, Tarzan hasn't given his all yet.
Another member of the team responded.
Tarzan's attack became more and more violent as he kept changing his stance,
each move pushing Lin Chuan straight to his vitals. Throat-locking hand and tendon-breaking palm were used one after another,
as fast as lightning,
with incomparable strength.
However,
Lin Chuan was like an impenetrable wall,
always steadily resisting each of his attacks. His feet moved nimbly, weaving in and out of the mud with ease, each dodge just right, causing Tarzan's attacks to fall short time and time again.
The shock in Taishan's heart grew stronger and stronger. He had never encountered such a difficult opponent. He had used all his strength, but he had never been able to break through his opponent's defense. He gritted his teeth and decided to give it his all, only to see him shouting. His body violently leaned forward. His whole body's strength converged on his right fist, using the most lethal split heart fist in the Black Hand path. This punch carried all of Tarzan's strength and determination, striking swiftly towards Lin Chuan's heart. The wind of the fist whistled, and the air around them seemed to be torn apart by the punch. Looks like you don't have much of a trick up your sleeve either, Lin Chuan said. Now then, it's my turn. As the words fell, just at the moment when Tarzan's fist was about to hit him, Lin Chuan moved. He first dodged the fatal blow with an extremely bizarre sliding sidestep, the soles of his shoes cutting a long trail on the muddy ground. Immediately after that, Lin Chuan quickly rose his hand and threw an avalanche punch straight at Tarzan's ribs. This punch looked plain and unassuming, but it contained an amazing explosive power. The wind of the fist whistled as if it was going to shatter the air. Tarzan raised his arm in haste to fend it off, but he was still shaken by this powerful force and his arm went numb. Before Tarzan could slow down, Lin Chuan's body turned in a smooth manner and his left leg stabbed out like a spear, making a move of teasing a leg. The move was angled and targeted, and Tarzan hastily retreated backward to avoid it. Lin Chuan, however, did not give his opponent a chance to catch his breath, taking advantage of the situation to burst forward. His right palm was like a knife, slicing straight into the side of Tarzan's neck. This was a chopping palm move. Tarzan subconsciously inclined his head to dodge. Lin Chuan's palm grazed his cheek, bringing up a strong wind. Afterwards, Lin Chuan violently made a crouch and swept his leg towards Tarzan's lower disc. Muddy water splashed up with his leg movements. Tarzan jumped up to avoid it, but just as he landed, Lin Chuan's fists followed. A punching cannon blasted straight towards his chin. Tarzan hastily raised his arm to block. The huge impact shook his arm sorely and his body stumbled backward a few steps. How can that be? Scythe and the others were shocked when they saw this. Tarzan was known to be a capable fighter in the squad, and was actually defeated so easily by Lin Chuan. This Lin Chuan's strength, it's too terrifying, a team member exclaimed. His attacks are not only powerful, but also have tricky angles that make it hard to defend. Another team member also exclaimed. Scythe's eyes were filled with shock and admiration as he looked at Lin Chuan, secretly thinking in his heart, this Lin Chuan is definitely a rare talent. Tarzan struggled to get up from the muddy ground, his face filled with shock and unwillingness. He looked at Lin Chuan, but the battle intent in his eyes had not diminished at all. Again, Tarzan shouted, charging towards Lin Chuan once again, but the result is still the same. Bang! Again! Bang! Finally, after Tarzan was sent flying 3 times in a row by Lin Chuan, Scythe spoke. Tarzan, that's enough. You lose. Stand down. Tarzan struggled to his feet, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the wariness in his eyes faded. A moment later, only then did he rush Lin Chuan with a hoarse voice. You're very strong. I'm convinced. When he finished speaking, he stepped aside. Slap. Scythe applauded while walking towards Lin Chuan. Wonderful. Wonderful. I really didn't expect you to be so strong with your fists, Lin Chuan said with slight modesty. I'm sorry. Just then, Scythe's headset heard the voice of his teammate. Captain, there's a large force coming this way. Scythe sniffed and could only punch Lin Chuan. Comrade Lin Chuan, it's not appropriate for us to be exposed in a crowded place, so we'll withdraw first. Don't worry, we'll meet soon. After saying that, he once again stretched out his hand at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan also stretched out his hand and shook it with him. I'll wait for you. Letting go of his hand, the Scythe waved his hand, and the Long Yen crowd was quickly rushing toward the grass not far away, disappearing into the dark night. Soon, Chen Ping and Zhou Xian, among others, came over. After leaving Tane to Chen Pingji, Lin Chuan withdrew with Zhou Xian and the others. Car, how are we doing with the Sky Wolves? Lin Chuan asked. Zhou Xian said in a deep voice. 8 people were shot and 5 were injured by the blast. 3 were seriously injured and are currently in a coma. And the 10 whose injuries were not fatal have all been sent to the hospital for treatment. The other members, all safe. Lin Chuan nodded. What's the status? Zhou Xian smiled bitterly. Individually they are all okay, but most of them are not so good. After all, it's the first time they've killed, and they've all gotten their hands on a few lives, so they'll have to give them time to adjust. I've contacted the Southwest Military General Hospital to have a psychiatrist come over. Lin Chuan nodded slightly and didn't say anything else, just looking out at the mountains that were still storming like waterfalls. A few hours later, Lin Chuan led Skywolf and the others, returning to a border guard camp to rest and recuperate. None of the members of the Skywolves had the slightest joy for destroying the drug traffickers' arms at this time either. Each one of them was in a somewhat depressed state, and in their minds, they were constantly replaying the process of killing people on the battlefield. It's not a punch you throw and a knife I kill. Instead, it's a brutal battlefield with guns strafing and bombs bombing, with blood and flesh popping up and bodies separating, especially the horrific sight of an 11 or 12-year-old Boy Scout detonating a body bomb. Those who haven't experienced it can't even begin to comprehend the horrors of that environment. They are special forces, yes, but special forces are also human beings, higher beings with feelings. It is impossible to face such a brutal war and still be indifferent and have a balanced mind. Though it was all known that they were killing unpardonable criminals, but knowing is knowing,
and being able to overcome that mental hurdle is another matter. Lin Chuan didn't say anything, but told them to rest first and just wait for the psychiatrist from the Military Region General Hospital to come over and intervene the next day. This is a hurdle that they still need to go through on their own. If they can't overcome it, it only proves that they don't have what it takes to be special forces. And at that moment, inside a base somewhere on the borderline, Captain, HQ base replied, "Here's the information. Look at it." Tarzan took a file and handed it to Scythe. Scythe turned out the information and opened it to look at it, and after reading what was inside, especially about Lin Chuan and Skywolf's introduction on the All-Army examination, he was astonished. Taishan said, "The Tian Wolf special forces trained by Lin Chuan are far stronger than those formed by the other armies. The presentation of the grades up there is really good. In addition, in last night's battle, they faced an armed force of more than 200 drug dealers as well as more than 30 mercenaries. This mercenary group is in the Middle East, and it's not very well known. It belongs to the middle and lower class, but it's also pretty incredible that the Skywolves managed to wipe them out with 0 casualties. This Lin Chuan can't be terrifying in his personal strength, and his ability to practice soldiering, it's also truly impressive." Scythe nodded. "This Lin Chuan is indeed good." On the side of the headquarters base, what is the opinion about Lin Chuan's evaluation of this person? Tarzan returned, no reply yet. "Oh yeah," Tarzan continued, "in another half a month or so, this Sky Wolf is going to take part in a drill confrontation, organized by the headquarters side, for the sake of, is to test the Sky Wolf's confrontation ability on the battlefield." "Oh," Scythe's eyes suddenly lit up. "It just so happens that our squad doesn't have any training missions during this time, so why don't we go have some fun too?" Tarzan grinned. "That can be had. 2 months down from the battlefield, every day is lurking and hiding training. The brothers are bored out of their minds, just taking this opportunity to have fun and move around with Skywolf." On the other side, Wang He, the commander of the 31st Army, also rushed over after realizing the situation on the Skywolf's side. Tian Lang is now the baby of the 31st Army. He is more attached to it than even Lin Chuan. It was a relief to know that there were no casualties among the Skywolves. Lin Chuan hesitated for a moment and asked Wang He, "Chief, this operation, I came across a troop that I'm a bit curious about and would like to ask you for some advice." Wang He was stunned. "A troop? What troop?" Lin Chuan said. "To be exact, it's a combat squad. Its battle power is, well, terrifying." Immediately, he described over the squad to Wang He, who listened and frowned. "Could it be them?" "They?" Lin Chuan asked. "The chief knows?" Wang He smiled bitterly. "Inside the entire army, if there is any other unit that can be above our Sky Wolves, it's probably just that one." Looking at Lin Chuan's curious face, Wang He continued, "This troop, I only know a little bit about it as well. They are under the leadership of the general staff and have no establishment, no number, not even a fixed base. No one knows how they showed up except for certain big names inside the general staff. They will only be on top secret operational missions. As for what the mission is, it's not something I can relate to. One thing, however, I do know for sure. They were involved in the counterattack against Monkey Country in 79. This one is on the extranet, and there's all about them, but it's also a simple few-sentence introduction, and they don't even know what kind of unit it is." Lin Chuan's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his mind recalled the words the three of them had said in conversation at that time. It hasn't been long since they came down from the battlefield. Could it be that what is being talked about is a counterattack against the Monkey Nation? The counterattack began in February 79 and is now 83 years old. For 4 whole years, they were cats on the battlefield behind enemy lines? Thinking of this, a chill suddenly surged up Lin Chuan's back. He now finally knew why. On these people, there was such a strong killing aura. Finally, we know why the physical combat stats far exceed their talent and potential values. That's 4 whole years of combat experience behind enemy lines. The war against the Monkey Nation isn't as simple as fighting drug dealers and armed crime syndicates anymore. That's hundreds of thousands of troops from both armies clashing against each other. All kinds of heavy equipment and weapons. Anyone who can survive 4 years of surviving behind enemy lines like that can no longer be considered a warrior. Instead, a war machine. The big climax is ready to begin again. We'll see what happens. Ask for a wave of gift rewards and attention. Chapter 66, Huge Disaster Descends. Skywolf risks airborne rescue. 6,000 words big chapter. Sarge, I have a question. Lin Chuan rushed Wang He and asked, since this troop is so powerful, why don't you let them form the special forces, leaving behind good seeds that, in the future, can also supplement the establishment of their troops? No, Wang He said, that's not something I'm very aware of, but one thing's for sure, I know about this unit by hearsay, from talking to a couple of old war buddies, and my old war buddies, I didn't know a little bit about this unit until after they were in the counterattack and learned about probably their war record, including the western side as well. As far as before entering the war, no one knew this unit existed. Sometimes we all speculate that this unit, after entering the war, developed and grew strong during 4 long years of actual combat behind enemy lines. Lin Chuan pondered slightly and nodded. This idea of yours is not unreasonable. For them to be selected and sent on a 4-year mission behind enemy lines, they have very specialized reconnaissance and real-world capabilities in their own right. The battlefield environment of that war zone, we are all aware of. All mountainous rainforests, hot and humid all year round, with Eagle Sauce as the head of the Alliance army. When a large number of troops were sent in, all lost countless elite fighters. The battlefield interlaced with the complex geography. So far, it is their nightmare. Not to mention the fact that this unit could last over there for as long as 4 years. So, with 4 years of actual combat, coupled with the fact that his own fighting qualities are not bad, it's not surprising that he was able to achieve the strength he has today. Wang He nodded and said, another point is the modern concept of the nature of special forces. This concept, I'm certain, was only established by the military from the 80s, that is, 3 years ago. That unit of theirs, they went into battle in 79, so none of them should be special forces. Exactly what kind of troops? Only the headquarters side, as well as themselves. No, but what is certain is that they are now, if not special forces, then stronger than special forces, and you know that better than I do. Saying that, Wang He suddenly smiled slightly bitterly. They are willing to come out to meet you and fight with you, so I guess, they are interested in you. Lin Chuan, what do you think? Lin Chuan was stunned. What how? Wang He grunted. Don't play dumb for me. If I guessed correctly, the entire information about you and Skywolf is, by now, on that unit's desktop. If they'll be hiring externally, you're definitely their first choice. When the time comes, will you go? Lin Chuan was slightly silent. After a moment, this was followed by, honestly, I'm not sure. I have my own goals and philosophies that don't necessarily mesh with them. Target? Wang He looked at him in disbelief. Lin Chuan said, with a troop like theirs, there's not much more than one of me, and there's not much less than one of me. If I go over there, it's just icing on the cake. What I want is to be able to build a stronger force with my own hands, a much more powerful force than even that one. Hearing this bold statement from Lin Chuan, Wang He couldn't help but be shocked. He was not expecting that Lin Chuan actually had such lofty ambitions. You mean, serious? Wang He asked hesitantly. Lin Chuan shook his head slightly and said, the upper limit of the Sky Wolves is only at the elite level. It's just a bit stronger than the general special forces. It's hard to get to the next level. It's mostly a lack of talent and potential. A few individually, of course, but not overall. Of course, if Skywolf can have that unit's opportunity to participate in various brutal large-scale wars to hone insight for a few years, relying on the rich field experience, he might be able to reach my standard. But in this current global environment, there shouldn't be that opportunity. Even if it had, it wouldn't have been Wolf's turn to take the field. And that unit is still up there on top. Wang He sniffed, but instead of responding to Lin Chuan's words, he asked again. So, you're still going to leave, right? That statement, as opposed to the one asked above, just doesn't mean the same thing. The previous sentence was asking if Lin Chuan would go to that army. This sentence was asking Lin Chuan if he would leave the 31st Army, leave the Sky Wolves, but not necessarily to that army, but possibly to other armies that could fulfill his ambitions of that philosophy. Lin Chuan snorted. Army commander, can you not ask me this question so seriously? Those who don't know this will think I'm talking to you. How ambiguous. Brat. When Wang He heard this, his old face immediately turned red and he directly slapped towards Lin Chuan's head. Okay, no more questions. Wang He laughed and scolded. Anyway, if you really want to leave, I can't stop you. But I have a condition. Before leaving, you must train the Skywolf to maturity for me. You can't leave a half-finished product behind for me. Lin Chuan said, that's a must. Tianlang is the one I have worked so hard to feed and raise. I value it more than anyone else. You just don't think about it too much for a while. In a few days, it will be time to hit the drill. Wang He slapped his head and said, if you didn't say it, I forgot about it. That is, the current Skywolf's people, they just went through this big battle, and the maneuvers will start in more than half a month. Will they be able to adjust? Lin Chuan said, other than those 13 injured ones, I don't think there's any problem. More than half a month is enough time for them to adjust. Wang He frowned, but with those 13 people missing, we only have about 20 people. Can we still fight? Lin Chuan said, fighting is definitely possible. It depends on how it's going to be fought. Don't worry, Army Chief, I'll plan for it. Wang He grunted with a stern face, What I'm most afraid of is your plan. The last examination almost didn't give me a heart attack. This time, you have to take it easy on me. Don't make any big moves for me. That's all the treasures we have at Skywolf. Don't give them all to me. After a week of rest and recuperation, the psychological and mental state of the Skywolf force had pretty much recovered. Except for those 13 injured members. Lin Xuan was preparing to lead them back to the base for rest and simple training to fully prepare for the next maneuvers. Just then, a shrill alarm sounded suddenly within the border guard. This urgent sound instantly broke the calmness of the camp, and everyone tensed up, stopping the movements in their hands and looking around with vigilant gazes. Not long after, a major staff officer from the Border Defense Force hurriedly ran and found Lin Xuan. He looked grave, with a bit of anxiety on his face. "Instructor Lin, I'm afraid I can't arrange for a helicopter to take you away." Lin Xuan frowned slightly, a trace of doubt welling up in his heart as he asked, "What happened?" The major staff officer took a deep breath and said, "It's been stormy and windy every day for more than half a month, and a huge natural disaster has occurred more than 100 kilometers away from our border troops. The dam and embankment broke, triggering massive landslides and flooding, and tens of thousands of villagers in a dozen or so villages downstream are trapped. The situation is critical. We must send vehicles and helicopters to rescue them as soon as possible." After hearing this, Lin Xuan didn't hesitate for a second and immediately applied, "Let us Sky Wolves go along to the rescue as well, and arrange for us to be in the most dangerous and difficult area to rescue." Before the major staff officer could respond, a captain hurried in to report. "Report! The Black Valley area to the southwest is severely affected, and many of the mountain roads around there have collapsed, which, combined with the bad weather and complicated terrain, makes it impossible to drive to the rescue. If we go there on foot, it will take too long, and I'm afraid the victims there won't be able to wait." The major staff sergeant frowned and asked, "Can we get airborne?" The captain shook his head helplessly. "I can't. That area is where the rain is the heaviest, and it's accompanied by a very thick fog, so you can't see the ground at all, and the terrain is so complicated, with severe gusts of wind and air currents, that it's impossible to land low, so you have to opt for a high-altitude jump, which is just too dangerous." The major staff officer sniffed and his face grew harder. At this time, Lin Xuan stepped forward and proposed, "Let us Sky Wolves carry out this mission." Upon hearing this, the major staff officer immediately refused. "Instructor Lin, it's not that I can't trust you guys, but this mission is too dangerous. High-altitude parachuting is already extremely risky. Coupled with this extremely bad weather and complex terrain, the slightest mishap will result in a plane crash. I can't let you guys take that risk." Lin Xuan's gaze was firm and his tone was steady as he replied, "Major, the members of Skywolf have all received specialized training. No matter how complicated the terrain is, we can handle it. We are confident that we can accomplish this mission and get the victims out." The major staff officer hesitated in his heart as he looked at Lin Xuan's determined eyes. He was well aware of the enormity of this mission, but they also knew something about the Sky Wolves. Regarding Skywolf's achievement on the All-Army Special Forces examination, they, the regular troops, had also heard about it. Troops like this are made for these dangerous missions. Eventually, he nodded. "Good. In that case, I agree to you carrying out this mission." Afterwards, the major staff officer immediately arranged for the appropriate rescue supplies to be sent to Skywolf, including ropes, first aid kits, food and water. At the same time, transportation helicopters were quickly deployed to prepare to send them to the affected areas. In the helicopter, Lin Xuan had a serious expression and emphasized to the team once again, "Listen up. There may be an error in the landing site of this parachute jump. Once on the ground, rendezvous at the designated location as soon as possible. No matter where you are, if you are injured and unable to travel to your assigned location, find a safe location first and wait for a later rescue. Remember, our mission is to save lives. We must keep ourselves safe to better fulfill our mission." The team responded in unison. "Yes." Lin Xuan looked at everyone. "This airborne landing is very dangerous. Even lives will be in danger. But, it's about the lives of countless villagers in the disaster area. The time has come for the motherland and the people to test us. The Sky Wolves, no matter what kind of danger. We Sky Wolves can't take a step back. Tell me, are you guys ready?" All of them, upon hearing this, immediately straightened their backs and roared loudly with firm eyes, "Always be ready." The helicopter took off slowly and headed towards the affected area. At this time, the weather outside was extreme. The wind roared like a fierce beast and kept hitting the helicopter, the fuselage shaking violently in the wind. The rainstorm was torrential, and the bean-sized raindrops hit the helicopter's glass hard, making a crackling sound as if they were going to smash through it. Thick clouds rolled in like ink, obscuring the entire sky and dimming the surroundings. Upon arriving at the designated airspace, Lin Xuan shouted, "Prepare to jump." The team took a deep breath and stood up, checking their gear and rescue supplies before jumping out of the helicopter one by one. Tang Lin also leaped out of the helicopter. The intense feeling of weightlessness made his heart pound, but he quickly calmed down, and with the instincts of his weekday training, he quickly checked the opening status of his parachute. The parachute deployed with a thud, but then he was hit by strong turbulence. His body was arbitrarily manipulated by the air currents, up and down, left and right. He felt like a kite with a broken string, completely out of control. Tang Lin took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down as he stared down at the earth below, trying to find a relatively safe landing spot. Manipulating the rope with both hands nimbly, he kept adjusting his direction, struggling to approach the predetermined area in the gusty wind. Rain mixed with sweat blurred his eyes, and he could only fight the strong wind again and again with his blurred vision. Finally, Tang Lin managed to land, but due to the excessive impact when he landed, he stumbled and fell to the ground, skinning his knees and palms, and the mud and water instantly seeped into the wounds, sending a stinging pain. Not caring about the pain, he quickly got up, organized his equipment, and ran towards the meeting place. The moment he leapt out of the helicopter, Lin Xuan felt like he was caught in a dark vortex with chaos all around him. Lin Xuan quickly adjusted his body posture, trying to maintain his balance in this harsh airflow, but the force of the strong wind was beyond imagination, and his body was constantly being blown from side to side, making it almost difficult to control. He tightly gripped the maneuvering rope of the parachute, his eyes staring dead on the blurred earth below that was covered by thick clouds and torrential rain, trying to discern the direction. Each reorientation took a tremendous amount of effort, as the gusty winds always tried to blow him in unknown directions. The rain hit his face, raw and painful, and his vision became extremely blurred. He could only barely see the blurred figures of his teammates around him. After some difficult struggles, Lin Xuan finally felt the rate of descent gradually stabilize and the parachute successfully opened. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, however, a strong side wind came barreling back in, blowing him hard to the side. Lin Xuan hurriedly pulled the maneuvering rope in an attempt to correct his direction, but the gale was still relentless, and he could only struggle against it in this harsh environment. Finally, Lin Xuan managed to land on a muddy patch of land. The moment he landed, the tremendous impact nearly caused him to fall, his feet sinking deep into the mud. He quickly unclipped his parachute and surveyed his surroundings. At this time, the surroundings were still stormy, and it was hazy as far as the eye could see. Half an hour passed and the team members arrived at the designated place one after another. Seeing them arrive safely one by one, the big stone in Lin Xuan's heart finally fell to the ground. Still, a few members of the team suffered some minor injuries. Some accidentally sprained their feet when they landed on the ground, and some cut their skin by branches, but fortunately none of them were very serious. Everyone check your equipment and get ready to go, Lin Xuan shouted. The team members quickly organized their rescue supplies and stood by. Now, we'll divide the 20-odd people into 3 squads and head to each of the 3 key downstream villages in this area to rush to the rescue. Lin Xuan began to assign tasks. Zhou Xian, you lead the first squad to the village to the east. Sun Ing, you lead the second squad to the village to the west. I'll lead the third squad and head to the village to the south. The team responded in unison. Yes. After splitting up, Lin Xuan took Tang Lin, Lu Xioro, Chen Zhao and the others towards the southern village. The rain showed no signs of abating at this point, and the bean-sized raindrops hit his body and hurt like hell. The gusty winds racked the rain, making it nearly impossible to move an inch. The ground was so muddy underfoot that every step took a good deal of effort, and if you were not careful, you would slip and fall. Along the way, they also encountered multiple landslides. Rolling boulders and dirt blocked the way forward, and they had to carefully maneuver around them. The surrounding trees were blown around by the gusts of wind, and some were even uprooted and fell to the ground horizontally. The air was filled with a damp and earthy scent that made people feel oppressed and suffocated. Finally, they made it to the disaster area. The sight before them stunned everyone. Almost the entire village was flooded, leaving only the roofs of some houses exposed to the water. Some of the houses were buried by the mudslide, leaving only a few broken walls. The muddy floodwater was still rising. The water flowed swiftly, with a whistling sound, just like 10,000 horses galloping, constantly impacting everything around. The slightest carelessness was caught in it, and would be mercilessly swallowed up. The stranded villagers were so excited to see their uniforms that they burst into tears. An old man with white hair cried out in a trembling voice, "Comrade People's Liberation Army, we can expect you here. Save us." Lin Xuan responded loudly, "Old folks, don't worry. We'll definitely get everyone out. Everyone move faster. Save the people first." Lin Xuan immediately gave the order, and the team moved quickly. Lin Xuan and Tang Lin took the lead in rushing toward a house surrounded by floodwaters, in which several elderly people and children were trapped. They took out the ropes they carried, tied one end to a thick trunk on the bank and wrapped the other around their own waists, and slowly approached the house in cooperation with each other. The swift current hit them again and again, and several times nearly swept them over, but with tenacity and skill they made it to the house with difficulty. "Don't be afraid, we're here to save you," Lin Chuan shouted, calming the panicked villagers inside the house. A young mother clutched her child tightly with fear in her eyes, crying, "Comrade People's Liberation Army, save my child. I'm so scared." Lin Chuan gently comforted. "Maisie, don't worry, we'll take you out safely. Put the life jacket on the child first," said Tang Lin has handed over the life jacket. They carefully helped the child to wear a good, and give adults also put on the life jacket, and then use the rope to fix them one by one, slowly escorted back to the shore. Lu Xiaowei and Chen Jiao were responsible for rescuing another villager trapped on the roof. Spotting a long branch floating on the water, the women had the bright idea of scooping it up and, using it as a support, cautiously approached the roof. The impact of the flood was so strong that the branches were in danger of being washed away at any time, and they could only hold on to the branches and move forward with difficulty step by step. Upon reaching the roof, a middle-aged man said excitedly, "You guys are finally here. We've been stuck here for a long time and thought there was no hope." Chen Jiao helped him tie on the improvised life-saving device while saying, "Big brother, with us, you'll all be fine. Comrade Liberator, thank you, really thank you so much." Big brother held Chen Jiao's hand tightly and cried out in pain and gratitude. Just as everyone was scrambling to rescue them, the accident suddenly happened. A large wave swooped towards a roof without warning, and the child on the roof, who had been clinging to an adult, couldn't avoid it and was knocked down into the flood by the force of this powerful impact. The child was instantly swept away by the swift current, leaving only terrified cries echoing through the storm. "Child, my child, little treasure, little treasure." The mother saw her child being washed away and subconsciously tried to jump in, but was held in a death grip by another villager. "You're crazy, jump in and you'll be washed away too. I don't care. I want to save my little baby. Oh, my baby." Lin Chuan heard the shout and subconsciously turned his head just in time to see this thrilling scene. Without the slightest hesitation, he couldn't even think about the danger he was about to face, and with a strong stomp of his feet, he jumped into the raging flood. "Boss! Boss!" The team members' faces changed when they saw Lin Chuan jump into the flood. As soon as he entered the water, Lin Chuan felt an unprecedented resistance. The turbulent current was like a pair of large, powerful hands, desperately pulling at him, trying to drag him towards the endless abyss. He took a deep breath and with his excellent water skills swam quickly in the direction where the child had been washed away. The impact of the flood slowed his movements, and the cold river water continued to pour into his mouth and nose, choking him to the point of near suffocation. His eyes locked on the child's figure, the tiny figure appearing and disappearing in the waves, each disappearance causing his heart to jolt. The child struggled desperately in the water, his weak body looking so helpless in front of the strong current. Lin Chuan clenched his teeth and accelerated his speed. Next chapter can be updated by 5 p.m. tomorrow. Ask for a wave of rewards and attention. Click on the author's pen name and you'll see the follow plus number. Thanks to all of you.